Ministers begging me to ascend the throne. Liang Jie stood at the doorway, looking at the oppressive sky outside, and an inexplicable sense of foreboding surged in her heart. Lady, what are you doing standing at the door? Gui Xing approached, draping a slightly worn cloak over Liang Jie's shoulders. The weather is bad today and it's windy outside. Be careful not to catch a cold while standing in the wind. Liang Jie frowned and said, the weather is about to change. Gui Xing didn't catch the deeper meaning in Liang Jie's words. She looked at the dark sky outside and said, looks like it's going to rain, maybe even heavily. Then she thought of the young master and exclaimed, Lady, if it rains heavily, won't the young master get soaked on the way to Wind Hall? What if he catches a cold? Liang Jie laughed and said, the rain won't come down for a while, don't worry about him getting wet. After speaking, she glanced outside again, it's time to wake him up. With that, she headed towards the side hall. Yao Yao, wake up to study. As soon as she walked into the side hall, she heard the parrot Lai Yun screeching dutifully, calling the little master to wake up. Unfortunately, its little master turned a deaf ear to its words. Lai Yun saw Liang Jie walk in and taunted gleefully, the lady is here to spank Yao Yao's bottom. Liang Jie walked to the bed and lifted the bed curtain's drapes. On the bed lay a delicate little boy. Beside him, there was a cat and a dog sleeping. The cat was a large orange tabby, and the dog was a pure white Pekingese. The dog was named Lai Fu, and the cat was named Lai Kai. Lai Fu, seeing that Liang Jie was the one approaching, wagged its tail at her. Lai Kai stood up, lazily stretched, and then elegantly walked over to Liang Jie. Liang Jie reached out to stroke Lai Kai's little head, and Lai Kai meowed comfortably twice. Lai Fu licked the little master who was asleep and barked at him softly twice. The little master in his dream mumbled, Lai Fu, let me sleep a little longer. Lai Fu barked, little master, the lady is here, you need to get up. Just a little longer, just a little. Seeing this, Liang Jie had no choice but to pull away her son's blanket. Then she picked up her son in one sweep. Zhao Yao was awakened by the cold. He drowsily opened his eyes and called out softly to Liang Jie, mother consort. Seeing her son's adorable, just awakened look, Liang Jie's heart softened. She felt a bit reluctant to wake her son, but he needed to go to Wen Hall to study. If she didn't wake him up, he'd be late for Wen Hall. She vigorously rubbed her son's adorable little face, making him cry out. Zhao Yao's little face was squished out of shape by his mother consort, and naturally his sleepiness was also rubbed away. Mother consort, I'm awake, don't rub my face anymore. Every time mother consort used this trick, he felt his face was rubbed raw. Liang Jie gave her son's little face another squeeze before letting him go and began to help him dress. Once dressed, Zhao Yao ran to the side room to change and wash up. After washing up, he headed to the dining hall with Lai Fu and Lai Kai. Just as he walked out of the side hall, a sudden clap of thunder startled him. A booming crash followed, making Zhao Yao feel as if the ground was shaking. Then he saw the oppressive sky split in half by a purple lightning bolt, which was terribly frightening. Zhao Yao stared with wide eyes at the split sky, his small mouth wide open in surprise. Is it supposed to be this scary in the morning? Lai Fu barked twice, it's going to pour. What, it's going to pour? Zhao Yao exclaimed in shock, it seems like it's spring, not summer, right? Just after saying this, he thought of something and chuckled, if it pours, then I won't have to go to Wen Hall to study. Lai Kai splashed Zhao Yao's excitement with a bucket of cold water. This rain isn't coming for a while. When Zhao Yao heard what Lai Kai said, his little face was full of displeasure, and he pouted, you got my hopes up for nothing. With that, he skipped towards the dining hall. Just then, a soldier walked into the palace, shouting as he walked, great victory in Liangzhu. Prince Dai has achieved great victory. This news struck the morning court like a thunderclap, leaving many ministers dumbfounded. The news of Prince Dai's victory brought joy to some and anguish to others for the ministers supporting the crown prince. This was not good news. Soon, news of Prince Dai's victory reached the harem. Zhao Yao was having breakfast with Liang Jie when Tongzai hurriedly rushed in and respectfully reported to them, Lady, Your Highness, the latest news is that Prince Dai has achieved great victory. Liang Jie paused with her chopsticks in hand, saying meaningfully, sure enough, a storm is approaching. Zhao Yao wasn't particularly happy to hear this good news. He pouted and said, second elder brother won the war, and ninth elder brother will be smug again. When I go to Wen Hall later, he'll show off again. Liang Jie gently advised, let him show off, you don't need to compete with him, just pretend you didn't hear anything. Zhao Yao obediently nodded, I understand. After saying that, he took a big bite of his meat bun and continued, ninth elder brother's smug face is really annoying. Just ignore him. Liang Jie peeled an egg and placed it in her son's bowl. Your second elder brother's big win means there will likely be a banquet tonight. Zhao Yao furrowed his brow, puffing out his cheeks, mother consort, can I not go? His little brain worked quickly, and he immediately thought of a plan. I can pretend to be sick and not go. Liang Jie smiled gently, what do you think? Mother consort, don't smile like that, it's quite scary, okay? Zhao Yao was most afraid of Liang Jie smiling like that, it gave him the creeps, and he reluctantly said, okay, I'll go. Seeing her son so unwilling, Liang Jie comforted him, just treat it as going to enjoy some good food, don't worry about anything else. Mother consort, even if I wanted to worry, there's nothing I could do. Zhao Yao shrugged his shoulders and said, second elder brother's great victory has nothing to do with me. Second elder brother's triumph in Liangzhu means father will likely reward him with many things, and there will probably be more people supporting him in court, giving the crown prince a headache now. You're thinking correctly. Liang Jie never wanted her son to get involved in the struggle for the throne. Besides, they lacked the strength for such a venture. Liang Jie came from a humble background. Her father was just a county magistrate, and the rest of her family were ordinary citizens with no power or influence. Additionally, no minister in the court supported Zhao Yao. Staying out of the throne struggle was actually the safest path for Liang Jie and her son. If they were to get involved, they would be in danger. Liang Jie had few extravagant wishes. She only hoped Zhao Yao could grow up safely. When he came of age, he could smoothly leave the palace, start a household, and live as a leisurely prince or commandery prince. If she was lucky, perhaps she could live out her years with him outside the palace. All right, I'll just go watch the show. Zhao Yao beamed, showing 2 rows of neat teeth. His smile was very bright. Tonight's banquet will surely be very exciting. After finishing breakfast, even though Zhao Yao was unwilling, he still had to go to Wen Hall to study. Lai Fu and Lai Kai escorted him out of Kund Hall. Yao Yao, study hard, we'll wait for you to come back. Zhao Yao crouched down, patting Lai Fu and Lai Kai's little heads. I'm off, be good at home. Tongzai, carrying Zhao Yao's books and umbrella, followed behind. Watching him bounce as he walked, worried he might fall, he quickly said, Your Highness, be careful not to trip. Zhao Yao suddenly stopped, waving to the sparrows perched on the palace walls, good morning. The sparrows on the palace walls raised one wing uniformly, responding to Zhao Yao's greeting, good morning, Yao Yao. Yao Yao, it's going to rain heavily today, did you bring an umbrella? Yes, I did. Zhao Yao pointed to the umbrella in Tongzai's hands. The leading sparrow fluttered its wings, landing on Zhao Yao's shoulder, and then nuzzled its little head against his cheek. Zhao Yao nuzzled back against it. Lai Kaiyan stood on Zhao Yao's shoulder, chirping away in conversation with him. Zhao Yao responded from time to time, oh, I see. Is that so? Tongzai noticed Zhao Yao talking to the birds again and muttered in his heart. Every time His Highness talked with these birds, it was so earnest and seemed so authentic that he almost seemed like he could understand these birds. Tongzai was dead on Zhao Yao could understand what Lai Kaiyan and the others were saying and could even understand other animals' speech. He could understand all animal languages. It seemed like he was able to understand animals in his past life as well. Zhao Yao felt that he was not from this world in his previous life. A few months ago, he fell ill. During his illness, he kept having a dream. In the dream, he lived in another world. In that world, he was also called Zhao Yao, but it was the Glory Yao. Zhao Yao could also understand animals speaking. In the dream, because Zhao Yao could understand animals, he was taken away by a special department when he was very young, and he studied and completed tasks there. Later, during a task, Zhao Yao had an accident and the dream stopped there. This dream came intermittently and was incomplete. When he woke up, he forgot most of the dream's content. He only vaguely remembered some details. After recovering from the illness, he was confused for a while, not knowing whether he was Zhao Yao or Zhao Yao. His mother consort told him that he was the 10th prince of the great Zhou dynasty, the emperor's youngest son Zhao Yao. As for Zhao Yao, it was just his dream. Zhao Yao walked while chatting with Lai Kaiyan. Lai Kaiyan had just flown back from outside the palace and heard a lot of things from other sparrows. Yao Yao, your second royal brother has won a victory. I know the whole palace is talking about it. Zhao Yao added, by now it's probably spread throughout the whole capital. Lai Kaiyan said, then you definitely don't know another thing. Zhao Yao quickly asked, what thing? Your second royal brother's maternal grandfather is planning to petition your father to abolish the crown prince and propose making your second royal brother the crown prince. Hearing this, Zhao Yao wasn't surprised at all. He whispered to Lai Kaiyan, don't they often do this? These past few years, making the second royal brother the crown prince has often been brought up. It's become routine. Lai Kaiyan didn't quite understand human affairs. It only told Zhao Yao what it had heard. Anyway, you're not the crown prince, so you don't have to worry about being deposed. Things are about to get lively. Whether in the capital or the imperial palace, everything was peaceful whenever the second royal brother was away at war. Now that he's returning, the whole capital and palace will become lively. Luckily, he's still young, and his maternal family holds no power, so he doesn't have to worry about being caught in this bloody power struggle for succession. However, sometimes when the city gates catch fire, the fish in the moat suffer, so he and his mother consort have to remain vigilant. If he were already an adult, he could become a leisurely prince, traveling with his mother consort all around. That way, they wouldn't have to worry about being affected. He really hoped to grow up quickly, preferably overnight, so he and his mother consort could leave the capital, far away from these machinations. Hearing Zhao Yao sigh, Lai Kaiyan asked concernedly, Yao Yao, what's wrong with you? Zhao Yao pouted and said, I want to grow up quickly so I can take my mother consort and you all out to see the world. Lai Kaiyan happily flapped its little wings and said, great, great, we can all go out and play then. Zhao Yao made a small face and said, but it'll still take 10 years. Lai Kaiyan said with some disdain, you humans take too long to grow up. We grow up in a few months and we can fly wherever we want. Sometimes I really wish I were a bird. That way he could go wherever he wanted. As Zhao Yao and Lai Kaiyan talked, they arrived at Wend Hall. Wend Hall is where the princes study. According to the rules, princes must start studying at Wend Hall upon reaching 6 years of age. A month ago, Zhao Yao just started studying at Wend Hall. Actually, he didn't want to study, because in his past life he had already studied. Although the subjects were quite different from this life's studies, he neither desired to be a talented scholar nor be involved in the succession struggle. As long as he was literate, it was enough. Besides, he thought the knowledge from his past life could suffice for this life. He discussed with his mother consort whether he could skip studying. The mother consort said no, and also mentioned that every prince must study, even if he was already literate. Tongzai reminded him, Your Highness, we've arrived at Wend Hall. Zhao Yao sighed, I really don't want to study. However, he couldn't skip classes. Fortunately, his mother consort said that he only needed to study diligently at Wend Hall and didn't need to be as brilliant as his other royal brothers, so he's the least studious prince among them. His royal brothers were each smarter than the next, each more prominent, and each more eager to perform. He refused to compete and didn't want to be as outstanding and capable as his royal brothers. He just wanted to be an ordinary person. If he were as smart as his brothers, his and his mother consort's situation would become dangerous. You cannot not study, Your Highness. Tongzai patiently coaxed, Your Highness, let's go in. Zhao Yao tilted his head and said to Lai Kaiyan on his shoulder, I'm going to study, you go play by yourself. Lai Kaiyan raised its right wing and lightly patted Zhao Yao's little face, advising him in a mature tone, You have to study hard, I'll come to pick you up after class. With that said, it flew away. Zhao Yao waved his hand at the departing Lai Kaiyan, then entered Wend Hall with Tongzai. As soon as he walked into Wend Hall, he heard the 9th prince loudly boasting about Prince Dai's victory. Zhao Yao rolled his eyes and quietly said to Tongzai, I knew 9th brother would boast. You don't have to mind it. Zhao Yao entered the classroom with Tongzai, politely greeting each of his brothers. In his past life, he was an only child, but now he had 9 brothers and 5 sisters. Except for the Crown Prince and Prince Dai, all the other princes studied at Wend Hall. This meant only the Crown Prince and Prince Dai were adults, the other princes were not yet of age. Zhao Yao was the last to arrive. Normally, he wasn't the last, the 9th prince was usually the last. But today, the 9th prince arrived early to boast about his brother's great victory. Zhao Yao, have you heard about my brother? The 9th prince rushed to Zhao Yao, beginning to brag, My brother won another battle, he's the war god. Zhao Yao maintained just the right amount of curiosity and envy, listening to the 9th prince boast. The 9th prince was very pleased to see Zhao Yao's envious expression, which made him talk even more excitedly. Zhao Yao sat at his seat, listening in one ear and out the other. The other princes were already impatient with the boasting and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the 9th prince. Zhao Yao was also impatient, constantly praying for the teacher to arrive soon. A moment later, the teacher entered the classroom. The 9th prince immediately began boasting to him. The teacher complimented Prince Dai, agreeing with a few words, then asked the 9th prince to return to his seat. The 9th prince wasn't satisfied, not having boasted enough, but seeing that the teacher had already opened the books to start the lesson, he had to stop. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Palace, the Crown Prince, with a worried face, asked his ministers what to do. Prince Dai will definitely be richly rewarded by father after this return to the capital. Your Highness, the Emperor will just bestow some gold and silver jewelry to Prince Dai. Your Highness, you were personally appointed as the Crown Prince by the Emperor. Unless you commit some great betrayal, the Emperor won't depose you. That's easy to say, but Prince Dai's power grows increasingly aggressive. If it continues, it will become more disadvantageous for me. Over these years, Prince Dai has been fighting abroad, earning numerous military achievements, and winning the admiration of those military officers. Those officers are the ones who followed the Emperor to the battlefield back then. The Emperor listens to them. That's the thing I worry about most. The Crown Prince said irritably. Prince Dai earned a lot of military achievements. However, I, the Crown Prince, have never been on the battlefield, never made any military contributions, so naturally those officers don't respect me as the Crown Prince. Your Highness, you are the Crown Prince, you can't go on the battlefield. Your Highness, although you haven't achieved military honors, you've done a lot for the kingdom, and the people at the court, you are not inferior to Prince Dai. I am naturally not inferior to Prince Dai, but the people only know of Prince Dai quelling rebellion after rebellion. I fear in the people's mind there's only Prince Dai. The Crown Prince sneered. I fear tomorrow there will be ministers praising Prince Dai while belittling me, proposing to father to change the Crown Prince to Prince Dai. Your Highness, as long as Duke Zhen is around, the Emperor will not depose you. Hearing these words, the Crown Prince's anxious expression improved slightly. Whenever he heard about Prince Dai's victory, his mind became unsettled, losing his calm. You're right. However, I'm worried that father already favors Prince Dai internally. At noon, Zhao Yao sprinted out as soon as the lessons were over, like a gust of wind. He stumbled slightly when he rushed down the steps and almost fell, but luckily, Tongzai caught him just in time. "Your Highness, you." Zhao Yao clutched Tongzai's neck tightly and urged him frantically, "Hurry, hurry." Upon hearing this, Tongzai started running quickly with Zhao Yao in his arms. Don't be fooled by Tongzai's frail appearance, he's actually very strong. Holding 6-year-old Zhao Yao, he ran effortlessly and swiftly. "Yao Yao." Lai Kaiyan came with its brothers to pick him up after school. "Lai Kaiyan, we need to hurry." Lai Kaiyan and its brothers quickly followed Zhao Yao and his entourage, flying after them. They ran non-stop to the vicinity of Kund Hall, and once Zhao Yao confirmed that the ninth prince hadn't caught up, he had Tongzai stop. Tongzai put down Zhao Yao, slightly panting as he asked, "Your Highness, why were we running?" Afraid that the ninth brother would catch up. Zhao Yao's face was full of disdain. "You know, the ninth brother keeps bragging endlessly about the heroic deeds of the second brother. If I don't run faster and he catches me, he'll continue to nag and I can't stand it." Lai Kaiyan perched on Zhao Yao's shoulder, pecking his little face gently. "Yao Yao, my brothers and I want to eat apples." Zhao Yao agreed readily. "No problem, once I return to the palace, I'll peel some apples for you to eat." Lai Kaiyan and its brothers immediately praised Zhao Yao. "Yao Yao, you are the best person in the world." Zhao Yao, pleased by the praise, smiled very happily and walked joyfully towards Kund Hall. Lai Kaiyan and its kin flew alongside Zhao Yao, protecting him like bodyguards. Tongzai walked behind, seeing this scene, and couldn't help but laugh. Not only those sparrows, but also the cats and dogs all loved His Highness, often surrounding him. Before they reached Kund Hall, Lai Fu and Lai Kai ran up to Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao squatted down and hugged the two, kissing and patting them affectionately. Every noon and afternoon, Lai Fu and Lai Kai would come out to meet Zhao Yao. If not for Zhao Yao's disapproval, they would even go to Wen Hall to fetch him. The ninth prince was a brat, enjoying the chase of cats and dogs, even throwing stones at them. Lai Fu and Lai Kai were bullied by the ninth prince before. Since then, Zhao Yao instructed his animals to stay away from him. "Mother concubine, second mother concubine, third mother concubine, fifth sister, I'm back," Zhao Yao called as he ran into Kund Hall. The second mother concubine he referred to was Yu Marin, who lived in Kund Hall. The third mother concubine was Pan Cairn, and the fifth sister was the fifth princess, daughter of Yu Marin. The fifth princess was the first to run out. "10th brother, you're back. Did the teacher scold you this morning? Did he hit your palm?" "Fifth sister, I'm so obedient." "How could the teacher scold me or hit me?" Zhao Yao glared at the fifth princess, pouting unhappily. "Fifth sister, why do I feel like you were hoping I'd get punished by the teacher? I was worried about you. If you study hard, you won't get punished." The fifth princess took Zhao Yao's hand and led him towards the dining hall. "I made some pastries with mother concubine this morning. After lunch, I'll allow you to have 2 extra pieces. What did the teacher teach you today?" the fifth princess asked while walking. "Today I learned," Zhao Yao explained in great detail what he had learned that morning to the fifth princess, then recounted the ninth prince's boasting encounter. "Fifth sister, you have no idea how annoying ninth brother is, chattering non-stop. Just pretend you didn't hear him, but he speaks right into my ear." The siblings reached the dining hall and saluted the 3 mother concubines for peace. Yu Marin and Pan Cairn gently stroked and kissed Zhao Yao's adorable little face. Guizing brought a basin of warm water for Zhao Yao to wash his hands. While washing his hands, Zhao Yao didn't forget to complain about the ninth prince's bragging about Prince Dai's victory. Now everyone in the palace is talking about Prince Dai's victory. Yu Marin personally served a bowl of soup for Zhao Yao. "Yao Yao, have some soup first." With that, she spooned some soup to Zhao Yao's mouth. Pan Cairn said, "It's already rumored that the emperor is considering deposing the crown prince and establishing Prince Dai as the crown prince. Here we go again." Each time news of the second brother's victory comes back, the rumors of deposing the crown prince quickly spread. It's been like this for years. They're not tired of spreading it, but he's tired of hearing it. The rumors are rampant. Yu Marin gently wiped the corner of Zhao Yao's mouth with a handkerchief. "Every time Prince Dai wins a battle, they say he'll become the crown prince." Pan Cairn sniped sharply. "They've been saying it for years, and yet Prince Dai hasn't become the crown prince." Third mother concubine, "That's called a public opinion strategy. If you say it enough, everyone will eventually believe it." Zhao Yao explained also it can scare the crown prince. At this moment, a clap of thunder boomed outside, resounding very loudly. Yu Marin furrowed her brow and said, "Another thunderstorm." Pan Cairn added, "Is it going to rain soon?" Another boom of thunder followed, and then a flash of lightning. The sky darkened quickly, with streaks of lightning racing one another to tear the sky apart. Soon it began to rain heavily. Liang Jie looked at the heavy rain outside the window and said calmly, "The weather's changing." Yu Marin and Pan Cairn nodded in agreement. "It is changing. Yesterday was bright and sunny, but today the weather turned and it began to rain heavily." It's like the apparent peace within the palace and court was shattered by the news of Prince Dai's victory returning to the capital. After that, Liang Jie and the others didn't mention anything about Prince Dai and the crown prince anymore, for it really had nothing to do with them. Plus, speaking too much could lead to trouble. After a morning of classes, Zhao Yao felt somewhat hungry. While having lunch, his little mouth kept eating without stopping. Seeing Zhao Yao eating so heartily, Liang Jie and the others couldn't help but eat an extra half bowl of rice. After lunch, Zhao Yao also enjoyed the pastries made by the fifth princess, feeling very satisfied. The happiest and most blissful thing in life is to eat delicious food. While the rain outside continued to pour harder and harder, such weather in March was truly unusual. Watching the torrential rain outside, Zhao Yao chuckled. With such heavy rain, there definitely won't be any afternoon classes. I can take a nap. His previous life was too intense, but in this life he didn't want to be intense again. He only wanted to be a lazy prince enjoying food and drink. Seeing Zhao Yao's super happy look about not having to study, Liang Jie and the others were helpless yet amused. I'm going to feed Lai Fu and the others. After announcing, he ran to the next room to feed Lai Fu and the others, and gave Lai Qian and the others apples. In Zhaoyang Palace, the Empress and the seventh prince had also just finished their lunch. At this moment, they were sipping tea and admiring the heavy rain outside the door. The seventh prince asked, "Mother, with such heavy rain, do we still have to go to Qianglin Garden tonight?" Qianglin Garden was the place in the harem specifically used for hosting banquets. That depends on what your father decides. Empress Zai put down her teacup and smiled. I hope tonight's banquet will go on. The seventh prince understood Empress Zai's intention and chuckled mischievously. I also hope it goes on, so we can enjoy the show. Suddenly thinking of something, Empress Zai's expression turned disdainful as she said, that noble princess consort Rong is going to be smug again. Recently, the emperor favored Yongxin Palace once more. This morning, your father bestowed many gifts on her, and when I sent Jiang Chuan to deliver something, the whole Yongxin Palace was as proud as peacocks. Every time when the emperor bestowed gifts to one of the concubines or princes in the harem, Empress Zai would follow up with gifts of her own. Pride comes before a fall, let them be smug. The seventh prince comforted Empress Zai. Mother, we don't need to worry about this, let the crown prince be troubled. I heard the crown prince threw quite a fit in the eastern palace. Second brother's victory this time is a great achievement. Naturally, the crown prince can't sit still. Empress Zai laughed, let the crown prince and Prince Dai fight. The fiercer the better, it's beneficial to us. Mother is right. With such heavy rain, there probably won't be classes in Wend Hall this afternoon. You should rest well. Mother, I'll read for a while first. Seeing her son's diligence, Empress Zai felt very gratified. She said gently, if you get tired, take a nap. All right. The seventh prince bowed to Empress Zai and turned to go to the study. Empress Zai stood up and walked to the window. Watching the torrential rain outside, she curled her lips into a wicked smile. Noble princess consort Rong, Prince Dai, don't disappoint me this time. She called out Nanny's son. Nanny's son, waiting by the side, stepped forward with a very respectful demeanor. At your service. Inform them to give Marquis Xuanping and the others a hand at tomorrow's morning court. It's certain that at tomorrow's court, Marquis Xuanping and his group would once again bring up the issue of deposing the crown prince and appointing Prince Dai. She wouldn't mind giving them a hand. Also, spread the news of Prince Dai's victory throughout the capital. Let the people know how remarkable Prince Dai is. This torrential rain had been pouring from noon until evening, fulfilling Zhao Yao's wish not to go to Wen Hall to study. In the evening, the heavy rain ceased, and the banquet was held as scheduled. The banquet tonight was a family gathering, and most of the concubines and princes and princesses would attend. There was still some time before the banquet started, so Liang Jie and her companions were not in a hurry to go to Qianglin Garden. On important occasions, or when paying respects to Empress Zai, Liang Jie and Yu Marin usually went in the middle, neither early nor late. Zhao Yao was rolling around on the couch with Lai Fu and Lai Kai in his arms. Mother consort, can't I really not go? Although there would be a good show at tonight's banquet, he preferred to stay in Kund Hall and play with Lai Fu and the others. No. Liang Jie sat by the couch, gently pinching her son's chubby little face. You need to get up now. Zhao Yao buried his face into Lai Kai's belly, playing dead. Lai Kai stuck out its tongue and licked Zhao Yao's head. Liang Jie reached out and tugged Zhao Yao's little ear, and Zhao Yao immediately cried out in pain. Will you get up or not? I'll get up immediately. Only then did Liang Jie release her son's ear. Zhao Yao dared not procrastinate any longer and reluctantly got up. After they tidied up, Yu Marin arrived with the fifth princess. Pan Cairn's status was too low, and she wasn't qualified to attend such an important banquet. However, she herself did not want to attend, as she was timid and worried about making mistakes at the banquet. Liang Jie held Zhao Yao's hand, and Yu Marin held the fifth princess's hand as they headed to Qianglin Garden together. Tonight's banquet won't be peaceful, Yu Marin, who also wasn't eager to attend, said. She feared handling such occasions the most. Liang Jie responded softly, we're just going to eat, don't bother with anything else. Kund Hall was quite a distance from Qianglin Garden, and it took them a quarter of an hour to arrive. They weren't early or late, as many others, like Empress Zai, Noble Princess Consort Rong, and Princess Consort De, had yet to arrive. Consort Li had arrived a little earlier than Liang Jie and the others, and Liang Jie led Yu Marin in saluting and paying their respects to her. Zhao Yao obediently greeted the fourth prince sitting beside consort Li, fourth brother. The fifth princess also chimed in with a greeting. The fourth prince nodded lightly towards Zhao Yao and the others, speaking calmly, 10th brother, fifth sister. Zhao Yao sat down beside the fourth prince, and the fifth princess sat close to him. The fourth prince sat upright, his expression indifferent and looking unapproachable. However, Zhao Yao didn't think so. He found his fourth brother very good-natured, stable in character, diligent in his studies, and very patient with his younger brothers. Zhao Yao wasn't good at studying and was considered the slowest among all the princes. The fourth prince often tutored him. Sometimes, Zhao Yao would feign ignorance deliberately, yet the fourth prince never showed disdain and patiently taught him repeatedly until he understood. Among all his royal brothers, Zhao Yao liked the fourth prince the most. The fourth prince lowered his head to inquire about what the teacher lectured on that morning and whether Zhao Yao understood it. Upon hearing the fourth prince's inquiry, Zhao Yao's alarm bells went off, sensing an unpleasant intuition. Was his fourth brother planning to teach him here? He wasn't interested in studying before the banquet. He quickly said, "Fourth brother, I understood it." Afraid the fourth prince wouldn't believe him, he emphasized again, "Fourth brother, I really did understand it." The fourth prince saw Zhao Yao striving to appear as if he truly understood, a faint smile flitting across his eyes. He said, "Since you understood, let me test you." Though there was a considerable age gap between Zhao Yao and the fourth prince, all the brothers studied in the same classroom. During lessons, the teachers taught the elder princes first, followed by the younger ones. Thus, the fourth prince was well aware of what Zhao Yao learned that morning. Upon hearing that the fourth prince wanted to test him, Zhao Yao's heart skipped a beat. He promptly smiled ingratiatingly at the fourth prince. "Fourth brother, father emperor and the others are about to arrive. Could you test me tomorrow instead and spare me for today?" Seeing Zhao Yao's pleading demeanor, the fourth prince realized Zhao Yao hadn't truly grasped what the teacher had taught that day. However, the location indeed wasn't suitable for teaching. "Very well, I'll test you tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yao's face immediately lit up with a saved-by-the-bell expression. He grinned at the fourth prince, then quickly shifted the topic, praising the fifth princess's delicious pastries and urged the fourth prince to try them. Noticing that Zhao Yao wished to avoid the topic of studying, the fourth prince felt a touch of helplessness and followed along, speaking about the pastries made by the fifth princess. In truth, the fourth prince didn't enjoy being a self-appointed teacher. Ordinarily, when brothers like the ninth prince didn't understand something, he wouldn't usually volunteer to teach them, but Zhao Yao was different. The fourth prince liked the pure look in Zhao Yao's eyes. A moment later, Princess Consort de Consort Shu and Princess Consort Liang arrived. The third prince, second princess, third princess, fifth prince, fourth princess, and sixth princess followed behind them. Consort Shu is the mother of the third prince and the second princess. Princess Consort Du is the mother of the third princess and the fifth prince. Princess Consort Liang is the mother of the fourth princess and the sixth prince. Consort Li and Liang Jie quickly rose to salute Princess Consort Du and the others. Princess Consort Du and the others didn't speak to Consort Li and the others, merely nodding perfunctorily. Consort Li's background was much better than Liang Jie's, but in front of the three concubines it wasn't significant. The three concubines viewed each other as adversaries. Of course, their main adversary was noble Princess Consort Rong. Why not Empress Zai? Though Empress Zai hailed from a distinguished noble family, the Zai family, and had given birth to the seventh prince, she was the successor empress. Empress Zai had the backing of the Zai family, but the Zai family supported the crown prince, not the seventh prince. The crown prince was the son of the late empress, who was also a daughter of the Zai family. As long as the crown prince remained, Empress Zai's son, the seventh prince, would never have a chance. Most importantly, Empress Zai was not as favored as noble Princess Consort Rong. Noble Princess Consort Rong was the emperor's cousin, and they had grown up together with a very close relationship. If not for the political marriage with the Zai family back then, the emperor's wife would have been noble Princess Consort Rong. The emperor favored noble Princess Consort Rong greatly. She had stood strong in the favor of the entire palace for over 20 years, remaining indomitable. Even if the three concubines joined forces with Empress Zai, they couldn't overthrow noble Princess Consort Rong. It was one thing that noble Princess Consort Rong was favored, but her eldest son, Prince Dai, was also exceptionally talented, deeply cherished, and heavily relied upon by the emperor. The main obstacle for the sons of the three concubines vying for that position wasn't the crown prince but Prince Dai. Prince Dai is really impressive. Another big victory, Princess Consort Liang suddenly remarked. Princess Consort Du spoke with a sour tone. Noble Princess Consort Rong truly is fortunate, having given birth to such an excellent son like Prince Dai. She then turned to the gentle and graceful Consort Shu. Consort Shu, when Prince Dai was the same age as the third prince, he was already on the battlefield, while the third prince is still studying in Wend Hall. Comparing people really drives us mad. The third prince spoke before Consort Shu could. Consort de, I don't like leading troops in war, I just like studying and painting. The third prince was proficient in painting, and though only 14, his paintings were highly esteemed, fetching a high price. Second brother joined the army at 12, and fifth brother is exactly 12 this year. Perhaps he could follow second brother to the military camp to train, maybe he can achieve merit like second brother. Upon hearing this, the fifth prince quickly shook his head. I'm not going, I don't want to be a soldier in the military. Consort Shu softly smiled at Princess Consort de. Consort de, it seems your dream is shattered. Princess Consort de glared at the fifth prince first, then at Consort Shu. It's your dream that's shattered. Seeing that Princess Consort de and Consort Shu were about to quarrel, Princess Consort Liang hurriedly persuaded, sisters, please don't argue. Tonight's banquet is to celebrate Prince Dai's victory, and the Emperor and Empress will arrive soon. Upon hearing that the Emperor would soon arrive, Princess Consort de and Consort Shu quickly closed their mouths, saying no more, but each still glaring fiercely at the other. Shortly after, the sound of people saluting Empress Zai and the Crown Prince came from not far away. Empress Zai led the seventh prince, and the Crown Prince arrived with the Crown Princess Consort to attend the banquet. Everyone quickly stood to salute Empress Zai, who gently instructed them to be seated. Following this, the Emperor appeared with noble Princess Consort Rong and the ninth prince. Rise, all of you. Although the Emperor arrived with noble Princess Consort Rong, he sat beside Empress Zai. This sight caused a flash of resentment in noble Princess Consort Rong's eyes. Just wait a little longer. Soon enough, she would become the Empress and then be able to sit beside the Emperor. Noble Princess Consort Rong respectfully saluted Empress Zai. I pay my respects to the Empress. In the Emperor's presence, noble Princess Consort Rong behaved very properly, but when the Emperor was absent, her salutes became perfunctory. Empress Zai personally raised noble Princess Consort Rong, sister, please rise. She gently held noble Princess Consort Rong's hand, smiling warmly, sister, you truly have borne a fine son for the Emperor and for great Zhou. Were it not for Prince Dai, the rebellion in Liangzhu wouldn't have been quelled so swiftly and smoothly. Regarding Empress Zai's praise, noble Princess Consort Rong dismissed it. She stood up and somewhat flustered said, Your Majesty, you flatter me too much. She forcefully pulled her hand out of Empress Zai's grasp. Then she gently looked at the Emperor. A dragon father does not sire weaklings. It is all because of your Majesty's excellent teaching. After speaking, she took out a handkerchief from her sleeve and carefully wiped her hands. Seeing noble Princess Consort Rong's act of wiping her hands, Empress Zai's gaze turned cold, almost unable to maintain her composed smile. She stiffened for a moment, then regained her dignified demeanor, saying, Noble Princess Consort Rong is right. A dragon father does not sire weaklings. Prince Dai indeed resembles his Majesty when he was young. After wiping her hands, noble Princess Consort Rong tossed the handkerchief to the palace maid behind her. Compared to his Majesty when he was young, Prince Dai is far from it. At Prince Dai's age, my cousin was already the general of constant victory. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly thought of something and covered her mouth to laugh softly. Your Majesty, I apologize. I forgot you were just a child back then and didn't know the Emperor's bravery. The last sentence hit Empress Zai's sore spot. Noble Princess Consort Rong knew well what Empress Zai's sore spots were and purposely jabbed at them. Upon hearing this, Empress Zai's eyes turned momentarily fierce, but she quickly regained her composure. Just as she was about to speak, the Emperor interrupted her. Everyone, please sit down. Noble Princess Consort Rong smiled gracefully at the Emperor and obediently sat back in her seat. Empress Zai felt stuck, unable to express the anger in her heart, making it difficult to maintain her smile. She took a deep breath, steadied herself, and raised her cup to the Emperor, saying, Your Majesty, I congratulate you on the great victory in Liangzhu. Seeing this, everyone else also stood up one after another, raising their cups to congratulate the Emperor. Zhao Yao, being a child of course, could not drink wine. He stood up and joined in with a few words of blessing. Since the news of the great victory in Liangzhu returned to the palace, the Emperor had been in a very good mood. He stood up and drank 3 cups with his concubines and children. After Empress Zai toasted, it was noble Princess Consort Rong's turn to rise and offer her toast. Your Majesty, I wish great Zhou prosperity and peace. Noble Princess Consort Rong was smart and didn't mention anything about Prince Dai's great victory from start to finish. After noble Princess Consort Rong toasted, it was Princess Consort De's turn and the others. 3 consorts also said some auspicious words, and of course did not forget to praise Prince Dai's competence. Consort Li and Liang Zhai said almost the same words. After the concubines finished toasting, it was the princes and princesses' turn to toast, led by the Crown Prince. His words came across as very sincere, almost as if they were his heartfelt sentiments. Upon hearing the Crown Prince's words, Zhao Yao marveled in his heart, brilliant. Crown Prince brother's words are truly brilliant. The praise was executed masterfully. He was considering how after Prince Dai's significant accomplishments, the court and public all lauded Prince Dai's capabilities. even suggesting he was more suitable than the crown prince to be the heir. Facing such a situation, he wondered how his crown prince brother would counter, but unexpectedly, from the start of the banquet, his crown prince brother made a brilliant countermove. At first, noble princess consort Rong felt proud hearing the crown prince's praise for Prince Dai, but the more she listened, the more something felt off. After the crown prince finished, she quickly said, "Crown prince, you are too kind, the stability of great Joe." Before she could finish, the crown prince suddenly started coughing, cough, 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 making it impossible for her to continue. Seeing the crown prince interrupt noble princess consort Rong with a cough, Empress Zai felt disdainful, but remembering the earlier embarrassment noble princess consort Rong caused her, she decided to play along with the crown prince. "Crown prince, what's wrong? Did you catch a cold in the rain today?" Empress Zai asked with a concerned face. As the father, the emperor naturally couldn't pretend not to notice and also asked with concern, "Are you feeling unwell?" Princess consort said, "Today's rain was heavy, and the wind was strong. The crown prince's health has always been not great. Perhaps he caught a cold after being exposed today." Princess consort Liang said, "I felt cold today as well." Princess consort Liang said with concern, "Quickly, get the crown prince a cup of hot tea." Noble princess consort Rong's face turned cold. "Crown prince, if you're unwell, you should rest in the East Palace and needn't attend tonight's banquet." After coughing for a while, the crown prince stood up and bowed apologetically to the emperor. "Father, I'm fine. It's just that I drank too quickly just now." Empress Zai glared at the crown prince, feigning some dissatisfaction, saying, "You scared your father. It was all my fault." The crown prince looked ashamed. "Please punish me, father, as long as you're fine." The emperor lifted his hand, indicating the crown prince to sit down. As soon as the crown prince sat down, noble princess consort Rong prepared to continue her previous statement, but the third prince beat her to it. The third prince stood and toasted the emperor's drink. Among all the princes, he was the most literarily talented. His words of blessing were filled with classic references, and he finally praised Prince Dai, likening him to Bai Qi of the Qin dynasty, whom none could defeat. Upon hearing the third prince say her son was like Bai Qi, noble princess consort Rong was naturally displeased. Although Bai Qi won battles often, he had put to death 400,000 Zhao troops, making him a very cruel person. The third prince was seemingly praising Prince Dai's bravery, but was actually insinuating that, like Bai Qi, Prince Dai was ruthless and a wanton slaughterer. Of course, consort Rong couldn't stand by while the third prince slandered her son and immediately dropped her face, unceremoniously questioning what the third prince meant by comparing Prince Dai to Bai Qi, hinting at cruelty. "Noble consort, you've misunderstood. My words don't mean that." Noble princess consort Rong abruptly interrupted the third prince coldly. "Then what do you mean?" She said with a cold laugh, "Third prince, you are well read in literature. Do you not know what kind of person Bai Qi was? By comparing Prince Dai to Bai Qi, are you mocking Prince Dai?" Princess consort Liang hurriedly said, "Noble consort, the third prince really didn't mean that." Noble princess consort Rong raised her hand and interrupted Princess consort Liang, displeased enough. "The third prince's meaning is quite clear to me." After speaking, she turned to the emperor and with a wrongful look said, "Your Majesty, Prince Dai won a victory for you, yet he was compared to Bai Qi by the third prince." In a confounded manner, the third prince said, "Father, I meant nothing else." The emperor cast a single glance, silencing the third prince, who dared not say more. Princess consort Liang was about to defend the third prince, but seeing the emperor's impatience, she dared not speak again. At this moment, the fourth prince stood and toasted the emperor. He too first congratulated the emperor and then praised Prince Dai for the great victory, mentioning that the triumph was not solely due to Prince Dai, but also owed to the efforts of numerous soldiers and the emperor's wise leadership. Lastly, he said that with the emperor, Prince Dai, and many soldiers, Great Zhou's stability would only increase, and the people's lives would continue to improve. Zhao Yao in his heart frantically gave thumbs up to his fourth brother. His fourth brother's words were not only beautifully articulated, but also watertight. The emperor smiled upon hearing the fourth prince's words. Next came the fifth prince and others who learned from the fourth prince's words. Finally, it was Zhao Yao, the youngest son. He didn't mimic the fourth prince's words. "Second brother is amazing, and father is even more amazing. Second brother is a hero, and father is a great hero." Though his words were childish, they weren't incorrect. The emperor didn't mind him, knowing well that his youngest son was inarticulate and not well spoken. "Zhao Yao, is that all you can say?" The emperor wasn't dissatisfied, it was the ninth prince who was displeased. Hearing others praise Prince Dai to the skies made him very happy. To him, praising his second brother was like praising himself. Zhao Yao's simple words left him dissatisfied. "Can't you say anything else?" Looking at the ninth prince, Zhao Yao innocently and sincerely replied, "No, I can't." The ninth prince was so infuriated by Zhao Yao that he choked a little, then fiercely glared at him twice before turning his head, his eyes shining as he looked at the emperor. "Father, I want to go to war like my brother." Although the ninth prince was a little smarter than Zhao Yao in academics, he didn't like studying either. I want to be a great hero like my brother. Upon hearing what the ninth prince said, the seventh prince immediately began to mock him. Ninth brother, do you think war is a child's play? You still want to be a hero. Once you step onto the battlefield, you'll definitely turn into a coward. This remark made the third prince, the fifth prince, and the sixth prince burst into laughter. Furious at the seventh prince's insult, the ninth prince's little face flushed red. He glared viciously at the seventh prince. Zhao Jing, you are the coward. No, you're not even as good as a coward. Lifting his chin, he displayed a smug look. My brother is good at war, and as his brother, I'm definitely good at war too, unlike you who can't even shoot straight. Even Zhao Yao, that fool, is better than you at archery. Aren't you ashamed? If I were you, I wouldn't have the face to show myself. Usually, besides studying in Wend Hall, the princes also had to go to the training grounds to learn riding and archery. In academics, the seventh prince was much smarter than the ninth prince, but in riding and archery, the seventh prince was much worse. Every time they practiced archery, the seventh prince seldom hit the bulls, and sometimes he even missed the target. The ninth prince, like his brother, was extremely skilled in riding and archery, almost always hitting the bulls. The ninth prince often used this to mock the seventh prince. Riding and archery was the only weakness of the seventh prince, not only worse than the ninth prince but even Zhao Yao, making him the worst among all the princes in these skills. The seventh prince was so angered by the ninth prince that his face turned livid, retorting, I'm not going to the battlefield to fight. Zhao Jing, how can you have the face to say such a thing? The ninth prince showed undisguised contempt for the seventh prince, his tone filled with sarcasm. The world is not at peace now, with the rebels of the previous dynasty harming the people. We, as the sons of father, should share his worries and go to the battlefield to quell the rebels. Yet you say you won't go to the battlefield. You're really not worthy of being father's son. You, the seventh prince, was just about to shoot back when the ninth prince didn't give him the chance to speak. Father, I also want to quell the rebels like my brother and share your worries. Well said, little nine. The noble princess consort Rong said with a full smile. As the emperor's sons, we should indeed share his worries. That's what makes us good sons of the emperor. However, it's understandable that the seventh prince is timid and dare not go to battle. You shouldn't blame him, your majesty. Empress Zai frowned and said coldly, noble princess consort Rong. The noble princess consort Rong interrupted Empress Zai, smiling as she raised her wine cup to the emperor's lips. Your majesty, allow me to offer you another cup of wine. She deliberately offered the lip-marked spot of the cup to the emperor's mouth. The emperor chuckled, leaning down as he drank the wine from the lip-marked spot left by the noble princess consort Rong on the cup. Seeing this scene, Empress Zai couldn't control her expression, her usually composed and dignified face showing a touch of jealousy and anger. The noble princess consort Rong poured another cup of wine and drank from the spot the emperor had just drunk from. Watching this, Princess Consort Du and others also showed strong jealousy and disdain in their eyes. The noble princess consort Rong, that vile woman, really doesn't know how to behave properly even in public. Little nine, your desire to join the battlefield like your brother and quell the rebels is commendable. Mother supports you. Before she could finish, she heard the ninth prince excitedly say, really, mother, you're too young now. When you turn 12, I'll agree to let you enter the military camp. The ninth prince still had a few years until 12, and he couldn't wait to enter the military camp to fight alongside his brother. All right, then I'll wait a few more years. He then asked, Father, Mother, when will my brother return? The noble princess consort Rong looked at the emperor and asked, Your Majesty, when will Prince Dai return? Your second brother is already on his way back and should arrive in the capital in half a month. Father, may I leave the palace to welcome my brother then? You may. Oh dear, I deserve to die. The noble princess consort Rong looked apologetically at Empress Zai. I accidentally interrupted your speech earlier. Empress, what were you about to say? Though she said she deserved to die, she showed no intent of rising to apologize. You, Empress Zai just began to speak when she was interrupted again by the noble princess consort Rong. Your Majesty, how are things in Yangzhou? I recall the Empress's brother went to Yangzhou to quell the rebels. She continued, oh, and the noble princess consort Liang's brother was successful in quelling the rebels in Jingzhou, wasn't he? The mention of the rebels in Yangzhou and Jingzhou made the emperor's face instantly turn somewhat grim. Empress Zai and Princess Consort Liang naturally noticed the emperor's expression, and their hearts sank abruptly. I remember that the noble Princess Consort Liang's brother went to Jingzhou earlier than Prince Dai. The Princess Consort demused, about 8 months ago, right? Yet until now, there seems to be no news of a great victory in Jingzhou. The rebels in Jingzhou don't seem to be as numerous as those in Liangzhou, and the warfare isn't as intense as over there. Princess Consort Shu chimed in after Princess Consort Da, now that there's already a great victory in Liangzhou, but Jingzhou hasn't had any good news yet. Is Jingzhou's situation more dangerous than Liangzhou's? Among the 3 consorts, only Princess Consort Liang's family was a military family and had military power. Aside from the noble princess consort Rong, Princess Consort Du and Princess Consort Shu always saw Princess Consort Liang as their biggest enemy. Whenever there was a chance, the two would unknowingly join forces to deal with her. Your Majesty, I recall that the situation in Yangzhou wasn't very serious initially, so why hasn't the Empress's brother quelled the rebels there after more than half a year? As the noble Princess Consort Rong spoke, a look of realization appeared on her face. Could it be that the warfare in Yangzhou is more severe than in Liangzhou, which is why the Empress's brother hasn't settled the rebels yet? Inside, Empress Zai cursed at her brother, calling him a waste. Several months ago, rebels of the previous dynasty appeared simultaneously in Yangzhou and Liangzhou, but Liangzhou, due to its complicated and dangerous terrain, had a more severe situation than Yangzhou. At that time, both the Empress's brother and Prince Dai volunteered to quell the rebels, and the Emperor sent Prince Dai to Liangzhou and the Empress's brother to Yangzhou. The warfare in Yangzhou was lighter compared to Liangzhou. Logically, the Empress's brother should have quelled the rebels faster than Prince Dai. However, it was Prince Dai who first succeeded in Liangzhou, while the Empress's brother still hadn't finished in Yangzhou. The Empress's brother was her full-blood sibling. This time in handling the rebels in Yangzhou, Empress Zai held high expectations for him. If her brother succeeded in subduing the rebels, he would not only gain some military power from the Zai family, but also earn some say within the family. She had planned well, but unfortunately, her brother hadn't managed to quell the rebels in Yangzhou as she wished. Your Majesty, perhaps Prince Dai should delay his return to the capital and go to Yangzhou to quell the rebels first, the noble Princess Consort Rong suggested considerately. To Empress Zai, these words were nothing short of an insult. There's no need for the noble Princess Consort Rong to worry about the warfare in Yangzhou. My brother will handle the rebels. Empress, as his sister, naturally you believe your brother can quell the rebels in Yangzhou. However, given the current situation, it seems your brother can't manage it, so let Prince Dai go help so that the uprising in Yangzhou can end sooner, and His Majesty can have peace of mind earlier. Your Majesty, the Emperor interjected, I have it in mind. This ambiguous statement gave Empress Zai a sense of foreboding, leading her to fear that the Emperor might actually send Prince Dai to Yangzhou to assist in quelling the rebellion. If Prince Dai did go to Yangzhou to help, it wouldn't only embarrass Empress Zai, but also be a harsh blow to the Zai family. Meanwhile, Zhao Yao quietly ate, mentally marveling, tonight's drama truly is a spectacle to watch. Even though the Emperor was in a good mood today, he quickly grew impatient with the bickering among the concubines. After spending some time at the evening banquet, he rose and left. Seeing this, noble Princess Consort Rong knew the Emperor was displeased and hurriedly went after him, leaving her meal unfinished. Empress Zai and Princess Consort De, noticing the Emperor's departure, also lost the mood to continue eating and got up to leave as well. Zhao Yao and Liang Zhai were not in a hurry to leave. They decided to finish their meal first, as it seemed wasteful to leave a beautifully spread table with barely a bite taken. On the way back to Kund Hall, Liang Zhai and Yu Marin kept silent, fearing that the walls might have ears. Mother Consort, I want to visit the 8th brother at Xing Palace, Zhao Yao said, patting his chest, smiling brightly. I brought some delicious snacks for him. Earlier during the banquet, Zhao Yao had collected a few tasty treats to keep warm in his clothes. The 8th prince had caught a cold and had been recuperating at Xing Palace these past few days, which is why he did not attend the banquet today. Go ahead, but don't stay long. You don't want to disturb your 8th brother's rest. I'll just drop off the snacks for 8th brother and come back, Zhao Yao said as he set off to Xing Palace with Tong Zai. Yu Marin watched Zhao Yao's retreating figure and sighed softly, thinking about the 8th prince, who always lacked favor. The 8th prince is indeed pitiable. Liang Zhai understood her meaning but did not offer any comments, instead saying, let's head back. Yu Marin said no more, taking the 5th princess's hand and following beside Liang Zhai back to Kund Hall. Pan Cairn had been waiting for their return. Upon seeing them, she quickly asked if anything had happened or if they had been bullied. Yu Marin, silent throughout the banquet, became quite loquacious upon returning to Kund Hall as she animatedly recounted the events of the evening banquet to Pan Cairn. Meanwhile, Zhao Yao had already arrived at Xing Palace. The 8th prince had not yet rested. He was leaning against the bed reading when Zhao Yao came in, quite surprised. 10th brother, why are you here? I've come to see you, 8th brother. Zhao Yao approached the 8th prince's bed, carefully observing his complexion. Seeing that his brother looked much better than the previous days, he felt slightly relieved. 8th brother, are you feeling any better? Much better. The 8th prince gazed warmly at Zhao Yao before suddenly remembering something. He quickly asked, 10th brother, shouldn't you be at the banquet in Qianglin Garden right now? The banquet has ended. As Zhao Yao spoke, he took out a packet of snacks from his chest and handed it to the 8th prince. 8th brother, I brought these snacks from the banquet. They're particularly delicious, you should try them right away. Seeing that Zhao Yao had remembered to bring him snacks from the banquet, the 8th prince's eyes began to glisten with emotion. He reached for the snacks, still warm, and his eyes reddened slightly. 8th brother, the snacks are still warm. Eat them while they're hot or they won't taste as good. The 8th prince gave Zhao Yao a slight smile, picking up a piece and offering it to Zhao Yao. 10th brother, you should have some too. 8th brother, I've already eaten. Hurry and eat up. All right, I will. As the 8th prince ate, Zhao Yao eagerly asked, 8th brother, aren't they delicious? The 8th prince nodded, delicious, truly exquisite. 8th brother, the food at the banquet was also quite good. It's just a pity you couldn't attend because of your illness. Zhao Yao then chatted animatedly with the 8th prince about which dishes at the banquet were tasty and why. As Zhao Yao described the dishes, the 8th prince and the eunuch attending to him couldn't help but salivate. Although Zhao Yao wasn't particularly bright in his studies or articulate, whenever he spoke about food, he became quite eloquent. Even with the simplest of dishes, he could describe them as if they were the most delicious. 8th brother, when 2nd brother returns, there's bound to be a celebration banquet, and there will be delicious food then too. You must get well before 2nd brother comes back. You're right. I should hurry and recover so I can enjoy the food with you. While eating his snacks, the 8th prince casually inquired, did anything fun happen at tonight's banquet? Nothing fun happened. Zhao Yao then sighed. 9th brother and 7th brother got into another argument. What were they arguing about? 9th brother claimed he wanted to be a hero like 2nd brother in battle, and then 7th brother called him a coward. Zhao Yao then recounted the squabble between the 7th and 9th princes during the banquet to the 8th prince. 10th brother, did 9th brother bully you? No. Bringing up the 9th prince, Zhao Yao couldn't help but complain, 8th brother, you don't know how annoying 9th brother is. All morning he was bragging about 2nd brother's victory, and he's sure to continue bragging tomorrow. Not just tomorrow, either for a long time. 9th brother would not stop bragging about 2nd brother's victory. Let him talk, you don't have to pay him any mind. The 8th prince said and finished the few pieces of snacks Zhao Yao had brought. 8th brother, I won't disturb your rest any longer. I'll visit again tomorrow. Although the 8th prince wished to chat with Zhao Yao a bit longer, it was already late and the evening had turned much colder. He worried Zhao Yao would catch a chill if he returned too late. Be careful on your way back. 8th brother, you must sleep well and stop reading for a faster recovery. Using a tone one might use to coax a toddler, Zhao Yao persuaded the 8th prince, 8th brother, if you behave, I'll bring you snacks made by the 5th sister tomorrow. I'll go to sleep right away. The 8th prince asked the eunuch Yu Hai beside him to escort Zhao Yao back to Kund Hall, but Zhao Yao declined. Yu Hai had to settle for seeing him to the gate of Xinged Palace. When Yu Hai returned so quickly, the 8th prince, feeling a bit displeased, said, didn't I ask you to see the 10th brother to the gate? Your Highness, the 10th Highness sent me back, saying I should quickly return to care for you and to watch whether you get proper rest. Yu Hai replied with a smile, Your Highness, the 10th Highness truly cares for you. Indeed, it's a blessing to have 10th brother and Lady Liang. In the palace, besides Lady Liang and the 10th brother, no one really cared about his well-being. Lady Liang and the 10th brother are different from others in the palace. The palace was a place full of hypocrisy, cruelty, and filth, a stark contrast to the purity of Lady Liang and the 10th brother. How are things with the crown prince? In response to Your Highness, after hearing Yu Hai's report, the 8th prince smirked with interest. Noble Princess Consort Rong has a deft hand, actually suggesting that Prince Dai assist in quelling the chaos in Yangzhou. Your Highness, would the Emperor truly send Prince Dai to Yangzhou? I would hope Father actually does send Prince Dai to Yangzhou, but unfortunately, the 8th prince shook his head. Father won't do it. Why not? Dispatching Prince Dai could quell the rebels in Yangzhou quickly. Although Father is displeased with the Zai family, it isn't time to act against them just yet, the 8th prince said with deep implication. Moreover, Prince Dai returning has made both the crown prince and the Zai family uneasy. Yu Hai understood only a portion, but chose not to ask further. Your Highness, the 10th Highness reminded you to rest well and not keep reading. The 8th prince handed the book to Yu Hai, laughing slightly as he scolded. You're sure good at turning a minor order into a major command. Yu Hai grinned pleasingly at the 8th prince. Your servant only acts for your well-being. On another note, Zhao Yao was met with a small surprise on his way back to Kund Hall. As he passed a tree, something suddenly leaped at him. It had a pair of bright green eyes that glowed like ghostly fires in the darkness, quite alarming and intimidating. Tongzai, startled, jumped in front of Zhao Yao, shouting, Your Highness, danger. Zhao Yao remained calm, pulling Tongzai aside. It's okay. Your Highness. Only then did Tongzai realize that what lunged at Zhao Yao was an eagle, not some ghostly apparition. Isn't this the Emperor's eagle? Zhao Yao corrected Tongzai. It's a sea eagle. Lai Fu is the finest sea eagle. Hearing the name Lai Fu, Tongzai's mouth twitched slightly as he corrected Zhao Yao. Your Highness, the Emperor's sea eagle is named Lingyun, not Lai Fu. Embracing the Emperor's favorite pet, Zhao Yao stroked its feathers as he rebutted Tongzai. Lai Fu sounds much better than Lingyun. He then bent his head to ask the sea eagle in his arms, Lai Fu, you agree Lai Fu is a better name than Lingyun, don't you? Lai Fu chirped softly at Zhao Yao. Lai Fu sounds nice. See, Lai Fu thinks its name is better than Lingyun. Tongzai, the Emperor would certainly be furious to learn that his beloved sea eagle Lingyun was called Lai Fu by His Highness. Cradling Lai Fu, Zhao Yao asked Lai Fu, how did you end up here? With an arrogant tilt of its little head, Lai Fu answered, came to see you. I knew you missed me. Zhao Yao said joyfully, then lowered his head to nuzzle Lai Fu's little head. Lai Fu enjoyed the affection immensely, though it protested, I didn't miss you. Well, I missed you. I'll feed you some of the snacks sister made for you soon. Lai Fu stated, I want 5. 5 is too many, I can only give you 2. Before Zhao Yao could finish, Lai Fu pecked his little face. Zhao Yao quickly relented, all right, 5 it is. Lai Fu was satisfied and nuzzled Zhao Yao's face with its head. Your Highness, sea eagles probably shouldn't eat snacks. Tongzai's words trailed off as he noticed the docile Lai Fu in Zhao Yao's arms suddenly sported a fierce look. In that instant, he saw a glint of murderous intent in Lai Fu's eyes. Although Lai Fu behaved tamely around Zhao Yao, it was still a raptor through and through. Its sharp talons could kill not just beasts but people too. In Kund Hall, Lai Fu stood on the table, enjoying Zhao Yao's feeding as if he were a lord. Lai Kai and Lai Fu, on the other hand, trembled on the couch, not daring to approach Zhao Yao one bit. More precisely, not daring to approach Lai Fu one bit. Usually, Lai Kai and Lai Fu were very attached to Zhao Yao. As soon as Zhao Yao returned, they would follow him around. However, as soon as Lai Fu arrived, the two would obediently stay away from Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao fed Lai Fu some snacks while stroking its beautiful feathers. The fifth princess, sitting beside them, saw how handsome Lai Fu was and how it submissively allowed Zhao Yao to pet it and couldn't help wanting to touch it. She reached out carefully towards Lai Fu, but as soon as her hand was halfway, she nearly got pecked by Lai Fu. Lai Fu glared coldly at the fifth princess with its small eyes. The fifth princess shivered at Lai Fu's cold and fierce gaze, awkwardly retracting her hand and muttering softly, "The snacks you're eating are made by me, so why can't I touch you?" Lai Fu looked fiercely at the fifth princess. At that moment, its proud little head was gently patted by Zhao Yao. "Lai Fu, she's my elder sister, so you can't be fierce to her or peck her." Lai Fu retracted its disdainful gaze and lowered its head to continue eating snacks. Zhao Yao turned to the fifth princess, kindly reminding her, "Sister, Lai Fu is very fierce. If I hadn't stopped you just now, your hand would have been pecked by Lai Fu." Saying this, he pointed to Lai Fu's sharp beak, saying to the fifth princess, "Lai Fu's beak is as sharp and powerful as a sword. If it pecks your hand, it will hurt, bleed, and be very painful." The fifth princess listened with a disbelieving expression. To her, Lai Fu seemed the same as Lai Kaiyan. Really? Sister, Lai Fu used to often accompany Father Emperor to the battlefield, and its beak has even blinded enemies. Lai Fu is not only the emperor's pet but also his partner. In the past, when the emperor went to battles, Lai Fu would always stay by his side. It not only helped gather enemy intelligence but also kill enemies. It even saved the emperor's life once. How is that possible? Before the fifth princess could finish speaking, she suddenly felt a sharp pain on her face, causing her to cry out, "Ah!" Then she found her face bleeding, immediately turning pale with fright. Lai Fu, Zhao Yao, seeing Lai Fu had injured the fifth princess's face, scolded it angrily. "How can you hurt my elder sister?" Lai Fu didn't speak, but from its expression, it could be seen as if it were saying she deserved it. Zhao Yao grabbed Lai Fu's sharp beak, warning it angrily, "Lai Fu, if you hurt my elder sister again, I'll pluck all your feathers." Lai Fu was frightened by Zhao Yao's words and, wanting to please, rubbed its little head against Zhao Yao's palm. "Sister, go and deal with the wound on your face." Fortunately, Lai Fu showed some restraint and merely pecked the fifth princess's face, leaving only a small scratch. The fifth princess ran out, holding her face. Her wound was small, and Liang Zheai applied medicine to her. Little 5, Lai Fu is a sea eagle, a bird of prey that can hurt people. Liang Zheai emphasized, "It is not Lai Yun." The Mina Lai Yun said from the side, "Lai Fu is super fierce. I'm scared too. I thought it was as tame as Lai Yun." Lai Fu often visited Kund Hall to play with Zhao Yao, behaving so obediently in front of Zhao Yao that the fifth princess mistook it for being as gentle and cute as Lai Yun. Lai Yun exclaimed, "It's not the same as me." Lai Fu is Yao Yao's friend, so it behaves very obediently in front of him, but it is very fierce in front of others. Liang Zheai patted the fifth princess's head, speaking in a gentle tone, "Stay away from it in the future." The fifth princess, somewhat aggrieved, said, "I saw it looking nice and just wanted to touch its feathers." Aside from the emperor and Yao Yao, Lai Fu won't let anyone else touch it. Liang Zheai continued, "Birds of prey and beasts have their own temperaments, only their masters can tame them." I understand now. Having witnessed Lai Fu's ferocity, the fifth princess dared not underestimate it anymore and would keep a distance in the future. Why are Lai Kaiyan and others so obedient to 10th brother, and even Father Emperor Sea Eagle listens to him? Liang Zheai really didn't have a good answer for the fifth princess's question. She could only say, "Who knows? I find that 10th brother is very liked by animals. Whether flying in the sky or running on the ground, animals liked 10th brother a lot and were very obedient to him." Liang Zheai, smiling, shifted the topic. "It's getting late, you should go to rest." "Lady Liang, then I'll return now." Liang Zheai reminded, "When washing your face, be careful not to touch the wound." "I understand." The fifth princess bid farewell to Liang Zheai and returned to the West Hall where she resided with Yu Marin. In the side hall, after eating and drinking to its fill, Lai Fu nestled in Zhao Yao's arms, muttering to Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao responded to Lai Fu while grooming its feathers. Meanwhile, in Chengguang Hall, a young eunuch, seeing that Lingyan was missing, anxiously searched everywhere. After a long, fruitless search, he was so worried that he nearly cried. Finally, with no choice, he went to Sun Kui with trepidation, reporting Lingyan's disappearance. Sun Kui was serving in Yongxin Palace. Seeing the young eunuch come to him, he thought something major had happened, only to find it was just Lingyan missing. That little ancestor will fly back on its own. Really, the young eunuch had only recently been assigned to Chengguang Hall to specially serve and care for Lingyan and didn't know about its habit of flying off now and then. That little ancestor often flies out to play, so there is no need to worry, Sun Kui said casually. It's very clever and knows the way back. The young eunuch felt relieved upon hearing this. Sun Kui said no more, waving the young eunuch away, signaling that he could leave. The young eunuch didn't linger in Yongxin Palace, quickly returning to Chengguang Hall, waiting for the return of the ancestor Lingyan. In Kund Hall, Zhao Yao, having washed up, lay on the bed, reading a book while telling stories to Lai Fu and the others. Lai Fu, also known as Lingyan, lay on his shoulder, attentively listening to Zhao Yao's storytelling. Lai Kai and Lai Fu were not sleeping on Zhao Yao's bed tonight but were pitifully lying under the bed, listening to their young master's storytelling. They certainly wanted to sleep on their young master's bed as before, but with Lai Fu on the bed, they dared not climb up. Zhao Yao was reading Qingzhou Travels, which detailed the geographical environment and customs of Qingzhou. I wonder how Uncle is doing in Qingzhou. Zhao Yao planned to propose to the emperor to go to Qingzhou once he grew up and was granted a title. He studied the 9 provinces carefully and found Qingzhou most suitable for him. Firstly, Qingzhou wasn't very large in size. Secondly, it was near the coastline compared to the other provinces. It's rather secluded. Most importantly, Qingzhou wasn't a strategic location. He believed his elder brothers wouldn't fight for Qingzhou. Zhao Yao thought that if he proposed to the emperor to go to Qingzhou in the future, the emperor would surely agree. Therefore, he wanted to make all preparations before going to Qingzhou when he came of age. Lai Fu, let me tell you, there's a lot of seafood in Qingzhou. When I grow up and go to Qingzhou, I can eat all the seafood I want. Zhao Yao said while drooling, telling Lai Fu and the others about the delicious seafood. I'll take you to Qingzhou with me then, and I'll treat you to sea fish. Let me tell you, sea fish are really delicious, such as tuna. Hearing Zhao Yao describe the food so deliciously, Lai Fu and the others couldn't help but crave it. Just then, Liang Jie walked in, overhearing her son talking about the delicious food in Qingzhou, and couldn't help but laugh. It's getting late, you all should sleep. Mother consort, why hasn't Uncle sent a letter back yet? And I wonder if he's doing well in Qingzhou. Your uncle has only just gone to Qingzhou, and he's likely busy with duties recently. Once he's settled, he will surely send us a letter. Liang Jie, touching her son's little face, comforted him gently. Your uncle will be fine. Mother consort, when I have a break, I want to leave the palace to find second uncle. He didn't like studying for another reason, which was that he couldn't sneak out of the palace like before. In the past, before he started his studies, he could sneak out of the palace whenever he wanted. But now that he was studying, he couldn't leave as freely, nor could he frequently ask for leave. Otherwise, it would arouse suspicion. If your second uncle had news about your eldest uncle, he would certainly send you a message. Liang Jie patted Zhao Yao's head and then took away the book in his hand. Your second uncle hasn't sent any message, which means he doesn't have any news about your eldest uncle for the moment. Going to look for him during your break won't help. Mother, I haven't left the palace for a long time. I want to go out and have fun. Zhao Yao tugged at Liang Jie's sleeve, gently shaking it, acting spoiled. Let me out of the palace during my break, please. All right, I'll allow you to go out during your break. Zhao Yao stood up and threw himself into Liang Jie's arms, rubbing his mother's face. Liang Jie pinched her son's adorable little face and then poked the dimple beside his left mouth corner. It's getting late, you should go to bed. You still have to go to Wen Hall to study early tomorrow morning. Upon hearing the word study, the smile on Zhao Yao's face instantly vanished. He flopped onto the bed, speaking bitterly, why do I have to study again tomorrow? As he spoke, he rolled himself into the quilt, wriggling around, can't I not go to study? No. Liang Jie raised her hand and lightly slapped her son's small buttock. Lie down and sleep properly. Zhao Yao obediently laid down. His pair of clear and beautiful eyes looked at Liang Jie plaintively, and he asked persistently, Mother, can't I really skip studying tomorrow? After tucking her son in, Liang Jie gently flicked Zhao Yao's forehead with her finger, again mercilessly rejecting his coquetry and pleas. No. Mother, I've studied and learned many characters already. I don't need to go to Wen Hall to study anymore. Although he forgot much of the dream he had before, he hadn't forgotten about studying and recognizing characters. We've discussed this before, there's no need to discuss it again. Liang Jie deliberately put on a stern face and said, don't ever talk about not wanting to study again. Also, you can't mention the fact that you've studied and recognized characters, otherwise Mother will get angry. Liang Jie's last words frightened Zhao Yao severely. He quickly nodded, I won't say it anymore. I won't say it again. The consequences of his mother being angry would be very serious, beyond what he could bear. Good boy. Liang Jie lowered her head, kissed Zhao Yao's little face, and said, sleep. Zhao Yao obediently closed his eyes. I'll sleep right away. Liang Jie stood up and glanced at Lai Fu, who was squatting by her son's pillow. Lai Fu gave her a cold look, then withdrew its gaze, crawled into the quilt, and placed its noble head in the crook of Zhao Yao's neck. Seeing this, Liang Jie smiled slightly, then turned and left. Zhao Yao hugged Lai Fu into his arms and pulled up the quilt to cover both of them. He whispered to Lai Fu, Mother was really scary just now with her words. Lai Fu whispered back, imitating Zhao Yao, you're so useless, you don't understand. Zhao Yao said, yawning with his little mouth wide open, and snuggled into Lai Fu's head, I'm going to sleep. Shortly after saying this, he fell asleep. Lai Fu lay meekly in Zhao Yao's arms, motionless. It was clearly a nocturnal animal, and it should be out hunting for prey at this time, but at this moment, it was obediently keeping Zhao Yao company while he slept. The next morning, Zhao Yao was rudely awakened by Lai Fu pecking at him. Zhao Yao sat up, rubbed his sleepy eyes with his hand, then hugged Lai Fu into his arms, messing up its beautiful feathers. Lai Fu pecked angrily at his head until his hair was in disarray, then it stopped. Your Highness, are you awake? Tongzai's voice sounded from outside the door. Awake, then allow me to come in. Tongzai entered respectfully, helping Zhao Yao get dressed. Once dressed, Zhao Yao suddenly remembered something and turned to Lai Fu, help me send a letter to my second uncle today. Hearing Zhao Yao's orders, Tongzai couldn't help but say, Your Highness, Lingyan is not a pigeon, but Lai Fu can deliver letters. Lai Fu arrogantly said, how dare you have me deliver a letter for you? Zhao Yao knew what Lai Fu wanted and asked directly, what do you want, meat or pastries? Lai Fu, satisfied that Zhao Yao was so sensible, replied, I want pastries, 10 pieces. Deal. Zhao Yao extended his right hand toward Lai Fu, and Lai Fu extended its wing to high-five him. Deal, I'll write it now. Zhao Yao went to the desk and picked up a pen to write a simple letter. Lai Fu stood on the desk, looking at Zhao Yao's crooked writing with great disdain. Your writing is so ugly. If the master saw it, he would definitely scold you. Zhao Yao completely didn't care. Let him scold me if he wants. After saying this, he rolled up the letter he had just written and tied it to Lai Fu's leg. Remember to bring back my second uncle's reply. I am not a fool. Lai Fu had helped Zhao Yao deliver letters more than once. If it weren't for Zhao Yao, Lai Fu wouldn't allow Zhao Yao's second uncle to touch it. Zhao Yao hugged Lai Fu, kissed its little head, and flattered it. Lai Fu is the smartest sea eagle in the world and also the most beautiful. Very pleased with Zhao Yao's flattering words, Lai Fu lifted one of its wings and gently patted Zhao Yao's little head. I'm off. Zhao Yao waved at Lai Fu. I'll have the 10 pieces of pastries ready for you so you can eat them right when you fly back. Only after the Grand Master Lai Fu flew away did Tongzai dare to speak. Your Highness, is it really all right for you to have Lingyan deliver the letter? What's wrong with it? Zhao Yao looked at Tongzai confusedly. Lai Fu has delivered letters for me more than once. Your Highness, that's not what I mean. Lingyan is after all the Emperor's cherished pet, Tongzai said. Aren't you afraid that Lingyan will fly to Chengguang Hall and be discovered by the Emperor with second uncle's letter? Is that what you mean? Zhao Yao laughed. Lai Fu wouldn't do that. Lingyan listens to the Emperor a lot. What if it meets the Emperor on the way back and gets called away by him? That won't happen. With my letter tied to its leg, it won't fly to Father Emperor's side. Zhao Yao stated confidently, but Lingyan is the Emperor's cherished pet. Compared to you, it should obey the Emperor more, shouldn't it? You're wrong. Lai Fu obeys me more. Tongzai didn't understand why His Highness was so confident, but he reminded Zhao Yao again, Your Highness, Lingyan is the Emperor's cherished pet. Zhao Yao saw that Tongzai didn't believe him and couldn't be bothered to say any more. Don't worry, Lai Fu won't make any mistakes. Liang Jie, seeing her son humming and skipping joyfully to the dining hall, asked curiously, what good thing happened to make you so happy? Mother, I wrote a letter to my second uncle and had Lai Fu deliver it. Hearing this, Liang Jie said helplessly, Yao Yao, Lingyan is not a pigeon. Tongzai nodded repeatedly on the side, thinking to himself, even the lady says so. You could use other birds to send your letters. Lai Fu was just there, sending with it is the fastest. Zhao Yao sat at the table and said, Mother, please prepare 10 pieces of pastries for Lai Fu and leave them on my desk for when Lai Fu returns from delivering the letter. All right. Seeing her son trust Lai Fu, Liang Jie said no more. After finishing breakfast, Zhao Yao went to comfort Kai He and Lai Kai. Last night when Lai Fu came, they had to stay aside and didn't dare approach Zhao Yao. Lai Fu was very domineering and possessive. Whenever it came to find Zhao Yao, it wouldn't allow other animals to approach him. After comforting Lai Kai, Zhao Yao headed to Wen Hall with Tongzai. Seeing the person walking ahead was the 8th prince, Zhao Yao was very surprised. He ran toward the 8th prince, calling out, 8th brother. The 8th prince heard Zhao Yao's call, stopped, and turned to look at him, 10th brother. Zhao Yao ran to the front of the 8th prince, carefully looked him up and down, and then asked, 8th brother, why did you come out if you're not fully recovered? Seeing Zhao Yao looking at him with concern, a faint smile appeared in the 8th prince's eyes. He reached out to stroke Zhao Yao's little head, speaking warmly, I'm almost recovered, so I should come to study. Eighth brother, if I were you, I would take a few more days of rest while I can. So you can skip studying for a few days, right? Zhao Yao nodded repeatedly, yes. 10th brother, you really don't like studying, huh? It's a pity I'm not sick. Before he could finish, Zhao Yao's forehead was gently tapped, and then he heard his 8th brother say sternly, don't say such nonsense again. Being sick isn't a good thing. While talking, Zhao Yao and the 8th prince heard several little eunuchs not far away discussing what had happened during the morning court. I heard that during the morning court, people from the Crown Prince's faction and people from Prince Dai's faction argued again. The argument was so intense that people near Chengguang Hall could hear it. What was the argument about this time? This time, Prince Dai made such a great contribution that Marquis Xuanping and others proposed to add beads to Prince Dai, and they want to count previous merits too, adding up to 8 beads. What does it mean to add beads, and what does adding 8 beads represent? The Crown Prince only has 8 beads, so what do you think Prince Dai wants by adding 8 beads? This. A few young eunuchs were chatting when they saw the 8th and 10th princes approaching. Startled, they quickly lowered their heads and paid their respects to the 2 princes before hastily departing. Zhao Yao looked at the 8th prince, puzzled and curious, and asked, 8th brother, what does adding beads mean that they were talking about just now? What does it mean for 2nd brother to be add 8 beads? Adding beads to a prince was a tradition of the previous dynasty. Princes were classified as 1-bead princes, 2-bead princes, 3-bead princes, and so on, with the highest being 7-bead princes. 8 beads were not for princes because only the crown prince had 8 beads and 9 beads were for the emperor. The 8th prince had long heard about what happened in the morning court. Zhao Yao understood and nodded, saying, so that's how it is. Speaking, he looked at the 8th prince with admiration. 8th brother, you're amazing, you even know this. 8th prince gently tapped Zhao Yao's little head and smiled. If you read more books, you know these things too. Zhao Yao rolled his eyes and said, 8th brother, can you not always turn the topic to reading or studying? You know I don't like it. Seeing Zhao Yao pouting in anger, the 8th prince reached out and poked his puffed-up cheek. All right, I won't mention it anymore. Zhao Yao was not interested in the topic of adding beads, so he stopped asking about it and instead switched the subject to the breakfast they had earlier. The 8th prince saw Zhao Yao brimming with excitement over the delicious food at breakfast, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. To the 10th brother, nothing seemed more important than good food. He didn't care at all about such an important matter as Prince Dai being awarded 8 beads. The 10th brother was the most naive among them all, but he had a pure heart that they did not possess. In the imperial palace, possessing a pure heart is rare but extremely dangerous. In this palace, whether you are a prince, an eunuch, or a palace maid, everyone has hidden depths. Without some wits, you can't survive in this ruthless place. Someone as simple as the 10th brother. Fortunately, Liang Jie wasn't favored much, and her family had no power, which meant he wouldn't be dragged into this power struggle. The 10th brother's simplicity wasn't entirely a bad thing, and he would protect them, ensuring they wouldn't get into trouble. As Zhao Yao spoke, he noticed his 8th brother was lost in thought again, and sighed deeply with helplessness in his heart. Ah, his 8th brother. The 2 brothers had just entered Wend Hall when they heard the 9th prince recounting how Prince Dai achieved a major victory. He stood on a desk, animatedly and enthusiastically narrating. Zhao Yao curled his lips, saying with a tone of disdain, 9th brother is showing off again. It's not like he won the battle himself, just look at him acting like it was his own victory. 2nd brother is the biological brother of 9th brother for 9th brother. A victory for 2nd brother is a victory for himself. HMPH, I think 9th brother should become a storyteller. Zhao Yao unkindly ridiculed. Even storytellers aren't as talkative as he is. Just ignore him. The 8th prince gave Zhao Yao a reassuring look. I know how to handle him. With that, the 2 entered the classroom together, and then greeted the other royal brothers. As Zhao Yao predicted, upon seeing the 8th prince, the 9th prince couldn't stop himself from boasting. The 8th prince pretended to listen very earnestly while feigning a look of awe and surprise. The 9th prince was very pleased with the 8th prince's reaction, and thus spoke with even more enthusiasm. Zhao Yao marveled at how good his 8th brother's acting was compared to him. His performance yesterday was too perfunctory. However, 9th brother didn't notice. 10th brother. Seeing the 4th prince, Zhao Yao immediately beamed and greeted him. 4th brother. Since the teacher isn't here yet, let me test you. The smile on Zhao Yao's face froze instantly, and he showed a pitiable look. 4th brother. The 4th prince was unfazed and very coldly said, recite what the teacher taught yesterday for me. Zhao Yao's little face immediately turned into a bitter, gored expression, and he looked pleadingly at the 4th prince. 4th brother, how about I don't recite? The 4th prince raised an eyebrow slightly. Can't recite it. Zhao Yao scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and said, 4th brother, you know I'm dumb. I can never remember when I try to memorize books. Did you understand what the teacher explained yesterday? Zhao Yao couldn't remember what the teacher explained yesterday because he didn't pay attention in class. No, then I'll explain it to you once, and if you still don't get it, I'll explain it again. 4th brother, I'm so dumb, even if you tell me many times, I won't understand. It's better if you don't teach me. He liked fourth brother a lot, but not this part of him. The fourth prince reached out and patted Zhao Yao's head, speaking gently, "No problem. After I teach you a few more times, you'll understand." Zhao Yao had tried to use this to get the fourth prince to give up on teaching his dumb little brother, but the fourth prince was persistent in teaching him. "Well, then I'm troubling you, fourth brother." Before the teacher arrived, the fourth prince explained the previous day's content to Zhao Yao in detail. Meanwhile, the ninth prince sat directly on the eighth prince's desk, endlessly talking about how his second brother wisely and bravely defeated the rebels. Even when the teacher arrived, the ninth prince was still talking. If the teacher hadn't stopped him, he would have continued. Shortly after class began, the ninth prince interrupted the teacher to ask about the practice of adding beads to princes in the previous dynasty. Before coming to Wend Hall, the ninth prince heard about the plan to add beads to his second brother. The teacher hadn't anticipated the ninth prince to ask about adding beads to princes and was initially taken aback, but soon began to explain what it meant. After the teacher finished explaining, the ninth prince asked, "Teacher, my brother has achieved so many merits. How many beads do you think my brother can be awarded?" The teacher was momentarily stunned by the question and then said, "Adding beads to princes was a rule of the previous dynasty. Our dynasty does not have this regulation. Moreover, Prince Dai is already a prince, a position of great honor." The ninth prince arrogantly retorted, "Teacher, you're wrong. Our dynasty is just about to have princes with added beads. My brother is about to get them." The teacher was unaware of what happened in the morning court and was quite surprised upon hearing this from the ninth prince. "Prince Dai is going to get beads." "Yes, and it will be 8 beads. The ninth prince made an 8 gesture with his hands. "My brother is going to be an 8-bead prince." 8 beads? The teacher's expression immediately darkened and he said sternly, "Ridiculous, how can Prince Dai receive 8 beads? The ninth prince was displeased by the teacher's words and stood up, angrily questioning, "Why can't my brother be an 8-bead prince?" The teacher stated firmly, "Only the crown prince can have 8 beads at most. A prince can have 7 beads. The third prince spoke up, "Teacher, what ninth brother means is that Prince Dai is to become the crown prince." The fifth prince echoed the third prince's words. "Ninth brother thinks that considering Prince Dai's achievements, he should be the crown prince." The sixth prince added, "Wanting to be an 8-bead prince isn't just about becoming the crown prince." The seventh prince commented, "The crown prince is still around, yet Prince Dai desires to be the crown prince. That's truly ambitious." The fourth and eighth princes remained silent. Zhao Yao thought if he had as foolish a brother as the ninth prince, he'd be furious. Although Prince Dai had always harbored intentions of becoming the crown prince and wasn't concealing it anymore, he wouldn't be foolish enough to openly declare his ambition. Now that the ninth prince was publicly declaring that Prince Dai wanted to be the crown prince, it wasn't helping his second brother, but instead undermining him. Realizing his mistake after hearing the third prince and others, the ninth prince hurriedly said, "Third brother, stop slandering us. I said my brother would become an 8-bead prince, not the crown prince." The seventh prince rebutted, "Didn't the teacher just say that only the crown prince can have 8 beads and that a prince's highest honor is 7 beads? So you're practically saying Prince Dai wants to be crown prince by suggesting he gets 8 beads. Zhao Jing, stop falsely accusing me and my brother. 8 beads are for the crown prince according to the rules of the previous dynasty, not our dynasties." The ninth prince's mind worked quickly. Father might make the 8 beads the highest honor for princes in our dynasty. Third, fifth, sixth brothers and Zhao Jing, stop falsely accusing me and my brother. I know you're jealous of my brother's achievements. The third prince said, "Ninth brother, it was you who mentioned becoming an 8-bead prince, but I didn't say my brother wanted to be the crown prince. You said that." Ninth prince sneered, "I know you're jealous of my brother's continuous achievements and you want to frame him. All the things you've just said, I'll tell father that you all want to harm my brother." Zhao Yao clicked his tongue inwardly, impressed by the ninth brother's quick thinking, turning the accusations back on the third prince and the others. The third prince and others were about to argue further when the teacher intervened, disinterested in witnessing the charade any longer. "Quiet, let's continue with the lesson." The ninth prince shot a provocative glance at the third prince and the others, and then kept quiet for the rest of the class. Meanwhile, in the court, ministers were heatedly debating whether to award beads to Prince Dai. The emperor sat high on his dragon rider, watching with interest as the ministers below argued, until they were red in the face. The ministers who supported Prince Dai proposed to emulate the previous dynasty system of adding pearls to the princes who had achieved great military success, and suggested that Prince Dai be awarded at least 7 pearls. The ministers who supported the crown prince naturally opposed this proposal. They believed it was a system from a previous dynasty that shouldn't be used in our dynasty. They emphasized that the previous dynasty's pearl adding system for princes caused chaos, and that the previous dynasty's rebellion was due to the competition between pearl-adorned princes and the crown prince. If the great Zhou reused this system, it would surely repeat the mistakes of the previous dynasty. The system of adding pearls to princes was not unique to the previous dynasty, but was inherited by it from earlier dynasties. The downfall of earlier dynasties was not due to the existence of this system, but due to the misrule of emperors. The Crown Prince's party attributing previous dynasties' falls to the pearl adding system is genuinely ignorant. The ministers of the Crown Prince's party immediately retorted that in the previous dynasty, the pearl adding system led to fraternal feuds among the princes, who were preoccupied with power struggles, turning the court into a mess. Ministers also focused solely on taking sides, ignoring state affairs and the people's livelihoods. The officials supporting Prince Dai's faction countered the arguments, accusing the Crown Prince's camp of blowing things out of proportion and claiming that Prince Dai had been fighting and risking his life for the Great Zhou. The Crown Prince's camp had the audacity to slander Prince Dai, suggesting he wanted to cause fraternal feuds. Those supporting the 3rd, 5th, and 6th princes fanned the flames from the sidelines, making the argument between Prince Dai's and the Crown Prince's factions increasingly fierce. Sun Kui, standing beside the emperor, saw the ministers quarreling like street shrews and couldn't bear to watch. He hesitated, then took a couple of steps forward and asked respectfully, "Your Majesty, should we stop the ministers?" The emperor rested his right hand on his face with his elbow perched on the dragon throne's armrest, watching the ministers argue with relish. "It's so entertaining, why stop them? Let them continue the argument." Sun Kui dared not say more, retreated a few steps, and dutifully returned to his original position, interestedly watching the ministers quarrel. These literati argued differently, speaking without a single vulgar word, yet what they said was extremely unpleasant. Of course, without some education, one truly couldn't understand a single sentence. The ministers were arguing fiercely, without their usual decorum and elegance. Sun Kui even saw the ministers' saliva landing on each other's faces, with some directly flying into others' mouths. The Crown Prince, standing at the head of the team on the left, was dumbfounded as he watched all this. The emperor, watching for a while and seeing that the ministers were just rehashing the same arguments, lost interest. He stood up, walked a few steps forward, crossed his arms, bent slightly, and smiled at the ministers. "You all continue to argue. I'm leaving." The ministers, their faces red and necks thick with anger, heard this and each fell silent, like hens suddenly choked. They hurriedly knelt down, pleading with the emperor for mercy. "Your Majesty, forgive us, we deserve to die." "Why stop arguing? Go on." The emperor's face still wore a warm and gentle smile. "I see you're arguing with great enthusiasm. Continue, don't mind me." The ministers kneeling below were pale with fear, their bodies trembling slightly. "We deserve to die." It's the first time I knew my beloved ministers were so skilled in arguing. The emperor leisurely walked to the floor below with his hands clasped behind his back, smiling as he said, "You've truly broadened my horizons just now." The more mildly the emperor spoke, the more afraid the ministers kneeling on the ground became. "We deserve to die. We beg your Majesty for punishment. Continue your argument from before. Report back to me once you reach a conclusion." The emperor smiled gently. "I await your good news." With that, he turned and walked out of Chengguang Hall. Before leaving, the emperor instructed Sun Kui to stay behind and monitor the ministers as they argued. Sun Kui did not announce the end of the court session and remained in Chengguang Hall. After the emperor left, the ministers knelt on the ground for a long time without getting up. Sun Kui had to remind the ministers, "Gentlemen, His Majesty just said to continue the argument until a conclusion is reached." The ministers looked at each other, momentarily unsure of what to do. "Gentlemen, you can argue just like before." Sun Kui stood slightly bowed, his face showing a respectful and appropriate smile, patiently waiting for the ministers to resume their argument. The Crown Prince, seeing the ministers' embarrassment, wished to help them out. He walked over to Sun Kui and whispered, "Mr. Sun, must they really continue arguing?" Sun Kui first saluted the Crown Prince and then respectfully said, "Your Highness, you also heard His Majesty say to let the ministers continue the argument until a conclusion is reached. But this, Your Highness, it is an imperial decree." Sun Kui responded reverently, "Gentlemen, do you wish to defy the decree?" The ministers who argued earlier certainly did not dare defy the decree, but they could only muster the courage to continue arguing. As they argued, they found their stride and became more and more intense. The ministers who did not argue previously dared not linger, hurriedly left. Marquis Xuanping, however, walked out of Chengguang Hall unhurriedly. Duke Zhen, passing him, did not spare him a glance, but a minister beside Duke Zhen mocked Marquis Xuanping, wishful thinking. "What did you say?" Marquis Xuanping was not angry, but the minister following him was furious and prepared to catch up to argue, yet Marquis Xuanping held him back. "Marquis, he was disrespectful to you." Marquis Xuanping waved his hand and said, "Don't mind it." "Father, what does the emperor mean?" The eldest son of Marquis Xuanping, the princely heir of Marquis Xuanping's mansion, asked, "Does the emperor agree or not?" Marquis Xuanping said calmly, "The emperor will not agree so quickly. This matter needs to be ground out slowly." "Marquis, as long as we keep proposing, the emperor will eventually agree." The minister said earlier, "With Prince Dai's outstanding military achievements and the emperor's favor and use of him, he will surely bestow this honor upon Prince Dai." Hearing this, the princely heir of Marquis Xuanping's mansion was reassured. That's good. Adding pearls is originally what Prince Dai deserved. The minister from before lowered his voice and spoke disdainfully. The crown prince has never achieved any military accomplishments for the great Zhou. Why do they oppose? Marquis Xuanping interrupted the minister's words. Enough, don't talk here, this is not the place for it. The minister and the princely heir didn't say anything further, and hurriedly followed Marquis Xuanping out of the palace. Walking behind Marquis Xuanping's group were several ministers, gathered around an elderly gentleman with graying hair. Prime Minister He, what do you think about adding pearls to Prince Dai? Prime Minister He, adding pearls should not be agreed to. Prime Minister He, if Prince Dai gets pearls, his arrogance will surely grow more rampant. Prime Minister He, the faction of Prince Dai is obviously trying to force the crown prince by adding pearls. Adding pearls is a conspiracy by Prince Dai's faction. They must not succeed. Compared to these anxious ministers, Prime Minister He seemed quite calm. Prime Minister He, say something. The Emperor has not agreed, has he? The Emperor has not agreed now, but that doesn't mean he won't agree later, especially considering he always favors Prince Dai. Rest assured, the Emperor knows what he's doing. Prime Minister He smiled reassuringly at the ministers and then turned to leave. Prime Minister He, why isn't Prime Minister He worried at all? Since Prime Minister He isn't worried, it means this matter won't go as Marquis Xuanping and his followers wish. Let's wait and see. Inside Chengguang Hall, some ministers were still arguing, their throats dry and burning, unable to continue, and asked Sun Kui to plead with the Emperor for them. Sun Kui went to the imperial study and honestly reported the minister's argument to the Emperor. After listening, the Emperor dismissed it disdainfully. Let them get out. Sun Kui returned to Chengguang Hall and conveyed the Emperor's order to the ministers. After thanking the Emperor for his grace, the ministers scrambled out of Chengguang Hall, not daring to delay for a moment, fearing they would be made to stay and argue again. From that day on, they dared not engage in arguments in court ever again. The matter of whether to give Prince Dai a pearl quickly spread to the capital. Many storytellers kept up with current events, recounting tales from the previous dynasty about granting pearls to a prince. Some storytellers who were in favor embellished the tale of granting a pearl, praising Prince Dai's achievements and fervently supporting the awarding of the pearl to him. The common people listened with great interest. Some believed that Prince Dai's remarkable military achievements warranted the honor of the pearl. Others felt that, although Prince Dai had performed admirably, it was merely his duty and obligation as a prince. The debate over whether Prince Dai should be granted a pearl stirred up a dispute among the populace. Not only that, even the people within the palace were quietly discussing the matter. For a time, the matter caused quite a stir. In the imperial study, Emperor Wu of Zhou was not surprised after hearing Sun Kui's report. Emperor Wu of Zhou lifted his teacup, peeled back the tea lid, and gently rubbed the rim with it. And what else? They also say that the crown prince has not achieved any military accomplishments for Great Zhou. Emperor Wu of Zhou lowered his head to drink tea, accidentally swallowing tea leaves, which he spat out disdainfully. How boring. Sun Kui did not understand the emperor's remark and asked perplexedly, "Your Majesty, what's so boring? Do you think they are really arguing about the pearl?" Emperor Wu of Zhou curled his lips in a sneer. "Just the same old story with a different guise. Don't you find it boring?" Sun Kui, being a clever man, immediately understood the emperor's implication. "Then, Your Majesty, should we stop these rumors?" Emperor Wu of Zhou responded with a faint smile. "No, I'd like to see how they continue to argue." Yes, Sun Kui thought to himself, the ministers are racking their brains over whether to grant a pearl to Prince Dai, while His Majesty finds it all amusing. Seeing Emperor Wu of Zhou about to review memorials, Sun Kui quietly retreated. Just as he stepped outside, he saw a young eunuch from last night hurrying toward him anxiously. The young eunuch first greeted Sun Kui respectfully, then lamented, "Mr. Sun, Lingyan has not returned. Ever since Lingyan flew out last night, it hadn't flown back. He thought Lingyan would return this morning, but it was still nowhere to be seen. Mr. Sun, what should we do? Lingyan will fly back once it's done playing outside, you don't need to worry." "But if His Majesty wants to play with Lingyan and finds it's not there, I'll never be able to escape blame," the young eunuch said with a nearly tearful expression, looking at Sun Kui pitifully. "Mr. Sun, please help me." "I told you not to worry, so just don't worry," Sun Kui reassured the young eunuch. "His Majesty knows Lingyan flew away and won't blame you." "Really, really." Seeing the young eunuch's red eyes, Sun Kui waved him off. "Just wait patiently for Lingyan's return." The Lingyan, whom the young eunuch was concerned about, was leisurely eating snacks in Kund Hall. Liang Jie not only prepared snacks for Lingyan, but also fresh meat, apples, and water. Lingyan was pleased with Liang Jie's offerings, but it did not let her touch it, nor did it let her remove the letter tied to its leg. Except for Emperor Wu of Zhou and Zhao Yao, Lingyan did not allow anyone else to touch it, not even Liang Jie. After a satisfying meal, Lingyan perched on Zhao Yao's desk, basking in the sun and dozing while waiting for Zhao Yao to finish his studies. At noon, the princes at Wend Hall were dismissed from their studies on time. Just as the teacher left, Zhao Yao hurried out like a gust of wind. Tongzai, seeing his master rush out, quickly approached and without needing Zhao Yao's orders, swept him up and ran out. By the time the fourth prince stepped out of Wend Hall, Zhao Yao's figure had long vanished. Your Highness, did something happen with the 10th prince? This servant saw him rushing out just now, asked Wei Mayan, the fourth prince's personal eunuch. Nothing, the fourth prince chuckled inwardly, knowing the 10th prince wanted to avoid the 9th prince's continued boasting about their second brother's affairs. Let's go. The 8th and 9th princes followed behind the 4th prince. The 9th prince continued narrating his brother's illustrious deeds to the 8th prince, claiming that his brother should be granted a pearl. Only after stepping out of Wend Hall did the 9th prince reluctantly release the 8th prince. The 8th prince secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Now he understood why the 10th prince was so eager to escape Zhao Zun's boasts about Prince Dai's victories. Your Highness, the 10th prince asked me to tell you went back first. Yu Hai said, he also said you've worked hard. The 8th prince smiled wryly, then asked Yu Hai, what's this business about granting a pearl to Prince Dai during the morning assembly? Lowering his voice, Yu Hai reported to the 8th prince. It was raised by ministers from Prince Dai's faction, claiming that Prince Dai's illustrious service deserved a pearl, but the Crown Prince's faction disagreed. Yu Hai recounted everything that happened during the morning assembly to the 8th prince. The events of that morning's assembly had already spread through the palace, and Yu Hai could easily gather the information, granting a pearl to a prince. The 8th prince sneered, I wonder if it's the idea of Marquis Xuanping, or that mighty and valorous second brother of mine. Your Highness, do you think His Majesty will agree? Father's thoughts are unfathomable, whether he agrees is uncertain. But at this point the 8th prince smiled meaningfully. I do hope father agrees. That way when we come of age and become lords, maybe we can also be granted pearls. Meanwhile, the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th princes were also discussing with their mothers about whether Prince Dai should be granted a pearl. These princes naturally hoped Emperor Wu of Zhou would agree to grant a pearl to Prince Dai. On one hand, Prince Dai receiving a pearl would intensify the rivalry with the Crown Prince, which would be advantageous for them. On the other hand, they could similarly receive a pearl when they matured. The matter of granting a pearl to Prince Dai, while detrimental to the Crown Prince, was beneficial to the other princes. In Kund Hall, Zhao Yao did not discuss the matter of granting a pearl to Prince Dai with Liang Zheai. Upon arriving, he immediately went to find Ling Yun and eagerly retrieved the letter from its leg. Zhao Yao's second uncle mentioned in the letter that his eldest uncle was doing fairly well in Qingzhou and had found an inn to potentially take over. Once the inn's matters were settled, he would write. The second uncle also mentioned another matter in the letter, that their grandfather was soon to be transferred to Guangling County in Yangzhou as a county magistrate. What did your second uncle write? Liang Zheai asked as she entered. The second uncle said the eldest uncle is doing well in Qingzhou. Zhao Yao handed the letter to Liang Zheai. Mother, take a look. Liang Zheai took the letter and after reading it, slightly furrowed her brows. Father is being transferred to Yangzhou. The rebellion in Yangzhou hasn't been quelled. Why is grandfather being transferred there? Zhao Yao also found it odd. Was this transfer ordered by father or by grandfather's superior? It's unlikely to be your father's directive, considering your grandfather is just a minor county magistrate. Liang Zheai speculated. It seems to be a routine transfer. In the Great Zhou dynasty, officials of the same rank were transferred to take positions in each other's jurisdictions. With the rebels not yet subdued, there may be risk in grandfather going to Guangling County in Yangzhou at this time. Your great-grandfather has some business connections and friends in Yangzhou. They will assist your grandfather. Liang Zheai was not overly concerned about her father's safety. Moreover, the disturbances in Yangzhou should soon be over. Your grandfather will be fine. Yes, Yangzhou's troubles will soon end, though for some reason, he had a feeling that Yangzhou's unrest wouldn't end quickly. In the dining hall of Kund Hall, Liang Zheai and her son, along with Yu Marin and her daughter, and Lady Pan sat together for lunch. I heard the ministers were arguing fiercely about adding pearls to the honors of Prince Dai, making the emperor quite angry. Even after the court session, he let them continue arguing. Lady Pan asked, what does it mean to add pearls? Yu Marin was also unsure, so she turned to look at Liang Zheai. Liang Zheai explained to them, adding pearls is a rule from the previous dynasty, giving special honors to a prince who has made great contributions. The pearls range from 9 to 7, with 9 representing the emperor, 8 representing the crown prince, and 7 symbolizing the highest rank of a prince. Yu Marin and Lady Pan had a look of realization, so that's what it means. But what's the use of Prince Dai getting pearls? Whether it's useful or not has nothing to do with us. Liang Zheai didn't want to discuss the matter. Besides, it wasn't a topic they could talk about. You shouldn't concern yourselves with it, just enjoy your meal. Zhao Yao nodded in agreement. Exactly, it has nothing to do with us whether he gets pearls or not. The 5th princess chimed in. Exactly, Prince Dai getting pearls brings us no benefit. Yu Marin frowned and said, I'm just afraid it might drag us down in the end. Being without power in the palace, they might end up as scapegoats, as such things had happened before. Liang Jie reassured Yu Marin, "It won't happen, this matter doesn't concern us." Yu Marin looked at Liang Jie and then nodded slightly. "Yes, it doesn't concern us." Second mother, Zhao Yao said, offering his chicken leg from his bowl to Yu Marin. "If you eat the chicken leg, you won't be afraid anymore." Second mother was easily frightened, especially by any disturbance in the palace. Yu Marin's bit of unease was dispelled by Zhao Yao's words, so she teased him. "Second mother will really eat it then." "Go ahead." Zhao Yao said generously, "It's very delicious." Second mother doesn't like chicken legs, so Yao Yao can have it. Yu Marin returned the chicken leg to Zhao Yao, then asked, "Yao Yao, what did you learn at Wend Hall this morning?" "Second mother, can we not talk about things that affect the appetite while eating?" Yu Marin was amused by Zhao Yao's comment and laughed. All right, second mother won't ask then." Next, Yu Marin and the others discussed gardening, talking about what vegetables to plant this year. Soon it would be time to dig and plant vegetables. Lady Pan said, "It rained heavily yesterday. The soil in the vegetable patch should be loose now. Why don't we dig now? Otherwise, once it clears up, the soil will harden and be difficult to dig." Liang Jie nodded, "Then we'll start digging this afternoon." The concubines in the harem usually had nothing to do and were very idle. Without something to occupy their time, the deep palace life would be unbearably boring. Liang Jie and Yu Marin, besides embroidery, reading, and painting, also liked to garden. Gardening not only occupied their time but also provided food. They planted vegetables year-round and did quite well. They produced enough to feed everyone at Kund Hall, with some left over to give to others. In the entire palace, only they grew vegetables. For this, they were often mocked by others in the palace. However, they didn't mind. Hearing them talk about gardening, Zhao Yao couldn't help but think of the delicacies in his dream, like strawberries. Not only were strawberries delicious on their own, but they could also be made into many tasty things. However, he wondered where they could be obtained. In the dream, besides strawberries, there were many things not found in Great Zhou, like potatoes and corn. In the dream, Zhao Yao loved potatoes and corn. They were not only delicious, but also had high yields. The most important thing was that they were easy to grow, even in sandy soil. If they could get these things, many people could be fed. But where could they come from? Could it be across the sea? Qingzhou is by the sea and there are foreigners there. Zhao Yao wondered if their countries had these things. Zhao Yao thought it over and decided to write a letter to his uncle, asking him to inquire about potatoes and corn in Qingzhou. Seeing her son eating while distracted, with oil stains all over his mouth, Liang Jie took out a handkerchief from her sleeve and wiped his mouth personally. "What are you thinking about so intently?" "Thinking about delicious food." Yu Marin and the others were amused by Zhao Yao's words and all laughed, asking him, "What delicious food are you thinking about?" "Yao Yao, peaches. In a few months we'll be able to eat peaches." In the courtyard of Kund Hall, there were a few peach trees that bore many peaches every year. The peaches were large, juicy, and very sweet. Zhao Yao always looked forward to eating peaches early every year. "You still have to wait more than 3 months, Yu Marin laughed. "That's okay, I can wait," Zhao Yao said with a cheerful grin, "and besides, I still have dried peaches to eat." Every year, there were so many peaches that they couldn't finish eating them, so Liang Jie and Yu Marin turned them into dried peaches. "Every year we make quite a lot of dried peaches, so if there are still many peaches this year, we should make something else." "All right," Zhao Yao suggested, "we could make peach jam." "Peach jam, that's a good idea. We'll try it then," they said. Liang Jie and Yu Marin discussed how to make the peach jam. The atmosphere at lunch in Kund Hall was joyful and harmonious. However, the atmosphere at lunch in the Eastern Palace was somewhat somber. The 8th prince, having finished his studies, went to the Eastern Palace to pay his respects to the Crown Prince. Now that he was well, it was only proper to pay respects to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince was pleased to see the 8th prince recovered and invited him to stay for lunch. The events of the morning court session had left the Crown Prince with little appetite. "Big brother, are you feeling unwell?" the 8th prince asked with concern. "Or is it about second brother wanting pearls?" The Crown Prince, hearing this, put down his chopsticks. "So you've heard about Prince Dai wanting pearls?" 9th brother mentioned it. He even asked the teacher about the significance of adding pearls to a prince and said that second brother wanted 8 pearls. Before he could finish, he saw the Crown Prince's expression darken and heard him say, "Adding 8 pearls, does Prince Dai intend to become the Crown Prince?" 9th brother said second brother's military achievements are greater than any of the previous dynasty's pearl-honored princes, so he wants to surpass them and become an 8-pearl prince. The 8th prince reported to the Crown Prince. The teacher scolded 9th brother, saying that only the Crown Prince can have 8 pearls, and second brother, being just a prince, cannot have 8 pearls. 3rd brother and the others said the same. The Crown Prince smirked. "With the great victory in Liangzhu, Prince Dai can't wait to replace me. Big brother, on my way to the Eastern Palace, I heard the eunuchs and palace maids saying that many ministers proposed the idea during the morning court session. Did father agree?" Father said nothing, the Crown Prince replied, furrowing his brows. Although father hadn't spoken, he felt that father might agree to add pearls to Prince Dai, as father had always been fond of Prince Dai. "Big brother, you needn't worry." Even if second brother accomplishes more, father will never let him replace you. The eighth prince tried to comfort the crown prince. You are father's appointed crown prince. Compared to me, father prefers Prince Dai. From a young age, the crown prince had been envious of Prince Dai because he always received the emperor's praise, while the crown prince rarely did. In the crown prince's mind, the emperor favored Prince Dai more. I'm afraid father will eventually agree to add pearls to Prince Dai. When that happens, I'll be big brother. Even if father agrees to add pearls to Prince Dai, you needn't worry too much. The eighth prince continued to reassure him. At that point, third brother and the others will also want pearls. If father adds pearls only to Prince Dai and not to third brother and the others, do you think the Wang family and the Yuan family will agree? Of course not. Prince Dai adding pearls on his own is impossible. The eighth prince continued, when the princes come of age, they will all want pearls, reducing the importance of being a pearl-honored prince. Don't you think so, big brother? My concern isn't about that, it's about how many pearls father will give to Prince Dai. Will it be 7 pearls or 8 pearls? As the crown prince spoke, his expression turned very dour. If it's 7 pearls, Prince Dai will become the highest-ranking prince, equal to me. If it's 8 pearls. Here the crown prince let out a bitter smile. Then my time as crown prince is over. Big brother, although father favors second brother, he won't let him surpass you. This time is different. With the great victory in Liangzhu, the crown prince, trailing off his sentence, changed the subject. Ninth brother wasn't bullying you, was he? No, he just kept boasting about second brother's achievements. Noticing that the crown prince did not want to discuss Prince Dai and the pearls, the eighth prince went along, telling the crown prince how ninth brother had been showing off all morning. 10th brother couldn't stand his bragging and ran out as soon as school was over, afraid ninth brother would catch up. The crown prince imagined the scene and couldn't help but smile. How is 10th brother doing in his studies? In recent days, the crown prince's thoughts had been entirely occupied with Prince Dai due to the Liangzhu victory, and he hadn't visited Wend Hall to see his younger brothers. Normally, he would go to Wend Hall regularly to check on his younger brothers and their studies. He didn't particularly like Prince Dai, but he was quite fond of his other younger brothers, especially the younger ones. Once he saw the eighth prince being bullied by eunuchs, and in a rare moment of anger, had them beaten to death on the spot. The crown prince was usually mild-mannered, rarely punishing eunuchs or palace maids, much less executing them. Later, upon learning that the eighth prince had been bullied by eunuchs and palace maids, he took extra care of him. The palace people were opportunists, and seeing the eighth prince favored by the crown prince, they no longer dared to bully him. From then on, the eighth prince's previously miserable existence improved gradually. After lunch, Zhao Yao went to his secret place. His secret place was in the Cold Palace. This Cold Palace is to the west of Kund Hall, not far from it, just a quarter of an hour's walk away. Lai Kai and Lai Fu followed Zhao Yao to the entrance of the secret place. Since this is the Cold Palace, it was desolate and bleak, with gusts of chilling wind. There was always a legend circulating in the palace, saying that the Cold Palace was haunted, and at midnight, one could hear the ghostly cries from within, which was extremely terrifying and caused no one to dare to approach the Cold Palace. The Cold Palace wasn't established during the Great Zhou dynasty, but was left over from the previous dynasty. The current imperial palace of the Great Zhou dynasty was also left from the previous dynasty. It's only been 2 generations since the founding of the Great Zhou dynasty, and neither the former emperor nor the current emperor has ever banished any erring concubines to the Cold Palace, so the Cold Palace left from the previous dynasty remained vacant. Moreover, the Cold Palace hasn't been repaired. It's overgrown with weeds and in ruin, unsuitable for living. 1 year ago, Zhao Yao, while chasing a cat, ended up in the Cold Palace. He discovered that though this place was desolate, it was very private and quiet, and most importantly, no one dared to come here. He also discovered that the Cold Palace was the nest for stray cats and dogs inside and outside the palace. Thus, he decided to treat the Cold Palace as his secret treasured spot. Opening the door, a neat, clean, and strange courtyard appeared before his eyes. The courtyard had no weeds, having been tidied up long ago, yet it contained many strange items, such as wooden stakes, wooden bridges, horizontal bars, parallel bars, slopes, circles, and so on. These items were based on what Zhao Yao saw in his dreams and were made by Tongla. Tongla knew carpentry and could make many things. Anything Zhao Yao drew, Tongla could create. Over these days, Tongla had been busy here making these things. Seeing Zhao Yao arrive, the cats and dogs in the courtyard cheerfully ran over to him. Zhao Yao squatted down, instantly surrounded by the cats and dogs. Zhao Yao hugged them warmly for a while, then fed them the food he brought. After the cats and dogs finished eating, Zhao Yao spoke a few words to the leaders of the cats and dogs. Zhao Yao had Tongla make these obstacles to train the cats and dogs. In the dream, that was how they trained the dogs. Right in the dream, the dogs had a loud name, called military dogs. He planned to train a team of his own military dogs and cats according to the training methods in his dream. This way, the cats and dogs could help him a lot in the future. The cat leader was called Lai Lu, a very beautiful, jet-black cat without a speck of stray fur. The dog leader was called Lei Weng, also a jet-black dog without any stray fur. Lai Lu and Lei Weng were chosen by Zhao Yao because they were the smartest and most understanding. They could basically understand what he said, unlike the other cats and dogs, who were a bit dim and couldn't fully comprehend him. Zhao Yao instructed Lai Lu and Lei Weng on how to train through those obstacles. Lai Wang understood instantly and followed Zhao Yao's instructions, but did not perform very well since it was their first training session. The other cats and dogs tilted their heads in bewilderment, watching their leaders climb over those strange things and then fall off them. Zhao Yao shared the training methods with Tongla, letting Tongla take over coaching and supervising the training of the cats and dogs. Those cats and dogs who performed well were rewarded and could eat big pieces of meat and bones. Hearing about the treats, the cats and dogs were instantly full of enthusiasm. Of course, those who didn't train well or refused to train were also punished, not being given meat and bones to eat. Zhao Yao planned to first train them to pass through these obstacles, then train their sense of smell and let them use it to find animals or people. Lei Weng and Lai Lu were very obedient to Zhao Yao and assured Zhao Yao that they could complete the training soon and would help their brothers train as well. Zhao Yao also trained for a while. While climbing the slope, he didn't manage to climb up. He planned to come back in the evening to train again. He needed to exercise his body well so he wouldn't be a weak prince unable to even truss a chicken, or even if he grew up peacefully in the palace, an accident might happen when he reached adulthood. Moreover, when he reached adulthood and had to go to his fiefdom, he might encounter some evil spirits or even go to war, as the world was not yet peaceful. In addition to exercising his body, he also needed to learn martial arts and archery well. These skills could save lives on the battlefield. Zhao Yao noticed that the afternoon archery lesson was about to start, so he stopped training with the cats and dogs. Before leaving, he asked Lei Weng, "Is the secret passage normal without anything unusual?" "Yao Yao, don't worry, we're guarding the secret passage well. It hasn't been discovered." Lei Weng said, "Over at Pei Mansion, people are talking about ghosts and no one dares to go near there." Zhao Yao patted Lei Weng's head, praising, "Well done." Lei Weng wagged his tail happily and asked, "Yao Yao, when are you going out of the palace?" "I'll leave the palace once I have a break," Zhao Yao instructed. "For these few days, train here first. Once you're well trained, switch with the brothers guarding at Pei Mansion for them to come and train." Lei Weng wagged his tail, saying, "Yao Yao, don't worry, we'll train well." Zhao Yao smiled, "I'll come find you tonight. Take care, Yao Yao." Zhao Yao returned to Kund Hall with Tongzai and changed into his archery outfit, heading to the martial arts arena. This afternoon, he refrained from reading but practiced archery. Archery and martial arts are compulsory courses for the princes of Great Zhou. Every prince must learn and learn well since the territory of Great Zhou was conquered little by little. Compared to reading in Wend Hall, Zhao Yao preferred learning archery in the martial arts arena. Zhao Yao wasn't the last to arrive. The 7th prince and the 9th prince hadn't arrived yet. He obediently greeted each of the elder brothers who had arrived. "8th brother, you're not fully recovered yet. Is it okay for you to practice archery in the martial arts arena?" Zhao Yao was quite concerned about the 8th prince's health. "8th brother, you should take leave and go back to rest." Being cared for by Zhao Yao, the 8th prince felt a warmth in his heart and smiled slightly at Zhao Yao. "I'm fine. I've been lying in bed resting these few days and my body is quite sore. It's perfect to exercise today." Zhao Yao asked, "8th brother, do you have the strength?" "Of course I do," the 8th prince said, then squeezed Zhao Yao's chubby little cheeks hard. "Do you see if I have strength? Ouch." Zhao Yao knocked away the 8th prince's hand, rubbing the place where his 8th brother had pinched him, pouting in dissatisfaction. "8th brother, why do you pinch my face when you have strength?" "To let you feel my strength," said the 8th prince, before lifting Zhao Yao's small face and rubbing it hard again. The 4th prince, seeing Zhao Yao's cute little face being deformed by the 8th prince, reached out to pull Zhao Yao over to him. "8th brother, that's enough." The 8th prince obediently responded, "Yes, 4th brother." He turned his head, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Zhao Yao tugged at the 4th prince's sleeve. "4th brother, 8th brother was just playing with me." The 4th prince saw Zhao Yao's face, reddened from the rubbing, and asked with concern, "Does it hurt?" "It doesn't hurt, really doesn't," he replied. The 8th brother was just playing, he knew his limits. The 4th prince lightly nodded and said nothing more. The sound of arguing between the 7th and 9th princes came from a distance. The 9th prince mocked the 7th prince's poor archery, and the 7th prince retorted that the 9th prince wasn't good at reading. Their quarrel grew fiercer, but they did not come to blows. Zhao Yao had always wanted to see them fight, but they wouldn't fight. Only using words and not fists. What kind of men were they? The 3rd prince, seeing the 9th prince, teased, "9th brother, you said Prince Dai wanted to add an 8th bead this morning. Looks like your dream will be disappointed." The 5th prince laughed. "I heard father was very angry and let the ministers continue arguing after court." The 6th prince said, "9th brother, you said your brother wants to add an 8th bead. Among the civil and military ministers, this is considered treason." Sixth brother, would you dare say that to me in front of father? The ninth prince was not afraid of the sixth prince and retorted unceremoniously, Sixth brother, father hasn't convicted my brother of treason, yet you are you so formidable? Does father know? This wasn't said by me, but by the ministers. The sixth prince hurriedly waved his hand. Ninth brother, don't slander me. Then sixth brother, tell me which minister said it. I'll go tell father, or let's go to father now and report it. The ninth prince sneered at the sixth prince. Sixth brother, do you dare? The sixth prince's face instantly turned ugly, and he gritted his teeth. You dare disturb father, but I do not. Compared to the favored ninth prince, the sixth prince appeared not so favored. The ninth prince taunted, I knew you wouldn't dare, sixth brother. You, the sixth prince, indeed didn't dare, chiefly because he feared the emperor. The princes revered the emperor, taking pride in having him as a father, but they also greatly feared him. The emperor was not very lenient toward his princes when it was time to punish with a beating. He did not hold back. All the princes, including the crown prince, had been beaten by the emperor. The emperor, when angered, would punish immediately. The sixth prince was the one among the princes who had been beaten the most frequently and was frightened of the emperor. Zhao Yao saw that the sixth prince no longer argued with the ninth prince and secretly despised him. Sixth brother was truly pathetic, always losing to ninth brother in quarrels. However, the ninth brother was lucky to benefit from the second brother's favor and had been quite favored by the emperor recently. It seemed that the ninth brother would be complacent for a while, but then, during this time, his ears might not find peace. Just as the ninth prince and the seventh prince were arguing, a burly, rugged-looking man approached. Seeing him, the ninth prince and the others immediately fell silent, not daring to argue further. The man was named Qin Su, a general of the martial guard. In earlier years, he followed the emperor in battles across the land, earning numerous military achievements. Later, after injuring his left foot and becoming lame, he could no longer fight in battles and was assigned by the emperor to teach the princes archery. Qin Su's archery was the most exquisite among all the military officers. Although he was lame, the princes dared not underestimate or belittle him. The third prince led by example and saluted Qin Su, for Qin Su was their teacher. Qin Su nodded slightly, then looked at the seventh prince and the ninth prince and said expressionlessly, Your Highness's seventh and ninth princes appear to be in good spirits. Today, let your Highness's seventh and ninth princes shoot first. The seventh prince felt that Qin Su was subtly insulting him. His complexion turned somewhat unsightly, but he dared not act up in front of Qin Su and could only obey. Yes, teacher. The ninth prince was eager for the two of them to start first. Suddenly he came up with an idea and grinned maliciously. Teacher, I have a suggestion. Upon hearing the ninth prince's words, the seventh prince knew what the ninth prince was planning and immediately frowned. Qin Su asked, what suggestion? The ninth prince, smiling slyly, said, I want to compete with seventh brother, and whoever loses will be punished, just as expected. With a displeased face, the seventh prince said, I disagree. Seventh brother, are you scared and don't dare to compete with me? The ninth prince crossed his arms with undisguised disdain on his face. I didn't expect you to be so cowardly, seventh brother. The seventh prince ignored the ninth prince's provocations, took the bow and arrow handed by the eunuch, stood in front of the target, and began to practice. Qin Su glanced at the ninth prince. Your Highness, ninth prince, it's time for you to practice. The ninth prince, feeling disgruntled that his plan didn't work, pursed his lips in displeasure and continued to taunt the seventh prince, seventh brother, as the empress's son. You're really such a coward. The seventh prince, though angry, was determined not to fall for the provocation and compete in archery with the ninth prince. He understood that doing so would only bring him humiliation. Seeing the seventh prince ignore him, the ninth prince said no more, took up his bow, and started practicing as well. The seventh prince shot 3 arrows, 1 missed the target and 2 barely hit the target's edge. Meanwhile, standing beside him, the ninth prince shot 1 arrow into the bull's and 2 into the 8th ring. The ninth prince gave the seventh prince a sidelong glance, full of mockery, truly useless. Your Highness, seventh prince. Qin Su's expression was stern and serious. That was poor. Being criticized in public, the seventh prince's face flushed with shame and anger. Seventh brother, how can you have the face to be the emperor's son like this? Qin Su sternly said to the seventh prince, Your Highness, seventh prince, diligence can make up for lack. Ha ha ha. The ninth prince laughed heartily, his laughter filled with ridicule. The seventh prince was furious inside, feeling that Qin Su was deliberately embarrassing him, yet he dared not say anything and could only grit his teeth and say, I understand. Your Highness's 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 8th, and 10th princes, it's your turn. Yes, teacher. Zhao Yao stood together with the 8th prince. He asked the 8th prince worriedly, 8th brother, are you really okay? The 8th prince smiled reassuringly at Zhao Yao, I can do it. Then he drew his bow and shot an arrow, which hit the bullseye precisely with a thud. Can you be at ease now? Zhao Yao gave the 8th prince a thumbs up, impressive. Finishing, he shot an arrow as well, hitting the bullseye. In terms of studies, Zhao Yao appeared to be quite dull, but in horse riding and archery, he no longer pretended to be stupid. As a prince, he couldn't be dull in every aspect, as such a prince would be looked down upon. The emperor valued the prince's skills in riding and archery, so Zhao Yao decided to perform slightly better in that area. His skills in riding and archery were not the best among the princes. Being the best would draw too much attention, which he didn't want. Although not the best, he could still rank in the top 3. Zhao Yao's skills in riding and archery were inferior to the 9th prince and 8th prince, but better than the other princes. Qin Su corrected the princes' stances one by one. The princes, after being corrected, shot arrows that hit the bullseye. Under Qin Su's guidance, the 7th prince could hit the bullseye, but when on his own, he could barely avoid missing the target. The 9th prince intentionally humiliated the 7th prince by shooting his arrow into the 7th prince's bullseye, angering the 7th prince to the point he wished he could shoot the 9th prince with an arrow. Just as Zhao Yao and the others were diligently practicing archery, the crown prince suddenly appeared in the martial arts arena. He had come to check on his brothers. Qin Su maintained a stern face towards the other princes with no expression, but toward the crown prince, he was amiable, which the 7th prince found most unacceptable. The crown prince first inquired about Qin Su's condition with concern. Qin Su's lame foot would ache whenever it was rainy weather. Qin Su was flattered by the crown prince's concern and quickly assured that he was fine. The crown prince then asked about his brother's riding and archery lessons with care. Qin Su answered truthfully. Upon learning of the 7th prince's poor skills in riding and archery, the crown prince first comforted the 7th prince and then personally taught him how to shoot arrows. Crown prince appeared gentle and frail, as if a gust of wind could topple him, easily leading others to believe he had no strength to even kill a chicken and couldn't possibly excel in riding and archery. Contrary to these appearances, his skills were actually quite decent, though not as good as Prince Dai's. Among the princes, only the crown prince and Prince Dai received personal guidance in riding and archery from the emperor. When the crown prince was young, the emperor had not yet ascended to the throne. Whenever he could, the emperor would personally teach the crown prince. One could say that the crown prince's skills in riding and archery were taught hand in hand by the emperor. The 7th prince didn't like being taught by the crown prince but had no choice but to accept it. Crown prince brother, since 7th brother dares not compete with me, how about you take his place and compete with me? The 9th prince, believing his skills to be superior to the crown prince, sought to embarrass him. It would also let us brothers witness your archery skills, crown prince brother. The crown prince did not favor Prince Dai nor the 9th prince, as their arrogance was truly too much. 9th brother, do you want to compete with me in archery? Yes, I wonder if crown prince brother dares to. Qin Su was very dissatisfied with the 9th prince's attitude and tone towards the crown prince, sternly reprimanding, 9th prince, mind your tone and attitude. The crown prince waved his hand, smiling gently, it's fine. Looking at the 9th prince, he said, 9th brother, if you lose, you shouldn't cry. The 9th prince lifted his chin arrogantly, I won't cry and I won't lose. His confidence stemmed from the fact that his riding and archery were taught by Prince Dai. Then I'll play along with you all. Qin Su respectfully handed the bow and arrows to the crown prince. Your Highness Crown Prince, please use these. The crown prince smiled slightly, then directly drew out 3 arrows and placed them on the string. In an instant, the 3 arrows sliced through the air, sharply hitting the bulls. Seeing this, the 9th prince widened his eyes in shock, his mouth agape in disbelief. How is this possible? Zhao Yao wasn't surprised at all by this scene. The crown prince was the emperor's first son, and the emperor no doubt taught him many things in his youth, certainly including riding and archery. 9th brother thought the crown prince wasn't skilled in riding and archery, and sought to humiliate him through archery. He was truly too naive. The crown prince smiled and said, I haven't shot arrows in a while, I'm a bit rusty. Qin Su remarked, Your Highness, you are too modest. Smiling slightly, he continued, Your Highness, your archery was personally taught by the emperor back then. Upon hearing Qin Su's words, the crown prince suddenly recalled his childhood, his face unconsciously revealing a reminiscent smile. Indeed, when I was 4, father began teaching me archery. When he was young, father quite favored him, personally teaching him how to read, shoot arrows, and ride horses. Yet, as father became busier, he no longer had the time to teach him. While Prince Dai had also been instructed by father in his youth, the number of times he was taught was not as frequent as for him. In childhood, Prince Dai was no match for him, but now Prince Dai. Thinking of this, the crown prince's face unknowingly turned cold. As the eldest brother, the crown prince naturally couldn't really compete in archery with the 9th prince. He kindly patted the 9th prince and advised him to practice archery diligently and not be arrogant. Finally, he told the 9th prince to respect his brothers. After all, the 7th prince was his elder brother. The 9th prince angrily shook off the crown prince's hand and turned back to his own target. Qin Su, seeing the 9th prince's disrespect, frowned in dissatisfaction and was about to reprimand him when the crown prince shook his head, signaling him to desist. After that, the crown prince patiently and meticulously instructed his younger brothers in archery. The 3rd prince and others thanked the crown prince. Compared to the Crown Prince, they were more apprehensive of Prince Dai. Towards the Crown Prince, they maintained a surface level of respect. The 8th Prince had always been personally taught horseback archery by the Crown Prince, and he had learned quite well. Among the princes, his archery skills were considered excellent. 8th brother, you've just recovered. It's not advisable to practice too much. Let's stop here for today. Among all the younger brothers, the Crown Prince was most concerned and fond of the 8th Prince. During the 8th Prince's illness, the Crown Prince often visited him and sent people to deliver things to him. Yes, big brother. The 8th Prince obediently handed his bow and arrow to Yu Hai standing beside him. The Crown Prince walked over to Zhao Yao and first asked Zhao Yao to shoot 2 arrows for him to see. Zhao Yao shot those 2 arrows quite well. One hit the bullseye and the other hit the 8th ring. 10th brother's archery is not bad, praised the Crown Prince. Standing nearby, the 8th Prince said, 10th brother's archery has always been good. Zhao Yao lifted his chin proudly and said to the Crown Prince, big brother, I'm really good at archery. Seeing Zhao Yao's smug expression, the Crown Prince chuckled lightly and gently tapped the right corner of Zhao Yao's mouth. Our 10th brother is really amazing. Hee, Zhao Yao laughed with great satisfaction. 10th brother, being good at archery isn't enough. The Crown Prince squatted down, making eye contact with Zhao Yao. You also need to be good at studying. At the mention of studying, Zhao Yao's smile instantly froze, and he pouted saying, big brother, don't mention studying, then you're my good brother. The Crown Prince couldn't help but laugh. Do you really dislike studying that much? I'm not smart at studying, Zhao Yao said with a wrinkled face. I prefer riding horses and archery to studying. Being not smart at studying is okay, but you can't dislike it. The Crown Prince gently touched Zhao Yao's small head. If there's something you don't understand in your studies, you can come to big brother. Zhao Yao cried out in his heart, please, not another one teaching me to study, spare me. No, big brother, you're so busy usually, I won't disturb you. Zhao Yao didn't want to get too close to the Crown Prince because it was too dangerous. 4th brother usually teaches me, and so does 8th brother. Then you should learn well from 4th brother and 8th brother. Zhao Yao said obediently, I will. The Crown Prince did not stay long at the martial arts arena. After instructing his brothers in archery, he left. As soon as the Crown Prince left, the 9th Prince mocked. He really knows how to put on an act. Who even cares about his archery guidance? The 7th Prince sneered just now. Who was it that foolishly wanted to compete in archery with Big Brother? And after seeing how skilled Big Brother is, played dead. You. The 9th Prince's face turned red with anger as he stubbornly defended himself. I'm still a child. If the Crown Prince had the ability, he would compete with my brother. My brother would definitely win. Competing with me is no big deal. 9th brother, you were the one who proposed competing in archery with the Crown Prince, wasn't it? Not the other way around. The 6th Prince finally found an opportunity to retort to the 9th Prince. The Crown Prince won, and you didn't dare to say a word. Fortunately, the Crown Prince didn't mind. 9th brother, if you can't take losing, don't compete, continued the 7th Prince sarcastically. Losing and then not admitting it, truly spineless. Zhao Jing, the 9th Prince glared maliciously at the 7th Prince, who was undaunted and continued mocking him, spineless, coward. With a bang, the 7th Prince was knocked to the ground by the 9th Prince. The 9th Prince sat on top of the 7th Prince and swung his fist at the 7th Prince's face. The 7th Prince was momentarily stunned, but then fought back. The two of them ended up wrestling with each other. Zhao Yao and the others were shocked by this scene and momentarily forgot to step in and stop the fight. The 4th Prince was the first to recover and stepped forward to pull the 9th Prince away. The 9th Prince, being stout and strong, forcefully broke free from the 4th Prince and continued to hit the 7th Prince. In a head-to-head fight, the 7th Prince was certainly no match for the 9th Prince. He tugged at the 9th Prince's hair. Zhao Yao watched, mouth agape, as the 7th Prince and the 9th Prince pulled at each other's hair, thinking what kind of development this was. However, speaking of which, 9th brother and 7th brother finally fought. Unfortunately, 7th brother was no match for 9th brother. 7th brother was really too weak, unable even to fight, just pulling at 9th brother's hair was useless. Hit the face. It'd be best to beat 9th brother until he's black and blue, that way, for a period at least, he wouldn't show up, making the world a much quieter place. Ah, the 9th Prince gave a miserable cry as the 7th Prince had scratched his face. Zhao Jing, I'll kill you. Jinsu returned to the martial arts arena just in time to hear the 9th Prince's words, then saw the 9th Prince charging at the 7th Prince, as if he wanted to swallow him alive. He hurriedly stepped forward to pull the 9th Prince away. The 9th Prince was still cursing at the 7th Prince, kicking his legs towards him. Jinsu sternly reprimanded the 9th Prince, but the 9th Prince insulted him, questioning his authority to control him. The 9th Prince, having been driven mad by the 7th Prince, momentarily forgot Jinsu's position. Without a word, Jinsu grabbed the 9th Prince and headed for Chengguang Hall. Of course, the 7th Prince and Zhao Yao were to follow. While being carried away by Jinsu, the 9th Prince was still cursing, panicking when he realized they were heading to Chengguang Hall. Jinsu let me down. He struggled mightily, but it was futile as he was like a mouse caught by a cat. Following behind, the seventh prince's face was marred with bruises from the ninth prince's punches. However, his complexion was a bit pale at the moment. Zhao Yao and the eighth prince walked at the back. Eighth brother, will we get dragged into this and get scolded? They had just been watching the scene, forgetting to flee. What a miscalculation. The eighth prince consoled Zhao Yao. We didn't fight, father shouldn't scold us. That might not be certain. Father always likes to scold us together. Zhao Yao said with a heavy heart, I have a feeling we'll be scolded. Then let it be scolding. As long as we're not beaten, it's fine. Eighth brother, between being scolded and beaten, I'm afraid father will punish me with copying books. Zhao Yao hoped in his heart that when they arrived at Chengguang Hall, they wouldn't be implicated by the ninth prince and the seventh prince. Qin Su arrived with the ninth prince just at the right moment. The emperor had just finished his official duties and was stepping out of Chengguang Hall, preparing to take a stroll through the imperial garden. Upon seeing Qin Su carrying the ninth prince over, the emperor narrowed his eyes slightly. Seeing the emperor, the ninth prince immediately tucked his tail, lowered his small head, looking thoroughly frightened. Qin Su set down the ninth prince and saluted the emperor. The emperor, seeing the wounds on the faces of the ninth and seventh princes, immediately understood what had happened. Qin Su reported what he saw to the emperor. The ninth prince, unwilling to back down, retorted, it was Zhao Jing who called me spineless and a coward, so I hit him. Before he could finish, the emperor kicked him to the ground. Of course, the emperor controlled his strength and didn't use much force. Father. Though it wasn't overly forceful, it still hurt a bit. The ninth prince was frightened, his previously arrogant face now filled with terror. Father, it was ninth brother who spoke ill of big brother, so I scolded him. The seventh prince's words were also cut short by a kick, sending him to the ground. Fourth brother, what happened? The emperor directly asked the fourth prince. The fourth prince recounted the events from start to finish to the emperor. Father, it's my fault for not restraining seventh and ninth brothers. The third prince and others, showing their cleverness, followed in asking for punishment after hearing the fourth prince's admission. Zhao Yao and the eighth prince also pleaded for forgiveness, but meanwhile tried to lower their presence. Lao Qin, it seems you've been too lenient with these rascal pups, allowing them enough energy to brawl. I am guilty, your majesty, please forgive me. Lao Qin, you're not at fault, the ones at fault are those two. The emperor looked at the kneeling seventh and ninth princes. Since they have so much energy, Lao Qin, give them thorough training. Your majesty, this. Treat them like new recruits, drill them until they don't have the strength for fighting. The seventh and ninth princes, upon hearing this, turned ghostly pale. Father, the emperor waved his hand, signaling Qin Su to take the seventh and ninth princes away. Just when he thought they could leave, the emperor called out to them, you few. Zhao Yao's heart skipped a beat, sensing trouble. Recently, several provinces have seen rebels emerging, so the emperor has been busy with state affairs and seldom visits the harem or pays attention to his sons. Since he encountered them today, he thought he'd take the chance to check on them. The emperor took his sons to the imperial garden. He started his concern from the third prince. Although he said concern, it was more like a scholar's examination. Zhao Yao, sitting at the end, lowered his small head, his little face full of despair. He knew it would turn out this way. He regretted watching the drama and shouldn't have watched the seventh and ninth brothers fight. Seriously, couldn't they fight in a place where only the two of them were present instead of dragging them all in? The eighth prince noticed Zhao Yao's despondency, gently tapped his arm and whispered, "10th brother, are you okay?" Zhao Yao lifted his head, his face full of bitterness, and said to the eighth prince, "No, I'm really not okay." The eighth prince knew what Zhao Yao was anxious and uneasy about, so he comfortingly smiled at him. "It'll be okay." Zhao Yao could only respond with a dry smile to the eighth prince. The third prince did well with his schoolwork, passing the emperor's test. The fourth prince even more so. The fifth prince's work was also fine, while the sixth prince's was a bit weaker but still passed the test. When it was the eighth prince's turn, the emperor's demeanor immediately changed, his expression colder than before. The emperor disliked this son of his. Back then, after getting drunk, the mother of the eighth prince took the chance to climb onto the dragon bed. The mother thought that by bearing the emperor's child, she could rise to greatness, but unfortunately, the emperor despised this kind of woman the most. Even though the mother of the eighth prince gave birth to him, the emperor never elevated her status to a concubine. The so-called love me, love my dog, conversely also meant hate me, hate my dog, as the emperor's dislike for the eighth prince's mother extended to the son as well. The eighth prince had long been accustomed to the emperor's cold demeanor. He feigned a frightened look and awkwardly answered the emperor's questions. Seeing the eighth prince so timid, the emperor disliked him even more. After asking a few questions, he dismissed the eighth prince with a wave of his hand. When the eighth prince returned to his seat, he was a bit pale and Zhao Yao gave him a slight smile. The eighth prince returned a weak smile. "Little 10th, come here." Zhao Yao's heart skipped a beat and he stood up, walking with heavy steps to the emperor. The emperor saw his young son looking as though he were marching to war and couldn't help but chuckle. "What, are you so afraid of seeing me?" "No, no." At this moment, he really didn't want to see his father. "Come here." The emperor beckoned Zhao Yao closer. With resignation, Zhao Yao approached the emperor, and just as he expected, his face was pinched. The emperor, as if finding an amusing toy, pinched and twisted his little son's chubby cheeks. Zhao Yao's little carved jade-like face was all distorted by the emperor's kneading. The emperor cupped his son's chin, teasingly commanding, "Smile for me. Zhao Yao, little tenth, smile for me." Zhao Yao was speechless for a while, then asked, "Will you give me money? If he was to sell a smile, he should at least get paid." The emperor didn't expect Zhao Yao to say such a thing and was momentarily stunned. Collecting himself, he asked with a smile, "How much do you want?" Zhao Yao raised one finger, "A penny, a string of coins." As a prince, his smile should be worth at least a string of coins, otherwise it wouldn't match his status. "Smile nicely and I'll give you a string of coins." The emperor poked Zhao Yao's cheek. "Come, smile for me." Hearing he would really get 10 strings of coins, Zhao Yao immediately smiled, showing a cute dimple on his left cheek. Seeing the dimple on his little son's left cheek, the emperor paused slightly, then reached out to poke at it. "Father, please stop poking." Zhao Yao was dissatisfied with the emperor poking his dimple. "If you keep poking, it'll get bigger." Zhao Yao's words caught the emperor off guard, and a look of nostalgia swept across his face. When he was a child, he loved to poke his elder brother's dimple on his left cheek, and his elder brother once told him it'd get bigger if he kept poking. "If you're going to poke, poke the right side, maybe you'll poke out a dimple." Zhao Yao was always unhappy about having just one dimple. In his view, he should have two. Symmetry was important. When he had nothing else to do, he would poke the right side of his mouth, hoping to make a dimple appear. The emperor poked Zhao Yao's right cheek. "Little tenth, I heard from the tutor that you're not doing well with your studies." Zhao Yao's heart tightened and he braced himself to say, "Your son is foolish." The emperor continued poking Zhao Yao's right cheek, disdainfully adding, "How could I have such a foolish son? Your son is dumb. I am exceedingly wise. All my sons are born intelligent, but not you," the emperor noted with some frustration. "You really don't resemble me at all." Zhao Yao criticized in his heart, "Which is really an injustice to you. Father, why don't you put me back? Let mother bear me again. Maybe then I'd turn out smart." Zhao Yao's remark took the emperor by surprise as well, causing him to laugh heartily. "Ha ha ha." He reached out to flick his son's forehead, teasingly, "Even if you were reborn, you wouldn't become smart with such stupidity. Your son wishes to be bright, but every time he reads, he just wants to sleep." Zhao Yao almost pleaded with sadness. "And you're complaining about it." The emperor pinched his son's face, then released him to stand properly. "If you can't answer well, I'll punish you." "Father, you don't need to test me, you can just punish me directly," Zhao Yao admitted candidly. "Let me test you first, then go ahead." Following, the emperor asked questions, with Zhao Yao answering each time. He could only get half of them right. The emperor flicked Zhao Yao's forehead with a finger. "You really are silly." Zhao Yao pouted. "I told you to just punish me directly, but you had to test me." "Ow." His complaint was interrupted as his face was pinched again. "You think that's reasonable? Your son doesn't dare. The Analects is so simple, yet you can't recite it," the emperor remarked, pulling Zhao Yao's plump cheek, smiling. "So you'll write the Analects 100 times. "What?" Zhao Yao exclaimed. "Write it 100 times and you should be able to memorize it." "If you can't remember it after 100 times, then write it 200 times, the emperor said with a soft pat on his son's cheek, the words dripping with cruel resolve. "Father, you might as well kill me," he groaned, astounded at being asked to copy the Analects. 100 times wasn't that asking for his life? Ouch. His forehead was sharply flicked again. "Behave and write it 100 times, I'll be checking." "Father, I'm just beginning to read. There are many characters I can't even write. If you have me write it 100 times, I'll be finishing it who knows when," Zhao Yao argued with slight exasperation. "Not bad, you can even use who knows when," the emperor commented. "I'll give you a month. If you have someone else write it for you, I'll make you write it 500 times. Zhao Yao, who was just planning to ask the 8th prince to help him write it, froze. Despair overwhelmed him as he whimpered, "It's too cruel. Isn't your conscience hurting after dealing with me this way, father?" "Nope," the emperor responded, tapping his son's head. "Go on. Father, can we make a deal?" Zhao Yao tried to flatter the emperor with a smile. "I won't ask for the one string of coins from before. Could you just lessen the punishment? Let me write it 50 times, okay?" "I never said I'd give you a string of coins," the emperor retorted disdainfully. "The smile you made earlier was ugly beyond belief. I wasn't satisfied." Zhao Yao was taken aback by the emperor's shamelessness. "Father, how can you go back on your word? One more word and it'll be 200 copies. Zhao Yao, hearing this, quickly shut his mouth, though his little face was full of indignation. "Off you go." Zhao Yao returned to his seat in anger. Inside, he cursed. He knew the shameless bastard of a father wouldn't let him off easily, making him copy the Analects 100 times. It's as if they wanted his hands to fall off, really too much. The emperor had been out for a while, and it was time to return to reviewing memorials. That's all the concern he could afford for his sons, given the plethora of state affairs. The 3rd prince and the others wanted to talk to the emperor a bit longer, but they didn't dare to keep him, so they had to bid him farewell reluctantly. After the emperor left, Zhao Yao couldn't help but cry out, "Wah, 100 copies of the Analects." The 8th prince raised his hand and gently patted Zhao Yao's shoulder. "Don't cry, 10th brother." The 4th prince also comforted Zhao Yao. "10th brother, Father is doing this for your own good. This is for my own good. Zhao Yao was stunned. Can I not have this kind of good? The fourth prince lowered his face and softly admonished, 10th brother, careful what you say. The third prince and the others gloatingly said, 10th brother, you better copy it well. Zhao Yao, it's all the fault of 7th and 9th brother. If they hadn't fought, he wouldn't have been punished to copy books. 10th brother, do you want to copy the books at my place? The 8th prince asked. 8th brother, I'm not going to copy books now. I'm going to the martial arts arena. I want to see 7th and 9th brother being punished. Only by witnessing 7th and 9th brother being punished could he reduce his anger and resentment. 8th brother, are you going? Then I'll accompany you. The 8th prince also wanted to see how Qin Su would train the 7th and 9th princes. Zhao Yao and the 8th prince returned to the martial arts arena and saw the 7th and 9th princes swinging their spears. Beside them, a soldier was counting, 563. Your highnesses, your speed has slowed down, please speed up. The 7th and 9th princes were exhausted, sweating heavily, their faces pale, gasping for breath, a look of more inhaling than exhaling. Your highnesses, your spear-swinging posture is incorrect, please redo it. The 7th and 9th princes wanted to reprimand the soldier, but they were too tired to say a word. Zhao Yao felt much better seeing the 7th and 9th princes being tormented. HMPH, serves you right for fighting. The 8th prince laughed, can we go back now? We can. As soon as he thought about copying the Analects 100 times, Zhao Yao's mood plummeted again. Let's go. The 8th prince took Zhao Yao's desperate-looking face and went back to his Xing palace. I'll help you copy. Really? Zhao Yao's eyes sparkled as he asked. I'll mimic your handwriting to help you copy, so father won't notice, the 8th prince said. Although father said he would check personally, he's so busy it's impossible for him to check page by page. But if father finds out, 8th brother, you'll be punished. Father already didn't like 8th brother, and if he learned 8th brother was helping him copy, father would have an excuse to punish 8th brother. No worries, father won't find out. The 8th prince was confident in his imitation skills. You copy a passage now, and I'll mimic your handwriting. Zhao Yao hesitated for a moment, then 8th brother, I won't stand on ceremony. What's with the courtesy between us? With the 8th prince's help, Zhao Yao felt much more relaxed and first copied down the study chapter honestly. The 8th prince mimicked the sample he had written and produced handwriting that looked exactly like Zhao Yao's, leaving Zhao Yao dumbfounded. 8th brother, you're amazing. Who knew 8th brother had such a skill? It's not that I'm amazing, it's that your current handwriting is easy to imitate. The 8th prince looked at the crooked handwriting Zhao Yao had just done, unable to look directly. 10th brother, your handwriting needs practice. 8th brother, I know my handwriting is ugly, you can just say it. Zhao Yao shrugged and said, I only recently learned to write, and being able to write completely is not easy, so don't expect it to look good. You still have to practice your handwriting regularly, the 8th prince said, keep copying. Zhao Yao copied at the 8th prince's place until the hour of Shen before returning to Kund Hall. As soon as he got home, he complained to Liang Jie and the others. Father only bullies me. As the least favored son, being bullied by his father frequently was too tough for him. With the comfort of Liang Jie and Yu Marin, Zhao Yao's wounded heart felt a bit better. And with the sweet treats fed by the 5th princess, he became lively again. With some time before dinner, Zhao Yao took Tongzai to the secret base. In the secret base, the cats and dogs were diligently practicing. When they saw Zhao Yao, they wagged their tails happily and surrounded him. Lai Lu and Lei Wen couldn't wait to report their training results to Zhao Yao. After hearing them, Zhao Yao praised them fiercely and rewarded them with meat and bones for the night. Zhao Yao sat in the middle of the cats and dogs, petting them while talking to them. Yao Yao, why don't you train us? Lai Kaiyan came with its group of brothers, questioning Zhao Yao, aren't we sparrows, your good brothers? Of course, you're all my good friends, then why don't you train us? Lai Kaiyan flew to Zhao Yao's shoulder, pecking discontentedly at Zhao Yao's cheek. You can fly and deliver messages, there's no need for further training. Zhao Yao said, suddenly thinking of his grandfather being reassigned to Yangzhu's Guangling County, and asked Lai Kaiyan, do you have brothers in Yangzhou? Yangzhou. Lai Kaiyan shook its fluffy little head and said, no, all my brothers are from the capital. Then do you know any birds from Yangzhou? Yao Yao, Yangzhou is in the south, far from the capital. Why are you asking about birds from Yangzhou? My grandfather was reassigned to Yangzhu's Guangling County. There's still unrest in Yangzhou, and I'm worried about my grandfather. I want to know about the situation there, so I'm asking if you have friends from Yangzhou. There's unrest with the rebels in Yangzhou that hasn't been quelled yet, and his grandfather being transferred there now was truly worrying. I don't have friends from Yangzhou, but I can ask around for you. Lai Kaiyan, can you fly to Yangzhou? Zhao Yao asked. Of course, we sparrows can go anywhere, Lai Kaiyan said, puffing up its little chest proudly. Hearing this, Zhao Yao's eyes lit up instantly. Lai Kaiyan, can you fly to Yangzhou then? Certainly. At this, Lai Kaiyan suddenly stopped and asked in surprise, Yao Yao, you want me to go to Yangzhou? Zhao Yao nodded vigorously. Yes, I want to ask you to go to Yangzhou to check on my grandfather and also to gather information about the situation there. Lai Kaiyan was at a loss. Yao Yao, I've never been to Yangzhou. That's true. Zhao Yao wore a troubled expression. What should I do then? Yao Yao, I'll ask around first to see if any bird has ever been to Yangzhou. Lai Kaiyan said, if not, I'll personally lead a group of brothers to fly to Yangzhou. Lai Kaiyan affectionately rubbed against Zhao Yao's cheek. Zhao Yao stayed at the secret base for a while before returning to Kund Hall. Before leaving, he instructed Lai Lu and the others to stop training and rest well for the night. Back at Kund Hall, Zhao Yao had dinner with Liang Zhai and the others. After dinner, Zhao Yao went to the study to continue copying the Analects while Liang Zhai sat beside him reading a book. After copying the Analects for a while, Zhao Yao put down his brush, picked up a quill beside him, and began drawing on a blank sheet of Chuan paper. Seeing her son drawing something unfamiliar, Liang Zhai curiously asked, Yar, what are you drawing? Mother, this is a strawberry, a very tasty fruit. Zhao Yao pointed to the strawberry he just drew and explained it to Liang Zhai in detail. After listening, Liang Zhai realized that the strawberry was something from Zhao Yao's dream. Strawberries seem to be foreign fruits. I'll draw it and send it to my uncle, so he can inquire with the foreigners in Qingzhou and maybe find it. That's a good idea, Liang Zhai said, seeing Zhao Yao draw another unfamiliar object that looked a bit like an egg. What is this? Potato. This is an amazing thing. It can serve as a meal or a dish. Zhao Yao explained the potato to Liang Zhai in great detail. Shocked by the explanation, Liang Zhai quickly asked, can potatoes really satisfy hunger? Yes, in the dream, Zhao Yao really liked eating them. Can they really yield a lot? Liang Zhai asked, astounded, can they grow in sandy soil? Yes, but it's also a foreign object, so I'm not sure if we can find it, Zhao Yao said. I'll draw it down first for my uncle to give to the foreigners to search for. Liang Zhai, her heart in turmoil, said with a solemn face, this potato must be found. If it's really as Yar described, finding this potato could feed the people. What else? There's also corn, sweet potatoes, pumpkins. Zhao Yao drew all the foreign items from his dream, preparing to send them to his uncle in Qingzhou to let the foreigners there look for them. These foreign things are probably not easy to find and may take a long time to locate. By asking his uncle to search now, maybe by the time he grows up, they will have been found, and he can take them to his own fief. This morning at court assembly, although the ministers did not quarrel like yesterday, they still argued over whether to promote Prince Dai. However, today was somewhat different from yesterday. Yesterday, at the morning court assembly, the ministers supporting Prince Dai's promotion were only those from his faction. But today, many more ministers supported his promotion. To be precise, except for those from the Crown Prince's faction who opposed it, everyone else approved Prince Dai's promotion. The promotion of Prince Dai was not beneficial for the Crown Prince, but for other princes, it was a good thing. The promotion of a prince not only elevates his status, but also increases his entourage's specifications, such as more fiefs and guards. Today at the court, almost everyone was in favor of promoting Prince Dai. The emperor was not surprised by such development. The emperor allowed the ministers to argue, yet remained silent on agreeing or disagreeing with Prince Dai's promotion. Today, as the ministers did not quarrel as they did yesterday, the emperor found it rather boring and left abruptly. Seeing this, Sun Kui quickly called, court adjourned. After the ministers respectfully saw the emperor off, they surrounded Prime Minister He. Prime Minister He, what do you think the emperor means? Prime Minister He, regarding the matter of Prince Dai's promotion, please state your position. Prime Minister He. Prime Minister He, unable to leave, had no choice but to say, gentlemen, the matter of promoting Prince Dai is not something I can influence. Prime Minister He, as the Prime Minister, your opinion is very important. Prime Minister He waved his hand and smiled. Whether or not Prince Dai is promoted, the emperor has it clear in his mind. In your opinion, does the emperor agree or not agree? Prime Minister He confidently smiled and said, I dare not speculate on the emperor's will. After speaking, he turned and walked away. Prime Minister He, despite being in his 50s or 60s, Prime Minister He was in good health and walked quickly. Soon his figure was out of sight. Prime Minister He hurried onto the carriage parked at the palace gate and urged the driver to leave quickly. Upon returning home, he ordered the gate shut and repeatedly instructed that no one be admitted. Over the past 2 days, due to the matter of Prince Dai's promotion, many visited him, greatly troubling him. When the ministers could not get any information from Prime Minister He, they turned their attention to another person, Grandmaster Liu. Confronted by inquiries from the ministers, Grandmaster Liu, with a cold face, impatiently stated he did not know and asked not to be bothered. As both Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Liu were tight-lipped, providing no information, the ministers turned their attention to the emperor's trusted confidants. The confidants were not the eunuchs by the emperor's side, but were military officers who accompanied the emperor in battles Song Dekeng and Shenhu. Many ministers, knowing they would not get useful information from Song Dekeng and Shenhu, still wanted to try. The two were also much troubled, ensuring their households kept the doors shut and admitted no one. In Marquis Xuanping's mansion, important ministers supporting Prince Dai gathered to continue discussing how to get the emperor to agree to Prince Dai's promotion. Marquis, at today's morning court, except for the Crown Prince's faction opposing Prince Dai's promotion, everyone else supported it, yet the Emperor still hasn't taken a stance. Is the Emperor in agreement or not? The Emperor has always favored Prince Dai and used him heavily. This time, Prince Dai has made significant contributions by pacifying Liangzhu, so logically speaking, our suggestion to promote him should align with the Emperor's intentions. Why then is the Emperor delaying his approval? I believe the Emperor does want to agree to Prince Dai's promotion, but he's taking the Crown Prince into consideration, therefore hesitating to agree immediately. I think too that the Emperor is putting on a bit of a show. In a few days, he will definitely agree to promote Prince Dai. Perhaps when Prince Dai triumphantly returns to the capital, the Emperor will bestow the promotion. Marquis, we must keep a watchful eye on Duke Zhen. Marquis Xuanping slightly furrowed his brows and said, the matter of Prince Dai's promotion cannot be delayed until he returns to the capital. It must be settled before he comes back. Marquis, are you suggesting? Meanwhile, at Duke Zhen's mansion, important ministers supporting the Crown Prince also gathered to discuss opposing Prince Dai's promotion. Once the Emperor agrees to the promotion, Prince Dai will surely surpass the Crown Prince. Prince Dai has always been illustrious in battle. If promoted, his arrogance will only grow, further disregarding the Crown Prince. Duke, this matter must be resolved before Prince Dai returns to the capital. Otherwise, once he's back, there will be no room for negotiation. The Emperor's unclear attitude is not beneficial for us. The Emperor is usually decisive and ruthless, yet in this matter of Prince Dai's promotion, he remains silent. I suspect the Emperor also intends to promote Prince Dai. Could the Emperor be waiting for Prince Dai's return to bestow the promotion that day? It's not impossible. Duke, we must ensure the Emperor gives up the notion of promoting Prince Dai before he returns to the capital. Compared to the anxious and worried ministers, Duke Zhen appeared very calm and composed. I will never allow Prince Dai's promotion. Duke, do you have a solution? In the East Palace, the Grand Tutor was giving a lecture to the Crown Prince, who clearly seemed a bit distracted. The Grand Tutor, aware of what had transpired during the morning court, understood why the Crown Prince was distracted. Your Highness. The Crown Prince did not hear the Grand Tutor call him. Only after being called several times did the Crown Prince return to his senses. The Crown Prince, with an apologetic face, hurriedly stood and apologized to the Grand Tutor. Sir, I apologize for my distraction. The Grand Tutor gestured for the Crown Prince to sit down and kindly said, Your Highness, especially at this time, you mustn't lose your composure. What do you mean, sir? Your Highness, always remember your identity. The Grand Tutor spoke to the Crown Prince with a profound look. You are the Crown Prince of Great Zhou no matter what happens. Your identity will not change. The Crown Prince did not quite grasp the Grand Tutor's words, appearing puzzled. Sir, I naturally remember my identity. Since that's the case, Your Highness needn't worry. The Grand Tutor reiterated, especially now, Your Highness must remain steady. The Crown Prince nodded understandingly yet unsurely. I'll follow your guidance, sir. Grand Tutor smiled kindly, then let us continue. Yes, sir. The Crown Prince dared not get distracted again and attentively listened to the Grand Tutor's explanation. In the imperial study of Chengguang Hall, the Emperor threw down the memorials he was holding. The sound startled Sun Kui, who was waiting on the side. Your Majesty, what's the matter? Sun Kui hurriedly picked up the memorial dropped on the ground by the Emperor. The Emperor, with a stern face, cursed, a bunch of useless people. When Sun Kui picked up the memorial, he inadvertently saw its contents, revealing it concerned the rebels in Yangzhou. Your Majesty, please calm down. Angering yourself is not worth it. He quickly signaled to a eunuch standing nearby, who promptly brought over a cup of hot tea. Sun Kui took the tea from the eunuch and respectfully offered it to the Emperor. Your Majesty, have a sip of tea to cool off. The Emperor took the tea and drank it in large gulps without concern for manners. After finishing, his anger lessened somewhat, although his expression remained grim. Your Majesty, if you're dissatisfied with the affairs in Yangzhou, appointing someone else to handle it could be a solution, rather than vexing yourself. Summon Liu Tongwen, Song Deking, and Shen Hu. The affairs in Yangzhou cannot be delayed any longer. Further delay could lead to change. Yesterday, the 7th and 9th princes were punished. They were forced to crawl on the ground, exhausted, before Qinsu let them go. Today, they originally didn't want to come to Wen Hall to study, but feared displeasing the Emperor, so they dared not skip and trudged over, utterly exhausted. Yesterday's punishment was so severe that the two of them didn't even have the strength to speak, much less bicker. For days, the 9th prince hadn't stopped bragging about Prince Dai's great victory in Liangzhou. Today, he was too tired to say a word, bringing an overdue silence that Zhao Yao and the others appreciated. After the noon study session, the eunuchs next to the 7th and 9th princes carried them out of Wen Hall. They were so weary they couldn't even muster the strength to walk or write, let alone speak. Zhao Yao didn't rush off after finishing his studies today. Instead, he waited for the 7th and 9th princes to leave before departing. Seeing how terribly they were punished, Zhao Yao felt much less resentful about his 100 times copying of the Analects. Hehe, The eighth prince noticed Zhao Yao's glee and couldn't resist teasing him, so happy. Zhao Yao placed his hands on his hips, grinning widely as he said, "Of course I'm happy. I feel much more balanced now. You, eighth brother, don't you think today is especially peaceful?" Zhao Yao exaggeratedly expressed, "Doesn't the air feel particularly fresh today?" The eighth prince lightly tapped Zhao Yao's head. "Your stomach isn't hungry, aren't you eager to go back for lunch? Eighth brother, come have lunch with me." "No, I need to go see the crown prince brother." The eighth prince patted Zhao Yao's shoulder, smiling, "You go ahead and have lunch." "All right then, I'll go have lunch first." Zhao Yao waved to the eighth prince and then left Wend Hall with Tongzai. The fourth prince walked beside the eighth prince, suddenly stopping, looking down on him. The fourth prince was much taller than the eighth prince, towering over his shoulders. The eighth prince didn't like this overbearing gaze the fourth prince had. He frowned slightly with discontent but didn't show it on his face. "Fourth brother, do you have something to say?" The fourth prince looked deeply at the eighth prince, his tone indifferent and filled with warning. "Tenth brother is innocent. You shouldn't get too close to him." The eighth prince squinted slightly upon hearing this, pretending not to understand. "Fourth brother, what do you mean?" The fourth prince replied, "You'll bring danger to him." With that, he turned and left Wend Hall. The eighth prince stood there, watching the departing fourth prince with cold eyes. Yuhai approached the eighth prince, gazing at the fourth princes retreating back together. "Your Highness, what does fourth highness mean?" The eighth prince spoke solemnly. "He's warning me. You've never interfered with the fourth prince." "Why is he warning you?" Yuhai asked, puzzled. "Moreover, your good relationship with 10th Highness, how could it bring danger to him?" The eighth prince replied as he walked, "Because I'm close to the crown prince." "Is there something wrong with being close to the crown prince, your highness?" Suddenly realizing something, Yuhai remarked, "Does the fourth prince want to compete for that position too?" The eighth prince sneered, "Besides the 10th brother, who doesn't want that position?" "But on what grounds does the fourth prince have to warn you?" Yuhai said indignantly, "Does he think you're easy to bully?" "He doesn't want me to implicate the 10th brother," the eighth prince replied coldly. "Even though I dislike Zhao Zai's pretense, he's truly concerned about the 10th brother. So will you really heed the fourth highness's words and keep a distance from the 10th highness in the future?" The eighth prince sneered, "Why should I listen to Zhao Zai? Exactly, who is the fourth highness to decide?" To the Eastern Palace. On the way to the Eastern Palace, Yuhai gave the eighth prince a detailed report on the events of the early morning court assembly. After listening, the eighth prince smiled ambiguously. "So it is. Your Highness, the crown prince is not in a good mood. Are you sure you want to visit the Eastern Palace?" "It's precisely times like these that I must visit," the eighth prince declared. "Besides, the crown prince won't take it out on me." As soon as the eighth prince reached the entrance of the Eastern Palace, a teacup flew towards him, nearly hitting his head. Luckily, he dodged in time, and it shattered at his feet. He looked over and saw the crown prince looking furious, realizing at once. He stepped forward and respectfully greeted, "Greetings, your highness, the crown prince." Seeing that it was the eighth prince, the crown prince quickly hid his anger. "Eighth brother, you're here." "Brother, is this about the second brother?" hesitated the eighth prince. "Could the Marquis Xuanping have also bribed the Wang and Yuan families?" The crown prince said coldly, "The Marquis Xuanping isn't that capable. So the Wang and Yuan families want a share of the profits, hence the agreement to add pearls to the second brother." The crown prince nodded slightly. "The third brother will come of age next year and be enfeoffed as a prince. The Wang family supports adding pearls to Prince Dai, hoping that the third brother will also receive pearls when he is enfeoffed next year." Brother, having the third and fifth brothers enfeoffed with additional pearls isn't necessarily a bad thing. The eighth prince analyzed for the crown prince, the Wang, Yuan, and Zun families, while slightly inferior to the 100-year-old Zai family, are more established than the Marquis Xuanping's mansion. Additional pearls for the third brother pose a threat to the second brother. The Wang, Yuan, and Zun families indeed have more power than Marquis Xuanping's mansion, but even if the third brother receives additional pearls in the future, they still wouldn't match Prince Dai. The crown prince noted, "Even combined, the third brother and the others don't match Prince Dai." "That's true. The proposal to add pearls cannot be allowed to pass, otherwise there will be endless trouble." The crown prince sighed heavily. "Father, brother, I have an idea. I just don't know if it's feasible." The crown prince's eyes lit up at this, asking eagerly, "What idea?" The eighth prince moved closer, whispering into the crown prince's ear. After listening, the crown prince's expression was somewhat complex. "Brother, do you think it will work?" the eighth prince asked cautiously. "It should be useful." The crown prince chuckled lightly. "If I'm truly out of options, I'll use your method. Brother, I've always felt father cares for you. It's just you're the eldest son and the crown prince, so father holds you to higher standards." The eighth prince consoled the crown prince. "Moreover, father and your mother, the empress, have a deep bond. Out of respect for the late empress, father wouldn't let the second brother replace you." This comment truly hit home for the crown prince. It was music to his ears. It would be great if it were really like that. The crown prince's demeanor softened considerably. "Are you hungry? Let's go eat." The eighth prince chuckled a little awkwardly and then curiously asked, "What's good to eat today?" "Today we have your favorite dishes, stewed goose web feet and duck tongues." The crown prince often had meals with the 8th prince in the eastern palace, so he remembered what the 8th prince liked and disliked. That's great. The 8th prince suddenly inquired, "Brother, is there any extra of that dish? I'd like to take some for the 10th brother." The crown prince was a bit surprised for 10th brother. Yes, 10th brother loves this dish. At the last banquet, he secretly ate a lot. It's considered of you to remember. The crown prince was comforted to see the 8th prince's concern for their youngest brother. Take some for 10th brother to enjoy. Brother, you saw right through it. The 8th prince recounted in vivid detail how Zhao Yao reacted to learning about his punishment, making the crown prince laugh heartily. That 10th brother. The crown prince shook his head with a helpless smile. He may not be bright in his studies, but he's quite clever in everything else, especially when it comes to food. The brothers talked and laughed as they walked to the dining hall. With this distraction, the crown prince was in a much better mood and his appetite naturally improved. In Kund Hall, while having lunch, Zhao Yao sneezed unexpectedly, startling Yu Marin and the others, fearing he had caught a chill. A few months ago, Zhao Yao caught a cold that led to a fever, keeping him bedridden for over a month, which frightened Liang Jie and the others greatly, hence their anxiety over his sneeze. Liang Jie, possessing some knowledge of pulse reading, checked her son's pulse and was relieved to find it normal. Zhao Yao rubbed his itchy nose, saying that someone must be speaking ill of him behind his back. He guessed it must be 9th brother. Among all his royal brothers, only 9th brother enjoyed speaking ill of him. After lunch, Zhao Yao and Tong Zai went to their secret base. Upon arriving, Lai Lu and Lei Weng rushed over to him. "Yao Yao, something's wrong, there's trouble at Pei Mansion." Zhao Yao's heart tightened and he asked with a frown what's happening at Pei Mansion. Lei Weng said last night someone was lurking around Pei Mansion. Zhao Yao asked how many people. Did they enter Pei Mansion? Quite a few, but they didn't enter Pei Mansion. Lei Weng replied, they were probably scared off by our men. Pei Mansion has long become an abandoned residence, and the Pei family was wiped out ages ago. Why would anyone still be interested in Pei Mansion? Pei Mansion was once the home of noble consort Pei, a prominent family during the previous dynasty of Emperor Xialing. Back then, when noble consort Pei was favored in the 6 palaces, the Pei family flourished. Later, after the noble consort was imprisoned in the cold palace, the Pei family was executed entirely with no survivors. Their secret base was initially the cold palace, where noble consort Pei had resided. While exploring the cold palace, Zhao Yao and his companions discovered a hidden passage, which ended at Pei Mansion. Could there be a treasure in the Pei Mansion? As far as he knew, after the incident with the Pei family in the previous dynasty, the Pei Mansion became a forbidden zone. Not to mention approaching the Pei Mansion, even the mention of the words Pei Mansion was avoided. There had always been a legend in the capital that the Pei Mansion was haunted. Years ago, the Pei family was wrongfully convicted, their entire clan executed, rivers of blood flowing. After their deaths, the Pei Mansion was filled with a heavy resentment, and it was said that at midnight, the sounds of ghostly wails and wolf howls could be heard from the mansion, which was terrifying and frightening. During the previous dynasty, some people attempted to live in the Pei Mansion, but the malevolent aura was so overpowering that anyone who moved in met with successive accidents. Even high monks' rituals were of no use. Since then, no one dared to approach the Pei Mansion again. At the beginning of Great Zhou, the former emperor saw the desolation of the Pei Mansion and felt it was a shame, intending to have it restored and then give it as a reward to his subordinates. But during the restoration, someone fell from the roof and died on the spot, which reignited the eerie legends about the Pei Mansion in the capital, causing the former emperor to abandon the idea of repairing the mansion and let it remain in ruins. Lei Weng, have you heard about any treasures in the Pei Mansion? Lei Weng and the others were stray dogs before and lived in the Pei Mansion. The Pei Mansion might be a sinister place for humans, but for stray cats and dogs it was a good place. I haven't heard of any. Lei Weng said, we didn't find any treasure in the Pei Mansion. No treasure, then why would anyone approach the Pei Mansion? Zhao Yao mused, rubbing his chin with a thoughtful expression. The Pei Mansion is a haunted and sinister place. No one dares to approach it by day, let alone at night. Yao Yao, don't worry, we'll look after the Pei Mansion for you, and we won't let anyone sneak in. You all must be careful not to get hurt by those people. Zhao Yao was not worried about those people entering the Pei Mansion, nor about them discovering the passage that led to the cold palace. Having finished speaking, Zhao Yao took Lei Weng and the others for training. Lei Weng and the others were much more adept at training today and could quickly climb over slopes. Zhao Yao trained at the secret base for a while, not waiting for Lai Qian, but instead, Lai Zai and the others arrived. Lai Zai and the others were magpies and often came to the palace to find Zhao Yao. Lai Zai, have any of you magpies been to Yangzhou? Zhao Yao asked, or do any of you know magpies from Yangzhou? Lai Zai replied, I have a sister who flew up from the south, but I'm not sure if it's Yangzhou. Zhao Yao said with excitement, that could very well be Yangzhou. Is your sister still in the capital? Lai Zai said she should still be in the capital. Yao Yao, do you have some business with her? Zhao Yao quickly replied, yes, I want to inquire about Yangzhou. Lai Zai, can you bring her to meet me? But Yao Yao, you'll have to wait a few days. Lai Zai said, I need to find her first. All right, I'll wait for you. Zhao Yao felt his luck was quite good, finally getting to meet a bird from Yangzhou. After chatting warmly with Lai Zai for a while, Zhao Yao left the cold palace and returned to Kund Hall. Liang Jie was sitting by the window reading, and upon seeing Zhao Yao come back, she gave him a tender smile and then asked with care, how's the training going for Lei Weng and the others? Pretty well. Zhao Yao replied, then noticed the book in Liang Jie's hand, titled The Four Seasons of the Year. Liang Jie noticed her son's gaze fixed on her book with a thoughtful expression and asked, what's wrong? Is there something amiss with the book your mother has? Zhao Yao, drawing back his thoughts from the book in Liang Jie's hand, asked his mother, Mother, are there any secrets in the Pei family? Liang Jie was taken aback by her son's question, putting down the book, and inquired with curiosity, why do you ask this? Lei Weng and the others said there were several people wandering near the Pei mansion last night. The Pei mansion is the most haunted place in the capital, and no one dares come near it usually. Now that someone is approaching it, isn't it odd? Zhao Yao continued, I asked Lei Weng and the others, and there's no treasure in the Pei mansion, so it must be a secret. Mother, you've read so many books from noble consort Pei, have you found any secrets? The book Liang Jie was reading earlier, The Four Seasons of the Year, was left behind by noble consort Pei. When noble consort Pei was consigned to the cold palace, she took many books with her. After her death, her books were left in the cold palace. Zhao Yao was on a quest in the cold palace when he first found this stack of books. Liang Jie had a passion for reading, and Zhao Yao brought all the books from the cold palace to her. Noble consort Pei was a renowned, talented woman in the previous dynasty. Her books were all excellent, many being rare editions. After pondering seriously, Liang Jie shook her head and said, I haven't found any secrets. That's peculiar. Liang Jie thought for a moment and said, I'll take a careful look through the book's noble consort Pei left behind to see if there are any clues. Mother, never mind. Zhao Yao said, whether there's a secret in the Pei mansion is none of our business. If there is a secret and we find out, it might not be good and could even be dangerous. The Pei family wasn't executed simply because of jealousy over noble consort Pei's favor. There should be other reasons. Maybe it involves secrets from the previous dynasty, which isn't a good thing. It's best not to delve deeply. Liang Jie felt that Zhao Yao's words made a lot of sense and nodded, let's just leave it be. Mother, it's getting late, I should head to the stables. This afternoon, practicing horse riding was his favorite class. Change your clothes first. Liang Jie reminded, be careful while riding, don't get thrown. Mother, how could I get thrown? Zhao Yao said boastfully, I'm a horse riding expert. Yes, you're a horse riding expert. Liang Jie said with a chuckle, experts should also be mindful, don't get carried away while riding, I will be careful. Zhao Yao waved to Liang Jie, Mother, I'm going to change clothes. Go on. Zhao Yao returned to his room and changed into riding attire. Then he set off to the stables with Tong Zai. In the northern courtyard of the Imperial Palace, there is an area for horse riding. Usually, the Imperial Army practices equestrian skills there. Occasionally, the Emperor would also come here to ride. On the way to the stables, they ran into the 8th Prince. The 8th Prince had been waiting for Zhao Yao along the way. Upon seeing him, he handed over the food parcel with pickled gooseweb and duck letter to him. Today, there was a dish of pickled gooseweb and duck letter for lunch at the Eastern Palace. I specially asked it from the Crown Prince for you, and it's still warm, so eat it while it's hot. 8th brother, you specifically asked for this for me. Isn't it your favorite dish? Seeing Zhao Yao's joyful expression, a slight smile appeared in the 8th Prince's eyes. Make sure the 4th brother doesn't see you eating it, or he'll nag at you. 8th brother, I understand. Zhao Yao said, eagerly taking out a piece to eat. How is it? Do you like it? Zhao Yao nodded vigorously while saying, it's delicious, so delicious. Eat slowly, don't choke. 8th brother, do you have a delicious meal at the Eastern Palace every day for lunch? The Crown Prince is frugal, and not every meal is sumptuous. Still, every dish at the Eastern Palace is incredibly tasty. As the 8th Prince finished speaking, he noticed Zhao Yao looking at him with envious eyes. 8th brother, you get to eat delicious food every day, you're so lucky. He also wanted to go to the Eastern Palace to grab a meal. I don't go to the Eastern Palace just for the food. 8th brother, you're silly. Since there's delicious food at the Eastern Palace, you must eat a lot. Zhao Yao pouted, it'd be a waste not to eat. The 8th Prince reached out and tapped Zhao Yao's forehead, saying helplessly yet with affection, you're only thinking about food. Not catering to one's appetite is heaven and earth's folly. Zhao Yao righteously stated. The 8th Prince was amused by Zhao Yao's words. What kind of logic is that? It's the truth after all, food is the primary need of people. Zhao Yao said with a nod, isn't life just about eating? All right, keep eating then. 8th brother, do you want some? Zhao Yao took out another piece, extending it to the 8th Prince. I've already eaten. You enjoy. At hearing this, Zhao Yao wasn't shy and continued to eat heartily. Watching Zhao Yao eat with such gusto, the 8th Prince found himself a little tempted. Every time he watched his 10th brother eat, it seemed particularly appetizing. At the same time, he felt incredibly satisfied as if nothing was as important as eating, and nothing felt as fulfilling as eating. Soon they were nearing the stables. Zhao Yao put away the pickled goose web and duck letter, handing them to Tong Zai to keep, planning to eat them after class. When Zhao Yao and the others reached the stables, the third and fourth princes had already arrived. At that moment, the third prince and the others were gathered around a splendid horse. The horse was fiery red all over, without a single blemish, and ran like a blaze of fire, earning it the name Lai Huo. It was the emperor's beloved horse. Previously, it had accompanied the emperor on many battlefields, saving him from danger countless times. Its temperament was very fiery. Apart from the emperor, Lai Huo did not allow anyone to ride it or even let anyone get close to or touch it. The third prince and others stood far away, not daring to approach Lai Huo, or it would rudely snort at them and might even kick them. Lai Huo arrogantly raised its head, looking disdainfully at the third prince, the fifth prince, and the others. Lai Huo, can I touch you? The third prince said, carefully extending his hand to try to touch Lai Huo. Lai Huo turned away and gave the third prince an indifferent look. Third brother, Lai Huo doesn't want you to touch it, the fifth prince said gleefully. The third prince wasn't upset by this. He turned to the fifth prince and said, then fifth brother, why don't you give it a try and see if Lai Huo lets you touch it? The fifth prince immediately smiled at Lai Huo, his tone ingratiating. Lai Huo, can I touch you? Lai Huo sneezed directly at the fifth prince, giving him a look that seemed to say, don't touch me, get as far away as possible. The third prince laughed immediately. Fifth brother, Lai Huo won't let you touch it either. The fifth prince shrugged and said, if it doesn't want to be touched, then it doesn't. The sixth prince chimed in from the side, Lai Huo only lets father touch it. Third brother, fifth brother, you should give up. I remember second brother once wanted to ride Lai Huo and even asked father for this favor. Father agreed, but Lai Huo just wouldn't let second brother ride it, said the third prince. Second brother got on Lai Huo but was thrown off immediately. Second brother wanted to tame Lai Huo, but Lai Huo ignored him. The fifth prince laughed with a hint of ambiguity. The ninth prince had just arrived at the riding grounds and heard the third and fifth princes talking about his brother. Naturally, he wasn't happy and immediately snapped back. At least my brother managed to get on Lai Huo, whereas third brother and fifth brother, you can't even touch its hair. Oh, ninth brother, you seem spirited. Are you not in pain anymore? The third prince taunted unceremoniously. It seems General Qin was easy on you after all. The ninth prince's face immediately darkened, and he glared fiercely at the third prince. Ninth brother, do you still have the strength to ride a horse? The fifth prince pretended to be concerned, looking at you. I'm afraid you'll fall apart when riding later. Fifth brother, you're wrong. Ninth brother is the mighty and formidable second brother's sibling. How could he not ride? The third prince said with a smile, ninth brother, isn't that right? The ninth prince snorted coldly. No need for third brother and fifth brother to worry. Meanwhile, the third prince and ninth prince were bickering. Over there, Zhao Yao and the eighth prince were feeding their horses. Zhao Yao's horse was a black stallion, but its 4 legs were white, making it very beautiful. Zhao Yao named it Haiyu. Haiyu was a mare, gentle in temperament, and very fond of Zhao Yao, her young master. Whenever she saw Zhao Yao, she was very affectionate, frequently nuzzling and licking Zhao Yao's face, much to Lai Huo's jealousy. Lai Huo was friends with Ling Yun, and through Ling Yun, knew about Zhao Yao and also knew Zhao Yao could understand their speech. It saw Zhao Yao and Ling Yun were friends, but never saw Zhao Yao coming to play with it, which made it very angry. Did it think it was unworthy of being his friend? Everyone who saw it wanted to please and get close to it, but Zhao Yao, seeing it, kept his distance. He was that. Lai Huo made a rather discontented sound to attract Zhao Yao's attention, but Zhao Yao didn't give it a single glance. Haiyu glanced at the disgruntled Lai Huo and whispered to Zhao Yao, Yao Yao, why don't you go see Master Lai Huo? Lai Huo was the most noble horse in the imperial palace stables, naturally the king. All the horses in the stable respected and submitted to it. Its father's horse not to be provoked. Of course, Zhao Yao also wanted to get close to Lai Huo. After all, Lai Huo was the best warhorse in the Great Zhou. I'm afraid father will spank me. Second brother once desired Lai Huo, hoping father would grant him Lai Huo. Father said as long as second brother could tame Lai Huo, he would give it to him, but second brother failed to tame it. Aside from father, Lai Huo doesn't give face to anyone. If he approached Lai Huo and Lai Huo got close to him and even let him ride, wouldn't he then be more impressive than second brother? This kind of thing must not happen. He didn't want to steal the limelight, so he deliberately kept his distance from Lai Huo. Yao Yao, Master Lai Huo seems to like you very much. Zhao Yao grinned and said, I'm so adorable, who wouldn't like me? Yao Yao, do you want to go to Yangzhou? I haven't thought about going to Yangzhou. Lai Kaiyan said you want to find a bird that's been to Yangzhou. You mean that? I'm not thinking about going to Yangzhou, but I want to know about Yangzhou's affairs. Yao Yao, Master Lai Huo has been to Yangzhou before. It and His Majesty once fought battles there. It knows about Yangzhou, you can ask it. Master Lai Huo, I tried my best to help you. Stop glaring at me, I'm scared inside. Master Lai Hu has accompanied His Majesty to many places before. It knows a lot, you can ask it. It will surely tell you. Lai Hu has been to Yangzhou before, but it hasn't been there recently. Zhao Yao shook his head and said, I want to know about Yangzhou's current affairs. Lai Hu doesn't know about that. The 8th prince saw Zhao Yao muttering non-stop to his horse and walked over with a smile. 10th brother, what are you talking about with Hai Yu? 8th brother, I'm bonding with Hai Yu, so it will carry me well and not throw me off. Zhao Yao said, Hai Yu just promised me, then let's mount up. Okay. Zhao Yao led Hai Yu out of the stable. When he was about to mount, Hai Yu bent its legs slightly to help Zhao Yao climb onto its back. The 8th prince, seeing Zhao Yao was mounted, also got on his horse. 10th brother, ride beside me, don't go too fast. This way, if anything happened to 10th brother, he could save him in time. 8th brother, I'm fine, Zhao Yao said as he let Hai Yu start running. The 8th prince quickly chased after him. The 4th prince, seeing this, also followed along. The 3rd prince found simple riding practice a bit dull, so he suggested a race with stakes. The 5th prince and the 6th prince readily agreed. 7th brother, 9th brother, will you join us? The 7th prince said yes. He looked challengingly at the 9th prince. 9th brother, do you dare to compete? Archery, the 7th prince wasn't as good as the 9th prince, but in riding skills, the 7th prince was not inferior to the 9th prince. The 9th prince said disdainfully, whoever doesn't dare is a coward. He rolled his eyes and a mischievous smile appeared on his lips. Zhao Jing, if you lose, you have to bark like a dog, how about it? The 7th prince's face turned very ugly upon hearing this, glaring angrily at the 9th prince. Fine, if you lose, you have to bark twice like a dog, how about that? Fine, the 9th prince felt certain of his victory. It's a deal then, whoever loses barks like a dog. If you lose and back out, don't blame me for being rude. I'm afraid you'll back out and not bark like a dog. I won't lose, just wait to bark like a dog. The 9th prince said as he mounted his horse, come on, let's race. You're definitely going to bark like a dog. The 7th prince also mounted his horse, race on. 7th brother, 9th brother, aren't you joining us? The 3rd prince had yet to finish speaking when the 7th prince and 9th prince had already started competing. 3rd brother, forget about those two, let's have our own race. All right, then the 3 of us will race, the 3rd prince said. 5th brother, if I win, give me that eunuch of yours who paints so well. 3rd brother, you've had your eye on my eunuch all along. Your eunuch paints very well and suits me. The 3rd prince smiled and said, you know I love painting. 3rd brother, if I win, what are you going to give me as a prize? Name your request. 3rd brother, you're straightforward, then let's settle on that. The 5th prince turned to the 6th prince. 6th brother, what prize do you want? The 6th prince laughed. 3rd brother, 5th brother, you both know I love money. If I win, just give me money. The 6th prince's greatest passion was wealth. All right, then money it is. The 3rd prince slapped his palm with a whip. Let's start as well. The 7th prince and 9th prince were in their race, neither giving way. The 8th prince saw the 7th and 9th princes had started competing again. He quickly led Zhao Yao to practice riding in a corner so as not to get in their way otherwise. They would be the unlucky ones. The 4th prince also joined them in the corner, practicing alongside Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao rode between the 4th and 8th princes. Whether it was his imagination or not, he felt the atmosphere between 4th brother and 8th brother was a bit subtle. Could it be they had a quarrel? Impossible. Though 4th brother always appeared cold, he never quarreled with others. As for 8th brother, it was even less likely he would quarrel with 4th brother. What was going on between 4th brother and 8th brother? In the racecourse, the 7th prince and the 9th prince were neck and neck, their horses on the verge of colliding. On another side, the 3rd prince, 5th prince, and 6th prince were competing. Suddenly, the 9th prince's horse went berserk, whinnying and raising its front hooves, trying to throw the 9th prince off its back. The 9th prince held the reins tightly, preventing himself from being thrown off. The horse beneath him became more forceful, even lifting its hooves to kick at the horse beneath the 7th prince. The 7th prince's horse became startled and agitated, sprinting forward madly and crashing into the 3rd prince's horse. The 3rd prince's horse then crashed into the horses of the 5th prince and 6th prince. In a short time, the horses beneath the 5 men started fighting, creating a scene of chaos and danger that left the nearby eunuchs and soldiers stunned. The 5 of them, including the 7th and 9th princes, gripped the reins tightly and hugged the horses' necks to avoid being thrown off. Their faces were pale, their expressions frightened, and they kept calling out, "Save me. 4th brother, what do we do? If 3rd brother and the others get hurt, won't we be implicated again?" It was the 4th prince's first time encountering such a situation, and he didn't know what to do. The 8th prince frowned and said, "It's too dangerous, it's better not to go." It went, not only would they be unable to help, but they might also find themselves in danger. In the middle of the racecourse, the horses beneath the 9th prince and the others grew even more frenzied. The eunuchs and soldiers who tried to hold them were brutally kicked. 2 people even coughed up blood from being kicked. Zhao Yao noticed that something was wrong with the horse under the 9th prince, as if it had been provoked otherwise, it wouldn't have become so agitated. If this continued, someone could die. His mind raced and he came up with a good idea. 10th brother, where are you going? The 8th prince saw Zhao Yao riding Haiyu away from the corner, making his heart skip a beat, and hurriedly chased after him. The 4th prince, also frightened, quickly followed. Zhao Yao wasn't going to help the 9th prince and the others. Instead, he headed to the stable. He jumped off Haiyu and walked up to Lai Huo. Lai Huo, quickly go stop them. If this continues, 3rd brother and the others will at least be injured, if not dead. Lai Huo looked down arrogantly at Zhao Yao, unmoved. Zhao Yao coaxed, if you can stop them, I'll give you something delicious to eat. Lai Huo haughtily responded, is it a deal? It's a deal, Zhao Yao said, and then untied Lai Huo's reins. Lai Huo ran out of the stable and rushed to the side of the 9th prince and the others. It raised its hooves and kicked the horse under the 9th prince, then roared at it. Instantly, the horse beneath the 9th prince became docile. Lai Huo did the same to the horses under the 3rd, 5th, 6th, and 7th princes, and they all became obedient. Zhao Yao shouted, hurry and help 3rd brother and the others down. The nearby eunuchs and soldiers came to their senses and quickly helped the 3rd prince and others dismount. The 3rd prince and others were terrified out of their wits, and their legs were weak, nearly collapsing to the ground as they dismounted. The 4th prince came over first to check if the 3rd prince and the others were injured or bleeding. Seeing that only the palms of their hands were skinned and no other injuries, he was greatly relieved and instructed the eunuchs around the 3rd prince to escort his highnesses back to the palace. Zhao Yao and the 4th prince didn't leave the racecourse in a hurry. The 4th prince ordered the racecourse eunuchs to investigate the 9th prince's horse to see if it had been drugged or tampered with. This matter was quite serious, so the 4th prince and others had to go to Chengguang Hall. The eunuchs and soldiers guarding the racecourse also had to go to Chengguang Hall to confess their guilt. Though the 9th prince and the others weren't injured, something did happen and they had to be held accountable. As Zhao Yao was leaving, his back collar was caught by Lai Huo. Lai Huo's large eyes stared intently at Zhao Yao, as if saying, don't forget what you just said. Zhao Yao understood and quickly said, I will bring you something delicious in a while. Hearing this, Lai Huo released Zhao Yao and gently nudged his face with dignity. Zhao Yao couldn't resist and reached out to stroke Lai Huo's face. Do you like apples? I can bring apples for you to eat. Lai Huo snorted softly, barely like it. All right, I'll bring apples for you to eat. Zhao Yao gently patted Lai Huo's face. I have to go to Chengguang Hall now. See you later. Lai Huo couldn't resist either and licked Zhao Yao's face with its tongue, then shyly turned away, not looking at Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao ran towards the 4th prince and the 8th prince. 4th brother, 8th brother, let's go. The 4th and 8th princes had just seen the intimate scene between Zhao Yao and Lai Huo. Although they were somewhat shocked, they didn't say anything. They always knew that the 10th brother was well liked by animals, and the animals were very close to the 10th brother. Lai Huo being friendly with the 10th brother was unexpected but understandable. 4th brother, 8th brother, if something happens to 3rd brother, will we be in trouble too? Zhao Yao suddenly remembered that he still had to copy the Analects 100 times, and his face fell into a look of despair. Father won't punish me to copy the Analects 100 times again, right? The 8th prince quickly comforted. This time it has nothing to do with us. Father shouldn't punish us. The 4th prince saw Zhao Yao looking at him for help and nodded at him. Father shouldn't punish you. Hearing the assurances from the 4th and 8th princes, Zhao Yao was instantly relieved. He sighed with relief, patted his small chest, and said, that's good. If he got punished again to write the Analects 100 times, his little hands would be completely ruined. In Chengguang Hall, in the imperial study, the 4th prince reported the events leading up to the 9th prince's incident in detail to the emperor. After listening, the emperor called on Sun Kui with a somber expression to investigate why the 9th prince's horse went berserk. As for the racecourse eunuchs and soldiers, they naturally would be punished, with everyone receiving 50 strokes. The emperor looked at Zhao Yao and asked, Little Ten, how did you think of getting Lai Huo to stop the mad horses? Because Lai Huo is the best, and all the horses in the stable listened to it. You were smart this time. The emperor rarely praised Zhao Yao. Well done. Zhao Yao, who thought he would be scolded, was pleasantly surprised to receive the emperor's praise, feeling very flattered. Seeing his youngest son's stunned, silly look, the emperor said with disdain, all right, it's settled, you can go rest now. Wait a minute. Zhao Yao suddenly realized something and looked at the emperor expectantly. Father, did you just praise me? This question made the emperor raise his eyebrows slightly. I praised you. Why did this silly son look so incredulous after receiving praise? Zhao Yao's heart was moved, and he thought of a good idea. Father, can I make a deal with you? The emperor was surprised. What do you want to negotiate with me? What scheme was this silly son plotting again? Father, can I only copy the Analects 50 times? Zhao Yao looked at the emperor with pleading and clear eyes. The emperor didn't expect Zhao Yao to make this negotiation. He was both surprised and amused at his son's hopeful gaze. He replied with unyielding words, no, you can't. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yao wrinkled his small face immediately. The emperor was very satisfied with his son's dejected look, smiling as he said, 100 copies of the Analects, not a word less. How could this silly son think to barter over such a matter? Zhao Yao dared not speak his anger and could only nod in frustration. Your son understands. Allah, that old rascal father did it on purpose. The emperor waved to Zhao Yao and the others, go rest. The fourth prince quickly bowed, your son takes his leave. The eighth prince and Zhao Yao followed suit, bowing and left the imperial study with the fourth prince. Your Majesty, the 10th Highness was about to cry just now. Why didn't you grant his request? Sun Kui felt a twinge of pity watching. Why should I agree? The emperor thought of his son's disheartened face and chuckled. Don't you find little Ten's silly reactions amusing? Hearing this mischievous remark, Sun Kui felt deep sympathy for Zhao Yao. At this moment, the young eunuch sent to investigate the incident of the ninth prince's horse madness entered, reporting to the emperor, Your Majesty, the ninth prince's horse was drugged. Upon hearing this, the emperor was not surprised at all. Continue the investigation. Yes, Your Majesty. The young eunuch respectfully exited after speaking. Sun Kui's first thought was that the seventh prince had someone drug the ninth prince's horse. The seventh prince never got along with the ninth prince, and considering their previous arguments and competitions, the seventh prince had enough motive to drug the ninth prince's horse. Why did His Majesty look so calm? Doesn't he worry about the ninth prince at all? The emperor continued reviewing memorials, seemingly unconcerned about the incident, with the ninth prince's horse going mad. After a short while, noble princess consort Rong requested an audience outside the imperial study. The emperor was not surprised at all by noble princess consort Rong's arrival. Upon seeing the emperor, noble princess consort Rong tearfully recounted how the ninth prince was frightened, crying that someone was trying to kill him, and urged the emperor to investigate thoroughly. The implication in her words was that Empress Zai and the seventh prince had poisoned the ninth prince's horse. Just as noble princess consort Rong was lamenting, Empress Zai also arrived. Empress Zai came to the imperial study to inform the emperor that the matter with the ninth prince's horse being poisoned had nothing to do with the seventh prince. Princess consort Shu, Princess consort De, and Princess consort Liang also came to the imperial study, pleading with the emperor to stand up for their sons. The emperor said he had already sent someone to investigate this matter thoroughly, and asked Empress Zai and the others to return. Seeing the emperor was still busy, Empress Zai and noble princess consort Rong discreetly left the imperial study so as not to delay the emperor's official matters. As soon as they left the imperial study, noble princess consort Rong mocked Empress Zai coldly. Empress, I never expected you to use such despicable means. Empress Zai, with a cold demeanor, replied, Noble princess consort Rong, watch your words. Noble princess consort Rong disregarded Empress Zai entirely, saying, Empress, as the legitimate daughter of the Zai family, doing such vicious and despicable things really opened my eyes. It seems the Zai family's upbringing is just like that. Outrageous. Empress Zai reprimanded angrily. Unafraid of Empress Zai's fury, noble princess consort Rong said coldly, Empress, I will not let this matter rest. Empress Zai watched noble princess consort Rong's departing figure with a grim expression. Princess consort Shu said, It's pitiful that my son got innocently caught up and frightened. I hope His Majesty can quickly find the mastermind behind this. Someone dared to poison a prince, they really have guts, Princess consort De said. I hope His Majesty can quickly find the mastermind, or who knows what might happen. Someone who dares to poison the ninth prince's horse today might dare to directly poison the prince's tomorrow. Princess consort Liang, who detests such sinister people the most, said with a dark look, Once His Majesty finds the mastermind, there must be severe punishment, no leniency. Empress Zai cast a cold glance at Princess consort De, and the other two then, supported by a palace maid, left. Princess consort Shu approached Princess consort De, looking at Empress Zai's departing back, and asked Princess consort De, Do you think the Empress did it? Princess consort De said, The Empress isn't that stupid, but the seventh prince, that's uncertain. Princess consort Shu was surprised. You think the seventh prince did it? The seventh prince doesn't get along with the ninth prince and was humiliated by him before. It's not impossible he acted out of anger to harm the ninth prince. Princess consort De continued, Of course, this matter might not be simple. Princess consort Liang said, Regardless of who did it, this matter is too vicious. Fortunately, Xiao Liu and the others are all right. Princess consort De remarked, The mastermind will surely be found out by His Majesty. We shouldn't worry. Princess consort Shu thought of the tension between noble princess consort Rong and Empress Zai and smiled meaningfully. No matter who did it, noble princess consort Rong will surely believe it's the Empress's doing. Princess consort De understood what Princess consort Shu meant and smiled. Didn't noble princess consort Rong just say she won't let it go? Let's watch the drama unfold. In Kund Hall, Liang Jie felt relieved to see her son safe and sound. Having heard about the incident at the horse stable, Liang Jie and Yu Marin were very worried about Zhao Yao, fearing he was also in trouble. Now that they saw him unscathed, their hearts were at ease. Zhao Yao recounted the horse stable incident to Liang Jie and the others. Luckily, eighth brother took me to practice riding in the corner, or I would have been in trouble too. How did the ninth prince's horse go mad? Yu Marin asked. It was likely poisoned, Zhao Yao said. Father has already sent someone to investigate. Poisoned. Yu Marin was surprised. Who would dare to poison the ninth prince's horse? Pan Cairn speculated. Could it be the seventh prince? Liang Jie looked at her son and asked, was only the ninth prince's horse poisoned? Zhao Yao nodded and said, yes, only ninth brother's horse was poisoned. Could it be the empress and the seventh prince? Liang Jie shook her head slightly. Whether it was the empress and the seventh prince is none of our concern. Yu Marin and Pan Cairn understood Liang Jie's meaning, nodding in agreement and dropping the subject. Mother consort, I need to send some apples to Lai Hu. Go ahead. Zhao Yao brought some apples to the horse stable to thank Lai Hu for its help earlier. Lai Hu thoroughly enjoyed the feeding. After finishing the apples, it remarked disdainfully, not sweet enough. These are the best apples from Kund Hall, Zhao Yao said. Lai Qian and the others liked them. Lai Hu haughtily said, not as good as the ones I regularly eat. As the emperor's beloved horse, it was accustomed to the best. Be it grains or apples, they were always fresh. If you're dissatisfied, I won't bring you apples in the future. I wasn't complaining, Lai Hu quickly said. Make sure you bring me apples often. All right. Zhao Yao thought of the ninth prince's horse and asked Lai Hu, who poisoned my ninth brother's horse? Lai Hu said, an eunuch. An eunuch, do you know who? Who is it? Zhao Yao asked again. A small eunuch in charge of feeding the horses. Do you know who ordered him? I don't know. Lai Hu added, I've never seen that person at the horse stable. What about the small eunuch in charge of feeding the horses? He's been taken away. Your food wasn't poisoned, right? Lai Hu glanced sidelong at Zhao Yao and said, who would dare poison my food? Are they tired of living? True, no one would dare poison your food. Though a horse, Lai Hu held a very high status, and the staff at the stable treated it like an ancestor. If anything happened to it, those at the stable would be in deep trouble. You're friends with Lingyun, right? Lai Hu suddenly asked. Yes, why? I'm friends with Lingyun too, so you want to be good friends with me. For Lingyun's sake, I'll reluctantly be your good friend. Lai Hu and Lingyun had been at the emperor's side for many years. They both had saved the emperor on the battlefield before. All right, from today on, you're my good friend. Since you're my good friend now, you must visit me often from now on. Lai Hu said, I'll reluctantly let you ride me. I'll let you ride, even if you let me, I wouldn't dare to ride you. Lai Hu was a bit displeased. Why? Because your father's horse and nobody dares to ride you besides him. Although Zhao Yao wanted to ride Lai Hu after all, it was a renowned warhorse, as said. Second brother wanted to ride you before and was thrown off. If I succeed in riding you, wouldn't that mean I'm better than him? I can't be better than second brother. Lai Hu snorted lightly. Not just anyone can ride me, don't be ungrateful. I'll ride you secretly without anyone else knowing. Zhao Yao thought for a moment and added, by the way, I'll have to secretly visit you in the future too. Why is that? Why must visiting it be sneaky? Can't it be seen by others? Because I don't want anyone to notice our closeness. Zhao Yao suddenly remembered what Hai Yu had said earlier and changed the topic, asking Lai Hu, Hai Yu said you've been to Yangzhou. Is that true? I used to travel to many places with the emperor, of course. I've been to Yangzhou. Lai Hu boasted slightly. The emperor fought battles in Yangzhou before. What do you want to know about Yangzhou? What's the situation with the rebels in Yangzhou? When I accompanied the emperor to Yangzhou to fight, there were many rebels. They were remnants of the previous dynasty. But the emperor soon drove them out. Talking about the pacification of that year, Lai Hu became quite eloquent, and there was a strong sense of pride in its tone. Zhao Yao didn't interrupt Lai Hu, listening patiently. You and father drove out the remnants of the previous dynasty from Yangzhou, so how come there are rebels again now? Back then, a remnant of the previous dynasty escaped, and the emperor didn't pursue. Zhao Yao became contemplative. Could the one causing trouble in Yangzhou now be the remnant that escaped back then? Do you want to know anything else? Do you know the current situation with the rebels in Yangzhou? Yangzhou had been peaceful for years, but suddenly saw many rebels emerge late last year. I don't know. Do you know anyone from Yangzhou? I used to, but not anymore. Then never mind. It seems as like he thought. Lai Hu did not know the current situation in Yangzhou. He could only wait for Lai Zai's friend's return. I'm leaving now. I'll visit you when I have time. Keep your word and remember to come play with me. I will. Zhao Yao rubbed his face against Lai Hu's face as he said, I'm leaving. Lai Hu greatly enjoyed the affection, and it licked Zhao Yao's small face with its tongue. Your Highness, you are amazing, Tong Zai said, amazed at how friendly Lai Hu was with Zhao Yao. Even the emperor's horse likes you. Indeed, His Highness was always liked by animals, whether birds in the sky, running creatures on land, or swimming ones in the water. They were all friendly with His Highness. In the evening, the mastermind behind the poisoning of the ninth prince's horse was uncovered. It was neither Empress Zai nor the seventh prince, but someone else. Liang Jie and Yu Marin had just finished supper and were chatting over tea when Tong Zai came in to report the matter to them. Pan Cairn exclaimed in surprise, it's actually not the Empress and the seventh prince. Yu Marin said, the Empress and the seventh prince wouldn't be so foolish. Pan Cairn further inquired, the mastermind is an eunuch of the director of the palace administration. Where would an eunuch get the courage to harm a prince? Who is the real mastermind behind this? Yu Marin looked at Tong Zai and asked, yes, who exactly is the real mastermind? With a respectful demeanor, Tongzai said, Your Highnesses, the information I gathered is this. The Emperor has just ordered the execution of Eunuch Zheng, the director of the palace administration, and his accomplices without dealing with anyone else. Pan Cairn and Yu Marin both appeared shocked, then looked at Liang Jie doubtfully. Sister, what's going on? Without anyone's orders, even if given 100 lives, an eunuch of the director of the palace administration wouldn't dare to harm the ninth prince. There must be someone behind Eunuch Zheng. Liang Jie was not surprised and said calmly, This incident ends here. Pan Cairn was astonished. Ends here? Is the emperor not going to investigate the real mastermind? Plotting against a prince is a serious crime. It's strange that the emperor isn't thoroughly investigating the real mastermind. Yu Marin asked, full of confusion, Sister, why isn't the emperor thoroughly investigating the real mastermind? There's only one possibility, Liang Jie said meaningfully. The true mastermind's identity is not simple. Hearing this, Yu Marin and Pan Cairn were both shocked, exclaiming in unison, Not simple, could it be? Before they finished speaking, Liang Jie interrupted them. It is not for us to speculate who it might be. Noting the warning tone in Liang Jie's voice, Yu Marin and Pan Cairn nodded quickly. Sister is right. Liang Jie changed the subject to gardening, successfully diverting the attention of Yu Marin and Pan Cairn. In the study, Zhao Yao was copying out the Analects. The fifth princess was sitting beside him, helping him read so that he could copy more quickly. After reporting the matter of the ninth prince's poisoned horse to Liang Jie and the others, Tongzai came to the study to inform Zhao Yao. Father only executed a few eunuchs of the director of the palace administration and no one else. No, shocked, Zhao Yao thought for a moment and then appeared enlightened, so it seems that this matter ends here. After speaking, he waved his hand for Tongzai to withdraw, and he continued to copy the Analects. The fifth princess didn't understand and hurriedly asked Zhao Yao, what did you mean by saying this matter ends here just now? Zhao Yao continued copying as he spoke. It means father does not wish to investigate further into this matter. Why? The fifth princess was full of confusion. Poisoning ninth brother's horse is no small matter, it's an attempt on a prince's life. Why wouldn't father investigate further? Doesn't he usually care deeply for ninth brother? Because this matter is not simple, Zhao Yao continued, the true mastermind behind this is not simple. It's unclear whether it's someone from the crown prince's group or from the likes of third brother's people. How is it not simple? The fifth princess curiously asked, Father, is the emperor, isn't he able to deal with anyone? Why wouldn't he deal with this person? Zhao Yao looked up at the fifth princess helplessly. Fifth sister, it's not that father cannot deal with the real mastermind, but rather wants to let the person go. After hearing Zhao Yao's words, the fifth princess became even more bewildered. Why does father want to let this person go when they tried to harm ninth brother? Because this person is very important. More important than ninth brother. Since ninth brother wasn't harmed, it's another matter altogether, Zhao Yao said. The fifth princess said, half understanding, so from what you're saying, this person is more important than ninth brother. Fifth sister, there's a saying about how a single hair can affect the whole body, do you know it? I know, this person is that single hair, you understand. The fifth princess first nodded, then shook her head, I don't understand. If you don't understand, so be it. In any case, this matter doesn't concern us, so there's no need for you to worry. Zhao Yao thought his explanation was clear, but fifth sister still didn't get it, calling her foolish. Yao explained clearly. Even if I explained, you wouldn't understand. Zhao Yao tapped the Analects. Fifth sister, continue reading. If you won't say, then don't say it. I wasn't eager to know anyway, the fifth princess said angrily, then picked up the Analects and continued reading to Zhao Yao. They read until Su time 7:09 p.m., and then Zhao Yao allowed the fifth princess to go rest. Before leaving, the fifth princess still wanted to know why the person who framed the ninth prince couldn't be dealt with, but Zhao Yao did not tell her. The fifth princess went back to ask Yu Marin, who also did not know why. Yu Marin told the fifth princess not to concern herself with the matter, lest she bring trouble upon herself. Hearing this, the fifth princess was too frightened to ask any more. The fact that the emperor only dealt with a few eunuchs of the director of the palace administration greatly dissatisfied the two of them in Zhaoyang Palace and Yongxin Palace. In Zhaoyang Palace, Empress Zai angrily smashed a teacup. Why doesn't the emperor continue to investigate further? Empress Zai's face was grim. Is the emperor shielding the crown prince? The seventh prince said, Father has always doted on Zhao Zun, right? Zhao Zun was almost killed this time, yet father isn't pursuing the real culprit. He let out a cold laugh. It seems in father's heart, Zhao Zun doesn't measure up to the crown prince. What is Zhao Zun compared to? Empress Zai echoed in resentment. The emperor blatantly shields the crown prince's people and favors the crown prince. Mother, this matter has nothing to do with us, so we don't have to be this angry. The seventh prince comforted Empress Zai. The one who should truly be angry is noble princess consort Rong. She certainly won't let this go easily. Recalling noble princess consort Rong's previous disrespect towards her, Empress Zai's eyes turned icy, and she gritted her teeth. That bitch noble princess consort Rong. Mother, let noble princess consort wrong revel for a while, let her and the crown prince fight it out first. The seventh prince sneered. With her temperament, she absolutely won't let this matter slide. Likewise, Prince Dai won't let it rest either. Let's just wait and see them fight. Hearing this, Empress Zai nodded slightly. Prince Dai will be back soon, let them fight. Mother, we can add fuel to this fire to make this matter. Although the seventh prince didn't finish his sentence, the implication was clear. Empress Zai understood and nodded approvingly. Let's do as you say. Mother, regarding the matter of bestowing the pearl to Prince Dai, father hasn't made a decision for a long time. Does father not want to bestow the pearl upon Prince Dai? The argument over this matter had been ongoing for days, yet father hadn't agreed, which was very strange. Father, isn't he the fondest of Prince Dai and even wants him to replace the crown prince? Granting the pearl elevates Prince Dai's dignity. Logically, father would agree immediately, but he hasn't. What is he thinking? It's because of your grandfather. Empress Zai was infuriated at the thought of her father supporting the crown prince instead of her son. The crown prince has the backing of the Zai family. The emperor is wary of the Zai family, so he won't immediately agree to bestow the pearl to Prince Dai. I'm the legitimate one, yet grandfather supports a crown prince born of a concubine. I can't comprehend his thinking. The seventh prince felt equally indignant. In what way am I inferior to the crown prince? This issue was a thorn in Empress Zai's heart. If I hadn't been too young back then, what right did that bitch Zai Wan have to marry the emperor? What qualifies her son to be crown prince? Back when the late emperor cooperated with the Zai family for an imperial marriage with a daughter of the Zai family, Empress Zai was too young to marry. The Zai family thus married the emperor to Zai Wan, a girl of similar age from a different branch. You are the rightful heir of both the Zhao family and the Zai family, and it is you who should be the crown prince, not the son born of a concubine like Zai Wan. Every time she thought about her son, a legitimate offspring of the Zai's family being below the son of a concubine like Zai Wan, Empress Zai felt humiliated. I do hope Prince Dai returns soon. Once Prince Dai is back in the capital, his conflict with the crown prince will intensify. The Prince Dai, who was on the minds of the seventh prince and others, was on the way back to the capital, still 100 miles away from the capital city. At this time, he was leading the army to camp in the wilderness. Your Highness, a letter has arrived from the capital. Fu Zhang, holding the newly received letter, entered the main tent and handed it to Prince Dai. Prince Dai took the letter, opened it, and immediately frowned, his face turning very grim. Seeing Prince Dai's darkened expression, Fu Zhang asked with concern, Your Highness, has something happened in the capital? Ninth brother's horse was poisoned and almost had an accident. What ninth prince's horse was poisoned? Fu Zhang asked, who poisoned it? Mother consort said Father Emperor dealt with several eunuchs from the office of the inspector of the imperial household. Prince Dai smirked coldly. Where would eunuchs from the office of the inspector get the guts to harm the ninth brother? Fu Zhang was very clever and immediately thought of who it was. It was the crown prince's people. If it wasn't the crown prince's people, Father Emperor wouldn't have stopped there. Prince Dai placed the letter over the candle flame. Father Emperor, in order to protect the crown prince, doesn't intend to investigate this matter thoroughly. And what about ninth prince then? Fu Zhang said with indignation for the ninth prince. Ninth prince almost got into trouble. Doesn't the emperor care? Ninth brother wasn't harmed. Just because ninth prince wasn't harmed, the emperor won't investigate the true culprit. Fu Zhang said indignantly, Ninth prince is the emperor's own son. How can the emperor treat ninth prince like this? Prince Dai tightened his brows, and with a serious expression he said nothing. Your Highness, we must return to the capital quickly, or else noble consort and ninth prince will continue to be bullied. Fu Zhang said, as long as you return to the capital, no one will dare to bully the noble consort and ninth prince. Something's off about this matter. Prince Dai said thoughtfully, there should be more to this matter than meets the eye. Your Highness, do you mean the person behind the plot against the ninth prince isn't the crown prince? Fu Zhang asked, if it's not the crown prince's men, then whose men is it? This matter is not as simple as it appears. Prince Dai speculated, even if Father Emperor wants to protect the crown prince, he will punish the crown prince's people. It wouldn't just end like that. There must be something we don't know. Your Highness, who could the emperor protect like this? Fu Zhang said, besides the crown prince, who else can it be? In Prince Dai's mind, many people flashed by, but none of these people were worth his father putting so much effort into. We can only discover the true nature of this matter when I return. Your Highness, do you think this matter is targeting you? It's likely targeting both me and the crown prince. Prince Dai said they want to pit me against the crown prince. You and the crown prince are already at odds. Who? Fu Zhang immediately thought of who. Could it be the Wang family, the Yuan family, and the Zun family? It's not impossible. Prince Dai tapped his fingers lightly on the table and contemplated. The matter with ninth brother is not urgent right now. The issue about my title is more pressing. In a few days, we will reach the capital. Before returning, my title issue must be settled. Your Highness, you have always been deeply favored by the emperor. In normal times, whatever you ask of the emperor, he will give you. But this time regarding the title issue, he has been hesitant. Could the emperor be? Fu Zhang didn't dare to finish his sentence. Duke Zhen and the Zai family are obstacles. Prince Dai thought for a moment and said, I will personally write a letter to Father Emperor expressing that I have no intention of gaining a title. Your Highness, are you planning to retreat to advance? Exactly. Prince Dai ordered, grind the ink. Yes, Your Highness. Prince Dai wrote a letter to the Emperor, expressing in sincere terms that he had no intention of claiming the title and that leading the army was his duty, requiring no special reward. He also wrote a letter to noble Princess Consort Rong, telling her to be patient and wait for his return to the capital. Fu Zhang took the 2 letters written by Prince Dai and had someone immediately send them back to the capital. Father Emperor, what are you thinking? You have always said I am most like you. You obviously want me to inherit your legacy, so why haven't you deposed the crown prince yet? You clearly know that granting me the title this time would give me more leverage to compete with the crown prince, so why haven't you agreed? Even though Duke Zhen and the Zai family are obstacles, with your ability, there's no need to fear the Zai family. What are you really thinking? This title issue was proposed by Prince Dai, and it was Prince Dai who had Marquis Xuanping and others propose it to the emperor. Prince Dai was dissatisfied with just being a prince. He considered his significant military achievements for the Great Zhou, and the prince status was no longer befitting him. Only the title of crown prince was suitable, but since he couldn't become the crown prince at the moment, being titled a titled prince was barely fitting for him. He wanted to first become a titled prince and then the crown prince. Once he became a titled prince, he could naturally become the crown prince in the future. Moreover, he wanted all ministers and the people of the world to know about his achievements over the years. He also wanted everyone to know that the crown prince had not made any military contributions to the Great Zhou. This way, when he replaced the crown prince in the future, the people would think it was deserved. In fact, Prince Dai had long wanted to become a titled prince, but could never find the opportunity. The great victory in Liangzhu was the perfect chance. If he missed this rare opportunity, who knows how long he'd have to wait to propose the title again. Therefore, it was imperative to succeed in gaining the title this time. If the title couldn't be settled before returning to the capital, the matter would be half lost. Hopefully, Father Emperor will agree to the title after seeing his letter. Prince Dai himself was anxious for the title, and Marquis Xuanping and noble Princess Consort Rong were even more anxious than he was. These days, Marquis Xuanping constantly had ministers supporting Prince Dai pressing the emperor, and they also united ministers supporting the third prince and others, forcing the emperor to agree to the title for Prince Dai. In Chengguang Hall in the imperial study, the emperor was drinking tea with Prime Minister He, Grandmaster Liu, and Song Dekeng. Prime Minister He, do you think I should grant Prince Dai the title? Prime Minister He put down his teacup, stood up, and saluted the emperor, Your Majesty. Giving a prince a title is a rule of the previous dynasty, not of our dynasty. The emperor looked at Grandmaster Liu. Lao Liu, what do you think? Grandmaster Liu stood up and said, whatever Your Majesty decides is good. What about you, Mr. Song? Your Majesty, I also believe that granting a prince a title is a rule of the previous dynasty and has nothing to do with our dynasty. Our dynasty doesn't need to follow the rules of the previous dynasty. Song Dekeng was much more straightforward than Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Liu. Besides, Prince Dai has received a lot of rewards. There's no need to make any more titles. Also, the things from the previous dynasty aren't auspicious. It's better for our dynasty not to use them. Mr. Song, you're straightforward, the emperor said, looking at Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Liu disdainfully, unlike those two schemers. Song Dekeng said, Your Majesty, I've always been honest and upright. Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Liu glared at Song Dekeng, but Song Dekeng pretended not to see. Prime Minister He, Lao Liu, you two have become more and more cunning over these years, always playing tricks with me. Prime Minister He said, Your Majesty, regarding whether or not to grant Prince Dai the title, you had already made a decision in your heart, hadn't you? When did I make a decision? The emperor looked innocent. I have no ideas, which is why I am asking for your opinions. You should give me a definite answer like Mr. Song. Prime Minister He, having followed the emperor for many years, understood the emperor's thoughts somewhat. He knew the emperor was deliberately saying this. Since Your Majesty has said so, I will speak frankly. I believe the title should not be granted to Prince Dai. Today, if he didn't give a concrete answer, the emperor wouldn't let him go. Seeing Prime Minister He speak out, Grandmaster Liu could only speak out as well. Your Majesty, I also believe the title should not be granted to Prince Dai. Why didn't you two just say so earlier? The emperor said, you two are really wishy-washy. Being called wishy-washy, Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Liu could only plead guilty. We are guilty, please punish us, Your Majesty. Don't be wishy-washy like that in the future. Yes, Your Majesty. Since you all feel that the title should not be granted to Prince Dai, then what reward should I give him when he returns to the capital, given his significant achievements? Your Majesty, the rewards should be as usual. There's no need to specially reward Prince Dai. Song Dekeng said also, Prince Dai simply can't compare with Your Majesty back then. Your Majesty achieved far more than Prince Dai, and yet we never saw you ask for titles. Prince Dai is nowhere near that, yet he wants a title. Your Majesty, Mr. Song is right. There's no need to specially reward Prince Dai. Proceed as usual. Prime Minister, he said, giving the title to Prince cannot be opened. Grandmaster Liu sharply said, Your Majesty, if we give Prince Dai another special reward, it will only make his ambitions grow greater. Prime Minister He, surprised by Grandmaster Liu's directness, glanced at him unexpectedly. Duke Zhen and Marquis Xuanping learned that the Emperor had summoned Prime Minister He, Grandmaster Liu, and General Song alone, and they speculated in their hearts that it must be about Prince Dai's conferment of pearls. At this time in the Eastern Palace, Duke Zhen was speaking with the Crown Prince. While they were talking, the chief eunuch LV Kong, who was close to the Crown Prince, walked in and respectfully reported to the Crown Prince and Duke Zhen, Your Highness, Duke Prime Minister He and the others have not yet come out of the Imperial study. The Crown Prince exclaimed in surprise, It's almost noon, why haven't they come out yet? After the morning court session, the Emperor had called Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Liu and the others to the Imperial study. It was almost noon and the Emperor had not let them out. What could the Emperor and the three of them be discussing all morning? Duke Zhen asked. Were you able to find out why the Emperor summoned Prime Minister He and the others? LV Kong bowed his waist and said with his head lowered, Duke, the people in Chengguang Hall are very tight-lipped. We can't find out any news at all. Duke Zhen was also aware that it was very difficult to get information about the Emperor from the people in Chengguang Hall. Were there any sounds of dispute in the Imperial study? LV Kong replied no. From what the people in Chengguang Hall say, the Emperor and the three of them were chatting happily, with laughter constantly coming from the Imperial study. The Crown Prince was stunned, laughter constantly. It seems the Emperor is in a good mood. Duke Zhen looked at LV Kong and instructed, Go and probe again. Yes, Duke. LV Kong respectfully withdrew. Grandfather, could it be that father meeting Prime Minister He and the others wasn't for the conferment of pearls on Prince Dai? Duke Zhen stroked his beard and said, The matter of Prince Dai's conferment of pearls has been a point of contention for days now, and with Prince Dai soon to return to court, there needs to be a conclusion to this. The Emperor's summons today was definitely about Prince Dai's conferment of pearls. The Crown Prince asked again, Do you think Prime Minister He and the others will agree to confer pearls on Prince Dai? Prime Minister He, Grandmaster Liu, and General Song, I don't think they will agree to confer pearls on Prince Dai, Duke Zhen said with a smile. In the past few days, Marquis Xuanping has been sending people to visit Prime Minister He and the others, hoping to get their agreement on Prince Dai's conferment of pearls. But Prime Minister He and the others have kept their doors tightly shut, seeing no one. Prime Minister He and the others have always stayed out of the struggle between me and Prince Dai. The Crown Prince had always tried to win over Prime Minister He and the others. If only they supported him, he wouldn't have to worry about Prince Dai. Unfortunately, he had not succeeded. Back then, it was Prime Minister He and the others who recommended the Emperor to appoint you as the Crown Prince in a way. You were chosen by them as the Crown Prince. As long as you don't commit a grave sin, Prime Minister He and the others will never agree to Prince Dai replacing you. Upon hearing Duke Zhen's words, the Crown Prince felt a lot more at ease. That's why you told me to do nothing. Duke Zhen nodded slightly. Yes, at this time doing nothing is the best course of action. But father has always favored and heavily relied on Prince Dai, and his great victory in Liangzhu this time is more significant than any previous achievement. Father cannot possibly reward him with nothing. He's already received all the rewards he deserves over the years. Even the size of his fiefdom grows year by year, and there's nothing left for father to reward him with except for the conferment of pearls. For the past few years, Liangzhu had been restless, with rebels from the previous dynasty continually harassing Liangzhu. Before Prince Dai went there, other generals had gone to suppress the unrest and had achieved victories, driving the rebels from Liangzhu. However, peace lasted only a few days before the rebels returned in force. Liangzhu's unique geography, with its treacherous and winding terrain, numerous mountains and forests, allowed the rebels to flee into the mountains after each defeat. It was truly challenging to completely eliminate them. They could only be beaten when they emerged. Over the years, the rebels in Liangzhu had been playing a cat-and-mouse game with the imperial troops, frustrating the court greatly, but unable to completely eradicate them. The rebels had long been hiding and not developed much strength. However, unexpectedly last year, their forces suddenly expanded considerably, swelling to 200,000 or 300,000 troops. Initially, in the eyes of the court, the rebels in Liangzhu were nothing more than a band of rogues. Although they were detestable, they weren't sufficient to become a significant threat to the court. But when the rebels in Liangzhu grew into an army of 200,000 to 300,000 strong, they became a substantial threat to the court. Neither the emperor nor the ministers would allow the rebels in Liangzhu to grow any stronger, nor would they allow them to take control of Liangzhu. Liangzhu is located right next to Yang State, which means it's on the doorstep of the capital. If Liangzhu were to fall under rebel control, it would be like having a knife at the capital's throat. More importantly, Liangzhu is rich in resources. Whether it's food, minerals, or horses, all are plentiful there. Losing Liangzhu would be a devastating blow to the court, so the emperor sent Prince Dai to suppress the rebellion in Liangzhu. Before Prince Dai departed, the emperor gave him strict orders to thoroughly eradicate the rebels in Liangzhu. Prince Dai did not disappoint the emperor. As soon as he arrived in Liangzhu, he first gave the rebels a powerful shock. In the ensuing months, Prince Dai clashed repeatedly with the rebels, defeating them repeatedly and preventing them from regrouping. The rebels did not expect that although Prince Dai was young, his combat abilities were extremely formidable, outmatching previous generals sent to suppress unrest in Liangzhu. They were completely no match for Prince Dai. This great victory in Liangzhu was a complete and decisive victory, uprooting the rebels who had long been hiding in Liangzhu, not leaving a single one behind. Prince Dai's complete resolution of the rebel problem in Liangzhu removed this significant threat to the court, making his achievements significant. Prince Dai's accumulating achievements are substantial, and his arrogance is growing, almost overshadowing you. If pearls are conferred upon him, it will only make Prince Dai more arrogant and pleased with himself, which would ultimately lead to problems in the court and disrupt peace across the land, something Prime Minister He and the others don't want to see, Duke Zhen said with certainty. Prime Minister He and the others will never agree to confer pearls on Prince Dai. I'm just worried about father. The Crown Prince smiled bitterly, recalling the favoritism and trust the Emperor had shown Prince Dai over the years. Grandfather, you know that whatever Prince Dai has wanted in recent years, Father has given him. Father has always said that Prince Dai resembles him the most, and it's feared that in Father's heart, he might already wish to replace me with Prince Dai. Even if the Emperor thinks so, he wouldn't dare to act on it, Duke Zhen reassured the Crown Prince. You are the Crown Prince appointed personally by the Emperor. As long as you don't commit a crime of high treason, the Emperor wouldn't dare to depose you. Besides, Prime Minister He and the others wouldn't agree. You shouldn't worry about the pearl conferment on Prince Dai. Grandfather, once Prince Dai returns to the capital, our situation will become dangerous. The Crown Prince squinted slightly, a cold intent flashing in his eyes. Duke Zhen understood the Crown Prince's implication. He waved his hand disapprovingly. Prince Dai has accomplished great things this time, and he absolutely cannot come to any harm on his way back to the capital. If anything happens to him, you'd be the first suspect, and your reputation would be ruined. I really don't want Prince Dai to return to the capital. Once Prince Dai returns to the capital, his position as Crown Prince will become awkward. Prince Dai's return to the capital is not necessarily a bad thing, Duke Zhen said meaningfully. Let him suppress you, let him be arrogant. The Crown Prince was taken aback by these words and asked in surprise, let Prince Dai suppress me. Grandfather, haven't I been suppressed enough by Prince Dai over the years? Strategic retreat can yield unexpected outcomes, Duke Zhen said quietly to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince was initially dumbstruck as he listened. As soon as he comprehended, he revealed an expression of sudden understanding, then joyfully said, Grandfather, your strategy is indeed brilliant. Let's just wait for Prince Dai to return to the capital. The day for Prince Dai's return to the capital is getting closer, and the atmosphere in the capital is becoming increasingly subtle, with an undercurrent surging in the court. However, none of this concerns Zhao Yao. Today he is in a very good mood. On his way to Wen Hall, his little face is always adorned with a happy smile, and his little mouth is constantly humming a cheerful tune, two tigers, running fast, one without ears, one without a tail. Your Highness, why are you so happy today? Tongzai, seeing Zhao Yao's joyous demeanor, is quite puzzled. Don't you usually hate going to Wen Hall the most? Tongzai, have you forgotten what day it is tomorrow? Tomorrow. Tongzai carefully thinks for a moment, then reveals a look of sudden realization. Tomorrow is your Highness's day off. No wonder your Highness is so happy. That's right, tomorrow is my day off. Zhao Yao walks with his hands crossed behind his head. I've been eagerly waiting for my day off, and finally it's here. Tongzai leans close to Zhao Yao's ear and softly asks, Your Highness, are we leaving the palace tomorrow? We're not leaving the palace tomorrow. Ah, not leaving the palace. Tongzai shows a look of disbelief. Haven't you always been waiting for your day off just to leave the palace? We're leaving the palace tonight. As Zhao Yao says this, a cat-like expression of greed appears on his little face. Tonight we're going to second uncle's house for some good food. Tongzai's eyes light up. Your Highness, what delicious food are we having tonight? I've already sent a letter to second uncle asking him to make hot pot. Second uncle's hot pot is a masterpiece. Just thinking about it makes Zhao Yao drool. Tongzai gulps with greed as well. Second Lord's dishes are the best. Tonight we are in for a treat. What food are you thinking of that's making you drool? Suddenly the eighth prince appears and says. Zhao Yao touches his mouth but finds no drool, so he glares at the eighth prince. Eighth brother, I'm not drooling. The eighth prince gently pinches Zhao Yao's little mouth and teases, drooling all over the place. No way. Zhao Yao refuses to admit it. What delicious thing are you thinking about? Spicy and steaming hot pot. Originally there was no hot pot in the great Zhou dynasty, but the Zhao Yao in dreams loved eating hot pot and often ate it. So they introduced the hot pot Zhao Yao ate. Hot pot indeed is a tasty thing. I think I'll have hot pot tonight too. The eighth prince invites, would you like to join me? Eighth brother, I won't be eating hot pot with you tonight. Zhao Yao mysteriously says, I have plans tonight. The eighth prince asks with interest, what do you have planned? After school tonight, I'm going to get a good night's sleep and catch up on the sleep I've missed from studying lately. Zhao Yao lightly shakes his finger as he speaks, I also want to sleep well tomorrow. At this, the eighth prince remembers that Zhao Yao is off duty tomorrow. You're planning to sleep for a whole day and night, huh? Zhao Yao nods vigorously. Yes, I've been getting up early every day lately to study. I haven't had a lazy morning. I need to catch up on my sleep. Most importantly, children need to sleep more to grow tall. I'm sorry, eighth brother, I'm not intentionally lying to you, but I can't let you know about my sneaking out of the palace, so I have to lie. Sleeping more helps you grow taller. Where did you hear such a fallacy? This is not a fallacy, it's a truth. Zhao Yao pouts anyway, I need to sleep more to grow tall. Eighth brother, please don't come looking for me tomorrow. Don't disturb my sleep. Don't hinder my growth. The eighth prince, amused, says, well, I'm not off tomorrow, so I won't interfere with your great endeavor to grow taller. Oh, right, you aren't off tomorrow either. Zhao Yao and the eighth prince's rest days aren't on the same day. The princes take turns having days off. He is the last among all the princes to have a resting day because he was the last to start school. Before his rest day, the eighth prince and the others have already had theirs. Looking at Zhao Yao's smug expression, the eighth prince pinches his little face. What's got you so pleased? I've already had my day off. True, but just thinking about how I have a day off tomorrow while you are studying in Wend Hall makes me happy, hee. When I was on a break, you were studying too. Whatever, as long as I'm off tomorrow and you're studying. The eighth prince, helpless yet doting, says you. As the two enter Wend Hall, they hear the ninth prince speaking loudly, saying that Prince Dai will arrive in the capital in 2 days. It seems that he is not the only one happy today. The ninth brother is as well. Eighth brother, is second brother really coming back? The eighth prince lightly nods. Yes, he'll be back in 2 days. It's going to be lively then. Zhao Yao suddenly thinks of something and shows an expectant expression. With second brother's return, father will surely hold a celebration feast for him, and will get to eat some good food. With Prince Dai's return to the capital, everyone is focused on what rewards he will receive and the actions he will take next, while Zhao Yao is focused on eating good food. The eighth prince laughs as he says, father will certainly hold a celebration feast for second brother's return. At the celebration feast, we'll be able to eat beef. Zhao Yao licks his lips and says, it's been so long since I've had beef, I've almost forgotten what it tastes like. The great Zhou dynasty has a rule against killing cows casually and eating beef. Even in the palace, beef is not readily available and is only served at significant banquets. Not being able to eat beef casually is a tradition not specifically set by the great Zhou dynasty. It has existed since the previous dynasty and even the one before that. Since the previous dynasty, each ruler valued agriculture greatly, and cows were essential tools for plowing fields, so killing them was not allowed. The previous dynasty's king was cruel and extravagant, leading to chaos across the land, suffering, and death. The people could not farm properly because they were fleeing for their lives, and many fields became desolate. People also killed many oxen just to fill their bellies, drastically reducing their numbers. When the great Zhou dynasty was newly established, the late emperor ordered officials to count the oxen across regions, finding the numbers to be woefully low. Thus, the late emperor decreed that oxen could not be killed, nor their meat casually eaten. Although the number of oxen has increased significantly over the years, it is still not enough to ensure each household has one, thus beef remains a rarity. Only oxen that die from accidents or illness can be eaten. Otherwise, they cannot be consumed under normal circumstances. Zhao Yao loves eating beef, but he can't usually get it and can only have it at important banquets, making him eagerly anticipate such events and enjoy festivals. Is beef really that delicious? The eighth prince is not picky about food. To him, what matters most is filling his belly, not the taste. To him, meat is all the same. Yes, it's very delicious, especially when you put beef in a hot pot. Seeing the eighth prince unable to comprehend, Zhao Yao looks at him with a curious expression. Eighth brother, I've always suspected there might be something wrong with your taste buds. Why can't you tell the difference between tasty and not tasty? I'm not picky about food. The reason the eighth prince isn't picky is that he often went hungry as a child, so for him, having a full stomach is more important than eating tasty food. You're just a little glutton. If people don't live for food, heaven and earth will obliterate them. Zhao Yao boasts, my dream in life is to taste all the delicious food in the world. You sure have ambition. Eighth brother, don't underestimate my dream. Let me tell you, food is very important. Zhao Yao then enthusiastically tells the eighth prince about the importance of food. The eighth prince listens in bewilderment. After hearing it all, he looks at Zhao Yao in amazement, then laughs helplessly. 10th brother, if you put as much thought into studying as you do into eating, father wouldn't punish you by making you write the Analects. Eighth brother, you can't compare studying to food. Zhao Yao says seriously, I was born for food. When I grow up and leave the palace, I'll travel around and eat delicious food everywhere. You've got a long way to go until you grow up. The eighth prince pats Zhao Yao's shoulder. Be patient and wait. Sai, if only I were like third brother, I'd be able to leave the palace next year. Zhao Yao says with a face full of envy. The eighth prince pinches Zhao Yao's face again. Rather than growing up, you should focus on studying first. Upon hearing the word study, Zhao Yao's little face falls instantly, and he says heavily, Eighth brother, my good mood vanished because of you. The eighth prince shakes his head, amused and exasperated. The two walk into the classroom, and the ninth prince runs up to them excitedly. My brother is coming back the day after tomorrow. Second brother is finally coming back. That's really great. Zhao Yao genuinely hopes for Prince Dai's return because it means he can eat beef. If Prince Dai knew that, in Zhao Yao's eyes, he is equated with beef, one wonders how he would feel. Because tomorrow is a rest day, Zhao Yao was in a good mood throughout his classes today. In the afternoon, after practicing the zither and finishing his lessons, he rushed out of Wend Hall like the wind, eager to return to Kund Hall. Mother, I'll be back after dinner tomorrow, Zhao Yao said while packing his things. Mother, is there anything you'd like me to buy for you? Mother doesn't need anything, but whatever you want, just buy it, said Liang Zheyi with a stern face, reminding Zhao Yao, don't eat too much, be careful not to upset your stomach, understand? She worried that once her son left the palace, he would eat constantly and end up with a stomach ache. This had happened before, after all. Understood. Do you really understand? Liang Zheyi, doubting his assurance, poked his forehead and said, if you upset your stomach again, you won't be allowed out of the palace for the next 3 months. What? This punishment was very serious for Zhao Yao, so he quickly raised his hand and swore, Mother, I swear I won't upset my stomach. All right, this time out of the palace, he would take it easy and not overeat. It better be so. Liang Zheyi reminded him again, be safe. Zhao Yao patted his chest and promised Liang Zheyi, don't worry, Mother, I'll be careful. He added, I've told my eighth brother that I'll be sleeping all day tomorrow, so he won't come looking for me. Mother, you should tell the second mother and others that I need to catch up on sleep, so they shouldn't come looking for me either. The matter of the secret passage out of the cold palace was something that Liang Zheyi and Zhao Yao hadn't told Yu Marin and the others. Wasn't that they didn't trust them, but the secret passage in the cold palace was such a secret that the fewer who knew, the better. Liang Zheyi nodded and said, all right. Zhao Yao slung his satchel over his shoulder. Mother, I'm leaving. Be careful. This wasn't his first time leaving the palace through the secret passage in the cold palace, and Liang Zheyi wasn't worried about him encountering trouble. Zhao Yao told Lei Wang and the others to look after the place and then headed to the cold palace with Tong Zai. Lai Lu and the others were waiting for Zhao Yao, and when they saw him, they wagged their tails happily. Yao Yao, we'll go with you out of the palace. Zhao Yao petted Lai Lu's head and said with a smile, keep training and don't slack off. I'll check when I return. Lai Lu said, somewhat disappointed, all right, we'll train hard. Once you're done training, it'll be Lai Man's turn. Lai Man currently guards the Pei Mansion. There are many cats and dogs in the Pei Mansion. They take turns with Lai Lu and the others at the cold palace. I'll bring you treats when I return. Hearing about treats, Lai Lu and the others' eyes lit up. We want meat, big bones, no problem. Zhao Yao stood up and instructed Tongla to take good care of and supervise Lai Lu and the others. After giving his instructions, Zhao Yao headed to the secret passage with Tong Zai. The entrance to the secret passage was under noble consort Pei's bed. Before entering the entrance, they had to move some things. With a click, the entrance to the secret passage opened, and Zhao Yao and Tong Zai jumped in. The secret passage was pitch dark, so Zhao Yao took a fire striker out of his satchel, lit a candle, and was met with a rugged path ahead. This secret passage was narrow, allowing passage for only one person. Zhao Yao guessed that this passage was initially dug for noble consort Pei. Although she escaped the cold palace through it, she ultimately couldn't escape her fate. Fortunately, Zhao Yao and Tong Zai weren't too big, so they could fit through the passage. Tong Zai led the way with the candle, and Zhao Yao followed behind. The passage was long, and it took them nearly an hour to walk through it. The exit of the passage was in an unobtrusive woodshed in the Pei Mansion. Zhao Yao tapped on the wall of the passage exit. After a moment, the door at the exit slowly opened, and Zhao Yao and Tong Zai walked out of the passage. Before entering the passage, Zhao Yao and Tong Zai had changed their clothes, putting on tattered clothes. They also deliberately messed up their hair and smeared their faces with dirt to look like beggars. Zhao Yao and his companion did this deliberately to avoid attracting attention, as no one would pay attention to beggars. Lai Man and the others had been waiting for Zhao Yao at the passage exit and joyfully pounced on him when they saw him come out. Zhao Yao sat on the ground, surrounded by the cats and dogs guarding the Pei Mansion. Yao Yao, you finally came. We've missed you so much. Lai Man said while licking Zhao Yao's face with his tongue. I've missed you too. Zhao Yao kissed Lai Man and the others. I have to study, so there's no time to visit you on regular days. I can only come during rest days. Yao Yao, you've worked hard studying. By the way, has anyone been lurking near the Pei Mansion lately? A few days ago, someone came in. Zhao Yao asked in surprise how many people came in and what did they do here. 4 people came in, they turned over every room as if they were looking for something, Lai Man said, but they didn't find anything and they haven't come back or lingered around since. Looking for something, Zhao Yao asked, puzzled what were they looking for. They kept saying that thing, but never mentioned what exactly it was. Lai Man said it seemed pretty important from their behavior, an important thing. Zhao Yao wondered, is there something important in the Pei Mansion? No, there's nothing special in the Pei Mansion. If there were truly anything important in the Pei Mansion, Lai Man and the others would surely know. Then what could they be looking for? I don't know. Lai Man tilted his head and said, they wore black clothes and masks when they broke in as if they were up to no good. Strange, very strange. Zhao Yao instructed Lai Man and the others, keep an eye on the Pei Mansion. If those strange people come again, let me know right away. Okay. Just as Lai Man finished talking, he remembered something and added, by the way, Yao Yao, those people have left the capital. Left the capital. That night after they left the Pei Mansion, I secretly followed them. They stayed at the Peace Inn in the west of the city and left the next morning. Did they say where they were going? No, but they looked sinister. Definitely not kind people. Lai Man was a smart dog that understood humans. Over the years, it had roamed the capital and encountered all sorts of people, having honed keen observation skills. Looks like I'll have to visit the Peace Inn tomorrow to get some information. Zhao Yao decided to find out who these people were and if there was any danger. Tongzai noticed it was dark outside and reminded Zhao Yao, Your Highness, it's getting dark, we should go, or second uncle will be worried. Lai Man, you're coming with us. Zhao Yao stood up and patted his clothes, promising the other cats and dogs he would send them some treats later. Lai Man wagged his tail happily and followed Zhao Yao as they left the Pei Mansion. He ran ahead, scanned the surroundings, and after confirming there was no one around, returned to inform Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao and his companions left the Pei Mansion and dashed into the nearest alley. Emerging from the alley, they were met with a lively scene outside. The sudden appearance of 2 beggars and a dog didn't earn even a glance from passers-by. Zhao Yao smelled the fragrance from a street food stall and his stomach growled in hunger. He couldn't help but swallow. The food stall owner saw the beggar Zhao Yao staring intently at his stall and waved him off disdainfully. Scram, scram, scram. Zhao Yao, pretending to be frightened, immediately took off running. He then led Tongzai and Lai Man through several twists and turns until they reached a dark alley. At the alley entrance, a young man stood, craning his neck and looking around. When the young man saw 2 beggars approaching with a big yellow dog, his face lit up with joy and he hurried over. Second uncle, I'm here. Zhao Yao exclaimed happily as he ran towards the young man. Liang Run quickly stepped forward and embraced Zhao Yao. I've missed you so much, second uncle. I've missed you too, second uncle. Zhao Yao rubbed his face against Liang Run's. Let second uncle have a good look. Liang Run examined Zhao Yao closely and noticed that his adorable nephew's face had gotten thinner. You've lost weight, studying must be tough. That's right, studying is exhausting. Gurgle, gurgle. Zhao Yao's stomach growled before he finished speaking, hungry as he was. Hungry are we? Second uncle will take you home for dinner, Liang Run said, carrying Zhao Yao as they walked home. I've made hot pot and all your favorite dishes for you. Second uncle is the best, Zhao Yao said sweetly. How has your mother been lately? Liang Jie is Liang Run's sister, and he had always been close to her since childhood. When she entered the palace, he cried for a long time. Mother is doing well, she's eating well, drinking well, and sleeping well. Hasn't been bullied, has she? Not at all. Liang Run was skeptical, really not. Really, Zhao Yao said earnestly, Mother is very clever. There's no way people could bully her, nor would she let anyone bully me. Indeed, his mother was the smartest of the concubines in the palace. Liang Run had always been worried that his sister was being bullied in the palace and wasn't living well. He was also concerned that Liang Jie might be killed in the palace. After all, the harem is a place where people are devoured without leaving bones. Even if he worried more, it was useless because the Liang family had no power or influence and couldn't help Liang Jie or protect his sister. After Liang Jie entered the palace, she completely lost contact with the family, which made Liang Run even more worried about her safety. He always felt that Liang Jie had been killed. 2 or 3 years after losing contact with Liang Jie, the Liang family far away in Yangzhou finally received news of her. They learned that Liang Jie had given birth to a prince for the emperor and was conferred the title of Jie, which made the Liang family both happy and uneasy. The joy was that Liang Jie was still alive and had successfully given birth to a prince. The unease was that Liang Jie was unsupported in the palace, and having given birth to a prince, could this make her situation even more dangerous? After careful consideration, Liang Run decided to go to the capital. Even if he couldn't help Liang Jie, it was good to get some news about her. He also hoped to rely on his father. After all, his father was the only official in their family, but his father was just a small county magistrate and hadn't been promoted for over 10 or 20 years. The reason his father, this county magistrate, had never been promoted was that his position was bought. More than 20 years ago, when the Great Zhou dynasty wasn't established yet, it was still the previous dynasty. In the previous dynasty, it was possible to buy and sell official positions. The Liang family had money and bought Mr. Liang a county magistrate role. Mr. Liang did a decent job, so when the Great Zhou dynasty was established, they didn't remove his position as a county magistrate. When the Great Zhou dynasty was first established, it abolished many things from the previous dynasty, including the buying and selling of official positions. During the period of Emperor Xia Ling of the previous dynasty, official positions were sold at fixed prices, and anyone with money could become an official. The court and bureaucratic world were in chaos. Those officials who bought their positions frantically amassed wealth and exploited the people, making them suffer terribly. This was a lesson learned from the previous dynasty, which the Great Zhou dynasty must not repeat. To recommend officials to the court, typically in office officials would make the recommendations. Of course, the position of the recommending official couldn't be too low. The Great Zhou dynasty stipulated that only officials at the 5th rank or above were qualified to recommend talent. Another special case was that contemporary great scholars or highly respected individuals could also recommend talent. Even with the recommendation of an official or a great scholar, it required multiple levels of scrutiny. During the review process, not only was the ability of the recommended person examined, but also their character, and most importantly, whether they had committed any illegal or immoral acts. If reviewing officials were bribed and allowed the recommended person to pass scrutiny, and it was later found that there were issues with the recommended person, the officials who initially reviewed them would face severe punishment. The Liang family had previously considered giving money to the Yangzhou prefecture magistrate and asking him to recommend Liang Run to become an official, but this was bribery and would be a severe crime if discovered. Moreover, if they did this, it might endanger Liang Zheyi in the palace. Liang Run and his family thought it over carefully and decided not to bribe the Yangzhou prefecture magistrate. Since he couldn't become an official, he could only continue doing business. After much deliberation, Liang Run decided to come to the capital to do business. By doing business in the capital, he could both get news about Liang Zheyi and also send silver to her. Liang Run felt that his sister had no influence in the palace and needed silver to pave the way to live well. Back when Liang Zheyi went to the capital, Mr. Liang sent her a lot of money to use in the palace. The Liang family had some fame in Yangzhou, but upon reaching the capital, they were nothing. If business was not done carefully, there could be trouble or even danger to life, considering the many officials in the capital who could not be offended. Liang Run felt that his business couldn't be too large, as growing too big would attract attention and envy. If too small, it wouldn't make enough money to help Liang Zheyi in the palace. He thought carefully and decided to do a moderately sized business. He planned to do their family's old business herbs, but he wasn't familiar with the pathways for acquiring herbs in the capital. Furthermore, many people were in the herbal business, and they had many connections, which he couldn't compete against. While he was conflicted about what business to do, Zhao Yao approached him. Zhao Yao originally wanted Liang Run to start a restaurant business, bringing out the delicious food from Zhao Yao's dream, which would definitely sell massively, but doing so would be too conspicuous. Zhao Yao discussed with Liang Zheyi and decided to have Liang Run engage in inconspicuous business. This unnoticed business not only could make money, but also collect information. That was selling vegetables. Like Liang Zheyi, Liang Run had loved growing herbs, vegetables, and flowers since childhood, and he was pretty good at it. Zhao Yao told Liang Run to buy some land on the outskirts of the capital, specifically for growing vegetables. Initially, he set up a stall in the capital's vegetable market to sell vegetables, then started delivering vegetables door to door. Liang Run also had a good business mind, and within a year or two, his door-to-door vegetable delivery business was doing quite well. Currently, many officials and wealthy merchants in the capital have their vegetables delivered by Liang Run. Through delivering vegetables, Liang Run collected a lot of information in the capital. Most of this information was very useful. At this time, Zhao Yao was enjoying a hearty hot pot meal. Seeing his nephew eating happily, Liang Run's appetite also improved quite a bit. The uncle and nephew were enjoying the hot pot while chatting about recent events. Ever since the news of Prince Dai's great victory in Liangzhou reached the capital, stories of his past military achievements have been spreading like wildfire. Now, when Prince Dai is mentioned, people call him a great hero. This must be the handiwork of Marquis Xuanping. He wants to let the people of the capital know about the various achievements of my second brother, so that the people think that the peace in Great Zhou now is brought by Prince Dai. Zhao Yao's small mouth was flushed red from eating. Marquis Xuanping is doing this to build momentum for my second brother. Now the people think they should award Prince Dai with pearls and believe it's deserved, said Liang Run. Actually, bestowing pearls on Prince Dai is also a good thing for you. When you grow up and become a prince, you will definitely be awarded pearls as well. Zhao Yao waved his hand and said, I am not interested in whether or not I receive pearls. To be more accurate, he was indifferent. When he grew up, who knew what the situation would be like? Besides, he wasn't interested in that position. Receiving or not receiving pearls was of no use to him. I've heard that getting pearls means your fiefdom will expand and your salary will increase. Aren't you interested? Second uncle, I am not favored, and when I grow up and become a prince, father is most likely to grant Kingzhu to me. Kingzhu was the smallest among all the states, geographically unimportant, and most importantly, Kingzhu was currently very poor and frequently plagued by pirates. By the way, earlier you mentioned that eldest uncle was acquiring a restaurant. Has he acquired it yet? Yes, he's acquired it, but it's a small restaurant. Liang Run cooked some meat, picked it up, and put it into Zhao Yao's bowl. Your eldest uncle is currently renovating the restaurant, which will take some time. Zhao Yao's eldest uncle was called Liang Yu. Before going to Kingzhu, he first went to the capital to see Zhao Yao and the others. Zhao Yao gave him many things, like modern food from dreams Zhao Yao had eaten and blueprints for restaurant renovations. With these things, Liang Yu's restaurant was sure to make money. In the latter half of the year, the restaurant is sure to open, Liang Run continued. Your eldest uncle, besides being busy with restaurant matters, also specifically went to visit local officials and wealthy gentry in Kingzhu. Seeing Liang Run suddenly furrow his brows, Zhao Yao put down his chopsticks and asked, Are the officials and wealthy gentry in Kingzhu difficult to deal with? Liang Run lightly nodded. Although Kingzhu is small, the forces there are very complex, making it quite difficult to penetrate them. Money makes the mare go, Zhao Yao said. As long as there's enough money, you can break into their circles. You're right, this nephew was as smart as his sister. Unfortunately, the Liang family had no influence. Not only could they not help him fight for that position, but they might also hold him back, causing his sister and him to not dare fight for it. With the intelligence of his sister and Yao Yao, not fighting for that position really was a pity. By the way, second uncle, how is the situation in Yangzhou? A few days ago, Lai Zai brought his friend to the palace to find Zhao Yao. His friend told Zhao Yao that there were many people in Yangzhou, and these people were fighting and killing each other. However, he didn't know the specific details about these people. He only knew that there was a war in Yangzhou. Zhao Yao wanted to know the specific situation in Yangzhou, so he asked Lai Zai and his friend to make a trip to Yangzhou to gather information for him. Upon learning that Lai Zai and his group were going to Yangzhou, Lai Kaiyan insisted on going as well to help Zhao Yao gather information. Once they arrive in Yangzhou and collect the news, Lai Kaiyan will fly back to the capital at the earliest opportunity to inform Zhao Yao. Yangzhou is hundreds of miles away from the capital, and it will take Lai Kaiyan and Lai Zai some time to fly there. Zhao Yao is still unaware of the current situation in Yangzhou. Liang Run thought Zhao Yao was asking about Mr. Liang, so he said, Your grandfather is doing well, no one is giving him trouble. The Liang family still has some reputation in the Yangzhou region, being one of the wealthy gentry. Besides, his role as county magistrate has been satisfactory, maintaining good relations with some officials in Yangzhou. He was transferred to Guangling County as county magistrate, and no one has given him a hard time. Your grandfather and grandmother have always wanted to see you, but unfortunately your grandfather cannot come to the capital. I also want to see my grandfather and grandmother, Zhao Yao said. If grandfather can't come to the capital, then grandmother can. At that time, my mother and I will secretly sneak out to meet her. Your grandmother wants to come to the capital too, but she suffers from severe seasickness and can't travel by boat to the capital, Liang Run explained. She also can't endure long periods in a carriage, it makes her uncomfortable. Seasickness and carsickness, then grandmother can't travel far. That's right, your grandmother is afraid of long trips as well. Zhao Yao said with a look of disappointment, It seems, for now I won't have the chance to meet my grandfather and grandmother. Alas, the capital is really too far from Yangzhou. Second uncle, earlier I asked about the situation in Yangzhou, not about grandfather, but about what's happening in Yangzhou city. Liang Run, upon hearing this, showed an astonished expression. Why are you asking this? Is something happening in Yangzhou? Could it be rebels? Zhao Yao nodded and said, It is related to the rebels. What about the rebels? Liang Run knew that there was fighting in Yangzhou, and it was against the rebels. Didn't the emperor send the Zai family to suppress the rebellion? Your grandfather said that although there's fighting in Yangzhou, the interior of Yangzhou city is still safe. Second uncle, don't you find it strange that the Zai family went to Yangzhou to suppress the rebellion months ago, but still haven't succeeded and are entangled with the rebels? Zhao Yao knitted his brows, and though usually a cute face, it now looked rather serious. Back then, Yangzhou, Liangzhou, and Jingzhou all had uprisings at the same time. The uprising in Liangzhou was the most severe, while Yangzhou's was the mildest. Logically, Yangzhou should have been the easiest to pacify, yet the reality is that Liangzhou achieved a major victory first, while Yangzhou has yet to succeed in quelling the rebellion. It must be because the Zai family is ineffective, unable to handle even a small uprising in Yangzhou. Liang Run's business of delivering goods hadn't reached the Duke Zhen of the Zai family, but he had heard about the Zai's situation from elsewhere. The one leading the forces to suppress the rebellion in Yangzhou is Zai Shi. He always followed his brothers in battle before and never led troops independently. This is his first time leading troops on his own, so it's normal that he hasn't succeeded yet. Actually, the Zai family isn't known for great military talents. They were conferred the title of Duke Zhen because the Zai family provided money, weapons, and provisions to help the late emperor build his empire. To ensure the Zai family would naturally be conferred as Duke Zhen, the late emperor had them go to the battlefield and earn merits. With the help of other soldiers, the Zai family achieved numerous military successes and subsequently received the title of Duke Zhen. Liang Run was only half right. The other half of the reason is that the Zai family has stood for hundreds of years as a top-tier noble house, leading all the noble families. The late emperor granted the Zai family the title of Duke Zhen to intimidate other noble houses. It turned out that the late emperor's decision to marry into the Zai family was correct, as was making the Zai family Duke Zhen. With the Zai's presence, those noble houses have been well behaved in the court, not daring to look down on the imperial family. It is important to know that the surviving noble families have a heritage of hundreds of years. Dynasties often change rulers, but these noble families remain unshaken. Their influence is so vast that even the royal family does not look down on them. The late emperor started as an ordinary commoner, and due to the tyranny of Emperor Xia Ling and the oppression by officials, his family either died of beatings or starvation. Forced to survive, the late emperor rose in rebellion. Initially, he only intended to share a meal with his brothers, but unexpectedly their uprising grew larger and their army stronger. As their uprising expanded and gained more supporters, the late emperor decided to follow the mandate of heaven and directly overthrow the Xia dynasty's tyranny. Unfortunately, after a few years, a drought occurred, and many places lacked food. The late emperor and his brothers needed food the most in battle, but what they obtained was insufficient. Just as they found themselves in trouble, the Zai family took the initiative to show goodwill and provided them with provisions. Second uncle, you're mistaken. The Zai family may not have produced extraordinary military talents in the last 2 or 3 generations, but in the previous dynasty, and even further back, the Zai family produced many outstanding military leaders. The reason the Zai family became an elite noble house is because they produced many strategic geniuses. Although usually disinterested in studies, the 10th prince was very well informed about the noble families in the capital. Zai Shi is not a fool, nor is he as useless as you say. Moreover, he has capable soldiers by his side. With their abilities, it's impossible that they can't even handle a small rebellion in Yangzhou. Liang Run finally grasped Zhao Yao's meaning, and with a look of surprise, he said, Yao Yao, you mean the rebellion in Yangzhou is abnormal and not as simple as it seems. Yes, the rebellion in Yangzhou is likely more complex than we imagined, Zhao Yao replied earnestly. If we don't understand the true situation in Yangzhou, grandfather and the others may be in danger. What do you think the real situation in Yangzhou is? The rebels in Yangzhou are likely not simple, but I can't guess the exact situation. Zhao Yao continued, second uncle, you should write a letter to grandfather, advising him to pay attention to the rebel situation in Yangzhou and be cautious. Sure, I'll write the letter after dinner and send it to the hostel first thing in the morning. The hostel has people dedicated to delivering letters. If the situation in Yangzhou is extremely dangerous, advise grandfather to step down from his position as county magistrate and take the clan to live somewhere else. Okay, Liang Run said. Yao Yao, how did you know something was happening in Yangzhou? No one in the capital has mentioned anything about Yangzhou. Just a guess, a guess. Zhao Yao recounted the events of that evening's banquet to Liang Run. Both my mother and I felt that something was not right with what's happening in Yangzhou. You two are really alert. I hope we're just overthinking. The uncle and nephew finished their dinner and each wrote a letter to Mr. Liang. Liang Run wrote to Mr. Liang, advising him to be cautious about the situation in Yangzhou. Zhao Yao's letter to Mr. Liang was to inquire about his well-being. Since Liang Run came to the capital, Zhao Yao and Liang Zheyi frequently wrote to Mr. Liang's family. Although they couldn't meet, they at least could keep in touch and let each other know how they were doing. Next day, Zhao Yao naturally woke up, finding it was already the hour of C. When he wasn't studying before, he woke up at this time every day. Since he started studying this year, he could only sleep until the hour of C on rest days. Zhao Yao liked to sleep in and hated getting up early, which was one of the reasons he disliked studying. Yao Yao, why don't you sleep a bit more? Are you hungry? Liang Run said, Uncle bought breakfast for you and kept it warm in the pot. I'll get it for you now. Is there the sesame flatbread I love most? Near Liang Run's house, an old couple had a stall selling sesame flatbreads. The taste was exceptional, and Zhao Yao always ate them when he left the palace. Yes, I bought plenty for you and also got you soy milk and tofu pudding. Although he was a prince, he preferred the common folks' food. Great, I'll go wash up now. Tongs I served Zhao Yao as he washed and then served him breakfast. Liang Run had already eaten breakfast and was sitting opposite, watching Zhao Yao eat. Zhao Yao enjoyed the sesame flatbread, drinking soy milk, his small face full of happiness. Seeing how much Zhao Yao was enjoying it, Liang Run laughed. Is it that good? Zhao Yao nodded vigorously. It's delicious, so delicious. Isn't the food from the Imperial Kitchen tasty? The food from the Imperial Kitchen is tasty, of course, but it lacks some human touch. Lacks human touch? Liang Run looked puzzled. What do you mean? Zhao Yao couldn't explain it clearly for a moment, so he said anyway, food outside is also delicious, not inferior to the Imperial Kitchens. I think you've had too much exotic delicacies, so you find the common folks' food tasty. Uncle, that's where you're wrong. Zhao Yao put down his bowl, his expression turning somewhat serious. In the palace, we don't have exotic delicacies every meal. Whether it's father, mother, or me, the ingredients we usually eat are common, without any rare exotic beasts. Ah. Liang Run was full of surprise, really. Of course it's true, although the preparation of our dishes is more complex than yours, there's no other difference. Even beef isn't available every day, we can only have it during important festivals or banquets. Liang Run was shocked. I thought you had exotic delicacies every meal. Both Imperial grandfather and father are frugal. They don't allow extravagance and waste in food. Their meals also just have a few dishes, similar to an ordinary family's. Although his father didn't favor him, even bullied him, and was not a good father, he was a good emperor. It was the first time Liang Run heard of such things, and he was rather shocked, exclaiming, I really didn't expect that. Although Imperial grandfather established the Great Zhou, the world is not truly at peace. Aren't there still many places with rebels? From the founding of the Great Zhou by Imperial grandfather, it's only been over 10 years. The most important thing is that many people still can't get enough to eat. During Emperor Xiaoling's reign, there were frequent natural disasters, either floods or droughts and locust plagues, causing not a single grain to be harvested in many places. Moreover, there were human disasters. Officials exploited the people, blatantly seizing their land and food, leading to famine and death among many commoners. After the Great Zhou was established, the weather has been favorable. Over the past 10 years, there have been no natural disasters, but during the previous dynasty, much farmland was destroyed, with many becoming wasteland. In these 10 years, while efforts have been made to recuperate and build the economy, it's impossible to suddenly have a significant increase in grain. During the previous emperor's reign, many granaries couldn't be filled, grain remained scarce. After the emperor ascended the throne, grain began to have a good harvest in many places, but the output was still low in many areas. The former emperor and the current emperor are truly benevolent rulers. Both Imperial grandfather and father have experienced famine. They value grain greatly, so how could they be extravagant and wasteful? Imperial grandfather and father have been through hard times. They deeply understand the hardships of the common people and strive to improve their lives. Although many problems are still unresolved, I believe things will get better and better. Life now is much better than it was before. Liang Run had experienced all sorts of natural and human disasters during his childhood in the previous dynasty. Although he was young then, he would never forget the suffering of those times. Uncle, did you go to the Pinyin guest house? Zhao Yao asked urgently. Did you find out anything? I went early in the morning and inquired with the staff. They said those people were very strange, staying cooped up in the room all day, even eating in their rooms. The staff never saw them leave. The Pinyin guest house wasn't far from where Liang Run lived, and he was familiar with the guest house's shopkeeper and staff. When he asked around, the staff naturally shared what they knew. It wasn't until the day they checked out that they left their rooms. Zhao Yao increasingly felt those people who went to the Pei mansion were strange. Did the staff say where their accent was from? I asked, and the staff said they had an accent from Sichuan. The staff at the Pinyin guest house dealt with travelers from all over and had developed the skill to identify regional accents. Though they tried hard to disguise their accent, the staff still picked it up. Sichuan. Zhao Yao was surprised. They're from Sichuan. Sichuan is thousands of miles away from the capital, yet those people traveled all this way to the Pei mansion to find something. It seems whatever they're looking for is very important. Liang Run curiously asked, what on earth could the Pei mansion have that would be worth their long journey? Zhao Yao shook his head. I don't know. Could those people be related to the Pei family? Probably not, Zhao Yao speculated. The Pei family was wiped out 2 or 3 decades ago. If they were connected, they wouldn't wait until now to investigate the Pei mansion. The Pei family was framed for treason back then, leading to their entire clan being executed, with everything of value taken. Not even a chair was left. What could possibly be there for them to search for? Liang Run had visited the Pei mansion and found nothing of value. Perhaps they heard something that convinced them there's something in the Pei mansion worth investigating, Zhao Yao thought aloud. Uncle, you should ask the elderly in the capital about the Pei mansion. They might have heard something. All right. Seeing Zhao Yao furrowed his brows, deep in thought, Liang Run asked, Yao Yao, what's wrong? Sichuan is currently controlled by the rebels of the previous dynasty and doesn't belong to the Great Zhou. I'm wondering if those people might be remnants of the previous dynasty. Liang Run was startled by Zhao Yao's words, remnants of the previous dynasty. It's very possible they are with Han Zhang. Han Zhang was a remnant of the previous dynasty. 20 years ago, he competed with Zhao Yao's imperial grandfather for the Yang state, but was defeated and fled with his troops to Sichuan. At that time, only 2,000 or 3,000 soldiers followed him into Sichuan. Soon after arriving there, he declared himself emperor. Now he has an army of hundreds of thousands in Sichuan. While the former emperor was still alive, Han Zhang had once come out of Sichuan to attack Liangzhu, but was badly defeated by the emperor, returning to Sichuan in disgrace. Since then, he never ventured out of Sichuan again or attacked the Great Zhou. The emperor wished to eliminate Han Zhang and reclaim Sichuan, but the terrain was complex and fortified, making it hard to conquer. Recovering Sichuan required a significant number of troops and supplies. The Great Zhou was newly established, with much to rebuild, lacking the resources to attack Sichuan. Moreover, there were other rebels to suppress in several provinces, leaving the court with no choice but to temporarily abandon the plan to reclaim Sichuan. Once the insurgencies in the other states were fully quelled, the emperor planned to move to reclaim Sichuan. The emperor was determined to take Sichuan back and wouldn't allow Han Zhang to continue his rule there as a local king. Although no actions had been taken so far, the plan to retake Sichuan was continuously underway. Han Zhang's men, Liang Run, spoke in a hushed tone. "That's treasonous, how dare he send people to the capital." Zhao Yao considered this. Han Zhang was a remnant of the previous dynasty, and the Pei Mansion was also connected to the previous era. Han Zhang deliberately sent someone to search the Pei Mansion, suggesting the object might relate to the previous dynasty. They didn't find anything in the Pei Mansion, so it's unlikely they'll return. If they did return to the capital, they would surely be discovered, putting themselves in danger. Who knows if anyone from the Pei family survived back then? Wasn't the Pei family entirely executed? How could there be any survivors? Someone might have escaped. If someone did escape from the Pei family, they would surely live in anonymity, making them hard to find. Are you looking for someone from the Pei family? Why would I look for Pei family members? Zhao Yao said, even if we tried, it would be hard to find them. If they were truly found, it would only bring unnecessary trouble and danger. The capital city is divided into 4 districts: the East Market, West Market, South Market, and North Market. The East Market mainly encompasses the imperial city. The South Market is the area where the officials reside. The West Market is the commercial district, where the merchants mostly live. The North Market is the slum area, inhabited by the impoverished or low-status individuals. The West Market is a bustling commercial district. Shops, taverns, and inns are lined up here. On both sides of the street, various stalls are set up. The cries of the vendors ring out from morning till night. Zhao Yao sat on Liang Run's shoulders, looking around curiously with his eyes. He noticed that after a while of not coming here, many new shops and stalls had sprung up. Seeing a stall selling sugar paintings ahead, Liang Run carried Zhao Yao over and asked the owner to make a sugar painting of a tiger. When they passed a stall selling red date and yam cakes, Liang Run bought some for Zhao Yao as well. Zhao Yao sat on Liang Run's shoulders, munching on the sweet sugar painting while enjoying the delicious red date and yam cake. Ahead not far away, people were performing, showcasing acts like spitting fire, breaking large stones on their chests, and throwing big ceramic jars. A crowd gathered to watch, and when they saw something spectacular, they would clap and praise. At that time, someone holding a cymbal would walk to the front of the crowd, and people would give some gratuities. Liang Run also gave a couple of copper coins and then carried Zhao Yao further ahead. There, an old man was commanding a big monkey and a little monkey to perform all sorts of interesting and amusing actions, making the crowd laugh heartily. Their fur was golden, their faces handsome, and expressions lively, winning the affection of the spectators. The big monkey continued performing martial arts, while the little monkey carried a chipped bowl towards the audience, mumbling something. Though the audience couldn't understand what the little monkey was saying, they could guess its meaning and thus rewarded a few copper coins into the bowl. Seeing the little monkey so polite, the crowd liked it even more. Those who initially gave only 1 copper coin couldn't help but give 1 or 2 more. Shortly after, the little monkey approached Zhao Yao. Not long ago, Zhao Yao had asked Liang Run to put him down. The little monkey seemed a bit afraid of Lai Man, who was beside Zhao Yao. Noticing its fear, Zhao Yao asked Lai Man to hide behind him. Lai Man is good, it won't bite you, Zhao Yao said, placing 5 copper coins from his hand into the little monkey's chipped bowl. What's your name? Then he asked. You look so pretty. Are you a boy or a girl? It was his first time seeing a monkey with golden fur all over. The little monkey felt a sense of familiarity from Zhao Yao, which emboldened it to take a step forward. It opened its mouth and said to Zhao Yao, my name is Xiao Niu, and I am a girl. Zhao Yao squatted down and reached out to the little monkey. Xiao Niu, my name is Yao Yao. Can we be friends? Xiao Niu widened its eyes in surprise at Zhao Yao. You can understand me. Zhao Yao smiled and said, yes, can we be friends? It was the first time Xiao Niu met someone who could understand its speech, and it looked amazed. Mimicking Zhao Yao's action, it extended its right hand. Zhao Yao grasped Xiao Niu's right hand and gently shook it, then we're friends now. Lai Man poked its head out from behind Zhao Yao, softly calling to Xiao Niu, I am Lai Man, Yao Yao's friend. Now that you're Yao Yao's friend, you're also my friend. The little monkey was a bit startled, shrinking its neck. It looked toward Zhao Yao for help. Zhao Yao reached out to pat the little monkey's head, smiling gently. Lai Man is my good friend, it's very good and won't bite you. Don't be afraid. Lai Man promptly said, you're friends with both me and Yao Yao. I won't bite you. The little monkey nodded and then turned to look at Lai Man. If you don't bite me, then I'm not afraid of you. Lai Man happily wagged its tail. Xiao Niu, you're really pretty. Being praised for its looks, Xiao Niu's delicate face lit up with a happy smile. Xiao Niu, is that your mother? Zhao Yao asked while pointing at the big monkey that was dancing. The little monkey nodded and said, yes, that's my mother. What's your mother's name? Niu. In the eyes of others, a handsome child was talking with a pretty little monkey. The little monkey was chattering, and the little boy seemed to understand it, sincerely conversing with it. This scene was amusing, cute, and heartwarming, bringing a faint smile to the faces of those watching. Little young master, can you understand what the little monkey is saying? Asked an ant standing next to Zhao Yao. Yes, it said its name is Xiao Niu, and its mother's name is Niu. The ant feigned a look of surprise. Little young master, you're really amazing. Of course, the ant didn't really believe Zhao Yao could understand the monkey. She assumed he heard the old man call the monkeys by name. Your child is really handsome, the ant said to Liang Run. It said that a nephew resembles his uncle, and Zhao Yao did look a bit like Liang Run. The ant assumed Zhao Yao was Liang Run's son. Being complimented on his looks pleased Liang Run, who said with a cheerful smile he takes after his mother. Yao Yao resembled his sister a lot, especially the eyes, which were almost identical. Auntie, you're good-looking too. Returning a compliment for a compliment is customary, so he naturally praised her in return. The ant's face blossomed into a smile. The little young master's words are so sweet. Saying this, she pulled out an apple from the basket she carried. Little young master, take this, it's very sweet. The ant couldn't resist patting Zhao Yao on the head. You're welcome. Auntie, may I give the apple you gave me to Xiao Niu? Of course you can. Xiao Niu continued to hold the bowl, asking the spectators for more tips. Noticing Zhao Yao had been watching the little monkey intently, Liang Run picked him up and asked, Yao Yao, do you like these two monkeys? Yes, they are very pretty and very clever. Monkeys are generally smarter than many other animals, and most importantly, they can mimic human actions like no other animal can. If you like them, we can buy them, Liang Run suggested. Second uncle, I don't think that old man would sell Xiao Niu and her family. Zhao Yao observed that the old man treated the two monkeys as his own children. More importantly, they helped him earn a living. However, second uncle, we can hire the old man to bring Xiao Niu and work for us. Work? Liang Run asked, what kind of work? Second uncle, there are many tasks they can do. Zhao Yao smiled knowingly. Second uncle, let's approach them after their performance ends. All right. Liang Run couldn't see what was so special about an old man and two monkeys. Zhao Yao followed Liang Run to a tea house not far away, sitting by the second-floor window that offered a view of the old man and the monkey's performance. After about an hour, the old man and the two monkeys concluded their act. Seeing this, Liang Run quickly exited the tea house and approached the old man. After exchanging some words, the old man led the two monkeys behind him into the tea house. Xiao Niu was delighted to see Zhao Yao and hopped over to him. Zhao Yao picked it up, and it wrapped its arms around Zhao Yao's neck, rubbing its face against Zhao Yao's. Zhao Yao reciprocated the gesture. The old man, holding Niu's hand, politely greeted Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao invited the old man to sit down. Liang Run poured the old man a cup of tea. The old man, having made a living performing arts for decades, had developed a skill of eyes of golden flame. He could tell at a glance that Zhao Yao was of noble status, and that Liang Run deferred to Zhao Yao. Grandpa, how old are Niu and Xiao Niu this year? Have they always been with you? In response to the little young master, Niu is 3 years old, and Xiao Niu just turned 2 this year. The old man respectfully replied, over a year ago, I happened upon Niu and Xiao Niu, who had fallen into a trap. Niu and Xiao Niu had fallen into a human trap and were severely injured. The old man took them home to heal them. With his devoted care, Niu and Xiao Niu gradually recovered. After they healed, Niu didn't take Xiao Niu back to the forest, but chose to stay with the old man and live with him. The old man was childless and alone, so he was naturally delighted that the two monkeys were willing to stay with him. Thus, he adopted them. Niu and Xiao Niu were very intelligent and could understand human speech. So the old man trained them to perform and make money. Although they didn't earn much, it was enough to sustain the 3 of them. Thus, they relied on one another for survival. Grandpa, would you be willing to bring Niu and Xiao Niu to work for me? Zhao Yao said, I will pay you every month and provide you with a place to live, so you won't need to perform on the streets anymore. Little young master, what do you want us to do for you? Rest assured, Grandpa, I won't make you do anything bad, Zhao Yao said, patting Xiao Niu's belly. Grandpa, you must realize that taking Niu and Xiao Niu to perform won't always be safe. Sooner or later, others might covet them as they are very remarkable, which could bring danger. This struck a chord with the old man's deepest worries in his heart. He knew very well that Deniu and Xiaoniu were not only good-looking, but also very clever and human-like. Most importantly, they could perform and earn money, which made them a target for ill-intentioned people. He lacked the ability to protect Deniu and Xiaoniu. Little young master, we are willing to work for you. The old man had longed for a stable life without having to wander around. Now, someone offered to employ them and provide a place to live, which was exactly what he wanted. Zhao Yao instructed Tongzai to take the old man and the two monkeys back to Liang Run's house. He and his second uncle continued shopping. Liang Run took Zhao Yao to the most famous dessert shop in the capital and bought a lot of pastries. Zhao Yao planned to take them back to the palace for Liang Zheai. Zhao Yao then visited the largest bookstore in the capital and bought many storybooks for Liang Zheai. After buying the storybooks, Liang Run took Zhao Yao to Zhengxiu Building for lunch. They were lucky as there was just a vacant seat available. Zhengxiu Building was very popular, and it was always packed with people every day. If you came late and were unlucky, you'd have to queue. After ordering their meals, they heard the storyteller talking about Prince Dai's battles. On the first floor of Zhengxiu Building, there's a large stage where people perform every day. Some perform music, some tell stories, some act in plays, and some perform shadow puppetry. This allows diners to enjoy various performances while eating. Every day at Zhengxiu Building, there's a storyteller narrating Prince Dai's battles. Zhao Yao leaned his right hand against his face, listening with great interest to the storyteller, recounting Prince Dai's success in pacifying Shuzhou and Jizhu. Shuzhou and Jizhu were critical locations, and not only that, they were also affluent areas. 3 years ago, rebels from the previous dynasty caused chaos in these regions, and the emperor dispatched Prince Dai to quell the unrest. Prince Dai took little time to pacify the rebels in Shuzhou and Jizhu. That year, Prince Dai became famous for quelling these insurgencies. When Prince Dai quelled the rebels in these two prefectures, his prowess in commanding troops was finally unveiled. Since then, Prince Dai became increasingly formidable in battle, winning almost every encounter and earning the title of the General of Constant Victory. Indeed, 3 years ago, storytellers were narrating Prince Dai's suppression of the rebels in Shuzhou and Jizhu. At that time, it caused quite a stir. 3 years later, storytellers in the capital are revisiting this story not to rehash old news, but to build momentum for Prince Dai. These days, most storytellers in the capital focus on every military exploit Prince Dai has accomplished. It's to let the citizens know how formidable Prince Dai is, and to make them realize the peace they enjoy now is because of him. Now when people mention Prince Dai, they all praise him. Liang Run played with the teacup in his hand and said, everyone considers him a great hero and recognizes him as the war god of Great Zhou and their protector. Then his voice suddenly lowered significantly. Now many people believe Prince Dai surpasses the Crown Prince, thinking the Crown Prince is not as capable as Prince Dai. This is the effect that Marquis Xuanping and his allies desire. Liang Run lowered his voice and asked his inner doubt, now that Prince Dai holds great prestige in the capital, even surpassing the Crown Prince, why hasn't Duke Zhen done anything? It's quite strange. Because Duke Zhen and his allies know that what Marquis Xuanping and his allies are doing is futile. Futile, Liang Run exclaimed, now everyone thinks Prince Dai should be the Crown Prince. Zhao Yao shrugged and said, what does it matter what people think? It doesn't change anything. Besides, the Crown Prince is the heir apparent. It's not something that can be changed just like that. Even if the emperor wanted to replace the Crown Prince, he couldn't do so on a whim. Even so, isn't it unusual that Duke Zhen and his allies are doing nothing to counteract? Liang Run was puzzled. What Marquis Xuanping and his allies are doing is deliberately humiliating the Crown Prince. Why doesn't Duke Zhen care? It's simple, they're intentionally putting the Crown Prince at a disadvantage, purposely allowing Prince Dai to overshadow the Crown Prince. Liang Run looked utterly confused, deliberately putting the Crown Prince at a disadvantage. What use is that? Now everyone admires my second brother and thinks the Crown Prince is not as good as him. But when the situation turns around and people realize they have been misunderstanding the Crown Prince all along, they will think my second brother was too overbearing and too oppressive on the heir apparent. Then everyone will sympathize with the Crown Prince. Zhao Yao believed that the reason Duke Zhen did nothing now was that they were saving a powerful move for a dramatic reversal in the future. Liang Run listened in astonishment, dazed for a moment before snapping back and eagerly asking, what does the situation turns around mean? Duke Zhen will not always sit idly by, they will surely fight back later, and then the situation will reverse, Zhao Yao confidently stated. A grand show is waiting for us to watch. What grand show? What is Duke Zhen planning to do? Zhao Yao shook his head and said, I don't know. He added, when my second brother returns, Duke Zhen and his allies will make their move. Speaking of which, when is Prince Dai coming back? Ever since the news of the great victory in Liangzhu reached the capital, there had been talk of Prince Dai every day, but he had yet to return. Second brother is coming back tomorrow, Zhao Yao said, apparently arriving in the capital in the afternoon. coming back tomorrow. Liang Run thought Prince Dai would take a while longer to return to the capital, but unexpectedly he would be back tomorrow. Originally, he was supposed to take a few more days, but he seems to have sped up during the journey, arriving a few days earlier. Zhao Yao grinned, looks like he's eager to come back too. With Prince Dai's return this time, will there be another struggle between him and the Crown Prince? Liang Run frowned, will the capital become unsettled? It has nothing to do with us. Zhao Yao noticed Liang Run's unease and comforted. No matter how fierce the fight between my Crown Prince brother and my second brother, it won't involve us, so you don't need to worry. Liang Run thought deeply for a moment and realized this was indeed the case, which eased his heart considerably. That's true. As they were speaking, the waiter brought the freshly prepared dishes. Zhao Yao and Liang Run immediately turned their attention to the food. After lunch, the uncle-nephew duo decided to return home. On their way back, they saw some older beggars kicking and punching a younger beggar. The young beggar, pinned to the ground, curled up, covering his head with his hands and biting his lips tightly, not making a sound. His eyes were cold and fierce, seemingly wanting to devour the bullies alive. Unable to bear it, Liang Run approached and chased away the older beggars, helping the severely beaten young beggar to his feet. The young beggar was scrawny and dirty, his face beaten so badly it was black and blue, making it hard to see his original appearance, but his eyes were remarkably bright. As Liang Run lifted him up, the young beggar's wolf-like gaze suddenly turned bewildered, seemingly confused as to why he was being rescued. Liang Run carefully examined the young beggar's body, discovering he had many wounds and bruises. "How are you?" The young beggar seemed to be about the same height as Yao Yao, probably around the same age as him too. The young beggar snapped back to reality, his eyes suddenly filled with caution. He quickly retreated, putting distance between himself and Liang Run. Seeing the young beggar looking at him with such wary eyes, Liang Run smiled gently. "I'm not a bad person, I just wanted to see if you're hurt anywhere. Are you in pain anywhere?" The young beggar glanced at Liang Run, then at Zhao Yao standing behind him, and then ran away without looking back. Unfortunately, his leg, having been kicked earlier, gave out after just a few steps, causing him to fall. Liang Run hurried forward to check. The young beggar was clutching his right leg, looking in immense pain. "What's wrong with you?" Zhao Yao walked over and seeing the young beggar holding his right leg, gritting his lips in pain, guessed his leg might be broken. Liang Run reached out and examined the young beggar's leg, confirming it was indeed broken. Without any hesitation, he picked up the young beggar, not minding his dirty appearance. "Second uncle, are we going to a clinic?" "No need for a clinic, we'll head home directly." Liang Run knew some medical skills and could treat a broken leg. The young beggar passed out from the pain. After taking him back, Liang Run first used 2 wooden boards to splint his leg, then carefully took his pulse, finding many illnesses afflicting the young beggar. He wrote several prescriptions and instructed Tongzai to fetch the medicine from the clinic. "Second uncle, are you planning to take him in?" Liang Run laughed, meeting him is fate, so I'll lend him a hand. Zhao Yao suddenly recalled a dream he had when he was ill, where he was taken to a special place with many children around his age. They studied and trained together from a young age, becoming the most trusted comrades for one another in that dream. "Second uncle, since that's the case, maybe you should take in more little beggars or orphans." "Huh. Yao Yao, why do you want me to take in beggars and orphans? Raise them from a young age and cultivate their talents." Zhao Yao had a sudden inspiration. Liang Run immediately understood what Zhao Yao meant and nodded in agreement, saying, "That's a good idea. This way you'll have more people to use in the future. Although his future fief will be small, it still requires management." He had long planned to be a hands-off manager, letting capable subordinates handle all matters of the fief while he travels around with his mother consort. If he adopts some orphans and beggars now and trains them well, they will grow to be not only extremely loyal but also very useful. "Yes, we also need to train a batch of suicide squad," Liang Run said. "I heard that those noble families all have a suicide squad." It's not just having a suicide squad, but also people who specialize in intelligence gathering. The reason noble families can remain unshaken for centuries is mainly due to their unique and advanced intelligence agencies. "Exactly, we must also train spies." Liang Run laughed. "Yao Yao, you're really clever to think of these things. How could he, with a pig's brain, forget something so crucial?" The Liang family has been in business for generations, not only leveraging the entrepreneurial acumen of successive heads of the family, but also information. The Liang family has people dedicated to gathering business intelligence. "Second uncle, we need to cultivate talents in all aspects, such as scholars, business talents, military talents, medical talents, agricultural talents." "Yao Yao, you're saying so much all at once, I can't remember it all." Liang Run interrupted Zhao Yao. "I'll go get some paper and a pen to write down these talents you're talking about." After Liang Run brought the pen and paper, Zhao Yao carefully explained again what talents they needed to cultivate. Liang Run very seriously noted down everything Zhao Yao said. Oh, and we also need people like Uncle Zhang who can command animals. Although Uncle Zhang couldn't understand animals speaking, he could command Danu and Xiao Nu to perform various tricks, which was also a talent he needed. Yao Yao, I haven't asked you yet, what do you want to keep them for? Liang Run asked in confusion, what can an old man and two monkeys do? Second uncle, don't underestimate them. They're capable of many things, especially Danu and Xiao Nu. They can do things people can't. Plus, people generally don't guard against animals, so animals can easily get close to people and gather important information. Zhao Yao added, they can also retrieve things that people can't get. Lai Man, sitting beside Zhao Yao's feet, suddenly called out softly, exactly, we animals are smart and capable, able to do many things people can't. Zhao Yao reached out to pet Lai Man's head and said to Liang Run, just look at how capable Lai Man and the others are. They not only guard the Pei Mansion well, but also gather information from all over the capital. Lai Man, who was being praised, wagged its tail happily, wearing a very proud and smug expression. Liang Run looked at Lai Man and laughed. Indeed, Lai Man and the others are quite capable. As for what Zhao Yao just said about Lai Man and the others gathering information, Liang Run was a bit skeptical because, after all, dogs couldn't speak. Uncle Zhang and Den Niu, as well as Xiao Niu, will be useful in the future. After saying this, Zhao Yao suddenly remembered that he hadn't had a proper conversation with Uncle Zhang and the others yet. Second uncle, you should take good care of this little beggar first. I'm going to find Uncle Zhang and the others. There are some things I need to explain to them. Okay. Uncle Zhang lived in a room in the back courtyard with Den Niu and Xiao Niu. Seeing Zhao Yao approaching, Uncle Zhang hurriedly stood up to greet him. Den Niu mimicked Uncle Zhang's movements, while Xiao Niu had already thrown itself into Zhao Yao's arms. Young master, do you have any instructions? Uncle Zhang, I want you to properly teach Den Niu and Xiao Niu. Zhao Yao had considered taking Den Niu and Xiao Niu into the palace for personal training and guidance, but he realized they had always been inseparable from Uncle Zhang. If he took them away, they wouldn't be used to it, and Uncle Zhang would be reluctant too. Uncle Zhang was slightly stunned, then asked, Young master, how exactly do you want me to teach Den Niu and Xiao Niu? Uncle Zhang, can you read? Uncle Zhang shook his head and said, I don't know many characters. I see, then I'll first tell you some of the training tasks for Den Niu and Xiao Niu. Zhao Yao originally planned to write a detailed training plan for Den Niu and Xiao Niu for Uncle Zhang to follow, but since Uncle Zhang wasn't very literate, he'd have to explain some things first. Please guide me, young master. First, train Den Niu and Xiao Niu's climbing abilities well. Climbing abilities. Uncle Zhang was bewildered, thinking that Den Niu and Xiao Niu could already climb trees. Zhao Yao, naturally noticing Uncle Zhang's confusion, said, the climbing ability I'm talking about is not just simple tree climbing, but enabling them to climb anything, especially being able to silently climb onto beams or places where people cannot access. Uncle Zhang was again puzzled. Beams, places where people couldn't go. Was the young master asking Den Niu and Xiao Niu to steal things? I'm not asking Den Niu and Xiao Niu to become thieves, but sometimes they need to reach places that people can't climb or access to do something. Uncle Zhang seemed half understood. Young master, I've never taught Den Niu and the others these things. No worries, as long as you teach them, they will learn, won't you, Xiao Niu? Zhao Yao looked down at Xiao Niu lying in his arms. Xiao Niu nodded repeatedly. We will learn well. Young master, what exactly should I do? Asked Uncle Zhang, having never taught the things Zhao Yao mentioned and completely uncertain on how to proceed. I'll teach you. Zhao Yao proceeded to explain in detail how to train Den Niu and Xiao Niu. Uncle Zhang listened very attentively. Young master, rest assured, I will surely train Den Niu and Xiao Niu well. Zhao Yao told Uncle Zhang to first go find Liang Run since Liang Run had things to discuss with him. Zhao Yao then planned to talk closely with Den Niu and Xiao Niu. Den Niu and Xiao Niu were already very smart and perceptive, and now that Zhao Yao could understand their speech, communication was very easy. Zhao Yao informed Den Niu and Xiao Niu about the training methods. Den Niu and Xiao Niu listened very carefully. If you train well, there will be rewards. Zhao Yao used a tone like coaxing a 3-year-old to Den Niu and the others. Whatever tasty things you want to eat or whatever you desire, I'll give them to you. When Den Niu and Xiao Niu heard there would be rewards, their eyes immediately sparkled, with their pretty little faces glowing. We will definitely train well. The next time I come to see you, I will check your training. If you train well, there will be rewards. Training poorly will mean punishment. Zhao Yao said, gently patting Xiao Niu's bottom. I'll spank you hard. Den Niu and Xiao Niu were so frightened they immediately covered their bottoms. The mother and daughter shook their heads in unison, showing a look of fear as they spoke in unison. It hurts, don't spank. If you don't want a spanking, train well. Zhao Yao pointed to Lai Man and told Den Niu, if you need to find me, you can first go to Lai Man and tell him what's up so that he can inform me. Lai Man wagged its tail and said, we are already friends, you can come to me anytime if anything comes up. Lai Man, you have to visit Den Niu and Xiao Niu on my behalf often. He could only take leave once a month. The next time he could take leave would be the next month. Lai Man happily assured, don't worry, Yao Yao, I will come to see them every day. After finishing with Din Niu and Xiao Niu, Zhao Yao went to find Liang Run and Uncle Zhang. Liang Run had also finished his talk with Uncle Zhang. Yao Yao, it's still early, do you want to go for a walk? Liang Run said, I will have Uncle Zhang watch over the little beggar. Of course, I want to go out. There wasn't much time left before nightfall, so he needed to hurry and play. Once he returned to the palace, he wouldn't be able to play. Liang Run took Zhao Yao around the West Market. After a while, they saw a crowd gathered not far ahead, seemingly watching some commotion. Zhao Yao loved a spectacle, and as soon as he saw one, he dashed forward. With his small frame, he slipped through the crowd like an eel, squeezing right to the front. It was then he saw several teenagers in their teens beating up a frail young man. Each of these teenagers was dressed in brocade clothes, their expressions fierce, with smirks of glee on their lips. The man under their feet wore gray linen, and his face was bruised beyond recognition. Curled up on the ground, his eyes were full of fear, and he continuously begged for mercy. Yet the more he pleaded, the happier the teenagers became. They kicked him occasionally and sometimes whipped him with a horsewhip. Seeing this, Zhao Yao frowned. However, he didn't rush to judge instead. He asked an elder beside him, Sir, why are they beating him? The elder, finding Zhao Yao charming, couldn't help but feel affection and kindly replied, That man is a thief, daring to steal from these young noblemen, and he got caught on the spot, so they beat him. Another elder nearby said, This person is a habitual thief, this isn't the first time he's stolen. Today he was unlucky to steal from these ones. Lowering his voice, he added, to steal from these bullies. Someone else chimed in, This fellow must be crazy to provoke them. If he wasn't beaten half to death, these bullies wouldn't let him go. Hearing the elders call the teenagers bullies, Zhao Yao curiously asked, Who are they and why call them bullies? The first elder, surprised that Zhao Yao didn't recognize these bullies, replied, You really don't know them. Zhao Yao shook his head, I don't. Are they famous? Judging by their clothes and actions, they seemed like infamous playboys of the capital. Everyone in the West Market knows them, the elder said, eyeing the bullies who continued to harass the thief, and cautiously told Zhao Yao, Their fathers are high officials in the court. How high? I heard they're all sons of the great generals. Great generals, what's their surname? There were many great generals at court, heroes who once fought alongside the emperor to build the kingdom. Song, Zhang, Shen, and Chu, replied the elder. Zhao Yao appeared surprised. They're all sons of great generals. Indeed, or how else could they be so arrogant? Continued the elder. Don't be fooled by their young age, they dare do anything, beating people in broad daylight and fearlessly hitting anyone. Are they really that brazen, and doesn't the capital governor intervene? Their fathers being great generals, the capital governor wouldn't dare intervene. The elder kindly advised Zhao Yao, You shouldn't mess with these bullies, stay clear if you see them. Zhao Yao nodded, I understand. He further asked, Have they ever beaten anyone to death? Not killed, but they often beat people half to death like now. The elder shook his head, his face filled with fear, saying, Offending them leads to no good end. They don't take things without paying, do they? Zhao Yao softly inquired, Do they snatch people's belongings or abduct women? No, really, aren't all playboys like that? Though they often cause trouble, they don't steal or abduct women. Then why are they bullies? Because they're domineering and unreasonable, often beating people, added the elder. They also frequently engage in cockfights and dogfights. So that's how it is. Even the street dogs and cats fear them and keep their distance. Zhao Yao thought, so they're hated by both cats and dogs. Seeing the thief wet his pants under the beating, the teenagers burst into laughter. The tallest, strongest among them lifted the thief's chin with his whip, viciously warning, If we catch you stealing next time, watch your life. The thief cried, I won't dare again, never. The tall, strong youth snorted disdainfully, straightened up, and said to the others, Let's go. Where to? To the tea house to listen to stories. The tea house again. Where else do you want to go? To the brothel. Are we really going to the brothel? Do you dare? No way, I wouldn't either. If their fathers knew they went to the brothel, they'd be done for. If not the tea house, then let's go cockfighting. As soon as the bullies left, the crowd dared to start discussing. No one cared about the thief being heavily beaten by the youths. Zhao Yao asked Liang Run, Uncle, do you know those people just now? I do. They're very well known in the West Market. They belong to the Song, Zhang, Shen, and Chu families. Liang Run explained, They're the youngest sons of these families, likely spoiled, which makes them so arrogant. Nevertheless, since they haven't caused any deaths, the capital governor turns a blind eye. I heard the eldest sons of these families are famous and serve in the military, but I didn't expect their youngest sons to cause trouble in the market. Youngest sons tend to be spoiled. I'm also the youngest, but I'm not spoiled. Zhao Yao quietly sighed, Alas, even as the youngest, I'm punished to copy the Analects 100 times. Liang Run felt sorry hearing this, rubbing Zhao Yao's head. Uncle spoils you. Zhao Yao and his sister weren't favored, likely because of their Liang family's humble status. Even if father doesn't spoil me, I have my loving consort mother and uncles who do. Do you want to eat something? Uncle will buy it for you. I still want pastries. Then let's buy some more. The uncle and nephew headed to the most popular pastry store in the capital, unexpectedly encountering the same teenagers again. Three stood outside the pastry shop, while one seemed to be inside buying pastries. Seeing them standing at the pastry shop's entrance, passers-by appeared frightened and steered clear, as if they were man-eaters. Approaching them only meant being eaten. The three were pleased by the passers-by's fearful reactions, putting on even meaner faces, making passers-by quicken their pace past the shop. Zhao Yao remained unafraid of them, treating them as if they were invisible. The three teenagers, spotting a pretty little kid approaching, thought he would be scared of them but were surprised by his boldness as he walked right past them into the shop. Liang Run, naturally unfazed by these immature youths, followed Zhao Yao into the pastry shop. The trio eyed Zhao Yao all the way. As Zhao Yao entered the shop, they exchanged looks. Who is that little fellow just now, not afraid of us? Doesn't he know who we are? Were we just underestimated? When he comes out, we'll scare him, show him how frightening we are. Zhao Yao entered the shop, noticing the shop assistant speaking nervously to a richly dressed youth. The rich youth relished the assistant's fear. Though he had a chubby, cute face, he pretended to put on a fierce expression. Seeing the youth pull out money, the assistant quickly waved it off, saying it wasn't needed. The youth angrily said, "What, looking down on me?" The assistant, terrified, shook his head vehemently. "No, I wouldn't dare." The youth, chin raised, exuded an air of dominance. "I'm not short of money." With that, he forcefully placed the money on the counter. Only then did the rich youth leave contently. After he left, the assistant breathed a long sigh of relief, wearing a look of having escaped a calamity. "Are you all right?" Zhao Yao asked with concern. Seeing the adorable child at the counter, the assistant's heart softened, his expression turning gentle. "Young master, what pastries would you like? Are you okay?" Zhao Yao replied crisply, "I want peach blossom cakes, walnut date cakes, lotus cakes." These were his favorites. Naturally, they were also his mother's favorites. "Please wait a moment." The youth, having exited the shop, learned from his friends that a little guy wasn't afraid of them, naturally got angry. He and the other three waited outside the shop, intending to teach the little guy a lesson once he finished buying pastries and emerged. Zhao Yao came out with his pastries, seeing the four richly dressed youths glaring fiercely at him like malicious fiends. Convinced their formidable expressions would surely scare the little guy to tears, the richly dressed youth stood ready. When Liang Run saw the young nobles glaring angrily at Zhao Yao, he was about to stand in front of his nephew, but then he heard his nephew say, "Second uncle, let's go." Zhao Yao was not afraid of these young nobles with fierce expressions. Although he didn't know why they were glaring at him, he didn't care. The young nobles stared wide-eyed, watching the little one stroll past them. They couldn't believe it. The little one didn't cry in fear, he walked away confidently. It was only after Zhao Yao left that the young nobles came to their senses. They looked at each other, unable to believe what had just happened. Did the little one just leave like that? The one speaking was a little fatty, the youngest son of Song Deking, named Song Jikai. Because of his plumpness, he was called Fatty. Weren't we scary just now? This was Zhang He, the youngest son of General Zhang Gong, tall, sturdy, and dark-skinned, nicknamed Haizai Black One. They had put on their scariest faces, and usually others would have been scared stiff by now. That little one didn't seem afraid of us at all. If it were any other little one, they'd be crying by now. The speaker was Shen Sen, the youngest son of General Shen Hu, nicknamed Three Logs. The little one looks like a sticky rice ball, but surprisingly he's quite brave. Chu Huan said that little one didn't take us seriously at all. He was the youngest son of General Chu Ying, nicknamed Zio Bai for his fair complexion. Impossible, we're the bullies of the West Market, who wouldn't be afraid of us. Zhang He couldn't accept that the four bullies were ignored. It must be that our expressions weren't scary enough just now. I used my usual expression, Song Jikai said with a pout. That little sticky rice ball looked quiet and obedient. It would have been fun to make him cry, but he didn't cry. Shen Sen rubbed his chin and said, "Our intimidating power must be declining." Not at all. When I was buying snacks just now, the shop assistant was very scared of me, trembling when they saw me. Song Jikai was still holding a few bags of the newly bought snacks. These were for his sister. That little sticky rice ball's courage must be very big, Chu Huan said, frowning. It's the first time we didn't make a kid cry. This is a huge disgrace, Song Jikai said with a grim face. If others find out, our reputation as the four bullies will be gone. Right, this hurts our reputation, Chu Huan said, and his expression suddenly became serious. Next time we see that sticky rice ball, we must make him cry so he understands our power. Aya, we shouldn't have let him go just now, Shen Sen said angrily. That sticky rice ball runs quite fast. Next time we see him, we must scare him until he cries out loud, or our reputation will be ruined. We must let him know just how terrifying we are. Meanwhile, Zhao Yao, who was being discussed by the four bullies, suddenly felt an itch in his nose and quickly rubbed it. Yao Yao, what happened just now? Why were those four bullies glaring at you so maliciously? Zhao Yao shook his head and said, I don't know. He hadn't provoked them, so who knew why they were glaring at him? Could it be they wanted to snatch the snacks in your hand just now? Guessed Liang Run. Zhao Yao thought it was highly possible and nodded in agreement. Seeing that you, my second uncle, are an adult, they didn't dare to come and snatch my snacks. Angrily, Liang Run said with a slightly grim expression, they have the nerve of a bear and a leopard to even think about snatching your snacks. If they had tried to snatch my snacks just now, I definitely wouldn't have let them off, Zhao Yao said fiercely. These 4 bullies take advantage of their fathers being generals and behave recklessly everywhere, Liang Run said, frowning. That's how young nobles are, he added honestly. He also wanted to be a carefree and reckless child of nobility, eating, drinking, and having fun every day without anyone to control him. It sounded delightful, but unfortunately he wasn't born into it. Not just them, but most of the children of high-ranking officials in the capital are like this. That's true. If I were them, I'd be like that too. You would be like that too. Liang Run was startled by Zhao Yao's words. Yao Yao, you want to be a young noble. Zhao Yao actually nodded. Yeah, being a young noble is great. Liang Run's face darkened instantly. He couldn't believe it as he asked, what's so great about being a young noble? Zhao Yao held up a finger and said, firstly, young nobles don't have to study hard. Liang Run felt mixed emotions at his nephew's words. You want to be a young noble just so you don't have to study hard. Yes, young nobles are all dummies. No one forces them to study hard. There's nothing wrong with being a dummy. Secondly, as a young noble, you can play whatever you want. You can also play whatever you want. Not really, Zhao Yao wrinkled his little face. I can't even leave the palace freely, I have to sneak out, so where can I really play whatever I want? Being a prince, although prestigious, comes with many rules to follow. I can't play in the West Market every day like they do. The palace really isn't fun. These words left Liang Run speechless. Most importantly, as a young noble, as long as you don't go overboard, no one will manage you. Yao Yao, being a young noble will make people look down on you. Zhao Yao shrugged, saying nonchalantly, if they look down on me, so be it, I won't lose a pound of flesh. He didn't care about others' opinions, he just wanted to be happy himself. Second uncle, doing bad deeds is normal for young nobles, and people won't find it surprising. Is that really a benefit? Liang Run was shocked at Yao Yao's thoughts. Of course it's a benefit. That way you don't have to honestly follow the rules. Zhao Yao's expression suddenly became serious. Most importantly, if a young noble does one good thing, they will be praised. Liang Run didn't quite understand what Zhao Yao meant. Looking a bit puzzled, he said, regardless of who does something good, they'd be praised, I think. Zhao Yao raised his index finger and shook it. It's different. What's different? Second uncle, it's like how a bad person often does bad things, but one day if they suddenly do something good, everyone will praise them and even think they've changed for the better, forgetting the bad deeds they've done before. Zhao Yao said if a good person always does good things, everyone gets used to it, but if one day they suddenly do something bad, everyone will think they've become bad, forgetting all the good things they've done before. Liang Run was stunned, staring at Zhao Yao. Yao Yao, you, second uncle, isn't that the way it is? You're right, Liang Run sighed. The world demands a lot from good people, but they're very lenient toward bad people. It's the same for young nobles, that's why it's better to be a lawless young noble. He wanted to be a carefree prince, but reality didn't allow it, so he could only be a foolish prince. Liang Run now felt that Zhao Yao's words made a lot of sense. Yao Yao, do you really want to be a reckless child of nobility? I do want to, but unfortunately I can't, Zhao Yao said, pulling a sour face. If I'm uneducated, unruly, disobedient, and act out, father will definitely beat me to death. Father doesn't allow his sons to behave recklessly, and neither do the ministers. Those imperial censors always keep an eye on the members of the imperial family, and even the slightest mistake will be reported. Most importantly, I don't have the confidence to be a young noble. If he were like his second and third brothers, when he grew up, he would be a carefree prince. Hearing Zhao Yao's last sentence, Liang Run felt a pang in his heart. It's all because the Liang family has neither power nor influence, making you and your sister live cautiously in the palace. Seeing Liang Run looking full of guilt, Zhao Yao knew he misunderstood and quickly said, second uncle, I didn't mean to blame you. The Liang family lacking power and influence isn't a bad thing, at least it keeps mother and me out of the vicious battles for the throne. If the Liang family had power, even if he wanted to be a carefree prince, they'd force him into the competition for the throne. Zhao Yao wandered for a while longer and then returned with Liang Run. When they got back, the little beggar that Liang Run had rescued had already woken up. Seeing the little beggar eyeing them warily, poised for attack, Zhao Yao suddenly thought of a wolf. However, the little beggar before him could only be a weak little wolf cub that had been gravely injured. Liang Run asked gently, what's your name? The little beggar did not speak. No name. The little beggar still did not speak. Uncle Zhang said from the side, this child seems to be unable to speak. Uncle Zhang had been by the little beggar's bedside the whole time, and when the child woke up, he explained his current situation to him. He had spoken for most of the day, yet the child did not utter a word. Unable to speak, Liang Run's brow furrowed. This makes things difficult. Uncle, let me talk to him. Liang Run stood up and let Zhao Yao sit by the bed. He stood beside Zhao Yao, ready to protect him in case the little beggar suddenly attacked. Upon seeing Zhao Yao, an exquisite and adorable little kid, the vigilance on the little beggar's face instantly lessened considerably. Zhao Yao carefully noticed that the little beggar occasionally glanced at Lai Man, and he gestured for Lai Man to come over. Lai Man walked to Zhao Yao's feet and affectionately rubbed against his leg. Zhao Yao reached out and petted Lai Man's head. Seeing this, the little beggar's eyes became even less guarded, and Zhao Yao naturally noticed this change. His name is Lai Man, and he's my good friend. Lai Man wagged his tail happily and bobbed his head in agreement. Do you also have a friend like Lai Man? The little beggar looked at Zhao Yao and then at Lai Man, and then he slightly nodded. Dogs are our best friends. They protect us, never despise us, and are always loyal to us, Zhao Yao said with a smile. Is your good friend like that too? The little beggar nodded again, but still remained silent. So where's your good friend now? Can they be friends with Lai Man? Lai Man barked softly at the little beggar, as if saying, I'd like to be friends with your dog. The little beggar's expression suddenly turned sad. He bit his lip tightly and didn't say a word. Did your good friend die? Zhao Yao asked. Were they killed by those people who beat you today? The little beggar nodded, his eyes red. Do you want to avenge your good friend? Upon hearing this, the little beggar's eyes brightened first, but soon dimmed again. Zhao Yao patiently asked once more, do you want revenge? If you want revenge, I can help you. The little beggar's eyes lit up again. This time he did not nod, but spoke instead, I want to. His voice was very hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken in a long time. Uncle Zhang and Liang Run both exclaimed in unison, you're not mute, huh? The little beggar ignored Liang Run and Uncle Zhang, his eyes fixated on Zhao Yao intently. Do you want to personally avenge your good friend? The little beggar responded without hesitation, I want to. De Huang had been beat to death by those bastards while trying to protect him, and he had always remembered this grudge. He had vowed that he would avenge De Huang one day. To defeat those people, you need to make yourself stronger first. I can help you become stronger, but there are conditions. What conditions? I can take you in, make sure you have full meals every day, even meat, so you don't have to beg anymore, and find someone to teach you martial arts. But you must be obedient and loyal. Can you do that? Zhao Yao added, oh, and I'll also find someone to teach you to read and write. Hearing this, the little beggar's eyes widened like saucers, his dirty face full of shock. I don't want useless people. If you agree to be with me, you must learn martial arts, learn to read and write. Zhao Yao's words were eagerly interrupted by the little beggar. I am willing. The little beggar deeply envied those who could read and write. He often begged outside bookstores, listening to the students talk. He always fantasized about being able to read and write one day. Now that the opportunity was before him, he was more than willing. I am willing to do anything. I will obey, and I will always be loyal to you. Zhao Yao noticed that when he mentioned teaching reading and writing, the little beggar's eyes suddenly became very bright. Do you want to learn to read and write? Yes, the little beggar shouted loudly. Zhao Yao and Liang Run were both somewhat surprised. They had not expected a little beggar to desire to read and write. For a beggar, the most important thing should be to fill their stomach, not to read books. What is your name? The little beggar shook his head and said, I don't have a name. Zhao Yao was not surprised by this answer. He thought for a moment and said, from today on, your name will be Ding Yuan. Ding Yuan, Ding means strategic planning, Yuan means foresight. Zhao Yao said with a smile, I hope you will become a person with both strategic planning and foresight. Liang Run chimed in, a person with strategic planning and foresight is a smart person. I hope that after reading, you will become a smart person. Can you do it? Yes, the little beggar's expression grew excited. He wanted to get up and kneel toward Zhao Yao, but as soon as he moved, his injuries caused him pain and he grimaced immediately. Just sit tight, it's not too late to thank me when you are better. Zhao Yao said, pointing to Liang Run, you will follow my uncle from now on. He will arrange your martial arts, reading and writing education. Ding Yuan looked at Liang Run with respect instead of wariness now. Yes, first, take good care of your injuries. You can only learn once you're healed. Yes, young master. From today on, you are no longer a beggar. You are Ding Yuan. Hearing this, Ding Yuan's eyes turned red again. He quickly lowered his head, his voice thick with sobs, I am Ding Yuan. Before he finished speaking, his stomach growled. He froze for a moment, and then his face flushed red. There is still some food in the kitchen. I'll go get it. Soon, Liang Run came back with a bowl of bread. Ding Yuan accepted the bread, but did not devour it ravenously. Instead, he ate it slowly, one bite at a time. Although he was a beggar, his eating manners were surprisingly refined. After Ding Yuan finished eating, Zhao Yao asked him a few questions, such as how old he was, if he had any family when he started begging, and whether he had always been begging in the capital. Ding Yuan told Zhao Yao that he did not know how old he was. It had always been just him, with no one else. He also said he couldn't remember things from before, only the last 2 years. He didn't even remember what his name used to be. Zhao Yao speculated that Ding Yuan might have had a fever that damaged his brain, or he might have hit his head, causing him to lose all of his previous memories. Ding Yuan's body was very weak, and after speaking with Zhao Yao for a while, he couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep. Zhao Yao and Liang Run went to the study, leaving Uncle Zhang to continue watching over Ding Yuan. Uncle, I'll leave Ding Yuan's training to you. Don't worry, I will train Ding Yuan well. However, before teaching him martial arts, reading and writing, he must first be taught some manners. Uncle, don't reveal my identity to them for now. Liang Run understood Zhao Yao's concerns all right. Uncle, nurturing and training people requires a lot of money. I'm afraid the money you earn in the capital won't be enough. Should I expand the business then? Uncle, your business can't grow too big or it will attract trouble. That's true. If money is short, I'll ask my parents to send some. Zhao Yao pondered for a while and said, Uncle, you have connections and influence in Yangzhou, so after the rebellion is quelled there, let grandfather expand the business. That could work. Have grandfather also engage in the business I discussed with uncle. It's very profitable. All right, I'll write to grandfather tomorrow. Uncle, also have grandfather take in some orphans or beggars. When the situation stabilizes in Qingzhou, he would also have his uncle train some people there. All right, Yao Yao supporting those poor students is not very useful. Without recommendations, they can't become officials, just like himself. Liang Run was astonished at this. Yao Yao, are you planning to have your own people in the army? After discussing matters with Liang Run, it was already late. Happy times are always short-lived, and Zhao Yao, no matter how unwilling, had to return to the palace. Ah, how did the day pass so quickly? A day is truly too short. He hadn't played enough yet and already had to return to the palace. Next time I leave the palace, I'll have to wait until next month. Just thinking about having to wait a month to leave the palace again made Zhao Yao feel like the whole world had turned gray. Liang Run also couldn't bear to see his nephew go, hoping he could stay a few more days, but his nephew, being a prince, couldn't linger outside the palace for long. A month will pass quickly. It's like a year. A month is like 30 years. Zhao Yao slumped his shoulders and said with a bitter face. Liang Run was amused by Zhao Yao's miserable expression. Stifling his laughter, he changed the topic. When is Prince Dai returning to the capital tomorrow? It seems to be in the afternoon. Mentioning Prince Dai's return to the capital successfully diverted Zhao Yao's attention. Once second brother returns, both the capital and the palace will become unsettled. You and your sister be careful in the palace. If anything happens, have your bird friend send me a message, and I will find a way to help you. Zhao Yao smiled reassuringly at Liang Run. Uncle, second brother's return won't affect mother consort and me, so don't worry about us. Second brother's return would have the greatest impact on Crown Prince brother. As for him, an unfavored prince, there was no impact. Really no impact. Liang Run believed Prince Dai's victorious return this time was bound to stir up turmoil. He worried that Zhao Yao and Liang Jie might be innocently caught up in it. Mother consort and I are not important people. How would it involve us? As they were speaking, Tongzai appeared at the entrance to the study, knocking gently on the door to remind Zhao Yao, young master, it's getting late, we should go back. Uncle, if anything comes up, write a letter and give it to Lai Man. It will come into the palace to find me. All right. Zhao Yao gave a few more instructions, then changed into beggar's garb, preparing to return to the palace. Liang Run escorted Zhao Yao to the alley entrance. Yao Yao, you and your sister must take care in the palace. Sometimes he felt it was good for his sister and Yao Yao to be in the palace. Sometimes he felt it wasn't. Uncle, don't worry at all, mother consort, and I will be fine. In the palace, he and mother consort were nearly invisible with Prince Dai's return. No one would pay them any attention. Uncle, I'm leaving now. Please take care of Ding Yuan and Uncle Zhang. Don't worry, I will nurture them well. Zhao Yao said no more, waved to Liang Run, and left with Tongzai. Liang Run stood at the alley entrance for a long time before turning back inside. Zhao Yao and Tongzai walked through the dark alley. Unexpectedly, halfway through, they encountered those beggars who had beaten Ding Yuan before. Seeing the bulging bags on Zhao Yao and Tongzai's backs, greed flashed in their eyes, and without a word, they attempted to snatch their bags. Shortly after, a few screams echoed in the dim alley, but it didn't attract attention from others. Such incidents were common, and passers-by, long used to them, would not interfere. The beggars attempting to rob Zhao Yao were knocked to the ground, grimacing and curling up in pain. Zhao Yao had Tongzai teach them a harsh lesson, a small revenge for Ding Yuan. Before entering the Pei mansion, Zhao Yao first had Lai Man look around to see if anyone was lurking nearby. Lai Man carefully checked the vicinity of the Pei mansion, and confirming no one was around, went to find Zhao Yao and the others. Zhao Yao and Tongzai stealthily entered the Pei mansion. He did not hurry back to the palace, but first fed Lai Man and the others. Then he inspected several important rooms in the Pei mansion. The Pei mansion had been abandoned for 20 or 30 years. Many rooms were dilapidated and overgrown with weeds, looking sinister and eerie under the pale moonlight. Tongzai held a lantern, lighting the way for Zhao Yao. Seeing Zhao Yao knocking on the floor repeatedly, he curiously and puzzledly asked, Your Highness, what are you doing? I'm checking for secret passages. Zhao Yao knocked on the floor for a while but found no secret passages or compartments. I was overthinking, there's nothing. Your Highness, if there were any secret passages or compartments here, they would have been discovered long ago. That's true. Your Highness, if we don't return, the noble princess will be worried. Then let's go. Before entering the secret passage, Zhao Yao instructed Lai Man to guard the Pei mansion well. If any strange people came looking for something, it must inform him. In Kund Hall, Liang Jie was waiting for Zhao Yao. Seeing that dusk was ending and her son still hadn't returned made her a bit worried. Just as she was about to head to the cold palace, Zhao Yao and Tongzai returned. Seeing her son return safe and sound, Liang Jie breathed a sigh of relief. She pinched Zhao Yao's chubby cheeks and sternly asked, "Why are you back so late? It hurts. Mother consort, forgive me." Zhao Yao pleaded, saying something happened on the way back. Hearing this, Liang Jie finally let go, frowning slightly as she asked, "What happened?" "Some beggars tried to rob us." Zhao Yao briefly recounted to Liang Jie what happened on the way back. "As long as you're fine, first take a bath, then have dinner later." Although Tong Zai was an eunuch, his skills were formidable, so Liang Jie felt secure letting her son leave the palace with him. After bathing, Zhao Yao changed into clean clothes. Liang Jie had Gui Xing and the others bring dinner directly to the side hall. Sitting on the couch, Zhao Yao had dinner while telling Liang Jie about his experiences outside the palace. Liang Jie listened intently and agreed very much with Zhao Yao's idea of having Liang Run adopt and nurture some beggars and orphans. She felt it was strange for people from Shu to be sent to the Pei Mansion to search for things. "In the past 2 days, I have carefully looked through the books and notes left by noble consort Pei, but found nothing special." "Mother consort, what do you think could be in the Pei Mansion that Han Zhong would risk sending people to the capital to find? It should be something important, but back when the Pei Mansion was confiscated, everything was put into the national treasury." "Mother consort, do you think it could be a treasure map?" Zhao Yao speculated wildly. Back then, the Pei Mansion was at its height and must have been very wealthy. Could they have preemptively moved a fortune elsewhere and Han Zhong found out? Unlikely. At that time, the Pei Mansion was indeed at its peak due to noble consort Pei's favor, but it wasn't a prominent family. Even if they accumulated money, it couldn't have been much. Liang Jie analyzed, moreover, the Pei family didn't foresee noble consort Pei losing favor, so they wouldn't have secretly moved a treasure elsewhere as a precaution. So if it's not a treasure map, what is it? I don't know. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Han Zhong won't send people to the Pei Mansion again. Zhao Yao didn't want to think about it any longer and lowered his head to continue eating. Since this involves Han Zhong, it might not be simple, Liang Jie said solemnly, frowning deeply. After all, Han Zhong is a remnant of the previous dynasty. Whether it's simple or not has nothing to do with us. We don't need to concern ourselves over it. Zhao Yao, although curious about what Han Zhong was looking for, knew curiosity could be dangerous. If we become too involved, we might invite trouble. Liang Jie nodded. "You're right. Mother consort, did anyone come looking for me today?" Zhao Yao asked. "Eighth brother didn't come looking for me, did he?" "No," said Liang Jie. "With Prince Dai about to return to the palace, the eighth prince likely has no time to pay attention to you." "That's true. Eighth brother has to stay by Crown Prince brother's side. He wouldn't have the time to focus on me." Zhao Yao, full from the meal, set down his chopsticks, took the handkerchief from Gui Xing, wiped his mouth and then his hands. With Prince Dai's return, the palace is likely to be in turmoil again. Recently, the atmosphere in the palace had felt unusual. The undercurrents previously hidden beneath a facade of tranquility were already beginning to surge. The night was deep. In the hostel located dozens of miles away from the capital, Prince Dai burned the letter he had just finished reading over the candle flame. The warm candlelight did not dispel the chill on Prince Dai's face. Fu Zhang cautiously spoke. "Your Highness, has something happened in the capital?" With a cold expression, Prince Dai said in a grim voice, "There has been a change regarding adding jewels to my crown." He was set to arrive in the capital the next day, but the matter of adding jewels to his crown had yet to be finalized. He had originally thought it would be done before his return to the capital. Did the emperor disagree? For some time, there had been no imperial decree to add jewels to his highness's crown, so Fu Zhang had a bad feeling that the matter might fall through. He hadn't dared to bring it up in the past few days, fearing it would anger his highness. Seeing Prince Dai in a rage, Fu Zhang shyly retracted his neck. He gathered his courage and comforted, "Your Highness, perhaps the emperor wants to surprise you. When you report to court tomorrow, perhaps the emperor will honor you with jewels." Hearing Fu Zhang's words, Prince Dai's stern face relaxed a bit. "The emperor wants to surprise me. Your Highness, hasn't such a thing happened before? 3 years ago, when you returned from suppressing a rebellion in Qingzhou, the emperor gave you a big surprise by gifting you the treasured sword he wore in his youth. You still carry it with you, don't you?" At these words, Prince Dai turned his gaze to the sword placed on a nearby rack, and his face brightened considerably. "You're right, father does like to surprise me." Seeing Prince Dai's mood improve, Fu Zhang let out a long breath of relief inwardly. He continued, "Your Highness, you've achieved so much this time. Surely the emperor won't stint on rewarding you. That he hasn't yet agreed to add jewels must mean he's planning a surprise." Prince Dai felt that what Fu Zhang said made a lot of sense. An expectant smile appeared on his face. That must be it. In his heart, Prince Dai hoped Fu Zhang's words were true. The emperor likes to tease you. "This time is surely the same," Fu Zhang said, becoming more confident in his reasoning. "First, he pretends not to agree, disappointing and distressing you. Then when you enter the palace, he adds the jewels, taking you by great surprise. Father really is capable of doing such a thing." His father loved to joke around, and Prince Dai had been tricked by him more than once. "Your Highness, you should act as if you know nothing. When you enter the palace tomorrow, and the emperor grants you the jewels, you must play along well." Of course, Prince Dai's bad mood over the past few days was completely dispelled by Fu Zhang's words. Your Highness, after your victorious return to the capital, the Emperor may not send you elsewhere to suppress rebellions anytime soon, so you should take this opportunity to rest, Fu Zhang said. You haven't had a proper rest in months after quelling the rebels in Liangzhu. You've lost so much weight. When you return to the capital, noble consort will surely be heartbroken to see you. I plan to go to Yangzhou. Yangzhou, Fu Zhang exclaimed in surprise. What do you want to do in Yangzhou? Suppress a rebellion. Fu Zhang then recalled that the rebellion in Yangzhou had yet to be quelled. He further remembered that it was the crown prince's uncle who was sent to suppress it. Suddenly, he understood Prince Dai's intention. Your Highness, you mean? Great opportunity to humiliate the Zai family and embarrass the crown prince. How can I miss it? Prince Dai smiled maliciously. Zaixi's been trying to suppress the Yangzhou rebellion for months without success, and father is already displeased. When I return to the capital, I'll volunteer to suppress the Yangzhou rebellion. Given my skills, it won't take a month to subdue the rebels there, thus greatly shaming the crown prince and the Zai family while further enhancing my fame. 2 birds with 1 stone. Fu Zhang said with admiration, Your Highness is wise. Prince Dai laughed. This opportunity for humiliation was delivered to me by the Zai family and the crown prince. How could I not seize it? Even God wouldn't tolerate it. That's the result I desire. It's very demanding on you, Fu Zhang said with heartfelt concern. You've just returned from Liangzhu and haven't rested properly before rushing off to suppress the rebellion in Yangzhou. This hardship is nothing, Prince Dai said with a meaningful smile. The ministers and the people will witness my dedication. Your Highness is indeed wise. I have another reason to suppress the rebellion in Yangzhou. What reason? Yangzhou has always been a prosperous land. Even after numerous conflicts, it's still the richest place among the 9 regions, Prince Dai said. More importantly, there are many renowned scholars in Yangzhou. It was said that Yangzhou was home to many reclusive great scholars. These scholars were greatly admired by the intellectuals and respected by prestigious families. Even emperors held them in high regard. His father once told him that a world-renowned great scholar could wield more influence than an emperor. Your Highness, didn't you always disdain those scholars? You are right, Your Highness, Fu Zhang acknowledged. Your Highness, are you planning to win over these scholars in Yangzhou? When it's time to win over, we must win over, Prince Dai said with a deep and meaningful smile. I must become a person who values talent, winning the allegiance of Yangzhou scholars, and having them offer me strategies and advice. Your Highness, this strategy of yours is truly brilliant. I am in awe, Fu Zhang said. If Zhao Xuan can show appreciation for talent, so can I, Prince Dai said. You've always been more skilled than the crown prince, Fu Zhang said, still feeling aggrieved on Prince Dai's behalf. If the emperor hadn't allied through marriage with the Zai family, noble princess consort would have been the empress, and you would have been the crown prince. This matter had always been a thorn in the hearts of noble princess consort Rong and Prince Dai, filling them with resentment whenever they thought about it. Soon I will restore everything to its rightful place, Prince Dai said, determined that his mother would reclaim her rightful position as empress, and he would take back his rightful position as crown prince. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Palace, the crown prince, unusually, eagerly awaited Prince Dai's return to the capital the next day. Earlier, the words of Duke Zhen had completely reassured the crown prince. He no longer worried about Prince Dai returning to the capital to receive jewels. He hoped that Prince Dai's return would be even more formidable, ideally trampling him, the crown prince, underfoot. At the morning court meeting the next day, he planned to propose to his father, the emperor, that he personally ride out of the city to welcome Prince Dai's triumphant return. Early morning in Yangtze Palace, noble princess consort Rong was helping the emperor get dressed. Cousin, can Prince Dai really return to the capital this afternoon? In private, noble princess consort Rong called the emperor cousin. Since she was young, she followed the emperor around, calling him cousin affectionately. It won't be delayed until evening, will it? At night, the city gates of the capital would be closed, and by then, Yuner wouldn't be able to get into the capital. He will return to the capital in the afternoon. The emperor gave noble princess consort Rong a definite answer, arriving at the time of Wei. Arriving at the time of Wei, then I'm relieved. Noble princess consort Rong said, her brows furrowed, showing a worried expression on her face. That child always reports good news and hides bad news. This time he went to Liangzhu to quell the rebellion. The situation was very dangerous. He must have been injured and surely kept everyone from telling us. She sighed softly. I wonder how many times he got injured this time, if he suffered any serious injury. I haven't heard that he was seriously injured. Cousin, you used to be like this too, hiding injuries every time, not letting any of us know. By the time you returned, your injuries had already healed. Noble princess consort Rong pointed at the emperor's chest, playfully saying, if it weren't for me discovering the scars on your body, I wouldn't know you were injured. Prince Dai is just like you were when you were young. The emperor held noble princess consort Rong's finger, smiling. Getting injured on the battlefield is normal, nothing to fuss about. Noble Princess Consort Rong said grumpily. Right, as long as it doesn't kill, it's a minor injury. Exactly. The Emperor reached out and patted Noble Princess Consort Rong's backside. The second one is not a child anymore. You shouldn't worry too much. You father and son are just the same. Noble Princess Consort Rong said helplessly. When you were young, I often worried about you getting injured on the battlefield. I didn't expect that as I grew older, I would still have to worry about our son getting injured on the battlefield. The Emperor pinched Noble Princess Consort Rong's chin gently and shook it lightly. You just worry too much. Women are just prone to worry. Besides, with a husband and son fighting outside, how can I not worry? Noble Princess Consort Rong wrapped her arms around the Emperor's waist, slightly tilting her head up as she said, Fortunately, I don't have to worry about you now. The Emperor lowered his head and kissed Noble Princess Consort Rong's lips. All right, I should go to court. You can sleep a bit more. Noble Princess Consort Rong stood on tiptoe and gave the Emperor a strong kiss on his lips. Cousin, take care. The Emperor chuckled and then left Noble Princess Consort Rong's sleeping chamber. After the Emperor left, Noble Princess Consort Rong returned to bed for a nap. As for going to Zhaoyang Palace this morning to pay respects to the Empress, it completely slipped her mind. Today is the 15th, the day when the concubines need to pay their respects to Empress Zai. The 1st and 15th of each month are the days when the concubines pay their respects to Empress Zai. In theory, the concubines should pay respects to Empress Zai every day. Empress Zai also hopes that the concubines would come to pay respects to her every day, but the former empress didn't think so. She felt that the concubines coming to pay respects every morning was too much trouble. Moreover, it would prevent the concubines from sleeping well every day. Out of concern for the concubines, she changed the daily routine to the 1st and 15th of each month. Empress Zai couldn't change the rule set by the former empress. If she changes it to a daily routine, she would inevitably be seen as ungracious, unlike the former empress. In Wend Hall, Zhao Yao and the others were having breakfast. It really is a coincidence today. Yu Marin said, today is the day to pay respects to the empress, and Prince Dai returns to the capital today. Pan Cairn said, Noble Consort Rong is going to compete with Her Majesty the Empress again. We better be careful. Pan Cairn dreaded the days when they had to pay respects to Empress Zai on the 1st and 15th of each month. Every time they went to pay respects, there were bound to be conflicts. Liang Jie comforted Pan Cairn. Her Majesty and the noble consort won't concern themselves with us. Yu Marin said, we just sit quietly. The 5th princess pouted slightly. I don't want to go. She always felt very anxious and scared when going to pay respects to Her Majesty the Empress. Mother, can I not go? No. Yu Marin also didn't want her daughter to go, but there was no other way she had to go. If you don't go, it will be disrespectful to Her Majesty. The 5th princess then looked at Zhao Yao with envy. I wish I were 10th brother, then I wouldn't have to go to Zhaoyang Palace to pay respects. Zhao Yao said exasperatedly, the only good thing left about studying is this. Saying this, he suddenly laughed mischievously at the 5th princess, 5th sister, you must behave. The 5th princess glared fiercely at Zhao Yao. 10th brother, you need to study hard, don't let the teacher hit your palm. Though I'm not smart at studying, I'm well behaved, so the teacher won't hit me. 10th brother, how about this? I'll go to study on your behalf and you go to Zhaoyang Palace for me. The 5th princess thought this was a great idea. Zhao Yao rolled his eyes at the 5th princess and added 2 words, dream on. 10th brother, didn't you dislike going to study? Before she finished her sentence, her little head was hit by Yu Marin. Is Wend Hall a place where you can go? Yu Marin sternly reprimanded the 5th princess. You're so grown up, yet still spouting nonsense all the time. The 5th princess pouted, I'll go, all right. 5th sister, 4th sister and the others surely won't say anything about you today. Zhao Yao knew that the 5th princess disliked going to Zhaoyang Palace to pay respects for another important reason, which was to avoid 4th sister and the others. Before the second mother consort and 5th sister moved to Wend Hall, they lived in Yang'an Palace. Yang'an Palace was the residence of Princess Consort Liang, and 4th princess was Princess Consort Liang's daughter. When they were young, 4th princess frequently bullied the 5th princess, finding amusement in it. The 5th princess was thoroughly scared by 4th princess's bullying, unable to help but feel terrified and anxious when she saw 4th princess. Later, with the help of Liang Jie, Yu Marin moved with the 5th princess into Wend Hall. On regular days, the 5th princess would stay in Wend Hall and not go out. 4th princess, disliking how isolated Wend Hall was and its proximity to the cold palace, refused to come to Wend Hall to bully the 5th princess. 4th princess would only verbally bully the 5th princess on the 1st and 15th of each month. At other times, she couldn't even find the 5th princess to bully. Previously, 4th princess would send people to invite the 5th princess to go out and play, but it was really just an excuse to bully her. However, the 5th princess refused. With her timid nature, she wouldn't have dared to refuse. It was Liang Jie who sent Gui Xing to decline for her. Seeing Liang Jie backing the 5th princess, 4th princess naturally became indignant and incited her mother, Princess Consort Liang, to discipline Liang Jie. Princess Consort Liang didn't think highly of Liang Zheai and wasn't interested in bullying a minor Zheai, but since her daughter needed her to back her up, she played the part of the princess consort to scold Liang Zheai. As soon as Princess Consort Liang reprimanded Liang Zheai, the emperor found out about it. The emperor asked Empress Zai to select 2 mamas to re-teach fourth princess the etiquette rules. Moreover, he also punished fourth princess to copy the women's precepts 1,000 times, without missing a single word. As for Princess Consort Liang, while the emperor didn't punish her directly, he didn't visit Yang'an Palace for several months. Empress Zai used this incident to harshly scold Princess Consort Liang and her daughter in front of all the concubines and princesses. Naturally, Princess Consort Du and the others did not miss the opportunity to add insult to injury, making Princess Consort Liang and her daughter a laughingstock of the entire harem. Since then, neither Princess Consort Liang nor Princess Consort Du and the others dared to rely on their status to randomly reprimand lower-ranking concubines. The princes and princesses also didn't dare to bully others casually. After this incident, fourth princess never bullied the fifth princess again. Although she would still verbally belittle the fifth princess on the 1st and 15th of each month. These past 2 years, the fifth princess's personality has become more lively, and she's become braver, but she still developed a psychological shadow over fourth princess. In fourth princess's presence, she would involuntarily become timid, unable to stand up against fourth princess. She remains unfazed as fourth princess belittles her, as it doesn't physically harm her. Why won't she say anything about me? Because today, the focus of the greetings is second brother. When you go to pay respects, all the topics will revolve around second brother, and fourth sister and the others won't bother you. Hearing what Zhao Yao said, the fifth princess felt much more relieved. That's good. Seeing that it was getting late, Liang Zheai reminded her son, Yao Yao, eat quickly, otherwise you'll be late for your studies. Zhao Yao stopped talking with the fifth princess, lowered his head, and quickly drank his porridge. After finishing, he hurriedly left with Tong Zai. Walking out of Wend Hall, Zhao Yao could clearly feel that the atmosphere in the palace was different today. With second brother returning, the palace has immediately become lively. Not only lively, but also festive. The great victory in Liangzhu was something worth celebrating. With Prince Dai returning, naturally, the palace needed to be filled with joy. Isn't the palace going to celebrate tonight? Tongzai said, Your Highness, aren't you most looking forward to tonight's banquet? Aren't you happy? Happy, of course. Thinking of the beef and other delicious food he could eat at tonight's banquet, a radiant smile appeared on Zhao Yao's little face. I hope it can immediately turn to evening. Your Highness, you should eat less at noon today to have room for the delicious food tonight. You're right. At this time in Chengguang Hall, the ministers were still in the morning court. The atmosphere in today's morning court was also different, filled with jubilation. Although many people didn't want Prince Dai to return, the emperor was happy today, so the ministers did not dare to dampen his spirits and could only be happy with him. The main topic of today's morning court was whether to award Prince Dai a pearl. The discussion of awarding Prince Dai a pearl had been ongoing for many days, without a decision being reached. Today, with Prince Dai returning, a decision had to be made. No matter what the ministers said, the emperor didn't give a definite answer. This left them guessing what was really on his mind. The mind of an emperor is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Supporters of Prince Dai stepped forward one after another, requesting the emperor to add pearls to Prince Dai. Supporters of the crown prince naturally stepped forward one after another, opposing the addition of pearls to Prince Dai. Other ministers who supported the third prince, fifth prince, and sixth prince hoped for the pearls to be added to Prince Dai, so that when their own princes came of age, they would also receive pearls. However, today, they did not voice their agreement with Prince Dai's faction, but stood to the side, calmly observing the debate between Prince Dai's faction and the Crown Prince's faction. The ministers of Prince Dai's faction and the Crown Prince's faction resumed their argument, albeit with less intensity than before. The emperor sat on the dragon throne, resting his right hand on his cheek, watching the unending debate among the ministers with amusement. The ministers debated in low voices, but their spit flew onto each other's faces. Not only that, but their faces turned red and their necks bulged from the heated argument. Meanwhile, Marquis Xuanping and Duke Zhen, as leaders of Prince Dai's faction and the Crown Prince's faction, stood silently in their places. The emperor looked at Marquis Xuanping and Duke Zhen, who seemed detached from the situation, and a faint, inscrutable smile appeared on his lips. Marquis Xuanping. Upon hearing the emperor call him, Marquis Xuanping immediately bowed in salute. I am here, your majesty. What do you think? Should I add pearls to Prince Dai? The emperor's face bore a gentle smile, and his tone was casual, as if engaging in idle chatter after a meal. Marquis Xuanping's heart tightened, and his expression involuntarily became more serious. I dare not speculate on your majesty's intentions. The emperor was not surprised by Marquis Xuanping's answer. He changed his posture, leaning slightly on the left armrest of the dragon throne, crossing his legs, and resting his right hand on his knee, appearing somewhat leisurely. I'm not asking you to speculate on my intentions, I'm asking your opinion on whether pearls should be added to Prince Dai. Marquis Xuanping raised his head and glanced at the emperor. Seeing the emperor's casual demeanor, he could not grasp the emperor's intent. The matter of adding pearls to Prince Dai had been debated for several days, yet this was the first time the emperor asked Marquis Xuanping this question. Marquis Xuanping did not rush to answer but pondered for a moment. In response, Your Majesty, I believe pearls should be added to Prince Dai. The emperor was slightly surprised by Marquis Xuanping's direct response. Normally, in matters concerning rewards for Prince Dai, Marquis Xuanping would never advocate for Prince Dai, and the reason. Marquis Xuanping replied respectfully, Your Majesty, the rebellion in Liangzhu has long been a significant problem for the court. This time, the rebels numbered in the hundreds of thousands. If not for Prince Dai quelling the rebellion, the consequences would be unthinkable. He stopped speaking there. He did not, like other ministers, enumerate the battles won by Prince Dai, nor did he detail how dangerous and severe the rebellion in Liangzhu was, nor did he mention that if Liangzhu fell, the rebels would advance toward Yang State, putting the capital in jeopardy. Marquis Xuanping did not wish to speak further, nor did he dare to. Speaking too much might not be wise. Moreover, these words should not come from him, as he was Prince Dai's maternal uncle. Traditionally, Marquis Xuanping would not have uttered such words about adding pearls to Prince Dai. Saying this was uncharacteristic. However, the emperor had not yet agreed to add pearls to Prince Dai, and with Prince Dai arriving in the capital that afternoon, Marquis Xuanping feared the matter would remain unresolved, prompting his unusual stance. Marquis Xuanping was also waiting for the emperor to question him. Without being asked, he was reluctant to express his opinion so directly. Additionally, by giving such a straightforward answer, he made his stance clear to the emperor. The emperor then looked at Duke Zhen, who stood at the forefront of the queue on the left, and asked, Duke Zhen, what do you think about adding pearls to Prince Dai? Duke Zhen stepped forward, saluted the emperor, and respectfully said in response, Your Majesty, I believe pearls should be added to Prince Dai. His words left the ministers in shock, and even the emperor appeared surprised. The ministers wondered what had overcome Duke Zhen. Had he lost his mind? Otherwise, why would he agree to add pearls to Prince Dai? Marquis Xuanping, initially surprised, frowned, casting a sharp and suspicious glance at Duke Zhen. What was Duke Zhen plotting? The emperor regained his composure, sat upright, and asked, and why? Your Majesty, as Marquis Xuanping just said, if it weren't for Prince Dai quelling the hundreds of thousands of rebels in Liangzhu this time, Liangzhu would certainly have fallen. Once Liangzhu fell, the rebels would have inevitably attacked Yang State, making the capital extremely dangerous, Duke Zhen continued. Moreover, in recent years, Prince Dai has quelled many rebellions, contributing significantly to the stability of the Great Zhou. Without Prince Dai, there wouldn't be today's stable Great Zhou. Both emotionally and rationally, pearls should be added to Prince Dai. I earnestly request Your Majesty to add pearls to Prince Dai. Having said this, he knelt down. The ministers supporting the Crown Prince looked on in amazement at Duke Zhen, unable to believe that he betrayed them as well as the Crown Prince. The ministers supporting Prince Dai were also utterly astonished, unable to believe Duke Zhen supported adding pearls to Prince Dai. There was indeed something peculiar about Duke Zhen. Tade must have lost his mind. Marquis Xuanping's face changed dramatically, cursing Duke Zhen inwardly. He knew Duke Zhen was up to no good. Marquis Xuanping was preparing to step forward and refute Duke Zhen's words. At that moment, the Crown Prince suddenly spoke. Father, I also believe pearls should be added to Prince Dai. The Crown Prince's statement caused a tremendous uproar in the court. Ministers from both Prince Dai's faction and the Crown Prince's faction were stunned. What was happening today? Had Duke Zhen and the Crown Prince lost their minds? Had Prince Dai somehow bewitched the Crown Prince and Duke Zhen into agreeing to add pearls? The emperor was amused by the ministers' expressions of utter disbelief. He asked the Crown Prince with interest, Crown Prince, do you truly believe pearls should be added to Prince Dai? Father, Prince Dai deserves to be adorned with pearls. The Crown Prince recounted the victories Prince Dai had previously achieved with great sincerity. Father, Prince Dai is our Great Zhou's war god. With him, the Great Zhou will become more secure. Merely making him an ordinary prince would be a great injustice. The emperor felt no surprise at the Crown Prince's words. Having heard Duke Zhen's statement earlier, the Crown Prince's words did not shock him. If the Crown Prince had spoken before Duke Zhen, the emperor might have been taken aback. Then how many pearls do you think should be added to Prince Dai? The Crown Prince replied, I recall that in the previous dynasty, Prince Yun was adorned with 8 pearls. Prince Yun did not achieve the distinguished military merits that Prince Dai has, so Prince Dai should also be adorned with 8 pearls. Add 8 pearls to Prince Dai. The ministers collectively gasped in disbelief. They could not believe their ears. The Crown Prince had actively requested that 8 pearls be added to Prince Dai. Adding 8 pearls would make him equal to the Crown Prince. With 8 pearls, Prince Dai could stand on equal footing with the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince was actually willing to have Prince Dai equal him, leading them to conclude the Crown Prince must truly have lost his mind, and quite seriously. Duke Zhen immediately concurred, Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is correct. Given Prince Dai's contributions, he deserves to be ennobled as an 8-pearl prince. Marquis Xuanping hurriedly knelt down, Your Majesty, this cannot be. At that moment, Marquis Xuanping fully realized the ploy being played by the Crown Prince and Duke Zhen. Duke Zhen looked at Marquis Xuanping in confusion. Marquis Xuanping, didn't you just say pearls should be added to Prince Dai? Why now do you say it cannot be done? Marquis Xuanping, Prince Dai has made numerous contributions to the stability of the Great Zhou and deserves to be adorned with pearls. Marquis Xuanping paid no heed to Duke Zhen and the Crown Prince, instead hastily addressing the Emperor. Your Majesty, quelling rebellions was Prince Dai's duty. As a prince, he should alleviate the Emperor's burdens. I misspoke earlier, pearls should not be added to Prince Dai. Some ministers, upon hearing Marquis Xuanping's words, immediately understood the Crown Prince and Duke Zhen's intentions. They were startled and quickly knelt down. Your Majesty, the practice of adding pearls is a custom of the previous dynasty and is not customary in our court. We must not use the previous dynasty's custom to adorn Prince Dai. The ministers of the Crown Prince's faction also came to realize the situation at this moment and hurriedly knelt down, pleading with the Emperor to add pearls to Prince Dai. Mere moments ago, the ministers of Prince Dai's faction supported the addition of pearls, while those of the Crown Prince's faction vehemently opposed it. Now, however, the tables had turned with the Crown Prince's supporters backing it, while Prince Dai's supporters vehemently opposed it, a twist no one expected. Prime Minister He and Song Dekeng, among others, did not foresee such a reversal in the matter of adding pearls to Prince Dai. This was beyond their imagination. The Emperor, however, seemed unsurprised by this reversal. Nonetheless, he was amused by the drama of the reversal. He deliberately pointed to the ministers who had previously clamored for the addition of pearls to Prince Dai. Weren't you just supporting the addition of pearls to Prince Dai? We are foolish. Your Majesty, please punish us. It was you who wanted me to add pearls to Prince Dai, and now it is you who oppose me doing so, the Emperor said as he slowly rose and walked to the front, looking at the kneeling ministers with a smile, and asked, Are you playing with me? These words caused the ministers to tremble with fear, and they hurriedly kowtowed to plead, We would not dare. You all don't dare, the Emperor said with a half-smile, I think you're pretty daring. The ministers responded in a state of fear and trepidation. We are guilty of 10,000 deaths. We beg for your Majesty's forgiveness. So tell me, should I add a pearl to Prince Dai's title or not? The Emperor asked the ministers in an inquiring tone. You must help me make a decision. The ministers kneeling below were filled with dread. We do not dare. I don't want to hear that. The Emperor leaned against the railing, arms crossed, smiling as he looked at the kneeling ministers. Tell me, should I add a pearl to Prince Dai's title or not? Although the Emperor had a smiling demeanor, the ministers were so frightened that their faces changed. Kneeling on the ground, they dared not utter a word. Why is no one speaking? The Emperor said with some disdain. Weren't you all quite talkative just now? This made the ministers even more anxious, and some of the more timid ones began to tremble slightly. The Crown Prince, kneeling, straightened up and said, Father, based on merits, Prince Dai should indeed be awarded a pearl. As soon as he finished speaking, the Duke Zhen added, Your Majesty, what the Crown Prince says is very true. Marquis Xuanping cursed the Crown Prince and Duke Zhen silently. Just as he was about to speak, the Crown Prince continued, Father, I wish to personally go outside the capital to greet Prince Dai upon his triumphant return. Before finishing his sentence, Marquis Xuanping hastily interrupted, That won't do. Your Majesty, Prince Dai is a subject. How can the Crown Prince personally go outside the city to greet him? Marquis Xuanping, Prince Dai is my own brother. This time he put down the rebels in Liangzhu. His accomplishments are of great merit. Both emotionally and rationally, as his elder brother, I should personally go outside the city to welcome him back. The Crown Prince said, turning to bow to the Emperor, I ask for Father's approval. Marquis Xuanping was anxious, hurriedly bowing and saying, Your Majesty, absolutely not. Duke Zhen cut him off, Your Majesty. Having the Crown Prince represent the court to greet Prince Dai upon his victorious return will show Prince Dai the court's appreciation and let the citizens see the court's regard for him. Your Majesty, subduing the rebels in Liangzhu was Prince Dai's duty, Duke Zhen interrupted Marquis Xuanping again. Marquis Xuanping, although quelling the rebellion in Liangzhu was Prince Dai's duty as a subject and son, the significant achievements he gained this time cannot be merely rewarded with some gold and silver jewelry. Besides, didn't you just say that Prince Dai should be awarded a pearl? With a slap, Marquis Xuanping hit himself twice. Your Majesty, I spoke wrongly just now, deserving of 10,000 deaths. He realized he had been careless and fell into Zai Ziachuan's trap. Since the news of the great victory in Liangzhu came back to the capital, Marquis Xuanping had been busy with the matter of adding a pearl to Prince Dai's title. To ensure it happened before Prince Dai returned to the capital, Marquis Xuanping not only sent people around the city to boast of Prince Dai's great military achievements, but also allied with ministers to pressure the Emperor to agree quickly to adding a pearl to Prince Dai. Besides this, Marquis Xuanping also sent people to disparage the Crown Prince, letting the public know that the Crown Prince hadn't contributed to the stability of Great Zhou's realm. In these days, whenever the citizens of the capital spoke of Prince Dai, they praised and thanked him. Speaking of the Crown Prince, they felt he was unremarkable, inferior to Prince Dai. Furthermore, more courtiers, especially military officers, began supporting Prince Dai. Back when the emperor dealt with rebellions everywhere, many military officers followed him, besides a few close confidants like Song Dekking and Chu Ying. Although these others also made significant contributions back then, they couldn't match those made by Song Dekking and the like, and naturally didn't enjoy as much favor. They received titles and their status became considerably elevated, but they knew this was only temporary. As the saying goes, a new sovereign means new courtiers. When the emperor is gone, their prestigious status and lifestyle may not remain secure. Wanting to enjoy prosperity for a long time for both themselves and the future of their offspring, these officers thought to choose a side early. Only by supporting Prince Dai in advance when he ascends the throne could their family's glory continue. Recently, Prince Dai gained more influence both in court and among the public, overshadowing the Crown Prince. Whether in court or among the public, more people are calling for Prince Dai to become the Crown Prince. Most importantly, during this period, Duke Zhen and the Crown Prince couldn't effectively counter this, allowing the rumors of Prince Dai being the most suitable heir to spread unchecked, making Marquis Xuanping's faction increasingly complacent, assuming Duke Zhen had no recourse. Marquis Xuanping guessed that Duke Zhen and the Crown Prince wouldn't just watch as Prince Dai was granted the pearl and guessed they would counterattack. He secretly prepared defenses, but until today's morning court, Duke Zhen and the Crown Prince did nothing, which relaxed his guard. Compared to Duke Zhen and the Crown Prince's tactics, Marquis Xuanping was more concerned about the emperor's attitude. Prince Dai was set to return to the capital this afternoon, but the emperor hadn't agreed to add the pearl, making Marquis Xuanping anxious, thus his earlier statement that Prince Dai should receive it. Originally, Marquis Xuanping thought there wouldn't be an issue with his statements, but didn't expect Duke Zhen and the Crown Prince to agree with him. He didn't realize at first, but when hearing their praise, saying without Prince Dai, there would be no stable Great Zhou, he suddenly understood it was Duke Zhen and the Crown Prince's scheme. In this duration, Duke Zhen and Crown Prince did nothing, waiting here for this moment. This move was so insidious and caught Marquis Xuanping's faction by surprise. The Crown Prince cannot be allowed to personally leave the city to greet Prince Dai, otherwise, Prince Dai's reputation will be ruined. Prime Minister He, Grandmaster Liu and the others knelt down, acting as if detached, as though the unfolding events had nothing to do with them, though they were somewhat surprised internally. They had long guessed that Duke Zhen wouldn't stand by idly, predicting he wouldn't allow Marquis Xuanping to suppress the Crown Prince. However, even just an hour ago, Duke Zhen and the Crown Prince had done nothing. They were curious about Duke Zhen's inaction. They didn't expect that shortly after, Duke Zhen would strike back. Inwardly, Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Liu sighed, feeling that Duke Zhen intended to metaphorically roast Prince Dai over a fire. Regarding the matter of adding a pearl to Prince Dai, Marquis Xuanping's faction suffered a total defeat. Prime Minister He, what do you think? The emperor turned to the calm Prime Minister He. Do you think I should add a pearl to Prince Dai's title? Hearing the emperor call on him, Prime Minister He sighed deeply in his heart with unspoken resignation. The emperor needed someone to be the bad guy. Prime Minister He stepped forward, first saluted the emperor, and then respectfully said, "Your Majesty, the custom of granting a pearl to princes was from the previous dynasty, not our dynasty. I believe there is no need for our dynasty to follow the practices of the previous dynasty. Moreover, our dynasty has its own rules." Upon hearing Prime Minister He's words, Marquis Xuanping felt relieved. He quickly echoed, "What Prime Minister He said is correct." Other ministers supporting Prince Dai also echoed, "What Prime Minister He said is correct." Duke Zhen and the Crown Prince were not surprised by Prime Minister He's response. Previously, Duke Zhen had told the Crown Prince that Prime Minister He and Song Dekking would not agree to Prince Dai's request for a pearl. The emperor then looked at Grandmaster Liu and asked, "What does the Grandmaster think?" Grandmaster Liu stepped forward and respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, the previous dynasty was the previous dynasty, and our dynasty is our dynasty. Our dynasty does not have a custom of granting a pearl to princes. Besides, the title of prince is already extremely honorable." The emperor then looked towards Song Dekking and Chu Ying. Before he could ask, Song Dekking and Chu Ying proactively responded, "We think what Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Liu said is right." "Duke Zhen, what do you think?" Duke Zhen solemnly said, "I think the Prime Minister and the Grandmaster speak reasonably. Our dynasty is our dynasty, and there is no need to follow the practices of the previous dynasty. It was my ignorance, please punish me, Your Majesty." The ministers of the Marquis Xuanping's faction and the Crown Prince's faction were very surprised. Just now Duke Zhen strongly supported Prince Dai's request for a pearl, so according to logic, he should have refuted Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Liu's words. How could he agree with them so easily? The emperor, upon hearing this, straightened his body and said, "Since you all do not agree with granting a pearl to Prince Dai, let's drop this matter and not mention it again in the future." The people in the Marquis Xuanping's faction immediately kowtowed and shouted, "Your Majesty is wise." The people in Duke Zhen's faction seemed to regret it, but they still shouted, "Your Majesty is wise," along with the Marquis Xuanping's faction. "Father, may I go out of the city to welcome back Prince Dai this afternoon?" The crown prince asked again. The emperor sat back on the dragon throne. "If you want to go, then go." The emperor suddenly thought of something and added, "Take the third prince and a few others with you." The crown prince replied, "Yes, father." The emperor sat cross-legged on the dragon throne, with his hands tucked into his wide sleeves, his gaze casually sweeping over a minister. Suddenly thinking of something, he clapped his knee and asked, "Kong Taiching, I remember you have a daughter who is about to come of age, right?" Kong Taiching, upon hearing this, felt a tightness in his heart, and a sense of foreboding welled up inside him. He reluctantly stepped forward to answer, "Your Majesty, my youngest daughter will come of age next month." Upon hearing the emperor ask Kong Taiching this, the other ministers speculated in their hearts whether the emperor intended to grant marriage to Kong Taiching's daughter. Who would the emperor choose to marry Kong Taiching's daughter to among the princes? The crown prince and Prince Dai are already married. The only prince close in age to Kong Taiching's younger daughter is the third prince. But last year, the emperor already arranged a marriage for the third prince. Could the emperor want Kong Taiching's younger daughter to be the third prince's concubine? The third prince is backed by the Wang family, and if the emperor marries Kong Taiching's younger daughter to the third prince, he is essentially aligning the Kong family with the Wang family. For a moment, the ministers looked upon Marquis and Yang with envy. When the crown prince and Prince Dai married, the emperor did not marry a daughter of the Kong family to them. Ministers speculated that the emperor did not want the Kong family involved with the imperial family. Unexpectedly, now the emperor intends to marry Kong Taiching's younger daughter to the third prince, which is truly unpredictable. Duke Zhen and Marquis Xuanping both frowned, looking displeased. Kong Taiching did not wish to marry his daughter into the imperial family, nor did he want the Kong family to be involved in the struggles between the princes. The daughters of your Kong family are renowned for their talent and are role models for women across the world. Upon hearing this praise from the emperor, Kong Taiching felt no joy, but rather his heart was pounding wildly. "Your Majesty, you flatter us. The daughters of the Kong family are no different from those of common families. Moreover, my youngest daughter has been spoiled by me and doesn't like to study much, nor does she have any discipline. Her disposition is arrogant and willful, and she cannot bear your Majesty's praise. Kong Taiching, you are being modest. The children of the Kong family are all taught well," the emperor said with a smile. "The daughters of the Kong family are sought after by everyone. Today I would like to ask your youngest daughter for the prince, and see if you would be willing to be in laws with me, Kong Taiching." So it was true, the ministers simultaneously exclaimed in their minds. Kong Taiching bitterly smiled in his heart but showed an astonished expression. "Your Majesty, this is an honor for me. It's just that my youngest daughter is too unruly to be fit for a princess consort." The emperor waved him off. "I think the daughters of the Kong family are excellent. Don't be modest anymore. Prince Dai does not have a concubine yet, so I'll marry your youngest daughter to him as his concubine." As soon as he said this, there was an uproar in the hall. The civil and military officials showed shocked expressions, unable to believe what they had just heard. Kong Taiching was left stunned, forgetting to thank for the imperial favor. Duke Zhen's face drastically changed, his eyes wide open. The crown prince's face turned pale, showing signs of severe shock. Marquis Xuanping was initially as stunned as everyone else, and then displayed a joyful smile on his face. Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Liu were also taken aback by the emperor's marriage decree. Just now, the emperor did not agree to grant a pearl to Prince Dai, so why would he suddenly want to marry Kong Taiching's younger daughter to Prince Dai as a concubine? What play is the emperor enacting? Duke Zhen panicked and hurriedly said, "Your Majesty." He had just started to speak when the emperor raised his hand to interrupt him. "Kong Taiching, is it that you are unwilling to be in laws with me?" Kong Taiching was shocked when he woke up, his heart still filled with astonishment. Compared to the pearl, this marriage is far more beneficial for Prince Dai. The emperor did not agree to grant a pearl to Prince Dai earlier, and they thought the emperor wanted to curb Prince Dai's power due to his high achievements. Unexpectedly, the emperor directly married Kong Taiching's youngest daughter to Prince Dai. Indeed, the emperor still valued Prince Dai the most. Do any of you have anything else to discuss? The ministers, still dizzy from the surprise of the marriage decree, even if they originally had matters to present, had lost their spirit by now. Seeing that the ministers had nothing to discuss, the emperor stood up and left. Court is dismissed. After the emperor left, the hall immediately became lively. The ministers of Prince Dai's faction congratulated Marquis Xuanping one after another, while those of the Crown Prince's faction anxiously questioned Duke Zhen about what was happening. The crown prince had a gloomy face, his heart raging with anger. He gritted his back teeth tightly, his hands clenched into fists. Mrs. Kong, congratulations. The people of the Marquis Xuanping faction surrounded Mrs. Kong, congratulating him. Mrs. Kong, we will be in-laws in the future, let's have more interactions. Marquis Xuanping said very politely to Mrs. Kong, if you don't mind, why not come to my house for tea now? The heir of Marquis Xuanping watched Mrs. Kong's departing back with dissatisfaction, furrowing his brows and saying, Father, it seems Mrs. Kong is very dissatisfied with this marriage. What can he do if he's dissatisfied? Marquis Xuanping wasn't angered by Mrs. Kong's cold attitude. On the contrary, he was in a very good mood, with a constant smile on his face. This is a marriage bestowed by the emperor whether Mrs. Kong is willing or not. He has to accept it, otherwise it would be defying the decree. The heir of Marquis Xuanping couldn't stand Mrs. Kong's earlier attitude and said resentfully, his youngest daughter is marrying Prince Dai as a consort, it's a blessing for their Kong family, and yet he's unwilling. The Kong family does not want to get involved in the struggle between Prince Dai and the Crown Prince, and is unwilling to marry their daughter to Prince Dai as a consort. Marquis Xuanping spoke, showing a puzzled expression. The emperor didn't want the Kong family involved in the Crown Prince and Prince Dai's conflict before, so he didn't marry the Kong daughters to the Crown Prince or Prince Dai when they got married. So why change his mind now? Back then, when the Crown Prince and Prince Dai got married, the Kong family's eldest daughter and second daughter were of similar ages to the Crown Prince and Prince Dai. The ministers all expected the emperor to marry the Kong family's eldest daughter to the Crown Prince and the second daughter to Prince Dai, yet the emperor did not do so. Instead, he married the Duke Zhen's daughter to the Crown Prince as the princess consort and the Marquis Xuanping's daughter to Prince Dai. Just last year, the emperor bestowed De Honglu's daughter to the Crown Prince as a consort. Prince Dai only married a few years ago and has been stationed outside to quell rebellions, spending little time in the capital, which is why he has not yet taken a consort. In these 2 years, many ministers have been eyeing the position of Prince Dai's consort, hoping their daughters or nieces could become Prince Dai's consort. Although it's the position of a consort and not the official wife, it's quite desirable, and many ministers are willing to marry their daughters to Prince Dai as a consort. In the eyes of the ministers, being Prince Dai's consort is only temporary. One day, Prince Dai's consort would become a noble princess and possibly even the empress. Noble Princess Consort Rong was very concerned about the selection of Prince Dai's consort. For the past 2 years, she had been searching, and she finally set her eyes on Mrs. Kong's youngest daughter, although she knew the emperor wouldn't agree. Prince Dai himself also favored Mrs. Kong's youngest daughter. To be precise, he valued the Kong family. Although knowing the emperor would not agree, noble Princess Consort Rong once mentioned it in front of the emperor. At that time, the emperor didn't speak, merely glanced at noble Princess Consort Rong. That glance made her understand the emperor's disapproval, and she never mentioned it again. To compensate Prince Dai, the heir of Marquis Xuanping speculated, since the emperor didn't agree to promote Prince Dai, he granted Mrs. Kong's youngest daughter to him as a consort. That seems to be the case. The emperor has always favored Prince Dai. Marquis Xuanping said with a smile, marrying Mrs. Kong's youngest daughter as a consort is more beneficial to Prince Dai than promotion. The heir of Marquis Xuanping commented, Father, Prince Dai should still go to Yangzhou otherwise. How could he face the Zai family with our strength? Marquis Xuanping seemed to have forgotten about this. You're right. Father, even if Mrs. Kong is unwilling, we have to build good relationships with the Kong family. That's only natural. Marquis Xuanping nodded. When we return, ask your mother to write an invitation to Mrs. Kong and Miss Kong to visit our residence. Meanwhile, while Marquis Xuanping and his son were happily discussing how to establish good relations with Mrs. Kong, the Crown Prince and Duke Zhen were furious in the Eastern Palace. As soon as the Crown Prince returned to the Eastern Palace, he couldn't restrain his anger, smashing many items. This time, Duke Zhen did not stop the Crown Prince from venting his anger. He sat on the side, frowning, with a gloomy face. The eunuchs and palace maids serving in the Eastern Palace were terrified at the sight of the Crown Prince and Duke Zhen's dark expressions, daring not to utter a sound. After smashing things for a while, the Crown Prince's anger slightly diminished, but his face remained grim. Uncle, what does father mean? Is he finally impatient to let Prince Dai replace me? Duke Zhen did not speak. The emperor suddenly granting Mrs. Kong's youngest daughter to Prince Dai as a consort was something he hadn't anticipated. He couldn't fathom the meaning behind this imperial decree. The Crown Prince sneered, for Prince Dai to rightfully replace me as the Crown Prince, father is really painstaking. I should be sensible enough to take the initiative to tell father I won't serve as the Crown Prince and allow Prince Dai to take the position. Duke Zhen raised his gaze, his eyes turning sharp as he sneered. The emperor wants Prince Dai to replace you, it's not so simple. Upon hearing Duke Zhen's words, the Crown Prince's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly asked, Uncle, have you thought of a way? It's simple, just disrupt the marriage. Duke Zhen spoke with a cold face. The emperor wants Prince Dai to marry Mrs. Kong's youngest daughter as a consort, then we won't let her marry Prince Dai. The crown prince instantly understood Duke Zhen's implication. Uncle, you mean? Duke Zhen replied meaningfully, I think Mrs. Kong does not want his daughter to marry Prince Dai. As a consort, we can cooperate with him. Uncle, Mrs. Kong should understand why father is marrying his daughter to Prince Dai. Do you think he would be unwilling? The crown prince doubted that Mrs. Kong would be willing to cooperate with them and reject the marriage. Mrs. Kong does not want to be involved in your struggle with Prince Dai. Duke Zhen stated confidently, he cannot accept this marriage, just like us. If the Kong family successfully helps Prince Dai replace me and ascend to the crown prince's position, his daughter and the Kong family's status will become honorable. Do you think he would refuse? If it were him, he wouldn't refuse. Anyone else would undoubtedly refuse, but Mrs. Kong would definitely find a way to refuse. Seeing Duke Zhen so resolutely assert this, the crown prince asked in surprise, Uncle, why are you so sure? Because Mrs. Kong highly values the reputation of their Kong family. Duke Zhen chuckled. If he supports Prince Dai to become the crown prince, he betrays their Kong family's ancestral teachings and destroys their hard-won reputation. Listening to Duke Zhen, the crown prince found it very reasonable. In the carriage returning home, Kong Taiching's expression was very grave, alas. Sitting beside him, his son could no longer bear it, so he interrupted his father's sighing. Father, please stop sighing and quickly think of a plan. What plan? We can't defy the royal decree. At this moment, Kong Taiching's mind was in turmoil, filled with chaos, losing all his usual calm and wisdom. Father, are you really going to watch as little sister marries Prince Dai as a concubine? Kong Yuan, seeing his father's resigned demeanor, said incredulously, are you going to drag our Kong family into the royal power struggle again, to be cursed by the scholars of the world once more? Are we going to repeat the mistakes of the previous dynasty? Kong Yuan's words deeply touched Kong Taiching's sore spot, and his expression immediately became stern and fierce. Our Kong family must never repeat the mistakes of the previous dynasty. Absolutely not. In the previous dynasty, the then Kong family head was deluded and supported Prince Yun, making him the first prince of the previous dynasty to be granted the title of an 8-jewel prince. Prince Yun was not the empress's child, but the son of the favored noble princess consort Lan. Noble princess consort Lan was arrogant and domineering, as was Prince Yun. After that, Emperor Xia Ling of the previous dynasty was reckless and indulgent, causing widespread suffering, and the people could no longer endure it, leading to successive uprisings. At that time, the former emperor was the most outstanding and righteous among the many uprising warriors. The former emperor himself came from a farming background, suffered exploitation by officials of the previous dynasty, and deeply understood the hardships and difficulties of the people. Therefore, he always demanded that his soldiers treat the people kindly. Whenever his army reached a place, they never killed, burned, or looted, but instead comforted and helped the populace. The people viewed the former emperor as a benevolent ruler and held him in high esteem. Wherever the former emperor went, the people would warmly welcome him. At that time, although the people had little to eat, they actively provided food and drink for the former emperor. The former emperor himself had little education, but deeply understood the importance of learning. Kong Taiching's father's allegiance pleased the former emperor greatly, leading him to have Kong Taiching's father teach his children and soldiers to read and write. Kong Taiching's father received important responsibilities from the former emperor, and with his integrity and respect for talent, the Kong family's reputation gradually revived. Later, Kong Taiching's father, along with others like Prime Minister He, helped the former emperor establish Great Zhou and formulate its laws and ceremonial rules. In the early days of Great Zhou, military officers were highly regarded and held high status, while the status of scholars plummeted. Through Kong Taiching's father's efforts, the former emperor began to value Confucianism, significantly elevating the status of scholars and gradually giving them important roles. Because of this, the scholars of the world no longer resented the Kong family. After 10 to 20 years, the Kong family finally regained the respect of the scholars, but their status and reputation still did not match that of the Li family. Before his death, Kong Taiching's father tightly held his hand, repeatedly urging him to abide by the family rules set by their ancestors and to never make foolish mistakes like the previous dynasty's family head, which would ruin the Kong family. Kong Taiching swore before his father, promising not to let the Kong family repeat past mistakes. Father, we can't defy the decree, but if little sister can't marry Prince Dai, the emperor can't blame us, right? Kong Taiching understood his son's intent. You mean to sabotage this marriage? Kong Yuan nodded. This marriage must be sabotaged. It must be sabotage, but we must think carefully about how to do it without angering the emperor. I said to arrange little sister's marriage before she came of age, but you and mother said there was no hurry and wanted to take it slow. Now look, the emperor directly decreed the marriage to Prince Dai. Kang Yuan said, if little sister's engagement was already set, we could refuse the emperor's decree today. Kang Taiching also felt regret. How could I have known the emperor would decree your little sister's marriage to Prince Dai? Had I known, I would have arranged her engagement years ago and had her married once she came of age. His youngest daughter was the old-age daughter of him and his wife, exceptionally bright, obedient, and adorable. They both doted on her and were reluctant to marry her off early. They planned to keep her for another couple of years and slowly find a good husband for her during this time. Unexpectedly, the emperor suddenly decreed her marriage to Prince Dai as a concubine. When the former emperor reigned, he did not let our Kang family's daughters enter the palace as princess consorts. Even in the years since the emperor's ascension, he did not let our Kang family's daughters enter the palace as consorts. Kang Taiching was full of confusion. When the crown prince and Prince Dai got married, the emperor did not arrange for our Kang family's daughters to marry either the crown prince or Prince Dai. So why today did the emperor suddenly decree that your little sister marries Prince Dai? Kang Taiching's face suddenly turned somber again. The emperor is. He wanted to say, how could the emperor make such a foolish decision? Naturally not. Kang Taiching said resolutely, even if it means defying the decree, we must not let your little sister marry Prince Dai. The Kang family's reputation could not be tarnished again, or they truly would have no face to meet their ancestors. We need to discuss this matter carefully. Before Kang Taiching and his son returned home, everyone in the household had already heard about the marriage decree. Mrs. Kang and Miss Kang anxiously awaited Kang Taiching's return. Seeing him back, they hurriedly asked what the marriage decree was about. Kang Taiching recounted what had transpired during the morning court session to his wife and youngest daughter. After speaking, seeing their panicked expressions, he quickly reassured them, don't worry, madam. I will not let Yao marry Prince Dai as a concubine. The emperor has decreed the marriage. How do we have the right to refuse? Are you going to defy the decree, my lord? Besides defying the decree, there are other methods, but it will require Yao to make a sacrifice. Kang Yao, seeing Kang Taiching looking at her with guilt, smiled sweetly at him. Father, marrying Prince Dai as a concubine would be the true sacrifice for me. As long as I don't have to marry Prince Dai, I'm not sacrificing. Yao, starting today, you must feign illness. Feign illness? Kang Yao exclaimed, Father, the emperor just decreed the marriage, and I suddenly fall ill. It's too obvious, and the emperor will surely become suspicious. When the time comes, I'll say you were frightened by the marriage decree. On the way back home, Kang Taiching and his son had already thought of several ways to refuse this marriage decree. If feigning illness doesn't work, then we will feign madness. I don't believe the emperor would still let you marry Prince Dai if you went mad. Before he could finish, his arm was sharply twisted by his wife. What kind of absurd idea is that? However, Kang Yao thought the idea was great. Father, let's do that. If feigning illness doesn't work, I'll feign madness. She would rather play the fool than marry Prince Dai as a concubine. Let's try feigning illness first. Kang Taiching said, tomorrow, I will plead guilty before the emperor and gauge his attitude. Beside him, Kang Yuan said, luckily, little sister hasn't come of age yet, so we don't have to worry that Prince Dai will return, and she'll be immediately married off. Mrs. Kang was surprised to hear her husband and son speak like this. Are you serious about doing this? Actually, there's another way, which is to ruin little sister's reputation, but that would be unfavorable for her, Kang Yuan said. Currently, the best way we have thought of is to feign illness or madness. Father, eldest brother, my reputation being ruined is nothing, but the Kang family's reputation must not be tarnished again. Seeing his daughter being so understanding, Kang Taiching felt very comforted. Tomorrow, I will speak earnestly with the emperor, hoping he will rescind the order. In Prime Minister He's residence, Grandmaster Liu, Song Dekeng, Chu Ying, and others were drinking tea and chatting with Prime Minister He. The topic of their conversation was naturally the emperor's sudden marriage edict from the morning court. This marriage edict not only caught Kang Taiching off guard, but also left Prime Minister He and the others bewildered. Song Dekeng, a straightforward man, drank tea as if chewing on peonies. After gulping down the tea, he placed the teacup on the table with such force that it made a thud sound. What do you think the emperor is thinking? Why would he suddenly betroth old Kang's youngest daughter to Prince Dai? Shen Hu furrowed his brows slightly and said, could it be that the emperor truly intends to depose the crown prince and establish Prince Dai as the heir? Chu Ying said indifferently, whether the crown prince is deposed or Prince Dai is established has nothing to do with us. Their loyalty was to the emperor, not to the crown prince or Prince Dai. Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Liu said nothing, calmly drinking their tea. Seeing their leisurely demeanor, Song Dekeng became a bit anxious and quickly asked, Prime Minister He, say something. Prime Minister He put down the teacup in his hand and looked at Song Dekeng rather helplessly. Say what? Do you think the emperor wants to depose the crown prince and establish Prince Dai? Song Dekeng asked with a worried expression. Prime Minister He retorted, what does that have to do with you? How can it not have anything to do with me? Tell me how it concerns you. Prime Minister He asked again. Song Dekeng started to speak but was at a loss for words for a moment. Prime Minister He looked at Song Dekeng and said, you don't want the crown prince to be deposed. This time, Song Dekking replied without any hesitation, of course. As he spoke, a complex expression appeared on his face. After all, the crown prince is the son of the late empress. At the mention of the late empress, all the people present showed changed expressions. Considering the late empress, the emperor would not depose the crown prince. Prime Minister, he reassured Song Dekking, rest assured, the emperor will not let Prince Dai replace the crown prince. Prime Minister, he guessed the purpose behind the emperor's marriage edict. The emperor must have his own plans. Plans to make the crown prince's position increasingly dangerous, to make Prince Dai more arrogant. Song Dekking said with some dissatisfaction, if Prince Dai really marries Old Kong's youngest daughter, he will neglect the crown prince even more. Grandmaster Liu glanced at the indignant Song Dekking and said calmly, even without this marriage edict, Prince Dai would still neglect the crown prince more. Shen Hu asked, are we just going to watch? Grandmaster Liu gave Shen Hu a glance. What do you plan to do, help the crown prince? Shen Hu was stumped by Grandmaster Liu's question, opened his mouth and found himself unable to say anything. Can't we help? Song Dekking said, considering the late empress, we should lend a helping hand to the crown prince. As soon as he said this, he received a warning look from Prime Minister He. I advise you not to do that. You should understand the emperor does not want us to get involved in matters between the crown prince and Prince Dai. Prime Minister, he understood Song Dekking's desire to help the crown prince, but he did not agree with doing so. You should know our loyalty is to the emperor, not the crown prince. I know, I understand, but the late empress has shown us kindness. We can't just stand by, right? Song Dekking was a man of strong emotions and loyalty. Back then, while he was following the emperor in battles outside, his wife had complications during childbirth. If it wasn't for the late empress arranging for the Zai family's divine doctor to save his wife, both she and the child would have perished. Also, because he spent years fighting outside, leaving no one to care for his elderly mother and pregnant wife at home, the late empress had always looked after them. Not just for him, but Prime Minister He and others' families were also cared for by the late empress. It hasn't come to such a critical stage yet, Prime Minister, he said. If the crown prince truly finds himself in dire straits, we naturally would not stand by and do nothing. What do you mean? Song Dekking did not understand Prime Minister He's words. Isn't the emperor betrothing Old Kong's youngest daughter to Prince Dai serious enough? Grandmaster Liu said, not serious. Song Dekking and Shen Hu were stunned, their faces showing shocked and puzzled expressions. This isn't serious yet. Grandmaster Liu gave a soft snort. This is nothing. This is nothing. From ancient times, being heir is not an easy task, said Prime Minister He with deep meaning. The crown prince is too gentle and needs to be well trained. Song Dekking and Shen Hu did not understand and asked blankly, what do you mean? Prime Minister He said, it means you shouldn't worry about this, just do what you're supposed to do. Song Dekking worriedly asked, we really don't need to worry. We don't need to worry about this matter. Prime Minister He's mouth turned up in a meaningful smile. If such a small issue requires our intervention, then the crown prince is truly useless. Though Song Dekking mostly understood what Prime Minister He said, if the Prime Minister said they need not worry, then he wouldn't fret. Grandmaster Liu said, you should not concern yourself with this matter. Shen Hu nodded and said, okay. Song Dekking said, fine, then we won't interfere. Just like Prime Minister He said, if the crown prince is truly driven to despair by Prince Dai, there would be no need for him to worry. Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Liu would step forward to help the crown prince at that time. Shen Hu and Song Dekking had other matters to attend to, so after drinking tea at Prime Minister He's residence for a while, they left. Grandmaster Liu did not leave immediately, continuing to drink tea with Prime Minister He chatting. They first talked about the rebel army issue in Yangzhou, then about matters in the Shu region. In the end, they returned to discussing the marriage edict. However, their discussion was not about helping the crown prince, but about what actions Duke Zhen and Kong Taiching would take. The reason why Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Liu were not worried about the marriage was mainly because they knew Kong Taiching would try every means to sabotage this marriage. Of course, there was also Duke Zhen. What if the emperor overplays his hand? Grandmaster Liu suddenly asked. At that time, the court would become unstable. The emperor must have his measures and will not let the situation get out of his control. Prince Dai is ambitious, and Third Prince and the others are watching closely. I hope the emperor indeed doesn't overplay his hand. If he does, Great Zhou will become dangerous. Do you not understand the emperor's means? Prime Minister He picked up the teapot and poured Grandmaster Liu another cup of tea. Moreover, the crown prince indeed needs to temper himself. Grandmaster Liu picked up the teacup, not drinking immediately but instead saying, what if the final result is not what the emperor wanted, then what? That's the emperor's business to worry about as subjects. We only need to obey orders. Grandmaster Liu smiled faintly indeed. The two didn't discuss this matter further and turned to talking about this year's spring farming. At this time, the harem became very lively because of the marriage edict, with concubines, eunuchs, and palace maids all discussing the matter. Liang Jie and Yu Marin naturally heard about this matter and were also shocked by it. Is the emperor planning to make Prince Dai the crown prince? Is the crown prince going to be deposed? However, Liang Jie did not think so. She said, this matter is not that simple. What does sister mean? Liang Jie shook her head towards Yu Marin and the others. This isn't something we should concern ourselves with. Let's not discuss it further. Yu Marin and Pan Cairn nodded in understanding. Sister is right, it has nothing to do with us. Liang Jie ordered that people in Kund Hall should not discuss this matter further. Anyone who continued would be severely punished. In Zhaoyang Palace, when Empress Zai heard of the matter, she first laughed delightedly, then her expression turned as dark as water. She was happy that the emperor was finally thinking of deposing the crown prince. However, she was displeased that the emperor valued Prince Dai so much. Although Empress Zai had always hoped for a struggle between the crown prince and Prince Dai, and even more hoped for Prince Dai to replace the crown prince, when the day seemed to be approaching, her heart was filled with jealousy and reluctance, because Prince Dai was the son of noble princess consort Rong. In Yongxin Palace, upon hearing about the marriage decree, noble princess consort Rong was naturally very delighted. The palace maids and eunuchs around her were very perceptive, and quickly offered their congratulations to her and Prince Dai. Noble princess consort Rong, in her happiness, generously rewarded each person with 3 months' worth of monthly pay. Your Highness, the Emperor truly cherishes and values His Highness Prince Dai, said Jin Mei, the head palace maid beside noble princess consort Rong, flattering her. Noble princess consort Rong was all smiles, which made her appear all the more radiant. I previously mentioned to His Majesty about Mrs. Kong's youngest daughter, but at that time the Emperor did not agree. I thought it was hopeless, but unexpectedly today, His Majesty decreed for Mrs. Kong's youngest daughter to marry Prince Dai as a concubine. Your Highness, when you mentioned this matter before, Miss Kong had not yet reached the age of maturity, so His Majesty did not agree. Now that Miss Kong is about to come of age, the Emperor has decreed her marriage to Prince Dai, Jin Mei explained with a smile. In my humble opinion, the Emperor had long kept this matter in mind, and had long wanted to marry Mrs. Kong's youngest daughter to Prince Dai as a concubine. Noble Princess Consort Rong sweetly smiled and said, my cousin is truly. Your Highness, whatever you say, the Emperor usually holds in high regard. Jin Mei continued to flatter Noble Princess Consort Rong. Your Highness, the Emperor truly loves you dearly. These words struck a chord with Noble Princess Consort Rong, filling her heart with sweetness and making her smile even more radiant. My cousin is always like this, loving to give me surprises. Your Highness, this shows that the Emperor cares about you, Jin Mei said. In the entire palace, which other consort can receive surprises from the Emperor? This unique surprise made Noble Princess Consort Rong's heart all the sweeter. Your Highness, I believe the Emperor decreeing Miss Kong to marry Prince Dai as a concubine is primarily for you. For me. Noble Princess Consort Rong looked puzzled. How do you mean? Jin Mei lowered her voice and whispered into Noble Princess Consort Rong's ear. The Emperor naturally wants you to be his wife. The word wife resonated deeply within Noble Princess Consort Rong's heart. Since childhood, her greatest dream was to become her cousin's wife. Unfortunately, fate played tricks on her. She did marry her cousin but did not become his wife. Her aunt told her that she could never be her cousin's wife, but that she was the one he loved and cherished the most, something that Miss Zai couldn't match, but she wanted to be her cousin's wife. On the day her cousin married Miss Zai, the whole residence was jubilant. Everyone was exceedingly joyous except for her. She was the only one who felt sad and upset. She hid alone in her room, crying. She cried the entire night until her tears dried up and her heart felt torn apart. Eventually, she had to accept the reality that her cousin's wife was someone else. Fortunately, her cousin did not like Miss Zai, which made her feel a little better. But soon, Miss Zai became pregnant, which stirred her jealousy anew. The year Miss Zai gave birth to a child for her cousin, she herself finally married him, but as a concubine, unable to have the formal wedding rites. She couldn't even wear the red wedding attire. That day, she wore a peach-pink outfit and was carried into her cousin's courtyard. Originally, her aunt wanted her to have a formal wedding ceremony with her cousin, but her uncle said it was against the rules. Actually, she knew that having a wedding ceremony would displease Miss Zai. Her aunt could only compromise by sending her directly to her cousin's courtyard. That day, her heart was very happy, but at the same time, very sad. Happy that she finally married her cousin after coming of age, sad because she could only marry him as a concubine. Her cousin knew she was sad and promised her that he would always be good to her and would never let her suffer grievances again. Her cousin indeed fulfilled his promise, always treating her with affection and never letting her suffer any grievances. Later, her cousin became emperor, Miss Zai became empress, and she became a noble consort. After becoming a noble consort, her cousin doted on her even more. For over a decade, her position as a noble consort was illustrious and unrivaled. Not even the empress could surpass her. In the 3rd year of her cousin's reign as emperor, the empress's health gradually declined. After over a year, the empress passed away. At that time, she felt that her opportunity to become empress had arrived. She had always thought that if the empress died, her cousin would surely make her the empress. After the empress's death, her cousin did intend to make her empress, but unexpectedly, the Zai family intervened, proposing their eldest daughter as her cousin's new empress. This daughter of the Zai family was their eldest legitimate daughter. It was said that years ago, the Zai family wanted to marry this daughter to her cousin, but she was too young at the time, so they had to marry him to an illegitimate daughter of similar age. Now that the illegitimate daughter passed away, the Zai family naturally wanted to marry their grown-up legitimate daughter to her cousin. She understood what her cousin said and could only watch helplessly as he married the Zai family's legitimate daughter as the new empress. She didn't hate her cousin, nor the late empress, but she hated the Zai family and the new empress. It was the Zai family and Empress Zai who took away her position as empress. "Your Highness, you are about to become empress." Jinmei's words brought noble princess consort Rong back from her past thoughts. She curved her red lips in a gentle smile. "I've finally waited for this day." She had waited over 30 years, finally waiting to become her cousin's wife. Jinmei knelt down to congratulate noble princess consort Rong. "Congratulations, Your Highness." She added, "Your Highness, just wait a little longer. You will certainly become empress." Noble princess consort Rong smiled faintly. "I've waited over 30 years. What's a little longer?" She knew her cousin would not let her remain a concubine forever. She knew he would ultimately make her his wife. Jinmei's demeanor suddenly became very serious. "Your Highness, at such a time, we must also remain steady. We cannot let that one from Zhaoyang Palace take advantage." At the mention of Empress Zai, noble princess consort Rong's expression turned instantly chilly, her eyes filled with hatred. "Let her enjoy her moment for now. In a while I will settle old and new scores with her together. Your Highness, now that the Emperor has decreed the marriage, should we send some gifts to Miss Kong, or invite Mrs. Kong and Miss Kong into the palace?" Noble princess consort Rong nodded slightly. "In a couple of days, invite Mrs. Kong and Miss Kong into the palace." She instructed Jinmei, "I remember I have a pair of red coral bracelets. Find them and present them to Miss Kong when the time comes." Jinmei was surprised. "Your Highness, those red coral bracelets are exceedingly rare, the only pair in the whole palace, given by the Emperor as a birthday gift. How could you give them to Miss Kong?" Noble princess consort Rong smiled. "Because she is worth it. Your Highness, you haven't even given them to the princess consort, but now you want to give them to Miss Kong. If the princess consort finds out, she might not be pleased. The child won't be displeased." Princess consort Dai was noble princess consort Rong's own niece, sent to the palace from a young age, raised by noble princess consort Rong's side. The child understands Miss Kong's importance in her heart. She added, "Compared to the Kong family, a pair of red coral bracelets is nothing. Only you, Your Highness, think everything through so thoroughly." Noble princess consort Rong mentioned a few other precious items and instructed Jinmei to find them in the storeroom. In a little over an hour, Prince Dai will be returning. Noble princess consort Rong's mood unconsciously turned excited. "Your Highness, you haven't seen His Highness for several months. You must miss him very much. Every time he goes out to quell a rebellion, my heart can't settle." A mother worries for her child, as does noble princess consort Rong. This time, his mission to quash the rebels in Liangzhu was fraught with danger. I was even more anxious. Thankfully, he returned from this campaign unharmed. "Your Highness, His Highness is valiant and skilled in battle. There's no way something would happen." Jinmei said, "His Highness's victory over the Liangzhu rebels this time brought you immense honor. This child has never disappointed me since childhood, nor has he disappointed my cousin. The Emperor always says our His Highness resembles him the most." Jinmei said with a grin, "As long as our His Highness leads the campaign, no rebellion remains unconquered." This child indeed resembles my cousin the most, although compared to my cousin in his youth, he falls a bit short. In noble princess consort Rong's heart, the Emperor was unparalleled. His Highness certainly can't be compared to the Emperor. Jinmei suddenly remembered something. "Your Highness, since His Highness is back, shall we host a celebration banquet for him tonight?" "Not necessarily, perhaps tomorrow night." Noble princess consort Rong responded, "The Emperor might let Prince Dai rest well tonight." "Your Highness, at the celebration banquet, you must dress gloriously, so as to outshine that one from Zhaoyang Palace." In the imperial study of Chengguang Hall, the Emperor hummed a tune while reviewing memorials. Sun Kui, who was waiting on the side, was puzzled by the Emperor's good mood. Why was His Majesty in such high spirits? Could it be because he betrothed the younger daughter of the Kong family's senior official to Prince Dai? Betrothing the younger daughter of the Kong family to Prince Dai was no small matter, yet the Emperor showed no signs of it. Sun Kui had always been by the Emperor's side, and although His Majesty never confided in a mere servant, he would occasionally hint at his intentions. But this time, nothing at all. Thinking of the Emperor's unpredictable nature, Sun Kui suddenly had a startling thought. Could it be that this betrothal was a sudden decision by His Majesty? The Emperor, without the ability to read minds, naturally didn't know what Sun Kui was thinking. The tune he was humming grew louder and more peculiar. Seeing the Emperor so happy, he was swaying his head. Sun Kui felt more certain that the betrothal was indeed a spontaneous decision by the emperor to give the younger daughter of senior official Kong to Prince Dai. After hesitating for a moment, Sun Kui cautiously asked, "Your Majesty, are you so happy because Prince Dai is returning soon?" The emperor had just finished reviewing a stack of memorials. Closing the document in his hand, he smiled at Sun Kui. "Didn't you see their expressions?" Their expressions. Sun Kui was momentarily taken aback, and then understood who the emperor meant. "Your Majesty, are you referring to the expressions of the ministers when they heard about the betrothal of senior official Kong's daughter to Prince Dai?" The emperor supported his face with his right hand and chuckled with interest. Weren't their expressions fascinating? Upon hearing this, Sun Kui became more convinced that the betrothal decree announced in the morning assembly was indeed a sudden decision by the emperor. Many ministers were stunned. Even Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Liu were startled. "Isn't it amusing?" Sun Kui respectfully replied, "Amusing. His Majesty truly enjoys toying with others." "Your Majesty, surely you didn't betroth senior official Kong's daughter to Prince Dai just for amusement." The emperor glared at Sun Kui. "Do I seem that idle to you?" Sun Kui silently thought, "Your Majesty, you are precisely that idle. Then why did you suddenly betroth senior official Kong's daughter to Prince Dai?" Sun Kui added, "You shocked the ministers." At that moment, a little eunuch brought a cup of tea. Sun Kui hurriedly stepped forward to receive the tea and offered it to the emperor. The emperor took the teacup, sipped a few times, and then said, "I didn't decide on the betrothal suddenly." Sun Kui was astonished and said, "You plan to betroth senior official Kong's daughter to Prince Dai from the beginning?" "Yes, after the news came back to the capital that Prince Dai had quelled the rebels in Liangzhu, the emperor decided to betroth the younger daughter of senior official Kong to him. In fact, when Prince Dai was dispatched to suppress the rebellion in Liangzhu, the emperor didn't expect him to succeed, given the complexity of the situation there. Unexpectedly, Prince Dai accomplished the task commendably. This victory of Prince Dai in quelling the rebellion in Liangzhu was a substantial achievement. Whether as emperor or father, he deserved a generous reward. However, the emperor disagreed with the minister's proposal to bestow a pearl on Prince Dai. That was a tradition from the previous dynasty, which, while not directly causing its downfall, did have some implications. The emperor knew well what Prince Dai desired most, so he seized this opportunity to fulfill it for him. "Your Majesty, senior official Kong represents the Kong family." Sun Kui was deeply shaken. The emperor couldn't possibly be unaware of the immense benefit this marriage would bring Prince Dai, and the substantial pressure it would place on the crown prince. The emperor glanced at Sun Kui nonchalantly. "I'm aware. But you..." Sun Kui started to speak, but dared not continue. As a servant, he shouldn't pry further. The emperor did not blame Sun Kui for his curiosity, and smiled ambiguously. "I know what I'm doing." Sun Kui dutifully replied, "Your Majesty is wise." The emperor's fingers brushed the rim of the teacup as he said, pointedly, "I hope I won't be disappointed." Sun Kui was startled at the thought. Could His Majesty truly intend to depose the crown prince and name Prince Dai as the heir apparent? Just then the sounds of greetings to the crown prince could be heard from the door. The doorkeeper, a young eunuch, entered, first greeting the emperor, then reporting, "Your Majesty, the crown prince seeks an audience." The emperor slightly raised his eyebrows, put down the teacup, and said, "Let him in." Shortly after, the crown prince entered and respectfully saluted the emperor. "Your son greets the father emperor." The emperor gestured with his hand, "Rise." The emperor inspected the crown prince from head to toe, finding his expression calm and collected, with no hint of anger or resentment, which surprised him. Betrothing senior official Kong's daughter to Prince Dai should have had a significant impact on the crown prince. Knowing him well, the emperor expected the crown prince to be very upset and envious. Even though he might try hard to hide it in the emperor's presence, his eyes would betray him. The crown prince was not one to conceal his emotions. He couldn't remain unchanged even in the face of a mountain's collapse. If something was troubling him, it would surely show in his eyes. But at that moment, the crown prince's eyes were as tranquil as a still lake. The emperor was quite curious about what Duke Zhen had told the crown prince that made him so composed about the betrothal. "What are your thoughts?" "Father Emperor, you mentioned in the morning assembly that I should take my brothers to welcome the second brother. What about the ministers?" The crown prince asked, "Should I take certain ministers, or should all of them go?" The emperor asked in return, "What do you think?" "I believe all the ministers should go welcome my second brother's return." The emperor nodded slightly and said, "You decide." "Father Emperor, I request for an imperial decree." The emperor inquired, "What decree do you want?" "A decree praising my second brother." The crown prince earnestly replied, "He achieved such great success this time. If you issue a decree to commend him, it would not only inform the people of his efforts and hardships, but also bring him joy. I think what he most wants to hear is your praise. Your considerations for him are thorough." The emperor said with satisfaction, "Let's do as you suggest." Then he turned to Sun Kui and instructed, "Draft the decree. As you command, Your Majesty." The emperor quickly wrote the decree and handed it to the crown prince. The crown prince accepted the decree with both hands and asked, "Father Emperor, should we hold a celebratory banquet for him tonight?" The emperor replied, "He just returned. Let him rest well tonight. We'll celebrate tomorrow." Understood. The crown prince then asked, "Father Emperor, is there anything else you require? I have nothing more to add." The emperor said, "Handle everything yourself, then I shall take my leave." With that, the crown prince respectfully exited. After the crown prince left, the emperor suddenly let out a soft chuckle. "Your Majesty, what are you laughing about?" Sun Kui asked, puzzled. The emperor smiled meaningfully. "I'm impressed with Duke Zhen's skills." Duke Zhen? Sun Kui did not quite understand the emperor's implication. The emperor leaned back, placing his legs on the imperial table, crossed his hands over his abdomen and said casually, "Didn't you see the crown prince's expression just now?" The crown prince's expression. Sun Kui recalled it carefully and said blankly, "The crown prince's expression was normal, nothing unusual. I bestowed the younger daughter of senior official Kong to Prince Dai. What reaction do you think the crown prince has?" Sun Kui immediately understood the emperor's meaning, but dared not say this. The crown prince should have been very angry and resentful, yet just now he remained very calm as if nothing had happened. That was most irregular. The emperor squinted with a smile, swinging his legs, and said, "There's an interesting show ahead." Sun Kui, "Your Majesty, isn't your attitude of watching a spectacle somewhat inappropriate?" After the crown prince came out of the imperial study, he did not return to the Eastern Palace, but instead went to Wen Hall. Inside Wen Hall, Zhao Yao and the others were having a lesson. Upon seeing the crown prince, the teacher quickly bowed to him. "Your servant greets your highness." The crown prince stepped forward and gently helped the teacher up, speaking warmly, "Please rise, teacher." The crown prince expressed some slight remorse as he said, "Teacher, I apologize for disturbing you." Mr. Zio had once been the crown prince's enlightenment teacher, and the crown prince had always respected him. "I came to tell my younger brothers to join me in welcoming Prince Dai back to the capital after lunch." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a cheer from the ninth prince. "That's great." His voice trailed off as he noticed Mr. Zio giving him a cold look, causing him to fall silent awkwardly. Mr. Zio frowned slightly and said, "Your Highness plans to personally go out of the city to welcome Prince Dai back." The crown prince said, "I intend to lead my brothers and the ministers out of the city to welcome Prince Dai." Upon hearing this, Mr. Zio's frown deepened, and his usually stern face showed a hint of disapproval. "Your Highness, as the crown prince, how can you personally go out of the city to welcome Prince Dai? It is inappropriate." The ninth prince was immediately displeased upon hearing Mr. Zio's words. He wanted to speak up but dared not because he feared Mr. Zio. The ninth prince had always been arrogant and domineering, doing whatever he wished, and there were few people in the palace he feared, but Mr. Zio was one of them. He once was not afraid of Mr. Zio and used his status as a prince to argue with him, even disregarding him, only to be severely punished by the emperor with a beating. That beating left him bedridden for a month, recovering. Since then, he dared not defy Mr. Zio or act disrespectfully in front of him. Although Mr. Zio was rigid, it did not mean he was indifferent to court affairs. On the contrary, he understood them well. After hearing the crown prince's words, he understood his intentions. "What your highness said is right." He then added, "Since your highness wants to take the princes to welcome Prince Dai, today's class shall end here and the princes may leave." This was good news for Zhao Yao, and a look of joy appeared on his face unwittingly. The third prince led the group in paying respects to Mr. Zio and taking their leave. "Teacher, your students take their leave." The crown prince looked at the third prince and said, "Third brother, prepare yourselves and join me in leaving the city after lunch." The third prince respectfully replied, "Yes." With that, he left. As the other princes bade farewell one by one, when it was Zhao Yao's turn, he asked, "Crown Prince brother, are we traveling by carriage or riding horses to greet our second brother outside the city?" Hearing Zhao Yao's question, the crown prince smiled slightly. "10th brother, do you want to go by carriage or ride a horse?" Zhao Yao quickly said, "Ride a horse. Riding in a carriage means seeing nothing, which isn't fun at all." The crown prince lightly tapped the dimple on Zhao Yao's left cheek, saying warmly, "Then ride a horse." A happy smile immediately appeared on Zhao Yao's little face, and he asked, "Crown Prince brother, is there a banquet tonight?" Seeing Zhao Yao's bright, clear eyes shining as they looked at him, the crown prince softened inside and gently pinched his chubby little face. "There is no banquet tonight." "Ah," Zhao Yao's smile froze and his bright eyes dimmed. He asked incredulously, "Second brother is back, and father isn't hosting a celebration banquet for him?" As he spoke, he touched his small belly, slightly pouting. "I ate less since yesterday to enjoy more at the banquet." His beef. The crown prince, amused by Zhao Yao's words, couldn't help but chuckle softly. "There is no banquet tonight, but there is one tomorrow night." Zhao Yao's eyes, which had just turned gloomy, instantly lit up, and a look of anticipation appeared on his little face. "Then I'll continue to eat less today so I can eat more delicious food tomorrow night." The crown prince found Zhao Yao's manner endearing and couldn't resist poking his adorable dimple again. "You really like banquets, huh?" Zhao Yao nodded repeatedly, his eyes curving into crescents as he smiled, "Because there's tasty food." The eighth prince, standing nearby, teased Zhao Yao, "You are such a foodie. If one doesn't eat, it's a grave injustice." The crown prince, hearing such words for the first time, said, unable to help laughing and crying, "Who taught you this?" Zhao Yao puffed out his chest, full of pride, and said, "I came up with it myself." "Isn't it quite reasonable?" the crown prince said with amused helplessness, "You little rascal." As he spoke, he ruffled Zhao Yao's little head. "Go have lunch." Zhao Yao cupped his hands and said, "Crown prince brother, eighth brother, I'll go now. See you after lunch." With that, he skipped out of Wend Hall. The crown prince bowed to Mr. Zio and then took the eighth prince back to the Eastern Palace. If one doesn't eat, it's a grave injustice. It's amazing that 10th brother came up with that. The eighth prince said, in 10th brother's mind, nothing is more important than food. He often says that when he grows up, he wants to travel the world and eat all the delicious food. The crown prince chuckled. 10th brother is truly simple and adorable. In this palace, not just the princes, even the eunuchs and palace maids are very shrewd. Only the 10th brother is pure of heart, his daily concern just being good food. This simplicity is very rare but also quite dangerous. Big brother, did something happen during the morning court? The eighth prince, always sensitive, sensed the crown prince's discomfort. Father decreed a marriage between Minister Kong's youngest daughter and Prince Dai as a concubine. In front of the eighth prince, the crown prince did not hide his emotions, speaking with a tone full of unrest and jealousy. Upon hearing this, the eighth prince was incredulous. Father is actually marrying Minister Kong's youngest daughter to Prince Dai. Father wants to, he left the rest unsaid. Where does that leave you, big brother? This marriage decree was something the eighth prince had never expected. His heart was filled with shock. Could father really be considering deposing big brother and making Prince Dai the crown prince? The crown prince's lips curled into a bitter smile. I am ultimately no match for Prince Dai. Though comforted by Duke Zhen and the grand tutor, the crown prince was still in pain. During the morning court, when he heard the emperor's marriage decree, the crown prince felt as if the sky was collapsing. Big brother, you must not let Prince Dai marry Minister Kong's youngest daughter. The crown prince's eyes turned deep and cold, his tone sinister. Of course not. Big brother, do you have a way to stop this marriage? The crown prince then shared the plan he discussed with Duke Zhen with the eighth prince. After hearing it, the eighth prince, full of admiration, said, the older the wiser. Luckily, I have uncle. In recent years, if it weren't for uncle's help, he might have been deposed as crown prince long ago. Big brother, with Duke Zhen around, you won't be in trouble. The fact that father delayed granting additional titles to Prince Dai was because he wanted Prince Dai to marry Minister Kong's youngest daughter. Father truly went to great lengths to pave the way for Prince Dai. Big brother, do you remember what I told you before? Now that Prince Dai is back, I think you can implement it. The crown prince, of course, remembered. He hesitated. Wouldn't it be too obvious? Big brother, next month is the late Empress's Memorial Day, the perfect time for you to use that strategy. Remembering his late mother, a hint of sorrow appeared in the crown prince's eyes, and his face unwittingly showed a touch of grievance. When mother was alive, father treated me well. If the late empress were still here, she wouldn't have allowed you to endure such grievances, big brother. The eighth prince had never met the late empress. She passed away before he was born. However, he had heard much about her. When she was alive, father held her in high regard. When she passed, the emperor mourned deeply and halted court for 3 days. On the way back to Kund Hall, Tongzai informed Zhao Yao about the emperor's marriage decree. Zhao Yao was very incredulous after hearing it. Really? The emperor personally decreed the marriage? Tongzai said, how would I dare to make it up? Zhao Yao was shocked, but that's the Kong family, not just anyone else. Could father really want to depose the crown prince and appoint Prince Dai as the new crown prince? Now the entire palace is talking about this. Tongzai said, looking around cautiously and lowering his voice, everyone is saying that the emperor can't hold back anymore and is going to dethrone the crown prince. Your Highness, is the emperor really going to dethrone the crown prince? After the initial shock, Zhao Yao's expression calmed. Do you think the crown prince can be deposed just because father wants to? Once his younger daughter marries the second brother, whether he supports or not won't be up to him. Zhao Yao said at this point, it is not the crown prince suffering the most, but Kong Taicheng. He is probably trying to figure out how to refuse this marriage. Tongzai exclaimed in surprise, how can one refuse a marriage decreed by the emperor? Wouldn't that be defying the imperial edict? Zhao Yao, just wait and see, things won't go so smoothly. This marriage might even cause a storm of blood. Since father knows the impact this marriage would have, why did he still decree it? Could father be afraid of peace in the world? The emperor's mind is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Whether it's smooth or not has nothing to do with us. Your Highness, don't worry. What am I worried about? Zhao Yao said with a smile. I'm just thinking about eating more delicious food at tomorrow night's celebration banquet. Your Highness, do you really not plan to eat more at lunch? Tongzai said worriedly, in the afternoon, you need to go out of the city with the crown prince to welcome Prince Dai back, and who knows when you'll be able to return to the palace. What if you get hungry then? I'm not foolish, how could I possibly go hungry to welcome someone? As he spoke, Zhao Yao's stomach started rumbling and he hastened his pace. Hurry back. Your Highness, slow down, be careful not to fall. Tongzai hurried to catch up. In no time they arrived at Kund Hall, where Lai Kai and the others were crouching at the door to welcome Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao first hugged Lai Kai and the others, then kissed them. "10th brother, why did you come back early? It wasn't even noon yet, and usually Zhao Yao would only come down from studying at noon." The 5th princess suddenly thought of something, pointed at Zhao Yao and exclaimed, "Did you sneak back?" Zhao Yao gave the 5th princess a roll of his eyes. He said crossly, "5th sister, when have I ever sneaked back early?" He did want to leave early, but unfortunately didn't have the courage. "Then you must have faked being sick or in pain to come back early." The 5th princess spoke very confidently. Zhao Yao pretended to look hurt and sad. "5th sister, how could you think that of me? I'm a good student." Although he didn't like studying and often spaced out in class, he went to study obediently every day. He had never been late, left early, or skipped a class. The 5th princess was fooled by Zhao Yao's acting and hastily apologized. "10th brother, I was just teasing you." Zhao Yao snorted, then didn't bother with the 5th princess any longer and walked forward with Lai Kai and the others. The 5th princess believed Zhao Yao was really angry and quickly chased after him to apologize, even promising to make his favorite snacks. It was only then that Zhao Yao forgave her and stopped being mad at her. Witnessing everything, Tongzai silently felt pity for the 5th princess in his heart. His Highness was clearly just tricking the 5th princess to willingly make him snacks, and she didn't even notice, foolishly falling for it. The 5th princess relied on being an older sister, thinking she was smarter than His Highness, but every time the 5th princess was tricked into running in circles by His Highness. Liang Zheyi and Yu Marin were both very surprised that Zhao Yao came back 3/4 of an hour earlier than usual. They were worried he might be unwell. Zhao Yao explained the reason he finished studying early to Liang Zheyi and the others' mother. "Let's have lunch later. I have to meet with the crown prince later and go out of the palace to meet the 2nd brother with him." Liang Zheyi nodded and then instructed Gui Xing to inform the small kitchen to hurry up a bit. There was a small kitchen in Kund Hall, and all meals were prepared here. Typically, someone of Liang Zheyi's rank wouldn't have their own small kitchen. Only concubines of the rank and above could have a private kitchen. However, due to Kund Hall's remote location, it was inconvenient to fetch meals from the imperial kitchen. The most important issue was that the meals would get cold by the time they were brought back. While it didn't matter much for Liang Zheyi and Yu Marin, it could easily cause Zhao Yao to suffer from indigestion. When Zhao Yao was very young, he frequently had stomach issues. When the emperor learned of the cause, he made an exception for Liang Zheyi to have her own small kitchen. Prince Dai's return to the capital is quite a spectacle this time. Not only is the crown prince leading officials to welcome him, but the emperor also granted him such a good marriage. Yu Marin remarked, "It's truly glorious." Pan Cairn chimed in, "It will surely be lively when Prince Dai returns in the afternoon." Liang Zheyi did not join in Yu Marin and the others' conversation, but repeatedly reminded Zhao Yao, "Once you reach outside the capital, you must stick closely to the 8th prince or the 4th prince. Don't go anywhere and definitely don't wander off, understand? Don't worry, mother. I'll definitely stick close by the 4th brother and the 8th brother and go nowhere else." Zhao Yao assured her, "Whatever the 4th and 8th brothers do, I'll do. I won't speak out of turn." This trip outside the capital was to welcome the 2nd brother back, not for leisure. He couldn't possibly lose himself and wander recklessly. Reassured by Zhao Yao's words, Liang Zheyi felt relieved and didn't say more. Soon after, Gui Xing came in and reported that lunch was ready and asked if they should now serve the meal. Liang Zheyi said, "Serve the meal now." Zhao Yao hurriedly finished his lunch, changed into a set of brocade clothes, and headed to the Eastern Palace. By the time he arrived, the 3rd and 4th princes were already there. However, the 7th and 9th princes hadn't arrived yet. After a while, the 7th and 9th princes arrived. Having encountered each other along the way, they naturally exchanged sharp words. Judging by the 9th prince's smug appearance, it was clear he had just won the argument against the 7th prince. Once the crown prince saw that all his brothers were present, he led them out of the palace. At the palace gates, he noticed there were quite a few imperial guards stationed there. Some were even holding horses. The crown prince was the first to mount a horse, followed by the other princes in succession. The 4th and 8th princes made sure Zhao Yao was riding between them. If anything unexpected happened, the two of them could protect him. The crown prince rode at the front. The 9th prince, relying on being a direct brother of Prince Dai, stayed right behind the crown prince, riding ahead of the 3rd prince and the others. Riding along the main road of the capital, Zhao Yao was taken aback by the number of commoners crowding the sides of the road. Why are there so many people? Were all these commoners here to welcome Prince Dai back to the capital? The 8th prince glanced at the commoners lining the road and smiled coldly in his heart. Marquis Xuanping is truly resourceful, managing to have the commoners welcome Prince Dai back in triumph spontaneously. The 4th prince, expressionless, said, "Pay them no mind." Seeing the crown prince, the commoners all knelt down to pay their respects, loudly chanting, "Long live the crown prince." With his usual genial and warm smile, The crown prince occasionally waved to the commoners on either side of the road. Even just a wave was enough to excite the commoners greatly. On ordinary days, commoners rarely had the chance to see the crown prince and the other princes, let alone face them closely like now. They felt a deep reverence and awe for imperial authority. Hearing the people chanting "Long live the crown prince, long live, long live," Zhao Yao inexplicably felt his blood boiling. At this moment he suddenly understood why his royal brothers were all vying to become the crown prince. The fourth prince had been secretly observing Zhao Yao all along, and seeing his shocked expression, thought he was frightened by the crowd. He gently patted Zhao Yao's back, comforting him, "Don't mind them." Zhao Yao looked blankly at the fourth prince. "Who does fourth brother say I shouldn't mind?" "The people by the roadside," the fourth prince replied soothingly. "They aren't scary, don't be afraid of them." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yao blinked blankly at first, then he understood that the fourth prince had misunderstood him. He smiled at the fourth prince. "Fourth brother, I'm not afraid of the people by the roadside, I just think crown prince brother is so awe-inspiring. Awe-inspiring." Zhao Yao nodded. With so many people shouting "Long live" for the crown prince brother, isn't it awe-inspiring? Only then did the fourth prince understand Zhao Yao's meaning, and he chuckled lightly. "10th brother, this isn't awe-inspiring." "Ah, it's not awe-inspiring, then what is it?" The people along the roadside knelt in groups and saluted, shouting "Long live the crown prince, long live, long live." Such a grand scene, how can it not be awe-inspiring? Fourth prince glanced at the people's faces filled with awe and admiration, and solemnly told Zhao Yao, "This is the imperial majesty of the heavenly family." In his heart, Zhao Yao said, "Isn't it the same?" The eighth prince said, "Only crown prince brother would be welcomed so warmly by the people." Zhao Yao, feigning ignorance, said, "Then crown prince brother is truly amazing." The eighth prince laughed. "Crown prince brother is naturally amazing." After saying that, his gaze shifted to the crowd on both sides of the road. He saw fanaticism in many faces. He mocked internally. Marquis Xuanping spent so much effort to have all the citizens of the capital come out to welcome the return of Prince Dai, yet didn't expect that the people only had eyes for the crown prince. He didn't know if he regretted it now. "Fourth brother, eighth brother, it's my first time seeing so many people. It's really lively." Not only were the roadsides crowded with people, but the shops on both sides were also packed. Everyone looked excited, as if they were seeing a heavenly god. This is probably the charm of imperial power. The eighth prince laughed. "This is nothing." The fourth prince gently patted Zhao Yao's shoulder, saying, "It's good you're not scared." At these words, Zhao Yao pouted into satisfaction, saying, "Fourth brother, you underestimate me. I'm not that timid. Yes, your courage is very great." Zhao Yao felt that the fourth prince didn't believe him and glared at him in annoyance, then turned away, not wanting to look at him anymore. Seeing Zhao Yao's puffed-up appearance, the fourth prince found him extremely cute and couldn't help but poke his cheek. Zhao Yao turned his head and opened his mouth to bite the fourth prince's finger. The fourth prince quickly withdrew his finger, letting Zhao Yao bite at air. Originally, the fourth prince wanted to tease Zhao Yao further, but then remembered they were on horseback, and if Zhao Yao fell, he would surely be injured, so he refrained. Riding from the palace gates to outside the capital city took only an hour or so, but Zhao Yao and the others rode slowly, taking 2 hours to ride out of the capital. At the city gate, a crowd was waiting. Ministers and imperial guards had long since gathered at the city gate. Seeing the crown prince leading the princes, the ministers and imperial guards hurriedly saluted. The crown prince sat quietly on horseback, waiting for Prince Dai's return. Zhao Yao and the others rode behind the crown prince on horseback. The fourth prince noticed Zhao Yao curiously gazing at the ministers on both sides, so he kindly introduced each minister to him. Among the ministers in the court, Zhao Yao didn't recognize any. No, he recognized Duke Zhen and Marquis Xuanping, since these two often entered the harem. Zhao Yao had seen them a few times. Other ministers Zhao Yao didn't know. Zhao Yao knew many ministers by name but couldn't match names to faces. Now, with the fourth prince's introduction, he could match them to faces. The fourth prince's introductions were very detailed, giving both names and official positions. When mentioning official positions, he also explained their duties to Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao hadn't learned about the ministers' positions before, and hearing the fourth prince's explanations, he just felt it was complicated. There were the 3 dukes and 9 ministers, and chief assistants, secretaries, grand ministers. The fourth prince saw Zhao Yao listening with vague understanding, but didn't, as usual, explain until Zhao Yao understood. In his view, Zhao Yao was still young, and it was okay not to understand these positions for now. Later, Zhao Yao would naturally understand. "Fourth brother, you are amazing, you know everything." Zhao Yao also told the eighth prince, "Eighth brother is amazing too." Both fourth brother and eighth brother hadn't even attended court yet, but they knew the court ministers like the back of their hands, unlike him, knowing nothing about them. The fourth prince smiled faintly. "When you grow up, you'll know too." Zhao Yao waved his hand. "There are so many ministers, I can't remember them." However, he chuckled, "If a minister's family cooks tasty meals, I'll definitely remember." The fourth and eighth princes couldn't help but laugh at this. Zhao Yao curiously asked, fourth brother, eighth brother, do you know which minister's family cooks well? This question was outside the fourth prince's knowledge. He couldn't answer. I don't know if any minister's family cooks well, but I know there's a minister who loves good food like you do. Excitedly, Zhao Yao asked, who is it? General Shen Hu, he loves eating meat just like you. Zhao Yao grinned and said, people who love good food and meat are good people and very capable. The fourth and eighth princes were amused by Zhao Yao's twisted logic, saying General Shen is indeed very capable, but 10th brother you. Seeing that the eighth prince looked down on him, Zhao Yao retorted, eighth brother, don't look down on the young and poor. When I grow up, I will be as capable as General Shen. Don't look down on the young and poor. The fourth and eighth princes were shocked to hear such words for the first time. Sure, I'm small now, without much skill, but when I grow up, I'll surely become capable, so don't underestimate me. The fourth prince laughed, don't look down on the young and poor, well said. The eighth prince praised, 10th brother, that was well said. I didn't expect you to come up with such a good phrase. He teased, seems copying the Analects these days wasn't in vain. Zhao Yao was astonished. Oh, fourth brother and eighth brother haven't heard the phrase, don't look down on the young and poor, first time hearing it. Zhao Yao blinked, then remembered that the phrase was said by Zhao Yao in his dreams. Eighth brother, I'll take it as you complimenting me. Eighth brother forgot that half of the copied Analects punishment was done by him. Of course, I'm complimenting you. Embarrassed by the praise, Zhao Yao scratched his head and chuckled. The fourth prince said, you need to read more in the future. 10th brother was smart, but being young, he only thought about eating and playing and was inattentive to reading, resulting in being a bit slow with it. Those words felt like a tight curse, making Zhao Yao's head hurt. He quickly raised his hand in surrender, fourth brother you. Before he finished speaking, his body suddenly tilted to the right. The eighth prince hurriedly steadied him, ensuring he sat upright with legs tightly gripping the horse's belly. I won't say it, the fourth prince said. Whenever reading was mentioned, 10th brother looked frightened. Zhao Yao held the reins tightly with both hands, his legs grasping the horse's belly. On either side of the horse's belly there was nothing smooth, and if not careful, he'd slide off the horse. He felt that something was amiss, like something was missing, but couldn't quite recall what. Zhao Yao lowered his head, staring directly at the horse's belly. The fourth prince saw him like this and asked, what's wrong? Zhao Yao shook his head at the fourth prince. Is there something wrong with your horse? The fourth prince asked, glancing at Zhao Yao's Haiyu. Haiyu suddenly felt uncomfortable, as if a thorn was on its back, moved uneasily. Yao Yao, I'm fine, I haven't been poisoned. Zhao Yao patted Haiyu's neck comfortingly and said to the fourth prince, fourth brother, Haiyu is fine, nothing's wrong. Then what are you looking at? I just feel it's too slippery. When writing, he always felt something was wrong, yet what was wrong he couldn't pinpoint. Just now he felt it again, slippery, unable to grip. While Zhao Yao pondered, suddenly a light flashed in his mind. In a split second he finally realized what was wrong. The stirrups on either side of the horse's belly were missing. In the dream, when Zhao Yao rode a horse, there were stirrups on either side of the horse's belly. The fourth prince watched Zhao Yao, who alternated between frowning, showing confusion, deep in thought, suddenly realizing and being very excited, his expressions changing wonderfully. Zhao Yao thought of the stirrups and got so excited that he almost jumped up. Fortunately, the fourth prince quickly pressed his shoulder, preventing the tragedy of him falling off the horse. The eighth prince also pressed Zhao Yao's shoulder, saying helplessly, 10th brother, calm down. Pressed on both shoulders by his two brothers and scolded, Zhao Yao blinked blankly, momentarily unable to react to what had happened. Seeing Zhao Yao's stunned expression, the eighth prince pinched his cheek and teased, what were you thinking about, looking so dazed? The slight pain on his face brought Zhao Yao back to reality. He slapped away the eighth prince's hand and rubbed the spot where he was pinched. Eighth brother, I was just thinking about something. What were you thinking so intensely about that you almost fell off the horse? Thinking about something very important. He said whenever he rode, he always felt something was off. What important matter could you be thinking about? The eighth prince poked Zhao Yao's right cheek. You must have been thinking about what to eat at the victory banquet tomorrow night, right? Zhao Yao pretended to be surprised, covering his open mouth with both hands. Eighth brother, how did you know? The eighth prince and the fourth prince were amused by his feigned shock, both reaching out to poke his cheeks simultaneously. Fourth brother, eighth brother, is it wrong for me to think about what to eat? Zhao Yao planned to go to the imperial craftsman to have stirrups made once he got back to the palace. Having stirrups would make riding not only more convenient but also safer, so he wouldn't always worry about falling off. Second brother, why haven't they arrived yet? Sitting under the sun made him sleepy. Second brother doesn't arrive soon, I'm going to fall asleep, he said, yawning widely. Still a while to go. The fourth prince looked at Zhao Yao's flushed face and asked, 10th brother, are you thirsty? Zhao Yao picked up a water pouch from the side of the horse saddle and shook it towards the fourth prince. Fourth brother, I brought water. Are you thirsty? Do you want some water? I also brought some. The fourth prince said, reaching out to Zhao Yao, 10th brother, come over here and rest in my arms for a while. Seeing Zhao Yao's eyes nearly closed from drowsiness, the fourth prince worried he'd fall asleep and then fall off the horse. Fourth brother, is it okay if I take a nap? After all, they were here to meet the second brother returning to the capital. "It's fine, no one will notice us," the fourth prince said. "Come here." Hearing this, Zhao Yao felt assured and leaned towards the fourth prince, extending his hands towards him. The fourth prince carefully embraced Zhao Yao, lifting him from high Yu. Zhao Yao sat facing the fourth prince and then unceremoniously lay in his arms. "Fourth brother, I'll take a little nap now." He was really tired. The fourth prince held Zhao Yao, gently patting his back. "Go ahead and sleep." The eighth prince saw this scene, his expression turning a bit sour, but he said nothing. As the fourth prince mentioned, no one paid attention to them. Everyone present had their thoughts on the upcoming return of Prince Dai. After a while, the sound of hoofbeats came from a distance. Then a soldier returned from afar to report to the crown prince, "Your Highness, Prince Dai will arrive in 10 miles. The crown prince nodded slightly. "Good." He then asked with concern, "How is Prince Dai? Is he injured? Are the other officers all right?" The soldier hadn't paid attention to Prince Dai and the other officers' conditions. Being questioned by the crown prince, he was momentarily stunned but soon regained his composure. "Prince Dai is well, and the other generals are also fine." He added, "The generals initially planned to accompany me to pay respects, but Prince Dai said they could not leave the soldiers behind and should come to greet you with them. It's good that Prince Dai and the soldiers are unharmed." The crown prince smiled warmly. "Tell Prince Dai and the generals not to rush. I'll wait here with the ministers." "Yes, Your Highness." The soldier then returned to report the crown prince's words to Prince Dai. After the soldier left, several generals around Prince Dai commented, "Didn't expect the crown prince to be so considerate. It's truly unexpected for the crown prince to personally greet us. I heard it was the crown prince's idea to welcome you, Your Highness. Won't he embarrass you when he sees you later? I have a feeling the crown prince isn't acting sincerely. Be watchful later, Your Highness." These generals were trusted confidants of Prince Dai. Over the years, they had always stayed by his side. They were very convinced of Prince Dai's military capabilities and were also loyally devoted to him. Prince Dai was beaming with triumph, but his words were full of mockery. "Even if the crown prince had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare embarrass me." Since learning of the engagement, Prince Dai had been very pleased. Like others, he believed this marriage was intended as groundwork by the emperor for his future ascension as crown prince. "Ha ha ha, indeed, Your Highness is a great hero now. In a few months, you'll be marrying the youngest daughter of Officer Kong, and then you will." The general received a warning glance from Prince Dai before he could finish, frightening him into closing his mouth. He almost misspoke just now. "Once we return to the capital, control your tongues," Prince Dai admonished his generals. "The crown prince's party is just waiting to catch our mistakes, so don't willingly hand them over." The generals hurriedly replied, "Yes, Your Highness." Prince Dai continued, "Upon returning to the capital, manage your subordinates, don't flaunt your victory, and avoid causing trouble." He reiterated, "The crown prince's men are watching you closely. If you accidentally say or do something wrong, they won't let it slide." These were words Prince Dai had previously spoken to his generals. He repeated them because the general nearly revealed something he shouldn't have. Although it was true, it hadn't been officially disclosed yet. The generals were aware that once back in the capital, they would become thorns in the side of the crown prince's party. "We will remember your words, Your Highness. Once we're back in the capital, return to your homes and rest," Prince Dai said, scrutinizing the generals covered in dust with scruffy beards and tired faces. Somewhat scornfully, he remarked after returning, "Take a proper bath and clean up. Shave off those beards." "Ah, shave our beards." The generals were most proud of their beards, feeling incomplete without them. "Your Highness, must we shave? At tomorrow's court meeting, the emperor will surely summon you. Do you wish to meet him with untidy appearances and risk disrespect?" Prince Dai reminded the generals, "Looking untidy before the emperor is disrespectful and will lead to punishment. I'm very particular about this habit of yours not to shave or bathe." Prince Dai expressed his dissatisfaction and helplessness. The generals, alarmed by those words, quickly shook their heads. "No, we don't." "Then clean yourselves up," Prince Dai insisted. "Yes, Your Highness." Though 10 miles wasn't far, moving an army of 10,000 was slow. Later in the afternoon, Prince Dai and his men finally reached the city gate. The crown prince, leading ministers and other princes, had already waited for over an hour before finally seeing Prince Dai. When Prince Dai appeared, the crown prince's face lit up with a joyous smile, and he hurriedly dismounted. The ministers, seeing the crown prince's action, showed expressions of surprise. The third prince and others, seeing the crown prince dismount to greet Prince Dai, naturally followed suit. Zhao Yao had woken up 2 moments earlier. He dismounted and walked behind the fourth and eighth princes, finally standing behind the crown prince. He saw Prince Dai on horseback, while the crown prince stood in front of him. Prince Dai, taller by nature, sat on a tall steed, making the crown prince look up to him. This scene, the crown prince has really laid a trap for the second brother without a trace. Seeing the crown prince, Prince Dai did not hurry to dismount but sat and looked down at him for a while. The crown prince stood before Prince Dai, wearing a smile full of delighted reunion. "Second brother, you're finally back." Only then did Prince Dai dismount, preparing to bow, but the crown prince immediately helped him up. "Today I come to greet you as your elder brother, not as the crown prince, so forego the formalities." After helping him up, the Crown Prince scrutinized Prince Dai, showing deep concern. You've lost weight and gotten tanned. By the way, are you injured? In response to the Crown Prince's concern, Prince Dai naturally also expressed friendship. This battle must have been tough. You've had a hard time. The Crown Prince clapped Prince Dai's shoulder with pride. Second brother, you're now the great victor of our great Joe, a hero in the eyes of the people. Everyone has been eagerly awaiting your return. The Crown Prince and Prince Dai first engaged in a moment of brotherly camaraderie. From their expressions, it looked as if they were genuinely close and loving brothers. The ministers, seeing the Crown Prince and Prince Dai chatting and laughing, stood to the side with smiles as well. The atmosphere at the scene was one of harmony and affection. Zhao Yao, feeling the harmonious atmosphere at the scene, sighed inwardly. Everyone here is an expert at putting on a show. Even actors who perform on stage regularly aren't as adept at acting as they are. After the reunion, the Crown Prince then remembered he had brought the imperial decree. He took the imperial decree from LV Kong, at which point everyone knelt down. The content of the imperial decree was very simple in summary. It praised Prince Dai's performance in the great victory of Liangzhu. He did not disappoint the emperor, indeed worthy of being the emperor's son. After reading the decree, the Crown Prince personally helped Prince Dai up and handed the imperial decree to him. Second brother, your pacification of the Liangzhu chaos has made father very happy. Prince Dai smiled and said, it was my duty. Upon hearing these words, Prince Dai hurriedly said, big brother, you overpraised me. I was merely doing what I ought to do. Though Prince Dai voiced such modesty, he truly believed it. Of course, he didn't believe the Crown Prince's gratitude was genuine. You've done so much over the years. Compared to you, I, as the elder brother, have done too little. I am not as good as you. The Crown Prince spoke, showing a comforting smile. Luckily, I have you, my brave and capable younger brother. Second brother, I am truly proud of you. The Crown Prince spoke with such sincerity. However, Prince Dai didn't believe a word of it. Big brother, these are things I ought to do. Although Prince Dai did not believe every word from the Crown Prince, hearing him speak this way still made him quite pleased. Prince Dai, tired of feigned politeness with the Crown Prince, turned his gaze to the ninth prince, who was staring at him eagerly from the side. He beckoned to the ninth prince. Ninth brother, come here. The ninth prince ran towards Prince Dai, full of joy. Prince Dai bent down and scooped up the ninth prince. Brother, you're finally back. I've missed you so much. Prince Dai ruffled the ninth prince's hair, his face beaming, taller and stronger too. It seems in the few months I was away you had good meals. The Crown Prince stood to the side, watching the interaction between Prince Dai and the ninth prince with a gentle gaze. Then he beckoned to the third prince and the others. The third prince and the others approached, greeting Prince Dai one by one. As for the third prince and those brothers, Prince Dai didn't regard them. Of course, there wasn't any brotherly affection between him and them. In his heart, only the ninth prince was his younger brother. The others were outsiders. Prince Dai, in a perfunctory manner, inquired about his brothers, then asked the Crown Prince if they could return to the palace now. The Crown Prince told him not to rush and instructed LV Kong to bring the wine. He personally poured 3 bowls for Prince Dai before pouring some for himself. He offered a bowl of wine to Prince Dai, second brother. Before entering the capital, you must drink 3 bowls of wine. You haven't forgotten this rule, have you? I haven't forgot. Prince Dai took the wine offered by the Crown Prince with one hand. The Crown Prince raised his wine bowl, smiling at Prince Dai. Second brother, I toast you first. This first cup, as the elder brother, I make a grand gesture, toasting you in my name. I hope you won't mind. Big brother, how could you say that? It is an honor for me as your younger brother. Very well, drink. The 2 brothers drank together, quickly finishing a bowl of wine. The Crown Prince handed the second bowl of wine to Prince Dai. This second cup, I toast you on behalf of all the officials. Upon hearing the Crown Prince's words, the Marquis Xuanping's brow furrowed deeper. He wanted to oppose the Crown Prince, and also warn Prince Dai not to follow the Crown Prince's words, but this was not a place where he could speak. He could only watch helplessly as the Crown Prince repeatedly flattered Prince Dai. Prince Dai naturally did not realize the Crown Prince was continuously flattering him. He only felt the Crown Prince was putting on a show in front of the officials. After the Crown Prince personally toasted the 3 bowls of wine, it was the turn of the third princes and others. The third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth princes each toasted Prince Dai with 1 bowl of wine, but Zhao Yao, being too young at only 6 years old, couldn't drink wine. Therefore, he used tea instead to toast Prince Dai. If he drank a whole bowl of wine, he would definitely pass out from intoxication. The ministers did not need to toast, as the Crown Prince had done so on their behalf earlier. However, at the banquet the next evening, the ministers would toast Prince Dai. After the Crown Prince led the princes in toasting Prince Dai, he took a black cloak from LV Kong. This cloak was a gift from the emperor to Prince Dai. The cloak was embroidered with cloud patterns, and the golden dragon with 4 claws was flying among the clouds, exuding an imposing aura of swallowing mountains and rivers. This is the cloak father has rewarded you with. Allow me to put it on you. After speaking, the Crown Prince personally draped the cloak over Prince Dai, Many ministers saw this scene, whispering to each other. The Marquis Xuanping, seeing this, also felt that it was improper for Prince Dai to act this way, but he understood Prince Dai's temperament. Even if he advised caution, Prince Dai would not lower his head or bow to the crown prince. In fact, it was clear from Prince Dai's manner when saluting the crown prince that he did not respect him as a minister would, for every time he saluted the crown prince, his head was held high and his back was straight. The crown prince seemed not to notice Prince Dai's breach of etiquette. After fastening the cloak, he amiably patted Prince Dai on the shoulder. "Second brother, let's return to the palace. Father is waiting." "Yes, big brother." The crown prince waved to the third princes, indicating for them to mount their horses. As he turned to leave Prince Dai and was about to mount his horse, Prince Dai got ahead of him, mounting his own horse first. Many ministers showed dissatisfaction on their faces upon seeing this scene. The imperial censor furrowed his brow, looking very displeased. Prince Dai was indeed too arrogant. The crown prince seemed unaware, keeping a warm smile on his face. After mounting his horse, he waved to Prince Dai. "Second brother, let us ride side by side." Lv Kong quickly said, "Crown Prince, this is not according to protocol." Before he finished his sentence, he was met with a cold glare from the crown prince. "Now I am not acting as the crown prince, but as an elder brother. Don't speak further." Lv Kong bowed obediently. "Yes, your highness." "Second brother, let's ride together. Since big brother says so, I shall comply with respect." Prince Dai accepted the crown prince's suggestion without hesitation, riding with confidence and ease alongside the crown prince. Zhao Yao, witnessing this scene, wondered inwardly, does second brother truly not know, or does he simply not care? The third and fifth princes acted as if they hadn't seen anything. The fourth prince frowned, while the eighth prince maintained a calm demeanor. The crown prince, as he rode alongside Prince Dai, conversed cheerfully with him. Although Prince Dai didn't want to deal with the crown prince's falsehoods, he had no choice but to respond. Riding into the capital, the roads were lined with kneeling people. At this point, the crown prince stopped his horse, then raised one of Prince Dai's hands, loudly introducing him to the people. "Everyone, this is my second brother Prince Dai. It is he who quelled the Liangzhu rebels. Let us welcome back our great hero." The people immediately shouted loudly, "Great hero, Prince Dai." Someone shouted, "Prince Dai, may you live long and prosper," followed by the crowd shouting along. The chant of "Prince Dai, may you live long and prosper," echoed powerfully throughout the entire capital. Prince Dai sat high atop his majestic horse, basking in the adoration and cheers of the people. The crown prince wore a smile of shared pride, watching the people kneel on the ground, their expressions excited, their gazes fervent and admiring as they looked at Prince Dai. In this moment, Prince Dai was the great hero in the hearts of the people. Following behind the crown prince and Prince Dai, the third prince and others saw the people's admiration for Prince Dai, and for a moment their faces looked unpleasant. However, they quickly masked their emotions with smiles. Controlling their emotions and hiding their true thoughts, keeping a composed smile regardless of what happens, was a skill the third prince and others had learned from childhood. The fifth prince leaned slightly towards the direction of the third prince and gestured with his lips. The third prince looked in the direction where the fifth prince gestured, which was towards the crown prince. "What's the matter?" The fifth prince whispered, "The crown prince is really good at keeping his cool." At this time, the cries of Prince Dai from the people were persistent in their ears. The third prince understood the fifth prince's meaning and looked ahead at the crown prince with a slightly mocking tone. He has no choice but to keep his cool. Saying this, he tapped his left palm gently with a horsewhip in his right hand, a smile of anticipation on his lips. "Just wait, before long, the crown prince won't be able to keep his cool." The fifth prince laughed, "Then there will be a good show to watch." The sixth prince said, "We're waiting for Prince Dai's return just to see the show." The fourth prince was right next to the sixth prince. Although the third prince and fifth prince were speaking quietly, the fourth prince still heard them. The fourth prince had a special ability. His hearing was particularly sharp. He could hear very faint sounds from a young age. After hearing the conversation between the third prince and the sixth prince, the fourth prince frowned slightly. The eighth prince and Zhao Yao were behind the fourth prince, and they did not pay attention to the third prince and others. Seeing the people's excitement and hearing them constantly shouting "Prince Dai, not Crown Prince," Zhao Yao thought to himself that the effect Marquis Xuanping wanted was achieved. At this moment, the people only had eyes for Prince Dai, not the Crown Prince. "Eighth brother, second brother is really impressive." The eighth prince heard Zhao Yao say this and jokingly asked, "Are you envious?" Zhao Yao shook his head without any hesitation. "Not envious." "Not envious, why not?" "Anyone who sees such a scene would feel envious, wanting to become like Prince Dai." "Didn't you just say second brother is very impressive?" "He is very impressive, but I'm not envious." Zhao Yao tilted his small head and said, "Because I'm not second brother, I can't be as great as second brother. Besides, when I grow up, I just want to go to fun places and eat delicious food." He suddenly stopped there and then lowered his voice to the eighth prince. "I don't like fighting wars, and I don't want to go to wars." "Eighth brother, don't tell anyone else. If ninth brother finds out, he will definitely laugh at me for being cowardly and say I don't deserve to be the emperor's son." The eighth prince smiled at Zhao Yao reassuringly. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Everyone wants to be like Prince Dai, to be adored by ministers and the people, to stand at the center of power. But 10th brother doesn't want to be Prince Dai, he just wants to do what he desires. Although the 10th brother is still very young, just starting to learn this year and doesn't understand much, he has a great sense of self-awareness, knowing that he cannot become someone as formidable as Prince Dai. Faced so closely with power, yet 10th brother is completely unmoved. It's hard to say whether he is naive or foolish. 8th brother, look at this. Zhao Yao pointed to a pastry shop by the roadside and introduced it to the 8th prince. The snacks from this shop are really delicious. Last year I even bought their jujube paste cake for you, and you said it was good. Do you remember? I remember, you always mention it. It's hard not to remember. 8th brother, the biscuits sold at the booth by the intersection ahead are also delicious. I bought them for you before, do you remember? I remember. And Zhao Yao continued to enthusiastically introduce the delicious foods to the 8th prince. The 8th prince did not find him noisy, listening seriously to him, occasionally responding. Sitting at the front, the 4th prince, although not turning back to talk to Zhao Yao and the others, kept listening attentively to Zhao Yao. Every time he heard Zhao Yao talking about delicious foods, he couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing Zhao Yao animatedly talking about food, gesturing zealously, he almost fell off his horse several times, saved only by the 8th prince who timely grabbed his arm. The 8th prince offered his water pouch to Zhao Yao, helplessly yet dotingly said, "Are you thirsty? Want a drink?" As Zhao Yao was just about to take the water pouch and drink, a commoner suddenly rushed from the roadside into the road, spreading his arms to block the path of the Crown Prince and Prince Dai. Both the Crown Prince and Prince Dai quickly reined in their horses, or they would have run into the person. Kneeling in front of Prince Dai's horse, the man kowtowed heavily 3 times and shouted loudly, "Your Highness Prince Dai, you are our great hero, you should be the Crown Prince." Before he could finish, the Imperial Guard covered his mouth and dragged him away. No one had expected such a thing to happen. The Imperial Guard and the attending eunuchs all knelt down to plead guilty. The people on both sides of the road, seeing those armed guards kneeling to plead guilty, were startled and then knelt down one by one, showing fear. The Crown Prince raised his hand to signal the Imperial Guard to stand up, speaking gently, "It's okay, continue on." He spoke as if the previous incident was trivial and not worth minding. The Crown Prince turned to Prince Dai, "Second brother, you needn't mind." Prince Dai did not mind at all. He smiled and said, "Elder brother, I didn't mind." In the procession of officials following behind, the Imperial censor saw that Prince Dai not only did not apologize to the Crown Prince for the earlier incident, but also appeared smug, his brows furrowed deeply. The other officials witnessing the scene had very subtle expressions. The Crown Prince's faction was naturally furious, already planning how to impeach Prince Dai for arrogance and rudeness in the morning court session. Prince Dai's faction, however, saw no problem and rather felt what the man said was correct. The Crown Prince continued to chat and laugh with Prince Dai, as if he really had put the previous incident behind him. The incident earlier had greatly improved Prince Dai's mood, and he started to converse seriously with the Crown Prince. Before this, Prince Dai had only been perfunctory with the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince and Prince Dai continued to talk and laugh, appearing to be genuinely brotherly and friendly. The third prince and others, seeing the Crown Prince completely unfazed by the earlier incident, were puzzled and surprised. Has the Crown Prince changed? Not the slightest anger, this is not the usual Crown Prince. Even if the Crown Prince was excellent at concealing his emotions, in the face of what happened earlier, he should have broken his facade. But instead, he was smiling and laughing, continuing his conversation with Prince Dai. Does the Crown Prince truly not care? Impossible. Anyone in his place couldn't remain indifferent to the earlier event. The Crown Prince has truly improved significantly, managing to keep his composure. It shouldn't be, the third prince unconsciously said. The 5th prince heard the third prince and quickly asked, "Third brother, what shouldn't be?" The Crown Prince is not angry. Don't you find it odd? Of course it's odd. The 5th prince asked, "Third brother, what do you think the Crown Prince is up to?" The 6th prince leaned in and said, "It was a big embarrassment for the Crown Prince earlier, yet he can still chat and laugh with Prince Dai." Saying this, he thought of a possibility, showing a strange expression. Could the Crown Prince have been bewitched? The third prince squinted his eyes, confidently saying, "There's definitely something fishy about this." The 5th prince, however, did not think so. That person earlier must have been arranged by Marquis Xuemping to embarrass the Crown Prince. He clicked his tongue, tusk, tusk, tusk. Prince Dai couldn't wait to put the Crown Prince in his place right after returning to the capital. The 6th prince smiled broadly. Isn't the show just starting? After saying this, the 3 of them exchanged knowing smiles. The 4th prince and Zhao Yao did not see it that way. The 4th prince was initially a bit surprised, but quickly understood what was going on, a deep look passing through his eyes. Zhao Yao had a seemingly innocent and naive expression, but internally he marveled at how the Crown Prince had dug another pit for Prince Dai. Prince Dai had just returned to the capital, and so many interesting events were unfolding truly entertaining. Next, it's likely that the drama between the Crown Prince and Prince Dai will continue to unfold. From the city gate to the palace gate, the people of the capital kept shouting Prince Dai, long live or Prince Dai, hero and the like. The little episode that happened earlier, since the Crown Prince didn't mind, the people didn't care either and continued shouting loudly to their hero. It seemed like the louder they shouted, the more they showed their respect to Prince Dai. Zhao Yao initially felt invigorated by the earth-shattering shouts, but after a while he found them annoying. The fourth prince, seeing Zhao Yao frowning with a bit of displeasure, asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere?" Zhao Yao shook his head and said, "Fourth brother, I'm fine, it's just that." At this point he didn't continue. The fourth prince patiently asked, "What do you feel?" Zhao Yao first looked around cautiously, and seeing no one was watching them, he raised his hand to his mouth and whispered, "Fourth brother, I feel these people keep calling, it's a bit noisy." After saying this, he showed a timid expression, as if realizing he said the wrong thing. "Fourth brother, should I not say this about the people?" Seeing the fear and unease in Zhao Yao's eyes, the fourth prince smiled warmly at him. "You're right, it is indeed a bit noisy." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yao's black and white eyes immediately lit up, and he said a bit excitedly, "Fourth brother, do you really think it's noisy?" The fourth prince nodded. "Noisy, I don't like it." Only then did Zhao Yao remember that his fourth brother liked quietness. Seeing that his fourth brother shared his thoughts, he said happily, "Fourth brother, I don't like it either." The eighth prince, hearing their conversation, laughed and said, "I don't like it either. I like fourth brother and eighth brother the most." Fourth brother and eighth brother were indeed his best brothers, even their thoughts were the same. "Fourth brother, eighth brother, do you think their throats hurt from shouting like that? Are they thirsty?" The people shouted so hard their voices went hoarse, but they were still shouting. Zhao Yao thought if they kept shouting like this, their throats would surely hurt a lot and they wouldn't be able to speak the next morning. The eighth prince looked at the people with their veins popping out from their necks and let out a snicker. "Ignore them, let them shout." The fourth prince cast a glance at the eighth prince, who showed a bit of mockery, with a trace of contemplation in his eyes. "Fourth brother, eighth brother, how much longer until we reach the palace?" On this road with only the shouts of the people and nothing else happening, Zhao Yao felt a bit bored. The fourth prince, looking at the slow pace of the procession, estimated about half an hour or so. Half an hour more. Zhao Yao grew a bit impatient. He suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked, "Fourth brother, eighth brother, do we have to study when we return to the palace?" "No, this afternoon we should be studying painting." "Do we still have to study painting when we return?" Other than disliking reading, Zhao Yao was willing to learn other things. "This afternoon's classes have been cancelled, and we don't have to study painting after returning to the palace." The fourth prince said jokingly to Zhao Yao, "Although the teacher is not teaching us painting this afternoon, you can come to my room and I'll teach you to read." "What?" Zhao Yao's little face immediately fell upon hearing this. He pouted in displeasure and said, "Fourth brother, I don't want to go to your room to read." The fourth prince was not surprised at all to hear Zhao Yao say this. He asked, "Did you understand what the teacher taught this morning?" Zhao Yao's eyes flashed with guilt, and he turned his head not to look at the fourth prince. "Fourth brother, can we not talk about reading?" The fourth prince reached out to turn Zhao Yao's little face back and pinched his chubby cheeks. "I see you only want to play." Zhao Yao tugged at the fourth prince's sleeve, acting spoiled. "Fourth brother, it's rare that we don't have classes this afternoon. Please let me play." The fourth prince poked Zhao Yao's forehead, reminding him very coldly, "10th brother, father asked you to copy the Analects 100 times. How much have you copied and how much is left?" With a boom, the fourth prince's reminder struck Zhao Yao as if a bolt from the blue, leaving him frozen. Seeing Zhao Yao in this thunderstruck state, the fourth prince and the eighth prince knew he had forgotten about the punishment of copying the Analects. "Have you been having so much fun these days that you've completely forgotten about the copying punishment?" He reminded Zhao Yao again, "Father only gave you a month's deadline, and there are only about 10 days left until the deadline." "What?" Zhao Yao exclaimed, "Only 10 days left." This news was even more shocking to Zhao Yao. "I'm done for, I'm done for." The third prince and others, hearing Zhao Yao's terrified cries, turned to look at him and asked, "10th brother, why are you screaming like a ghost?" After saying this, they saw Zhao Yao looking like he was about to cry and asked amusingly, "What's wrong with you?" "Third brother, I'm done for. I forgot about father punishing me to copy the Analects." How could he forget such an important thing? With only 10 days left, even if he had 10 hands, he couldn't finish copying 100 times. Ha ha ha. The third prince and others were amused by Zhao Yao's troubled words. "10th brother, you really are done for. Father will definitely not let you off." The fifth prince gloated, "10th brother, you should take care. 10th brother, seek good fortune for yourself." The sixth prince said this, but there was no trace of concern in his tone. Seeing the third prince and others not only not comforting Zhao Yao, but also gloating and waiting to see Zhao Yao punished by the emperor, the fourth prince was very displeased, and his face involuntarily turned a bit cold. "It's not too late to start now." The fourth prince gently comforted Zhao Yao. With the fourth prince present, the eighth prince didn't have much to say, so he could only comfort Zhao Yao, 10th brother, there are still 10 days, it's completely doable. With the comfort of the fourth prince and the eighth prince, Zhao Yao's sorrowful and anxious mood was slightly relieved. I will try my best. The fourth prince raised his hand and gently patted the back of Zhao Yao's head. Will you still dare to indulge in play and forget your responsibilities? Zhao Yao shook his head like a rattle. I don't dare, never again. The fourth prince rubbed Zhao Yao's little face. All right, when we return to the palace, you don't have to come to my room. Zhao Yao listened, and his previously gloomy little face once again showed a smile. Fourth brother is the best. Soon, Zhao Yao put this matter aside, sitting on horseback, continuing to watch the people on both sides of the road. The people on both sides of the road, having seen the crown prince and prince die, then turned their attention to the other princes. The fourth prince was the most handsome among the princes. His demeanor was calm and his temperament elegant, naturally making him the most eye-catching among the princes. Many young women were gazing at the fourth prince with burning eyes, and they seemed to be talking about something. Today was because they were welcoming Prince Dai back to the capital that the young ladies could come out to the street. Usually, young ladies waiting to marry couldn't reveal themselves so openly. The fourth prince was only a year younger than the third prince. Consort Li was already secretly choosing an official wife for the fourth prince. Many civil officials in the court supported the fourth prince because the fourth prince's maternal grandfather was the sacrificial wine of the imperial college. The Li family was a scholarly family. Since the previous dynasty, the Li family patriarch had always been the sacrificial wine of the imperial college. Over the years, the disciples of the Li family were spread throughout the world. The Li family held a high position in the hearts of scholars, not losing to the Kong family of today. Since the previous dynasty, many officials in the court or regions were students of the Li family. Initially, the Li family was unwilling to enter officialdom. In the dynasty before the previous one, the Li family secluded themselves in deep mountains to study, never concerning themselves with politics, yet they were always very famous. The emperors of that dynasty wanted to invite the Li family into officialdom to assist, but the Li family preferred to face execution rather than descend from the mountains. The founding emperor of the previous dynasty was a great and benevolent emperor who cared for the people. He visited the Li family in their humble abode thrice to invite them out of seclusion. The Li family agreed to assist because first, the founding emperor of the previous dynasty was a good emperor, and second, after the establishment of the dynasty, ritual and music were in disrepair and urgently needed the Li family to come out to restore order and rules. The Li family first served as grand tutors, and after restoring the ritual and rules, they were unwilling to hold office in the court, so they established the imperial college and continued teaching there. During the Emperor Xia Ling's period, the Li family was framed and suppressed, suffering numerous casualties. Disillusioned, the Li family left the imperial college and retreated to the mountains, intending to seclude themselves again and deciding never to come out. Later, the late emperor personally went to the mountains, inviting the Li family to come out and continue teaching at the imperial college. The Li family, moved by the late emperor's sincerity, descended the mountains again, reopened the imperial college, and continued educating. During the time when the Kong family was scorned by scholars all over the world, the Li family was held in high esteem by literati and students. Although the Li family couldn't match the millennial prestige of the Kong family, their reputation was much better than the Kong family's. Kong Taicheng was unwilling to marry off his youngest daughter to Prince Dai, also because he feared the Kong family's reputation would be tarnished again, disappointing scholars worldwide, and thereby the Li family would replace the Kong family. Seeing many beautiful sisters staring at the fourth prince, Zhao Yao covered his mouth and sneered. The eighth prince, seeing Zhao Yao's sly smile, asked amusingly, "What are you laughing at?" Zhao Yao lifted his chin towards the girls staring at the fourth prince by the roadside. Eighth brother, look, they're all staring at fourth brother. The eighth prince glanced over, speaking indifferently, "What about it?" Eighth brother, there are also many people looking at you too. The eighth prince was somewhat frail due to not being in good health, making his appearance somewhat feminine. On top of that, his slim build made him look like a girl. His birth mother was from Jiangnan, known for her delicate and gentle beauty, standing out among the palace maids. Even compared to the concubines, she was not inferior. She had always known she was attractive, so she wasn't content with being a palace maid. Hence, she climbed onto the dragon bed when the emperor was drunk. The emperor disliked the eighth prince, firstly because he detested his birth mother, and secondly because he looked too much like her. It could be said that the eighth prince and his concubine mother were identical, not resembling the emperor in the least. Whenever he saw the eighth prince, the emperor would think of his birth mother and of the scheme she carried out taking advantage of the situation. The eighth prince hated one thing about himself the most, and that was his face. Moreover, he despised people saying he was attractive, even more so when people said he looked like a woman. Regarding the curious and admiring gazes from the women by the road, the eighth prince felt a deep disgust within himself, involuntarily welling up with irritation. However, he was always adept at controlling his emotions, never letting his true feelings show in the slightest. Ignore them. Seeing the eighth prince's expression turn a bit cold, Zhao Yao knew his eighth brother was angry. For some reason, his eighth brother really disliked women and didn't like others saying he was good-looking. If someone praised him for being pretty, he would be over the moon. Zhao Yao leaned in close to the fourth prince, asking curiously, "Fourth brother, what kind of woman do you like?" The fourth prince was taken aback by Zhao Yao's sudden question, and asked in return, "Why are you asking this? I'm curious, aren't I?" "Fourth brother, you'll come of age and be granted a title the year after next, and next year father will surely arrange a marriage for you." Zhao Yao's eyes, like black opals, sparkled with gossip as he looked at the fourth prince. "Fourth brother, what kind of woman do you like, a pretty one or not pretty?" The fourth prince had never thought about this matter. With Zhao Yao's unexpected question, he was momentarily at a loss for how to answer. Zhao Yao deliberately elongated his tone. "Fourth brother, you must like scholarly women. Fourth brother is great at studying and must like women who are as studious as he is. I haven't thought about it." The fourth prince spoke lightly. "Father's marriage arrangement, whether I like it or not, is unimportant." Although the fourth prince hadn't thought about the matter of his future official wife, it didn't mean he was unaware of matters between men and women. Why is it unimportant? Zhao Yao asked in shock. "Fourth brother, do you mean that even if father has you marry someone you particularly dislike, you would still marry her? The official wife father selects for me must be the most suitable." The fourth prince added, "Liking or not liking doesn't matter, suitability is what's most important." After he finished speaking, seeing Zhao Yao look at him with a face of confusion, he couldn't help but chuckle, then lifted his hand and gently tapped Zhao Yao's small head. "You're still young, you wouldn't understand even if I explained. Fourth brother, are you so knowledgeable then? I know more than you." The fourth prince didn't continue with this topic, instead changing the subject to the banquet tomorrow night. Upon hearing about the banquet tomorrow night, Zhao Yao's thoughts immediately shifted to the delicious food, no longer asking the fourth prince about this matter. The eighth prince, overhearing the conversation between the fourth prince and Zhao Yao, had a flicker of mockery in his eyes. Zhao Yao occasionally chatted with the fourth prince, then again with the eighth prince. Shortly afterwards, they finally reached the palace gate. The crown prince dismounted first, followed by Prince Dai. Besides the emperor, no one was allowed to ride horses into the palace. The crown prince instructed the imperial guards and ministers to return. Prince Dai also instructed his men to return. The crown prince let Prince Dai's men return home to rest well, as the emperor would bestow rewards tomorrow, and there would be a celebration banquet in the evening, letting them recuperate. "Second brother, father is still waiting for you. Let's enter the palace." The crown prince said to the third prince and the others, "Third brother, you all may return first." "Yes, crown prince." Watching as the crown prince and Prince Dai walked shoulder to shoulder towards Chengguang Hall, the third prince smiled enigmatically, then took out a folding fan from his bosom and lightly waved it. "Fifth brother, sixth brother, would you like to come to my place for a cup of tea?" With third brother's invitation, we naturally follow. The fifth prince said with a smile, "Let's go." Zhao Yao saw the fourth prince looking at him and was so startled he immediately retreated behind the eighth prince. "Fourth brother, you said I don't have to go to your place. You shouldn't go back on your word." The fourth prince smiled helplessly. "I was going to remind you not to forget to copy the Analects." "Fourth brother, I won't forget. I'll go back and copy it right away." The fourth prince said no more and turned to return to Xing Palace. Among the princes, only the seventh prince, ninth prince, and Zhao Yao did not move into Xing Palace while the rest lived there. "Eighth brother, I'll go back and copy the Analects first. See you tomorrow," Zhao Yao said dispiritedly. The eighth prince grabbed Zhao Yao's collar and said with a smile, "Come to my place, we can copy it together." Only then did Zhao Yao remember the eighth prince had always been helping him copy the Analects. His once sullen eyes immediately became very bright, and his exquisite and lovely face showed an expectant expression. "Eighth brother, you help me copy." Before he could finish his sentence, the eighth prince covered his mouth. "Shh, this isn't the place for talking. Let's head back to Xing Palace first." "All right." Zhao Yao obediently followed behind the eighth prince. Xing Palace was very large, and the princes living inside each had their own courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, there were 10 or 20 rooms. However, the eighth prince's courtyard was not large, with only about 10 rooms. The eighth prince's courtyard was located in the most secluded place in Xing Palace, yet it was extremely quiet. The third prince and others never came to the eighth prince's courtyard, nor did they send anyone to monitor him, allowing the eighth prince to do many things in his courtyard. Walking into Xing Palace, the first sight was a very large garden. The garden was arranged with Jiangnan flair, with every detail being very elegant. Just upon entering Xing Palace, there was laughter coming from the third prince and fifth prince. What are third brother and the others laughing about, laughing so happily? Zhao Yao hadn't been to the third prince's courtyard because the third prince and others didn't let him in. Ignore them. At this moment, Yuhai came over, saluting the 8th prince and Zhao Yao, "Greetings, your highness, greetings, 10th highness." The 8th prince nodded slightly, then instructed Yuhai, "Have the small kitchen make a cup of milk tea for 10th brother." Zhao Yao quickly said, "Add extra honey." "Yes, 10th highness." "Did the small kitchen make any snacks today?" Replying to your highness, "They did make some. Bring them over for 10th brother to taste later. 8th brother treats me the best." Zhao Yao followed the 8th prince to the study. The 8th prince took out the copied the Analects for him to see. He carefully counted, realizing the 8th prince had helped him copy it 50 times. This was a huge surprise for Zhao Yao. He hugged the 8th prince, joyfully exclaiming, "8th brother is the best, 8th brother is amazing, 8th brother is the best person in the world," and other praises. Meanwhile, in the imperial study, Prince Dai was reporting to the emperor about the great victory in Liangzhu. The crown prince was not in the imperial study, having returned to the eastern palace. It wasn't that the emperor dismissed the crown prince, but the crown prince thoughtfully withdrew on his own, leaving the emperor and Prince Dai to be alone. Though Prince Dai had written several letters to the emperor before returning to the capital, detailing the process of quelling the Liangzhu rebellion, they hadn't been very specific. Prince Dai reported for 2 hours before finishing his account of the great victory in Liangzhu, then looked at the emperor with an expression of seeking praise. The emperor, seeing his look, smiled and said, "Well done, better than I imagined, you didn't let me down." Although many had praised Prince Dai for his outstanding efforts in quelling the rebellion in Liangzhu, Prince Dai wanted to hear the emperor's praise personally. To him, the emperor's praise and recognition were the most important. "Father, when have I ever let you down?" Prince Dai was casually sitting in a chair, drinking tea and chatting with the emperor. Among all the princes, only Prince Dai dared to talk to the emperor so freely. At this moment, he was discussing some interesting stories about Liangzhu with the emperor. "Father, although the rebellion in Liangzhu has been completely suppressed, it doesn't mean Liangzhu has become entirely peaceful." Prince Dai sat up straight, his expression becoming serious and solemn. "Father, you still need to station troops in Liangzhu to prevent those with ill intentions from inciting rebellion again." The emperor asked, "Do you have someone in mind?" "Father, I certainly want to send my people to guard Liangzhu, but that would not be in accordance with the rules." Prince Dai spoke very frankly. "Father, you should send someone you trust to guard Liangzhu. You dare to speak your mind." "Father, you already have someone in mind, don't you?" Prince Dai asked again. "By the way, who do you plan to send to manage Liangzhu?" Just as he said this, he suddenly remembered that the 3rd prince would be conferred a title next year, so he said, "Are you planning to send the 3rd prince to Liangzhu?" Standing quietly at the side like a background decoration, Sun Kui was very shocked when he heard Prince Dai say this. Did Prince Dai actually dare to ask the emperor so directly? The emperor was not angry. Instead, he smiled and asked, "Do you think the 3rd prince should go to Liangzhu?" Hearing the emperor say this, Prince Dai felt a sense of relief. "Honestly, I don't want the 3rd prince to go to Liangzhu." "Why not?" "Liangzhu is not suitable for the pampered 3rd prince." Prince Dai's words were very sharp. If the 3rd prince goes to Liangzhu, it might cause another rebellion in Liangzhu. These words were very blunt, but also very reasonable. "Then who do you think is suitable to take over Liangzhu?" "Father, of course, I am the most suitable. After all, it was I who suppressed the rebellion in Liangzhu. No one is more suitable than I am." Prince Dai spoke with a sense of entitlement. Sun Kui thought to himself, "Prince Dai really dares to speak. Are you asking me for Liangzhu?" Prince Dai nodded repeatedly. "Father, will you give it to me?" When Prince Dai came of age and was conferred a title, the emperor bestowed Jizhu upon him as his fief. Jizhu is right next to Yang State, which shows the emperor's favor for Prince Dai. The emperor chuckled lightly. "You cheeky boy, you really dare to ask. Father, will you give it to me or not?" Prince Dai's tone was somewhat coquettish. The emperor looked at Prince Dai and said with a smile, "If you want Liangzhu, then I will have to retract the marriage edict about you marrying the daughter of Minister Kong." "What?" Prince Dai was stunned. "You can only choose one, Liangzhu or the marriage edict," the emperor said in a gentle tone. "Choose for yourself." "Father, can't I have both?" "Cheeky boy, you can't be too greedy in life." The emperor spoke, and his expression suddenly became stern. "You can only choose one." Prince Dai said without any hesitation, "Father, I choose the marriage edict." The emperor had thought Prince Dai would hesitate for a while, but surprisingly, Prince Dai didn't think twice and directly gave up on Liangzhu. "No more Liangzhu. I already have Jizhu. I don't need Liangzhu as a fief. Besides, each prince can only have one fief. If I were to have 2 fiefs, it would be 2 against the rules. Liangzhu is good, but it doesn't compare to Minister Kong's worth. 10 Liangzhus are not worth this marriage." Sun Kui was mentally snarking. "Prince Dai, you personally asked the emperor for Liangzhu just now. Do you know why I'm letting you marry Minister Kong's daughter as a concubine? Father is considering my future." Father sent him to Liangzhu to quell the chaos, to achieve great merit, and then reasonably marry Minister Kong's daughter to him as a concubine. Father truly has painstaking considerations for him. As long as you know, the emperor continued, Minister Kong's daughter is very talented and renowned. After you marry her, learn well from her and read with her more. Prince Dai, all you know is fighting wars and not reading. If you continue like this, you'll become an ignorant brute. The emperor was not joking, he was serious. One of the direct reasons he granted marriage to Minister Kong's daughter is to make Prince Dai read more. Actually, Prince Dai is not someone lacking in knowledge. Before he came of age, while studying at Wend Hall, he was quite good at reading. But later, after entering the military camp, he read less often. In the camp, he spent day and night with rough soldiers, picking up a lot of bad habits. The most serious was that he began to handle matters like those soldiers, resorting to fighting rather than thinking deeply first. Moreover, he became lax in the rules and manners he'd learned in the palace. Over the past years, the imperial censor frequently impeached Prince Dai for lacking rules and etiquette. The emperor wanted Prince Dai to read more books in the hope that he would use his brain more in the future. Of course, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was to make Prince Dai understand some things. Prince Dai scratched his face, whispering in his own defense, "Father, I'm not an ignorant brute. Besides, I often read military books. I want you to read more books, not just military books, but other books as well." "Other books," Prince Dai said. "I read them when I was younger." "You read them when you were young, but don't need to read when you've grown." The emperor picked up a copy of the Analects from the imperial desk and threw it towards Prince Dai. "Books need to be read often." Prince Dai picked up the Analects thrown by the emperor and obediently said, "I'll remember, father." "Off you go then. I take my leave, father." Prince Dai originally planned to visit noble princess consort Rong, but since the palace gates were about to be locked, he had to return to his mansion first and visit noble princess consort Rong after the morning court tomorrow. "This cheeky boy still hasn't made much progress," the emperor said while shaking his head. "Your Majesty, didn't you just say that Prince Dai hadn't let you down? Why do you now say he hasn't made progress? In quelling the rebellion in Liangzhu, the second prince indeed did not disappoint me, but at this, the emperor said with deep meaning in other respects, he hasn't progressed at all. So that's why you want Prince Dai to read more." Giving Minister Kong's daughter to Prince Dai as a concubine wasn't just about making him read more. The emperor didn't answer Sun Kui's question, but instead said something intriguing. "It depends on whether he understands my painstaking efforts." Sun Kui, painstaking efforts. Well, this isn't something a servant like him should be concerned about. As soon as Prince Dai left the palace, he saw Marquis Xuanping and the princely heir of the Marquis mansion waiting for him at the palace gate. Marquis Xuanping and his son first saluted Prince Dai, "Your Highness." Prince Dai helped up Marquis Xuanping and affectionately called uncle. Marquis Xuanping carefully examined Prince Dai from head to toe, then said, "You've lost quite a bit of weight. This battle must have been tough. This bit of hardship is nothing much. Father, whatever you have to say, wait until we're home. Let His Highness board the carriage first. Your Highness, first come to my mansion. I've prepared a banquet to welcome you." "All right." After getting on the carriage, Marquis Xuanping didn't hurriedly ask Prince Dai what the emperor said to him, but first asked if he had been injured in Liangzhu and if there were any lingering effects. "I did suffer some injuries, but it's nothing major now." Injuries were expected in battles, and he was used to it. For him, as long as he wasn't dead, no injury was considered significant. "Father said he wants me to marry Minister Kong's daughter as a concubine for me to learn from her and to read more." Prince Dai recounted what the emperor had told him to Marquis Xuanping. "Uncle, what do you think father means? Is father being serious?" Marquis Xuanping thought for a moment and said, "Your Highness, don't overthink it. What the emperor said is just an excuse for you to marry Minister Kong's daughter as a concubine." Marquis Xuanping laughed. "Your Highness, for your future, the emperor really has painstakingly planned." The princely heir of Marquis Mansion said, "The emperor values you. Your Highness, that's why he has such comprehensive plans for you." Prince Dai, with a face full of smiles, said, "Father has always cherished me." Marquis Xuanping suddenly remembered something from the past and sighed. "If the late emperor hadn't cooperated with the Zai family back then, Your Highness, you'd already be the crown prince. There's no need to mind the past now. Father plans to return to me the crown prince position that was originally mine." Prince Dai spoke with a cynical smile. "I already guessed that father was dissatisfied with the Zai family and wouldn't let Zhao Xuan, who has half Zai family blood, ascend to that position." Zhao Yao originally planned to return to the palace and train the dogs and cats at the secret base, but he forgot about the punishment of copying the Analects. There were only a few days left until the end of the month, and nothing was more important than copying the Analects now. In the evening, Zhao Yao stayed directly at the 8th prince's place for dinner. Before dinner, he had been diligently copying the Analects. The 8th prince was also helping him copy. At this moment, Zhao Yao was having dinner with the 8th prince. The 8th prince specially had the small kitchen make several dishes that Zhao Yao liked. Perhaps because of the fatigue from copying the Analects, or because of the hunger from going out of the city to welcome Prince Dai, Zhao Yao was devouring his food with his head down. Seeing how deliciously Zhao Yao ate, the 8th prince's appetite greatly improved, and he ate an extra bowl of rice compared to usual. The 8th prince usually had a small appetite, eating only one bowl of rice per meal. His small appetite was due to the damage to his stomach from childhood hunger. When he was young, his mother consort was not favored and was not liked by the emperor. The people in the palace were used to kicking people when they were down, so they bullied his mother and him in every way, often not giving them food. Even when they did, it was mostly spoiled food. In recent years, although the eighth prince had been nurturing his stomach disease was too severe to be completely cured. Fortunately, his stomach was not in as much pain as when he was a child, but he could not indulge like Zhao Yao. Yu Hai, seeing the eighth prince eat an extra bowl of rice tonight, worried he would have stomach pain in the middle of the night, quickly handed a pill to the eighth prince. The eighth prince did not refuse and swallowed the pill with soup. Zhao Yao looked at the eighth prince with great sympathy. Eighth brother, you can't eat more delicious food, it's really too pitiful. Sai eighth brother was truly pitiful when he was young. You can't eat too much either, or you'll ruin your stomach and won't be able to eat good food in the future. Eighth brother, I'm still young and still growing, so I need to eat more to grow taller. Although he had a big appetite, he definitely did not dare to overeat and spoil his stomach, or else his mother consort would punish him. Just after he spoke, he asked Yu Hai to serve him another bowl of rice. Zhao Yao ate 3 bowls of rice in total, only then did he feel full. In fact, he could still eat, but if he ate more, he would stuff his stomach and he didn't dare to eat more. Although Zhao Yao said he wasn't stuffed, the eighth prince was not reassured. After dinner, he took Zhao Yao for a walk in the courtyard to aid digestion. As they walked into the courtyard, they faintly heard singing and laughter from afar. Zhao Yao stopped, curiously looking in the direction of the sound. Eighth brother, what's up with third brother and the others? Why are they in such high spirits, drinking and having fun? Ignore them. The eighth prince slightly frowned, speaking with some disdain. They've been like this these days. Standing by, Yu Hai interjected, 10th Highness, the third prince and the others start drinking and having fun as soon as they return from class every day until the hour of high. Zhao Yao looked surprised. Third brother and the others didn't used to be like this. When he visited Xingd Hall before, he didn't see third brother and the others having drinking parties for pleasure. It just started these days. Could it be because second brother is back, so third brother and the others are very happy? For third brother and the others, second brother's return to the capital was indeed a good thing, because with second brother back, third brother and the others could cause a scene, perhaps. Eighth prince, thinking of something, showed a trace of disgust on his face. 10th brother, stay away from third brother and the others in the future. Don't get too close to them. Zhao Yao didn't understand why the eighth prince said this. He shrugged and said to the eighth prince, eighth brother, even if I wanted to get close to third brother and the others, they wouldn't want me near. Third brother and fifth brother looked down on him as the youngest brother. Besides, why should I get close to them? They're no good. Third brother and the others, by virtue of their maternal family being noble families, believed themselves to be superior to him and the eighth brother, never holding him or the eighth brother in regard. They probably even looked down on second brother because his maternal family wasn't a noble family. The only families better than third brother's maternal family were the crown prince's and seventh prince's maternal family, the Zai family. Compared to the Wang family, Zun family, and Yuan family, they paled in comparison to the Zai family. Hearing Zhao Yao's words, the eighth prince felt relieved. If third brother and the others are no good, who do you think is good? Zhao Yao replied without hesitation, of course, eighth brother, you're the best. Upon hearing this, the eighth prince smiled, reaching out to pinch Zhao Yao's cheek gently. I haven't spoiled you for nothing. Fourth brother is also good, Zhao Yao added. Upon hearing this, the smile disappeared from the eighth prince's face. He never liked the ostentatious fourth prince and couldn't understand why someone who pretended to be so upright was appealing. However, since Zhao Yao liked the fourth prince, he couldn't say much. Who else is good? Zhao Yao counted on his fingers: mother consort, second mother consort, third mother consort, fifth sister, Mr. Zio, and Tong Zai and Tong La. After saying this, he saw Yu Hai and added, and Yu Hai. Whoever is good to me is a good person. I thought you disliked Mr. Zio, but you consider him a good person, the eighth prince said in surprise. Mr. Zio was one of the teachers for Zhao Yao and the eighth prince, primarily teaching them the book of documents. He was rigid and very strict in teaching the princes. If anyone made a mistake in class, he would sternly criticize them and even slap their palms, without fearing the high status of the princes. Although Zhao Yao was the most foolish reader among the princes, Mr. Zio didn't dislike him as a student. On the contrary, Mr. Zio was very patient with him. If there was something he didn't understand, Mr. Zio would teach him repeatedly until he understood. Mr. Zio often encouraged Zhao Yao and advised him not to feel inferior due to his foolishness. In Zhao Yao's mind, Mr. Zio was a very good teacher. Mr. Zio is a good person, he doesn't think I'm stupid at all. In the entire palace, besides mother consort and eighth brother, only Mr. Zio didn't mind his foolishness. As for the other teachers, although they hid it well, he could see their dislike for him. Is that so? Although Mr. Zio didn't mind Zhao Yao's foolishness, he didn't like the eighth prince. The eighth prince felt Mr. Zio looked down on his background just like the others. Noticing the cold tone in the eighth prince's words, Zhao Yao remembered that Mr. Zio didn't favor the eighth prince. Quickly, he changed the subject to something else. The eighth prince followed along with him, without mentioning Mr. Zio again. The two walked in the courtyard for half an hour before returning to the study to continue copying the Analects. At the fourth quarter of the hour of Su, Zhao Yao left Xingd Hall with Tong Zai. On the way back to Kund Hall, they heard someone crying. The road back to Kund Hall was somewhat secluded, and it was late at night. Suddenly hearing the cries made Tong Zai's scalp tingle with fear. "Your Highness, is that a person or a ghost crying?" Seeing Tong Zai's fearful expression, Zhao Yao teased him, "Are you afraid of ghosts?" "Afraid? Your Highness, let's go quickly. There's no such thing as ghosts in this world," Zhao Yao said and walked toward the direction of the crying. "Your Highness." Tong Zai was terrified but had no choice but to follow Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao followed the cries and found an eunuch crying in a corner. The eunuch had his back to Zhao Yao and the others, hugging his knees and curling into a ball, crying so hard he didn't even hear their footsteps. "Why are you crying?" Zhao Yao asked. Startled by the voice while he was crying, the eunuch nearly screamed. Seeing it was Zhao Yao, he hurriedly saluted Zhao Yao, "Greetings, 10th Highness." Under the moonlight, Zhao Yao noticed that the eunuch in front of him was very delicate looking. "Why are you hiding here crying alone? Were you bullied?" The eunuch quickly lowered his head and said fearfully, No, your servant wasn't bullied." As he lowered his head, Zhao Yao noticed the red marks on his neck, varying in size. They didn't look like mosquito bites nor like finger marks. "What is your name and from which palace are you?" The eunuch knelt on the ground, silent. Tong Zai, however, remembered, "Your Highness, he is an eunuch by the third prince's side, someone under third brother." He was originally an eunuch by the fifth prince's side, but was later given to the third prince by the fifth prince. Tong Zai explained, "It said he's good at painting, so the third prince specifically asked for him. You're with third brother, how come you're hiding here? You're your servant." The eunuch trembled, unable to speak a complete sentence. Seeing the eunuch kneeling on the ground shaking so badly, Zhao Yao was slightly stunned and then thought of something. He asked, "Are you afraid of third brother?" "Slave, slave." The eunuch's body trembled even more violently. He couldn't even utter the two words slave without stuttering. "What did the third brother do to make you so terrified?" Zhao Yao squatted down, asking with concern and curiosity, "Did the third brother hit you?" No, third. Zhao Yao saw the cold sweat on the eunuch's forehead and face, dripping down in large droplets. "Did the third brother abuse you?" The eunuch suddenly stood up and took a few hurried steps back, distancing himself from Zhao Yao. His face was pale, his eyes filled with fear, and his lips trembled. Your Highness, this slave still has matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now." After saying this, he ran away from Zhao Yao as if escaping for his life. With a bang, the eunuch, too rushed to notice his path, fell hard to the ground. Zhao Yao was about to go over and help him up, but he continued to stumble forward before disappearing from Zhao Yao's sight. "Your Highness, what happened to him?" Tong Zai asked in surprise and doubt. "Why is he so scared, as if your Highness was going to eat him?" "He's not afraid of me, he's afraid of the third brother." Zhao Yao said thoughtfully, "The third brother must have done something to him, otherwise he wouldn't be shaking just hearing of him. The third prince surely hit him." Tong Zai thought of the terrified look on the eunuch's face just now, and a trace of sympathy arose in his heart. For us eunuchs, if we encounter a bad master, we're either beaten or scolded. The third prince is domineering. When he gets angry, he will definitely whip the serving eunuchs, and it's possible he even takes pleasure in abusing eunuchs and palace maids. That eunuch just now must be frequently abused by the third prince. In the palace, eunuchs like them have the least valued lives. Being beaten and scolded is commonplace. Even if beaten to death, no one cares. In the eyes of many masters, they are not even considered human. Fortunately, he met His Highness. His Highness is very kind to them, never scolding or beating them. In His Highness' eyes, they are human. Is the third brother really such a person? Zhao Yao said, rubbing his chin. Though the third brother is somewhat domineering, he wouldn't randomly abuse those serving him, right? If father found out, the third brother would be in big trouble. Your Highness, knowing someone's face doesn't mean you know their heart. Tong Zai, who had always disliked the high and mighty third prince and others, remarked that in their eyes, only those from noble families were considered people, while others were not. Third prince might possibly be someone who privately takes pleasure in tormenting eunuchs or palace maids. Is the third brother really that perverted? The word perverted was something Zhao Yao learned from the Zhao Yao in his dreams. Your Highness, what does perverted mean? It means less than a beast. Then the third prince must be perverted. Tong Zai said very firmly. Your Highness, should I go investigate? Investigate the third brother. Tong Zai nodded. Investigate whether the third prince is perverted. Tong Zai, are you tired of living? Tong Zai, not immediately understanding, said blankly, Your Highness, I haven't lived enough. How could I be tired of living? Investigating the third brother is courting death. Zhao Yao gave Tong Zai a sideways glance and said irritably, Can we provoke the third brother? Hearing Zhao Yao say this, Tong Zai realized that the third prince was not someone they could provoke. Then, Your Highness, what about the eunuch just now? What does he have to do with us? Why should we care? Although Zhao Yao was curious about that eunuch's experience, he wouldn't delve into it. He's the third brother's person, not mine. If you were bullied by the third brother, I would certainly stand up for you. He's not so magnanimous as to help everyone. He's not a bodhisattva who saves the suffering and needy. Your Highness is right. Tongzai, not usually a busybody, only for a moment, felt empathetic because before meeting Zhao Yao, he was often bullied too. The ones who bullied him were not masters, but eunuchs. In the palace, not only do masters torment eunuchs, but even eunuchs bully eunuchs. Tongzai met Zhao Yao on the day he was about to die. At that time, he was pinned to the ground and beaten by several eunuchs, leaving him with only one breath. If it weren't for Zhao Yao finding him and taking him back to Kundhal, he would have died. I know you're sympathetic to him, and there's nothing wrong with sympathy. It shows you're still human. But before you help others out of sympathy, you need to see if you have the capability to help. Zhao Yao said seriously, also, ensure your own safety when helping others, don't sacrifice yourself to help others. Hearing this, Tongzai felt a slight twinge in his nose and quickly nodded, saying, this slave remembers your Highness' words. In his Highness' heart, he is human. Let's go back. The third brother is really not someone they can provoke. Yes, your Highness. Zhao Yao suddenly remembered something important and hurriedly said, let's hurry back, I have something important to do. With that said, he started running. Your Highness, it's dark, watch your step and be careful not to fall. Tongzai lifted the lantern and hurriedly chased after him. In Kundhal, Liang Jie and Yu Marin were embroidering. The fifth princess was earnestly learning from them. Mother, second mother, third mother, fifth sister, I'm back. Zhao Yao raised his hands, then lowered them, bowing at 90 degrees to Liang Jie and others. Mother, I have something to do, I'll go to the study first. After saying this, he disappeared from their sight like a gust of wind. Yu Marin smiled and said, Yao Yao, what's the rush? Liang Jie smiled and said, ignore him. Pan Cairn regrettably said, I wanted to ask Yao Yao what happened when he went to meet Prince Dai. The fifth princess put down her needlework and said, I'll go call the 10th brother to tell us about it. As she stood up, she was pulled back down by Yu Marin. Stay put and finish your embroidery. Mother, I want to call the 10th brother. Yao Yao said he has matters to attend to, let's not disturb him. Yu Marin said to the fifth princess sternly, mind your embroidery. The fifth princess pouted and unwillingly continued her embroidery. In the study, Zhao Yao held a quill and drew on the rice paper, sketching the stirrups he saw in his dream. Tongzai brought a cup of freshly brewed tea and handed it to Zhao Yao. Your Highness, have a sip of tea first. I'll drink it later. Your Highness, why are you drawing iron loops? Tongzai asked curiously, is the important matter you mentioned drawing iron loops? Zhao Yao just finished drawing a stirrup. He put down the quill, took the teacup from Tongzai's hand, took a few sips, and then said, let me tell you, this is not just an ordinary iron loop, but it looks just like a regular iron loop. Zhao Yao finished his tea and continued drawing another stirrup. Once he finished, he said to Tongzai once again, do you know where I want to use this pair of iron loops? Your Highness, do you plan to use them as a weapon, a handheld weapon? Zhao Yao said, no, I want to use it on a horse. On a horse? Tongzai was puzzled, and then he guessed, Your Highness, are you going to hang it on the horse's neck? Of course not, you'll know in a few days. Zhao Yao handed the finished drawing of the stirrup to Tongzai, instructing him, go to the Office of Crafts tomorrow and have them make this pair of iron loops. Also have them match this pair with a sturdy strap. Tongzai carefully folded the drawing and placed it in his chest. Your Highness, how long should the strap be? How many do we need? For now, just one strap, about 5 feet long. If the strap was too long, he could always cut it shorter. Your Highness, should we make just one pair of iron loops or more? Start with one pair. Zhao Yao said, if we make too many, the Office of Crafts will definitely ask me to get father's permission. Iron is precious and not allowed for indiscriminate use. After sending Your Highness to Wen Hall tomorrow morning, I'll go to the Office of Crafts. Tongzai said, just making one pair of iron loops that would be quickly done. Have them done by noon, that way after class I can use them. Zhao Yao stood up and walked out of the study. Let's find Mother in them and talk about picking up the second brother. When Liang Jie and the others saw Zhao Yao come over so quickly, they promptly asked him, are you done with your work? Yes, I'm done. I'll tell you about the events of picking up the second brother this afternoon. Tell us quickly. The fifth princess couldn't wait and urged. Liang Jie and Yu Marin set aside their needlework, looking attentive and all ears. Zhao Yao recounted what happened when they left the palace in great detail to Liang Jie and the others. After hearing it, Liang Jie and the others were all shocked. Seeing that it was getting late, Liang Jie urged Yu Marin and the others to go back and rest, and reminded them not to talk about what they had just heard outside. Yu Marin and the others quickly assured that they absolutely would not speak of it. After Yu Marin and the others left, Liang Jie hurriedly asked Zhao Yao, what were you doing in the study just now? Mother, don't tell you yet, I'll tell you tomorrow. Zhao Yao laughed slyly, it's a good thing. Seeing her son behave so mysteriously, Liang Jie felt a sense of anticipation and smiled, saying, all right, Mother will wait for your good thing tomorrow. Tongzai, standing by, silently grumbled to himself, wondering how 2 iron loops could be a good thing. The next day after Tongzai sent Zhao Yao to Wen Hall, he turned and went to the Office of Crafts. He handed the drawing to the craftsman there. The 10th Highness needs this pair of iron loops by noon. Can you have them ready by noon? The craftsman said, I can have it ready for you immediately. Before noon, the craftsman finished the iron loops Zhao Yao needed and matched them with a sturdy strap as Zhao Yao instructed. After his midday lesson, Zhao Yao didn't hurry back to Kund Hall but first went to the stables to bring Hai Yu to Kund Hall. Lai Hu wanted to follow, but Zhao Yao refused, which made Lai Hu very upset. When Liang Jie and Yu Marin saw Zhao Yao leading a horseback, they quickly asked what he intended to do with it. Zhao Yao stroked Hai Yu's face while telling Liang Jie and the others, "I want to show you something good." The fifth princess stood on the other side, stroking Hai Yu's neck. "10th brother, the good thing you mentioned isn't just Hai Yu, is it?" "Of course not, the good thing I'm talking about is something else," Zhao Yao continued to tease. Liang Jie raised her hand and knocked her son lightly on the head. "Stop keeping us in suspense and show us your good thing." Yu Marin laughed and said, "If Yao Yao says it's something good, it definitely is. Hurry and show us." Pan Cairn curiously asked, "What exactly is this good thing?" Zhao Yao gave Tongzai a glance, and Tongzai immediately understood, handing a pair of iron rings over to Zhao Yao. Liang Jie saw the iron rings in Zhao Yao's hands and said in slight surprise, "This is the good thing you mentioned." The fifth princess said, "Aren't these just iron rings?" She wrinkled her nose a bit disdainfully. "What's so good about them?" Yu Marin asked in surprise, "Yao Yao, do these iron rings have some special quality?" Zhao Yao raised the iron rings in both hands, saying mysteriously to Liang Jie and the others, "These iron rings aren't extraordinary, but I'll soon make them special." The fifth princess looked skeptical. 10th brother, stop bragging. They're just ordinary iron rings, they can't be that special. You'll see in a moment. After Zhao Yao spoke, he handed the iron rings to Tongzai and then took a belt from him. He draped the belt over Hai Yu and found it a bit too long. Tongzai cut 5 inches off with the scissors. "Yes, your highness. No, don't cut 5 inches, cut 3 inches and leave 2 inches to attach the iron rings." Zhao Yao instructed, "Make sure to fasten them tightly." "Rest assured, your highness, I will fasten them tightly," Tongzai said, then cut 3 inches off the belt and used it to loop around the iron rings. Liang Jie and the others watched Tongzai's actions in confusion and asked Zhao Yao, "Yao Yao, what are you doing?" "Mother, you'll find out in a moment." Zhao Yao took the assembled stirrups from Tongzai and tied them to Hai Yu. "Mother, watch carefully now." Liang Jie and Yu Marin nodded slightly, then widened their eyes and stared at Zhao Yao without blinking. Zhao Yao lifted one foot into the stirrup and told Liang Jie and the others once more, "Watch closely, mother." The fifth princess mocked unreservedly, "What's the point of watching you place one foot on an iron ring?" Zhao Yao ignored the fifth princess, put a little force on his left foot in the stirrup, and leapt onto the horse. Sitting on Hai Yu's back, he proudly said to Liang Jie and the others, "Mother, did you see that?" Yu Marin and the fifth princess, not understanding, asked in confusion, "See what?" Liang Jie and Tongzai understood, their faces filled with shock. "Mother, didn't you see it?" Zhao Yao tapped the stirrup under his foot. "Didn't you see how I used it to get on the horse?" Yu Marin and the others said, "We saw it," then asked in confusion, "We saw you step onto the iron ring to mount the horse." "What's special about that?" Hearing Yu Marin and the others say this, Zhao Yao's adorable face showed an expression of disbelief. "It's so obvious, yet you didn't notice. These second mothers are really too dense." Pan Cairn retorted, "Should we have noticed something?" Zhao Yao didn't want to bother with Pan Cairn and the others any further, turning to look at Liang Jie. "Mother, did you understand? It's indeed a good thing." Liang Jie walked to Hai Yu's side, looked down at the iron rings beneath Zhao Yao's feet, and said with delight, "With this, mounting the horse becomes easier." Seeing Liang Jie understood, Zhao Yao happily said, as expected, "Mother is smart," understanding immediately. "No wonder she's his mother. With this iron ring, you don't need to step onto someone's back or a stool to mount the horse." Hearing Liang Jie and Zhao Yao say this, Yu Marin and the others finally caught on. Indeed, with this iron ring, getting on the horse has become easier. It's not just that benefit. Zhao Yao looked at Liang Jie and asked, "Mother, did you notice anything else?" Liang Jie walked to the other side of Hai Yu, smiling. "With these iron rings, one can sit steadily on the horse, making it much safer than before. Moreover, these iron rings can help soldiers fight better." Mother indeed spoke correctly. Zhao Yao said proudly, "As expected of my mother, ever so wise." Unlike you second mothers who didn't notice at all, Yu Marin and the others didn't expect that ordinary iron rings could be so useful. Their faces were full of incredulity. We were ignorant." Zhao Yao jumped down from Hai Yu's back. "Mother, why don't you give it a try?" "All right." Liang Jie stepped into the stirrup and gracefully mounted the horse. Then she stood up in the stirrups, gesturing with her hands as if wielding a spear. She deliberately used considerable force, discovering she remained steady. "Hai Yu, run," Liang Jie said, pressing her feet into the stirrups while sitting on the horse. Hai Yu obediently started running, and Liang Jie noticed she was sitting more stably than without the iron rings. Soon, she stood up again, asking Hai Yu to speed up, remaining steady regardless. "Mother, how does it feel?" Liang Jie patted Hai Yu's neck, and Hai Yu obediently halted. "Very stable, very safe," she said, jumping down from the horse's back and praised, "These iron rings are truly a treasure. With these iron rings, soldiers' combat capabilities on horseback would greatly improve." She reached out and touched Zhao Yao's head, smiling as she asked, "How did you come up with this?" Zhao Yao chuckled proudly twice. "Yesterday, when I was picking up second brother, I almost fell off Yu, suddenly realizing something was missing. Then it occurred to me why there was no place for footing on horseback, and I thought of these iron rings. Because Yu Marin and the others were present, Zhao Yao wasn't entirely truthful with Liang Jie. I figured with iron rings to step on, I wouldn't have to worry about falling off Yu. Yu Marin pulled Zhao Yao into her embrace and planted several robust kisses on his cute little face. Our Yao Yao is so clever. Yao Yao is really amazing. If you hadn't told us, your third mother wouldn't have known these iron rings were so useful. Pan Cairn had never ridden a horse, so she didn't understand the purpose of an additional set of iron rings on horseback. 10th brother, since when did you become so clever? The fifth princess wore an incredulous expression. Weren't you the fool? Hearing the fifth princess say this, Zhao Yao glared at her angrily. Fifth sister, I'm only bad at studying, not a fool. Seeing it was getting late, Liang Jie said to Zhao Yao and the others, let's have lunch first. Your Highness, does Yu need to be returned to the stable? Tongzai asked. First, unfasten the stirrups and girth, then send Yu back. Stirrups, girth, Liang Jie laughed. These names are quite fitting. Zhao Yao gave Liang Jie a look, and she instantly understood. 10th brother, when you went to pick up second brother yesterday, did you hit your head, which is why you've suddenly become smart? The fifth princess, while timid in front of the fourth princess and others, was quite bold in front of Zhao Yao, her younger brother. Yu Marin used chopsticks to knock heavily on the fifth princess's head, scolding with a stern face. Watch your words, is this how a sister should behave? Exactly, is this how a sister should behave? Zhao Yao echoed, fifth sister, what good does it do you to insist I'm a fool? Liang Jie lightly poked Zhao Yao's right cheek with the end of her chopsticks. Your fifth sister was just joking with you. The fifth princess quickly nodded. Mother, I was just playing with 10th brother. Even when joking, you shouldn't say these things. Yu Marin sternly reprimanded. Positive words don't always work, but negative ones might. Don't say such things anymore. What if Yao Yao actually hurt his brain? The fifth princess was amused by Yu Marin's serious demeanor and quickly nodded obediently. I won't say it anymore. Liang Jie turned to Yu Marin and said softly, Little Five was just joking with Yao Yao. There's no need to take it seriously. Sister, I know you've always been fond of Little Five, but you shouldn't indulge her in this. If she continues speaking recklessly, she'll eventually cause trouble. Yu Marin continued. She was pleased and relieved to see her daughter becoming bolder and more lively, yet she also worried that her daughter might eventually get into trouble with her words. Pan Cairn nodded in strong agreement. Sister Yu is right, you can't keep spoiling Little Five, or she'll eventually get into trouble. The best way to survive in the palace is to speak less. Little Five, you're wrong to keep calling Yao Yao foolish. Yao Yao may not be good at studying, but he's very clever in other ways. Third mother is right. Zhao Yao said, as long as it's not studying, I'm smart in everything I do. Wait, what about the stirrup affair? Should I tell father about it? After lunch, Yu Marin and Pan Cairn returned to their rooms to rest. Tonight, a celebration banquet was to be held for Prince Dai, and a dinner was also scheduled in the harem. They needed a good rest in the afternoon to have the energy to deal with the intrigue of the evening banquet. Zhao Yao didn't go to Wen Hall to study chess. This afternoon's course was chess. In addition to reading books, the princes usually learned horseback riding, archery, and cultivated their skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Since there was a celebration banquet for Prince Dai in the evening, the afternoon chess lesson was cancelled. The horses Zhao Yao and the others were riding in the dream had stirrups. In the dream, Zhao Yao and the others would sometimes go on missions on horseback, and there were stirrups on the horses. Liang Jie guessed it was so, though small. A stirrup is very significant, it's a good invention. If it weren't for nearly falling off Yu yesterday while picking up second brother, I wouldn't have remembered the stirrups. Zhao Yao's dream world contained many things missing in Great Zhou, stirrups included, but after recovering from his illness, he forgot many things from his dream, which is why he didn't think of the stirrups in time. Mother, should we tell Father Emperor about the stirrups? Putting everything else aside, with stirrups, Great Zhou's soldiers would find riding much easier in the future, simplifying combat as well. You should tell your Father Emperor, Liang Jie, after thoughtful consideration, advised. Stirrups are beneficial both to the nation and the people, not something to be concealed. Besides, true peace does not prevail across the land, and many places still have rebels. Stirrups improve the cavalry combat abilities of Great Zhou's soldiers, tipping the scales in their favor in battles against rebels. Zhao Yao also wanted to inform the emperor. Should I go and tell father now? Mention it to your father emperor a few days later, said Liang Jie. Prince Dai has just returned to the capital. His success is prominent. We shouldn't overshadow him at this moment. Zhao Yao nodded after listening, saying, indeed, I'll wait a few days to talk to father emperor. His second brother had just returned and was thriving. Bringing up the stirrup issue now would surely overshadow him, and second brother might resent him for it. Once the excitement over his brother's return subsided, he could then speak to father emperor. Mother, if I tell father about the stirrups, I'll become well known. He feigned dullness over books precisely to avoid standing out and attracting attention. As soon as the stirrup information is out, he could be thrust into the limelight, drawing the attention of the court ministers. Zhao Yao grasped Liang Jiai's point. Letting my father know that his foolish son has some usefulness in other areas will perhaps curb his tendency to punish me by making me copy books. What your mother means is that in the future, when you create other useful items, neither the emperor nor others will find it strange. Liang Jiai knew her son had dreamt of things that didn't exist in Great Zhou but were beneficial to the nation and people. She wanted her son to develop these dream concepts cautiously, aware they could stir significant turmoil. Upon reflection, potential danger wasn't the only outcome. Liang Jiai had no grievances about their current lives. Though many in the palace looked down on them, they dared not openly bully them. She was content with her and her son's circumstances. Still, should life improve, she wouldn't oppose it. As a mother, Liang Jiai hoped Zhao Yao could grow up safely in the perilous palace, then smoothly become a titled prince with land. Thus, she advised her son to act foolishly to remain unnoticed. This protected him, but she felt inwardly it was unfair for him and held some resentment. Her son was indeed intelligent and capable, no less than other princes. Yet, without a powerful maternal family, he must disguise himself. Born in a regular family, his wit and knowledge of the dreamed world's advances would undoubtedly lead to accomplishments. Actually, Liang Jiai had considered vying for favor. With her intelligence and means, she could achieve it, and her favor wouldn't be any less than that of noble princess consort Rong. Should her favor equal hers, their position would become exceptionally hazardous. The palace bred too many plots and schemes that couldn't always be predicted, hence unsafe. Without caution, both she and Yao Yao could face dire consequences. Favor came with risks that couldn't be warded off. They'd live under continuous treachery. Were her family powerful in the court, the emperor might shield them. Alas, the Liang family wielded no power. If favored, she would place the Liang family in Yangzhou at risk. For powerful ministers, dealing with the Liang family was effortless. She couldn't imperil her family. Besides, she didn't wish to live amid intrigues. After weighing the pros and cons, she decided to forego competing for favor and maintain a peaceful life. Ah, mother, you want me to create more things, Zhao Yao said, astonished. Your mother isn't compelling you to do so, smiled Liang Jiai gently. Like the stirrup, if it suddenly comes to mind, you can create it then. Mother, what if what I create in the future is more impressive than stirrups? Initially, Zhao Yao planned to replicate the useful things from his dream world when he was grown and had his own lands. That would be great, Liang Jiai smiled. If it's more impressive than stirrups, it will surely be even more beneficial to the nation and people. If you wish to develop something, speak to mother first. If it's too remarkable, refrain from making it for now, Liang Jiai advised earnestly. Zhao Yao obediently replied, all right. He added, mother, presently I haven't thought of anything else. The stirrups came to him spontaneously. Mother said you needn't replicate everything from your dreamed world immediately. Mention it when it comes to you. I understand. The topic of stirrups is not ours to discuss. Mother, if neither of us is to mention it, who will relay it to father? In a few days, when you practice riding at the stables, attach the stirrups to Haiyu. That way, others will report it to your father, Liang Jiai suggested. Your father will then inquire personally about the stirrups, and you can explain in detail. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yao immediately understood her intentions. Mother certainly considers everything. Should they inform the emperor directly, it might seem too deliberate and raise suspicion about their motives. However, if others reported it, suspicions would fade. Let's set aside this matter for a few days, Liang Jiai said, having reminded Yu Marin and the others not to disclose the stirrup topic. All right, Zhao Yao yawned, mother, I'm sleepy. Go get some sleep, then I'll go rest. Zhao Yao hopped off the bed, bowed to Liang Jiai, and headed to his room with Tongzai. Liang Jiai remained on the bed, her brow slightly furrowed in deep thought. Gui Xing brought a cup of tea, asking concernedly, Madam, what troubles you? Liang Jiai came to herself, sighing softly. I sometimes wonder if I'm being too unfair to Yao Yao. Madam, survival comes first in the palace. Gui Xing understood Liang Jiai's thoughts and comforted her. You have not erred, madam. In the palace, nothing is more crucial than living well. As long as His Highness lives well, he can pursue what he desires in the future. Moreover, the prince understands your intentions, which is why he willingly disguises himself, so please, do not blame yourself. At the end of the Shen hour, Zhao Yao was awakened by Liang Jiai. Seeing Zhao Yao get up and dress quickly, Liang Jiai teased him, why aren't you lazing in bed? I'm going to eat beef. Zhao Yao was obsessed with that beef. He had been waiting for this beef for many days. I'm going to finish all the beef on the table tonight. To eat more delicious food in the evening, he hadn't had a full lunch. Liang Jiai tapped his forehead, helplessly but dotingly said, don't overeat or you'll have a stomachache tonight. Mother, don't worry, I won't get a stomachache. This morning, he had Tongzai go to the Imperial Medical Bureau to specifically ask the imperial physician for a bottle of digestive medicine. If he overate, taking one pill would prevent a stomachache. Since mother cannot be by your side, you must listen well to your fourth and eighth brothers. Being a concubine, Liang Jie couldn't accompany Zhao Yao to the Kaiyang Palace for the celebration feast. Kaiyang Palace was specially used for palace banquets, and tonight, besides the princes, ministers would also attend. Liang Jie and Yu Marin went to the Qianglin Garden for the celebration feast, naturally separating from Zhao Yao. Mother, don't worry, I'm just attending the celebration feast to eat. Zhao Yao said with a grin, I'll just eat and not speak. With only one mouth, he found it barely enough to eat, so where would he find time to talk to others? No matter what happens at the banquet, don't be curious, understand. This was Zhao Yao's first time attending such an important banquet alone, and Liang Jie was slightly worried. Also, don't be afraid, understand. Before the age of 6, Zhao Yao always accompanied Liang Jie to feasts. Now, as he had begun his education, he could no longer attend banquets with his mother. He had to attend important court banquets or events alone. This celebration feast would be attended by all the civil and military officials. Liang Jie was worried her son might be frightened by facing such a grand scene for the first time. Mother, what's there to be afraid of? I saw them when I went to pick up second brother yesterday. Although all the court officials would attend, he wasn't familiar with them, so what was there to fear? Liang Jie touched her son's little face and softly said, It's good that you're not afraid. Zhao Yao raised his hand to pat Liang Jie's shoulder, cheekily said, Mother, don't worry, I'll be fine. Liang Jie patted Zhao Yao's little behind, Go to Kaiyang Palace or you'll be late. Zhao Yao dared not delay any longer, hurriedly taking Tongzai and heading for Kaiyang Palace. On the way, he saw fourth prince waiting for him not far ahead, and he quickened his pace to greet him cheerfully, fourth brother. Seeing Zhao Yao exuding happiness from head to toe, his entire little face glowing, fourth prince, usually expressionless, showed a bit of a smile. So happy, huh? I'm about to eat delicious food. Zhao Yao chuckled, I've been looking forward to second brother's return just for tonight's feast. Now he's finally back, of course, I'm happy. With that, he reached out to pull fourth prince's wrist. Fourth brother, let's hurry. Fourth prince grasped Zhao Yao, amused, the feast hasn't started yet. Even if we go now, there won't be any food, so no rush. Fourth brother, if we go earlier, you can talk to your cousins. Fourth prince's 2 cousins weren't teaching at the Imperial College, but held important positions at court. His eldest cousin was the minister of the Ministry of Rights, and his second cousin was a junior minister. The Li family, having learned from the previous dynasty's experience, no longer sent all clan members to the Imperial College to teach, but sent outstanding children to hold posts at court. This way, they could keep abreast of the court situation and protect the Li family. Fourth brother, don't you want to talk to your cousins? Unfortunately, his second uncle didn't have the qualifications to attend the celebration feast. Of course, fourth prince did. Upon hearing this, he held Zhao Yao's hand and quickened his pace towards Kaiyang Palace. Then let's hurry. By the time Zhao Yao and the others arrived at Kaiyang Palace, all the ministers were already there. However, among the princes, only the 2 of them had arrived, the others hadn't yet. Greetings to fourth prince. Greetings to 10th prince. Rise, sirs. Seeing some ministers wanting to speak with fourth prince, Zhao Yao sensibly said to him, Fourth brother, I'll go take my seat first. Then he left with Tongzai. The ministers had no reaction to 10th prince's departure. In the eyes of the ministers, Zhao Yao held no significance. Noticing the somewhat dismissive attitude towards Zhao Yao from several ministers, fourth prince frowned slightly, showing some displeasure. Just as he was about to say something, his 2 cousins walked over. Following the guidance of a eunuch, Zhao Yao took his seat. Though the celebration feast hadn't started yet, 2 plates of fruit were placed on the table. As he ate the fruit, he curiously observed the ministers. Duke Zhen and Marquis Xuanping were surrounded by ministers. Duke Zhen's face was expressionless, whereas Marquis Xuanping was beaming with joy. Other ministers huddled in small groups, engaged in unknown conversations. Some were all smiles, while others wore worried expressions. Eating and silently musing, Zhao Yao thought it was indeed a stark contrast. Why hasn't Minister Kong appeared? Where are Minister Kong and his son? Haven't they arrived yet? Just as Zhao Yao was searching for Minister Kong, fourth prince brought his 2 cousins over to introduce them to Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao was momentarily stunned, then greeted fourth prince's cousins. Fourth prince's cousins, being very talkative, knowing Zhao Yao loved food, started talking about local delicacies, making Zhao Yao's mouth water. They even invited Zhao Yao to visit the Li family with fourth prince when he had time, and at that time, they would have their family chef prepare some delicacies unattainable in the capital. Soon, third prince and his entourage arrived. Ministers supporting third prince flocked over. Seeing third prince arrive, fourth prince's 2 cousins returned to their seats. Fourth brother, I didn't expect your cousins also loved delicious food. Yes, my cousins often get scolded by our grandfather for their love of food. In fourth prince's grandfather's view, a love of food equates to indulgence in bodily pleasures, which is frowned upon for scholars, like-minded people. Before Zhao Yao could finish his sentence, the ministers began greeting and paying respects to the crown prince. The crown prince had brought 8th prince with him. After exchanging a word with the Crown Prince, 8th Prince came over to Zhao Yao and the others. 8th brother, why are you and Crown Prince here so early? Zhao Yao asked in surprise, why isn't Crown Prince with father? Whenever there was an important event or banquet, Crown Prince would stay by father's side. Second brother is with father, so eldest brother brought me to Kaiyang Palace first. 8th Prince added, Minister Kong is also with father. Ah, Minister Kong is with father. No wonder Minister Kong wasn't seen. Before entering the palace, second brother specially went to Minister Kong's mansion and came to the palace with him before they both went to see father. Second brother was really eager. Upon hearing this, 4th Prince furrowed his brows but said nothing. Our father and second brother coming soon. Zhao Yao patted his little belly and licked his lips, appearing like a little gourmand. I'm hungry and want to eat. The matter of Minister Kong and second brother accompanying father to Kaiyang Palace was not as important to him as good food. At this time, eunuchs and palace maids were serving dishes. Smelling the aroma of the dishes, Zhao Yao's little stomach growled with hunger. Seeing Zhao Yao eagerly waiting, 4th Prince and 8th Prince shook their heads helplessly. Why hasn't father arrived yet? Zhao Yao glanced eagerly at the side door at the top of Kaiyang Palace. 8th Prince lightly tapped Zhao Yao's head, almost here. If father delays any longer, the dishes will get cold. Just as he finished his words, the emperor appeared with 2nd Prince, 9th Prince, and Minister Kong. The sight of this left the ministers astonished, seeing Minister Kong actually being with the emperor. Kong Taiching felt a bitter taste he couldn't voice. Originally planning to enter the palace with his son for the celebration feast, he hadn't expected Prince Dai to personally come to his mansion. Although he refused Prince Dai's invitation, he was forcibly invited onto Prince Dai Mansion's carriage and then led to meet the emperor. He knew Prince Dai's intentions. This made him more resolute in rejecting this marriage arrangement, even if it offended Prince Dai and angered the emperor. After the early court session tomorrow, he would go to see the emperor and reject this bestowed marriage. After the emperor took his seat, the celebratory banquet officially began. The crown prince was the first to stand up, offering 3 cups of wine to the emperor, wishing for the stability and prosperity of the great Zhou. Then he offered 3 cups to Prince Dai, praising him as the war god of the times, without whom there would be no current peace. With Prince Dai around, ministers and commoners alike would be at ease. He also said that having a brother like Prince Dai gave him peace of mind as a brother. Regarding the crown prince's praise, Prince Dai felt disdainful in his heart, but he humbly said that it was what he should do. After the crown prince finished his toast, it was the turn of the 3rd prince. The 3rd prince was known for his outstanding literary talent. He first composed a poem to flatter the emperor, then praised Prince Dai as the hero of the era and a role model for them to learn from. The 4th prince's literary talent was not inferior to the 3rd prince, but he did not use flowery words to flatter the emperor and Prince Dai. He used simple yet sincere words to praise the emperor's wisdom. As for Prince Dai, he expressed his admiration and respect for his elder brother as a younger brother, and hoped to serve the court and the people like Prince Dai in the future. His words were more sincere than the 3rd prince's. Many ministers listened and showed expressions of appreciation. The ministers had a very positive impression of the 4th prince. Although the 4th prince was young, he was mature, steady, virtuous, and exceptionally talented. Moreover, the 4th prince's maternal family was the Li family. Many civil officials in the court supported the 4th prince. Then it was the turn of the 5th prince and others. What they said was similar to the 3rd prince, somewhat exaggerated. When the 8th prince offered his toast, Zhao Yao noticed that the expressions of the ministers were somewhat disdainful. The 8th prince knew that neither the emperor nor Prince Dai liked him, so he didn't say much, just simple words of congratulation. When it was the 9th prince's turn, he rambled on quite a bit. The emperor found him too long-winded and directly interrupted him, telling him to sit down. Finally, it was Zhao Yao's turn. He deliberately pretended to be somewhat frightened, stuttering while saying the congratulatory words. The emperor did not mind Zhao Yao being timid. Seeing his unease, he smiled gently at him. After Zhao Yao finished his congratulatory words, it was the turn of the ministers. First were Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Liu. Their congratulatory words were simple, wishing for peace in the world, plentiful harvests, and prosperity. As for Prince Dai, they praised him for embodying the spirit of the young emperor, though lacking somewhat compared to the young emperor. Prince Dai was very respectful towards Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Liu. Hearing them say that he was not as good as the young emperor, rather than being angry, he felt very honored. He said that to have half the prowess of the young emperor was enough for him. Next came Duke Zhen and Marquis Xuanping. Duke Zhen first offered some flattery, then wholeheartedly praised Prince Dai for his achievements over the years. Hearing Duke Zhen praise him to the skies, Prince Dai sneered inwardly. He hastily told Duke Zhen that he was merely doing his duty and was not as great as Duke Zhen had said. Before returning to the capital, Prince Dai received a letter from Marquis Xuanping. In the letter, Marquis Xuanping detailed the malicious tactics of Duke Zhen and the Crown Prince to elevate his status in the court, warning Prince Dai to be cautious upon his return to the capital. Duke Zhen also congratulated Prince Dai on his engagement to the youngest daughter of Grand Master Kong. Upon hearing Duke Zhen say this, Grand Master Kong's heart skipped a beat. A premonition of bad things arose within him. Both Prince Dai and Marquis Xuanping believed that Duke Zhen's mention of this marriage did not have good intentions. They furrowed their brows slightly, becoming wary in their hearts. The emperor, hearing this, raised an eyebrow slightly, then awaited Duke Zhen's next words with interest. What surprised everyone was that Duke Zhen did not say much about Prince Dai's engagement to Grand Master Kong's youngest daughter, instead wishing that, after the marriage, they would expand the branches of the imperial family since Prince Dai currently had no heirs. Prince Dai married an official wife the year before last, but so far neither the official wife nor the concubines had borne him any children, while the crown prince had already had a legitimate eldest son early on. 3 months into the crown prince's marriage, the crown princess consort had good news and gave birth to the imperial grandson the following year. Now, the crown prince's concubine was pregnant, diagnosed by the imperial physician as carrying a young prince. In terms of progeny, the crown prince temporarily had the upper hand over Prince Dai. Although Prince Dai had been married for 2 years, he spent most of these years quelling rebellions outside, so it was not surprising that the princess consort Dai and concubines had not become pregnant. The ministers saw that Prince Dai had no heirs and did not think much of it. Prince Dai himself did not pay much attention to this matter, but he also knew that if no heirs were born again, the court would inevitably be rife with rumors. The crown prince's faction would surely use the issue of offspring to attack him. He had decided to stay in the capital this year and ensure the princess consort Dai and consorts conceive his children. Originally, the fact that Prince Dai had no heirs was no big deal, nor was it strange, but now hearing Duke Zhen mention it, everyone suddenly felt that this matter had become somewhat different. Now, everyone present looked at Prince Dai with a subtle expression. Prince Dai naturally felt it and his face darkened instantly. The crown prince echoed Duke Zhen's words at this moment. Second brother, your most important task upon returning this time is to quickly produce a grandson for Father Emperor like you. The crown prince spoke with the tone of a good elder brother. Next month, Grand Master Kong's youngest daughter will come of age, and you can marry her and quickly produce a hefty grandson for Father Emperor. Upon hearing this, Marquis Xuanping's eyebrows furrowed slightly. His daughter was Prince Dai's official wife and had been married to him for 2 years without becoming pregnant. He hadn't given this matter much thought. After all, Prince Dai had spent very little time in the capital these 2 years, and it was normal for his daughter not to be pregnant. But now he thought differently. If Grand Master Kong's youngest daughter were to become pregnant first, then his daughter's situation and status would be affected. Marquis Xuanping knew clearly how important Grand Master Kong's youngest daughter was to Prince Dai. Once Grand Master Kong's youngest daughter entered the Prince Dai mansion, Prince Dai would certainly favor her. If she were to become pregnant, she would become increasingly important in Prince Dai's eyes. This would not be a good thing for his daughter. The Kong family was extremely important to Prince Dai. If Grand Master Kong's youngest daughter were to give birth to the eldest son for Prince Dai. Thinking about this, Marquis Xuanping did not continue further. Emotionally, he felt that in Prince Dai's heart, the Kong family was definitely not as important as the Yu family. After all, the Yu family was his mother's family. Rationally, he thought that Prince Dai would definitely use the Kong family more than the Marquis mansion in the future. Upon this deeper reflection, Marquis Xuanping suddenly felt that Prince Dai's marrying Grand Master Kong's youngest daughter was somewhat unfavorable to the Yu family. The emperor's lips curled into a smile of ambiguous meaning. Prince Dai hadn't thought in this direction. He believed that the crown prince and Duke Zhen were merely mocking him for being unfit. How could a man allow others to say he is unfit? Rest assured, Father Emperor, this year your son will definitely give you a grandson. If there isn't good news from the Prince Mansion this year, the entire world might think he is unfit. The atmosphere at the scene was somewhat subtle. The ministers bowed their heads, assuming a posture of they had heard nothing. The third prince and a few others were dumbfounded. They didn't expect the situation to develop like this. The fourth and eighth princes had expressions as if it was none of their concern, while Zhao Yao kept his head down, happily eating the beef. Not only did he eat, but he also secretly took some away, asking Tong Zai to hold it. After the banquet tonight, he could have a few more meals of beef. Zhao Yao thought no one noticed his action of secretly stashing beef. In fact, the emperor had already observed it. A hint of a smile appeared in the emperor's eyes as he laughed inwardly. This little rascal truly has some promising prospects. He suddenly recalled that his eldest brother had also done such things before. Every time they dined, his eldest brother would secretly hide meat and pastries, along with other delicious items, then sneakily bring them back for his younger brothers to eat. At that time, he was the youngest, and his eldest brother, who doted on him, would always give him the best food. The eighth prince noticed Zhao Yao's sneaky actions and said with amusement and indulgence, "10th brother, what are you doing?" Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Zhao Yao putting a finger to his lips, looking around vigilantly, and whispered, "Eighth brother, lower your voice." After that, he secretly stashed away several pieces of beef. 10th brother, 8th brother, just pretend you didn't see anything. Zhao Yao put his hands together and bowed slightly to the eighth prince. The eighth prince reached out and pinched Zhao Yao's chubby cheeks, affectionately teasing, "You little glutton. Eighth brother, who knows when we'll have beef again? I have to steal more now so I can enjoy it for a few more meals." Zhao Yao thought he was very clever. His eyes brightened as he suddenly came up with a good idea. Then he sweetly called out to the eighth prince in a cutesy, drawn-out tone, "Eighth brother." Upon hearing Zhao Yao's fawning tone, the eighth prince immediately knew what he was up to. "All right, I'll help you steal some." Zhao Yao's little face instantly lit up with a brilliant smile, sweetly saying to the eighth prince, "Eighth brother, you're the best. What else do you want to stash away?" The dishes on the table didn't appeal much to the eighth prince. After a few bites, he was already full. "Eighth brother, I only want the beef, nothing else." They could eat other delicious dishes usually, but beef was only available at important banquets and not normally. "You really love beef, don't you?" To the eighth prince, beef, lamb, and pork were all the same, and he didn't find them tasty. He disliked greasy foods. When he was younger, he was forced to eat meat, and it made him vomit. Beef is delicious, the best meat in the world. Zhao Yao loved beef. Eating beef gives you strength. "Eighth brother, you're too skinny. You should eat more beef." "I don't like eating meat." When he was younger, the smell of meat made the eighth prince nauseous. It had improved a lot now. At least the smell didn't make him sick anymore, and he could eat a bit of meat. "Eating too much meat will make you fat. Be careful not to turn into a little piglet. I'm still young, so I need to eat more meat to grow tall and strong." Zhao Yao added, "I'm not fat. I even think I've gotten thinner." "You think you're thin." Eighth prince showed a look of disbelief, then pinched Zhao Yao's chubby cheeks again. "Look at your chubby little face. How is that thin?" Zhao Yao shook off the eighth prince's hand and assertively said, "Eighth brother, every piece of flesh on me is my merit." "Merit?" The eighth prince looked perplexed. "Every piece of flesh is merit. What kind of merit is that?" Zhao Yao proudly puffed out his little chest and with a look of satisfaction said, "Every piece of flesh on me is earned from my hard work eating. That's my merit." The eighth prince nearly couldn't hold back his laughter after hearing Zhao Yao's words. He lowered his head, covering his mouth to suppress his laughter. The fourth prince sitting nearby picked up his teacup to hide the smile spreading across his face. Zhao Yao, seeing the eighth prince shaking with laughter, said exasperatedly, "Eighth brother, if you want to laugh, just laugh." The eighth prince raised his head, his face full of smiles. It was the first time Zhao Yao had seen the eighth prince laughing so heartily that his eyes disappeared, and he was momentarily stunned. He had never seen the eighth brother laugh so happily before. Is it really that funny? He pondered what he had said that was so amusing. The eighth prince cupped Zhao Yao's small face with his hands, rubbing it vigorously while laughing and saying, "Then I must touch your merits more." Zhao Yao's little face was deformed from the rubbing, and he angrily swatted away the eighth prince's hands. "Why should I let you touch my merits?" The eighth prince pinched Zhao Yao's little mouth. "How can you shamelessly call the flesh on you merits? Of course, it's what I've diligently eaten, so to me, it's merits. You're full of nonsense." The eighth prince didn't expect Zhao Yao had so many fallacious ideas. "Eighth brother, are you going to help me or not?" "Of course, I've been helping you all along." Without a fuss, the eighth prince discreetly scooped several pieces of beef from the table and hid them. Zhao Yao was too embarrassed to ask the fourth prince to help him steal and hide meat, but the fourth prince volunteered to help him stash some meat. Meanwhile, at the front, the crown prince and Prince Dai were embroiled in a verbal battle, but Zhao Yao was completely unconcerned, solely focused on stealing meat. Opposite Zhao Yao, among the ministers, Minister Kong was restless. His expression was troubled as he glanced several times at the emperor. He wanted to refuse the marriage bestowed by the emperor, but now was not the right time. However, it was also the best opportunity. Although speaking up might anger the emperor and offend Prince Dai, it could clearly state his position. After weighing it in his mind, Minister Kong decided to tactfully refuse the marriage at this moment. Just as he was about to stand up, Kong Yuan grabbed him. Kong Yuan, seeing his father's expression, immediately knew what he was planning to do. "Father, let's talk about it tomorrow, not today. Now is the best time." Minister Kong would rather anger the emperor and offend Prince Dai than have his daughter marry Prince Dai as a concubine. "Father, look at the current situation." Upon hearing this, Minister Kong looked around and noticed the odd atmosphere. Lowering his voice, Kong Yuan said, "Everyone's vying for power. Bringing up the marriage now would only add fuel to the fire." If possible, Kong Yuan really didn't want to attend tonight's banquet as he had anticipated such dynamics. Minister Kong didn't like it either. "We'll discuss it after the morning court tomorrow." With Prince Dai's return to the capital, the struggle between him and the crown prince intensified. He would rather their family be convicted than be drawn into this whirlpool. Although the factions of the crown prince and Prince Dai were in sword and saber shadows, They knew tonight was a celebration banquet and couldn't escalate too much, so they were much more restrained than in the court. At this moment, the eunuch LV Kong brought the imperial grandson to the crown prince. The imperial grandson had just woken up after a milk feed and was now spirited, his big round eyes curiously wandering around. The crown prince took his son from LV Kong, lowering his head to see his son looking at him. His heart softened, and he gave him a gentle smile. Held in his arms, his son immediately beamed back a wide smile. The imperial grandson giggled, reaching out his chubby little hands to touch his father's face. Prince Dai's face immediately darkened when he saw the crown prince bringing his son over. The crown prince lifted the imperial grandson to face the emperor. The imperial grandson smiled upon seeing the emperor and stretched out his hands, babbling as if saying, "Grandpa, hold me." The emperor's expression softened into kindness at the sight of his grandson. He stood up and took the grandson from the crown prince's arms. "Chuantuan, do you remember Grandpa?" Chuantuan reached out and patted the emperor's face, babbling. The imperial grandson was adorably cute, and the emperor's heart melted. He lowered his head, gently rubbing his nose against the grandson's cheek. The imperial grandson laughed even more joyously, filling Kaiyang Palace with his crisp and charming laughter. The emperor sat down holding the imperial grandson, no longer drinking or eating, just playing with his grandson. The imperial grandson stood on the emperor's lap, energetically bouncing, waving his little hands happily. Duke Zhen, seeing the emperor playing with the imperial grandson, flattered him by saying the imperial grandson looked like the emperor. The imperial grandson indeed bore some resemblance to the emperor. While praising the imperial grandson's liveliness and cuteness, Duke Zhen didn't forget to glance at Prince Dai. Although his gaze was calm, Prince Dai felt sullen as if being mocked. The imperial grandson grasped the jade pendant from the emperor's waist and held it firmly, unwilling to let go. The crown prince, seeing this, quickly urged his son to return the jade pendant, but the imperial grandson shook his head, seeming to say, "It's mine, won't give it." The emperor, seeing his grandson's affection for it, directly gifted the jade pendant to him. "Since Chuantuan likes it, Grandpa will give it to you." It seemed the imperial grandson understood, as he immediately started jubilantly dancing and moving. Prince Dai and Marquis Xuanping's faces changed instantly when they saw the emperor giving the always carried 9 dragons jade pendant to the imperial grandson. Duke Zhen, witnessing this, subtly turned his head, arching a brow towards Marquis Xuanping seated across from him. The play at Kaiyang Palace was quite spectacular. Although Zhao Yao kept his head down while eating, his eyes observed everything, and his ears listened carefully, not missing a single scene. Tonight's victory feast was supposed to be second brother's moment in the spotlight, but now he's being doubted by all the civil and military officials in court. No man can accept being doubted in his abilities. He guessed second brother originally intended to humiliate the crown prince at tonight's victory feast, but unexpectedly, the crown prince and Duke Zhen turned the tables on him. Second brother and Marquis Xuanping, relying on their great achievements and the fact that father had betrothed the youngest daughter of Kong Taiching to second brother, became arrogant and dismissed the crown prince and Duke Zhen. Before returning to the capital, second brother and Marquis Xuanping suffered a major setback at the hands of the crown prince and Duke Zhen, but they hadn't learned their lesson at all. Thinking that father betrothing Kong Taiching's youngest daughter to second brother meant the crown prince was to be deposed, they became arrogant and forgot about the capabilities of the crown prince and Duke Zhen. He had long guessed that the crown prince and Duke Zhen wouldn't let second brother steal the spotlight at tonight's feast, but he hadn't expected Duke Zhen's methods to be so exquisite. He believed that by tomorrow morning, rumors that second brother was incapable would spread throughout the entire capital. Yesterday afternoon, when second brother returned to the capital, he was full of spirits, but after tonight's feast, his face no longer shone. He had thought that second brother would certainly flaunt his power for a while, and that the crown prince would be oppressed by him for some time, but there was an unexpected reversal. Not only did second brother underestimate the crown prince and Duke Zhen, but even he didn't anticipate this move by Duke Zhen and his allies. This shows how difficult it is for Marquis Xuanping to defeat Duke Zhen. Truly, Duke Zhen is prudent and farsighted. With Duke Zhen present, it will be challenging for second brother to replace the crown prince's heir. Duke Zhen must not be underestimated, or one would not know how they might end up being tricked by him. The beef on the table was all gone, and Zhao Yao eagerly awaited the next plate of beef. He waited for a long while and it still didn't come, making him very disappointed. Eighth brother, is there still more beef? The eighth prince reached out and poked the corner of Zhao Yao's mouth, laughing, "No more, stop waiting." Unrelenting, Zhao Yao asked, "Eighth brother, is there really no more beef?" He hadn't had enough yet. He could still eat 10 plates. No, he could eat a whole cow. "You've already had several plates of beef tonight, haven't you had enough?" said the eighth prince while patting Zhao Yao's little belly. "Your little belly is all round and you still want more. If you eat any more, your little belly will burst." The eighth prince was sometimes curious how his small and sized 10th brother could fit so much food in his little belly. You've also eaten quite a bit of pork, and lamb, and chicken, duck, and goose. Suddenly realizing that Zhao Yao had only eaten meat and not touched any vegetables tonight. Seeing there were still vegetables on the table, he quickly picked some spinach and fed it to Zhao Yao. Stop thinking about beef and eat some vegetables. Zhao Yao slightly frowned, looking disdainfully at the spinach in front of him. Eighth brother, I don't want to eat. Before he could finish speaking, the eighth prince had already fed him the spinach. The eighth prince saw Zhao Yao's little face scrunched up, looking like he was about to spit the vegetables out, and immediately warned him, don't spit it out, swallow it. Zhao Yao pouted a bit, feeling wronged, and reluctantly, with great disdain, ate it. As soon as he finished, the eighth prince fed him another mouthful of spinach. Eighth brother, I can't eat anymore. No, you need to eat a few more bites, the eighth prince said, putting on a deliberately fierce face. You haven't eaten a single vegetable tonight. I don't like eating vegetables. He only wanted to eat meat. Only eating meat and not vegetables is not good for your health, the eighth prince said, poking Zhao Yao's forehead. Being picky is wrong. Eighth brother, you don't like eating meat, so how can you tell me I'm picky? I don't like eating meat, but I still eat some, while you won't eat a single vegetable. Zhao Yao looked to the fourth prince for help. Fourth brother, say something for me. The fourth prince looked at Zhao Yao but didn't look at the eighth prince, seriously saying, being picky is wrong, you need to eat more vegetables. After saying that, he also picked some spinach and fed it to Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao. It was at this moment that the emperor stood up and left the Kaiyang palace. There was still a pile of memorials on the imperial table that needed reviewing, so the emperor had to return to the imperial study to review them. Even though tonight was his favorite second son's victory feast, he couldn't linger any longer. To him, nothing was more important than matters of state. The emperor, hands behind his back, hummed a tune out of key. Sun Kui, walking behind the emperor, noticed how happy he was and boldly said, Your Majesty, it's been a long time since I've seen you this happy. The emperor raised the corner of his mouth in a smile of vague meaning. Tonight's play was good, it pleased me. A play? Sun Kui was momentarily stunned, then immediately understood the emperor's meaning. Your Majesty, were you referring to Marquis Xuanping and Duke Zhen? Duke Zhen always manages to surprise me, the emperor said, a hint of profundity in his eyes. Sun Kui thought indeed, just now Duke Zhen's words were beyond expectation. More importantly, it shamed Prince Dai greatly, overshadowing his triumphant return. Duke Zhen has trained the crown prince well. The emperor still wore a casual smile, but his eyes were cold. Sun Kui sensed the emperor's displeasure and knew what his words meant. Not daring to respond, he lowered his head, hunched over, and obediently followed behind. The emperor suddenly thought of something, his face showing a doting smile, and instructed Sun Kui, have the imperial kitchen send the leftover beef to Little Ten. This inexplicable order caused Sun Kui to pause slightly, surprised. Send beef to His Highness Ten? What kind of reward was this? That boy likes beef, he was eating it non-stop at the feast earlier. Recalling his youngest son stealthily hiding beef at the feast, a smile of helplessness mixed with amusement and affection appeared on the emperor's face. Sun Kui hadn't noticed this. This servant only saw General Shen eating beef endlessly. Thinking of General Shen's wolfing down manner of eating, Sun Kui nearly chuckled aloud. Since General Shen was often criticized by the civil officials for eating so rudely, often bringing himself complaints, doesn't His Highness Ten prefer snacks? He likes beef most of all. The emperor chuckled lightly. See if there's any beef left in the imperial kitchen. If there is, send it all to him. Stealing meat during the victory feast, that boy Little Ten really is. Sun Kui was astonished. He hadn't expected His Majesty to be so attentive to the 10th in this way. If His Highness Ten finds out, he will surely be very happy. Oh, and when you deliver the beef, ask if he's finished copying the Analects. If Zhao Yao were in front of the emperor at this moment, he would surely curse the emperor as a demon in his heart. Your Majesty, you still remember that. Sun Kui laughed. His Highness Ten might end up crying. Thinking of his young son's wronged and aggrieved yet unable to retort expression, the emperor's eyes were full of laughter. It's good for children's eyes to cry more. Sun Kui thought, what kind of nonsense was this? To have a father like the emperor, His Highness Ten truly was unfortunate. Back at the imperial study in Chengguang Hall, the emperor buried himself in the memorials. Sun Kui personally went to the imperial kitchen instead of sending his apprentice. The eunuchs in the imperial kitchen were both surprised and overjoyed, yet fearful, seeing Chief Steward Sun himself come to the imperial kitchen, fearing the imperial meal tonight didn't suit the emperor's taste. Are there any leftovers of the beef from tonight? Beef. The eunuch of the imperial kitchen was stunned for a moment, then quickly responded, there's just a little left. Should it be made into a midnight snack and sent to Chengguang Hall? Send whatever's left of the beef to Kundan Hall for His Highness Ten. Sun Kui added, His Highness loves to eat it. This beef is fresh, and if left overnight, it won't be fresh anymore. I'll cook it up right now so that the taste of the beef won't spoil. The eunuch of the imperial kitchen, cleverly discerning that the emperor specifically ordered this, was greatly astonished in his heart. After all, the 10th wasn't particularly favored. His Highness Ten is probably still at Kaiyang Palace. I'll come back for the beef tomorrow morning. Mr. Sun, why don't we cook the leftover beef tomorrow and then deliver it to Kundan Hall at noon? Kundan Hall has its own small kitchen, let them prepare it themselves. Sun Kui instructed, I'll come by after the morning assembly. Having spoken, he left the imperial kitchen and returned to the imperial study to inform the emperor of the plan to cook the leftover beef. The emperor nodded. Your Majesty, shall we send only beef? Should we send some other items too? Just sending beef seems odd. Shall we add some snacks since His Highness Ten loves them? Then send some snacks too, the emperor said, suddenly thinking of Liang Jiai's love for books. Send her a couple of those books composed by the court in the past few days. FRYAEWEB Ida OVELC, Cyrillic letter 473M. Seeing that the emperor was busy, Sun Kui prepared to leave. Just then the emperor looked up from the memorials and instructed Sun Kui, she likes to read gazetteers, find some more and send them to her. Sun Kui was slightly startled, then respectfully said, Yes, Your Majesty. After giving the instruction, the emperor lowered his head to continue reading the memorials. Sun Kui hesitated, then cautiously asked, Your Majesty, some brushes, ink, paper, and ink stones were recently tributed. Should a set be sent to Liang Jiai? The emperor, without looking up, said, Then send her a set. Sun Kui thought indeed. He hesitated again and asked, Your Majesty, a lot of good fabric was recently tributed. Should we select some for Liang Jiai fabric? The emperor picked up the vermilion pen and wrote I know on the memorial he had just finished reading, then put down the pen without rushing to pick up the next one, and asked, What kind of fabric? Fine fabrics like brocade, damask, silk, and gauze from Jiangnan, Sun Kui replied. She likes plain colors. Select some plain fabrics for her, the emperor added, and pick a few brightly colored fabrics for the 10th prince. Yes, Your Majesty, Sun Kui asked again. Your Majesty, do you have any other instructions? The emperor thought for a moment and said, That's all. I take my leave. Sun Kui withdrew from the imperial study. As he reached the door, he slightly furrowed his brows, appearing pensive. His apprentice saw his expression and approached with concern. Master, what's the matter? Sun Kui came to himself and asked his apprentice, Do you think Liang Jiai is favored? Liang Jiai. The apprentice was suddenly asked, and for a moment didn't recall who Liang Jiai was. After a while, he remembered there was a lady named Liang Jiai in the harem. She's not favored, master. Why do you ask? The emperor just instructed me. Sun Kui recounted the emperor's recent instructions to his apprentice, who listened with his mouth agape, looking surprised. The emperor actually remembers that Liang Jiai likes to read and what kinds of books she likes. The apprentice was shocked. The emperor even remembers that Liang Jiai likes plain colored fabrics. How is that possible? The apprentice often went to the harem to deliver gifts from the emperor. Every time the emperor bestowed gifts, it was very casual, often leaving it to the master to choose. Only when bestowing gifts to noble princess consort Rong did the emperor specify what to give. None of the other consorts, including the empress, enjoyed the honor of the emperor personally choosing gifts. I'll go select the items and you deliver them to Kund Hall early tomorrow morning. Master, about Liang Jiai. The apprentice raised an eyebrow, the implication clear. Sun Kui sternly said, No need to go out of the way to please her. Keep things as they were. Understood, master. The apprentice said, a relieved expression on his face. It's fortunate that I always listened to you and never slighted Liang Jiai. He sighed. I didn't expect Liang Jiai to be so capable, to have the emperor know her likes and dislikes. A person whom the emperor favors every month is not simple. Sun Kui had noticed this point earlier on. He remembered that when Liang Jiai first entered the palace, the emperor called for her 3 or 4 times a month. 3 or 4 times a month seems few, but it's actually quite a lot. In the harem, the most favored consort was noble princess consort Rong, who would attend to the emperor 7 or 8 times a month. Other consorts, including the empress, sometimes only saw the emperor twice a month, once a month, or sometimes not at all. At that time, besides noble princess consort Rong, Liang Jiai attended to the emperor the most. When everyone, including himself, thought Liang Jiai would become the second noble princess consort Rong, the emperor suddenly stopped calling for Liang Jiai to attend. But by the end of each month, the emperor would always spend the night at Kund Hall. No matter how busy he was, this never changed. The emperor wasn't indulgent with women and rarely visited the harem. Sometimes, due to being busy, he didn't see a single consort, not even noble princess consort Rong, but at the end of the month, he would still go to Kund Hall. There were times when the emperor only went to Kund Hall in a month and didn't visit the halls of other consorts. The emperor usually spent only a single night at Kund Hall, rarely 2 or 3 consecutive nights. At that time, he realized Liang Jiai was not simple. He always felt there might be some agreement between the emperor and Liang Jiai, and later he thought the emperor acted for the sake of the 10th prince. However, the emperor did not particularly favor the 10th prince, nor did the emperor specially favor Liang Jiai. The gifts given to her were not special, nor did they exceed her rank. Sun Kui always found the emperor's attitude towards Liang Jie peculiar. To say she was favored, she wasn't really. But to say she wasn't favored, the emperor visited Kund Hall every month. Previously, when the emperor bestowed things to Liang Jie, there were no special instructions. But today, the emperor specifically instructed what to give her. Although the latter few items were a result of his own inquiry, the emperor remembered Liang Jie's preferences. The emperor, with so many matters to handle, didn't usually pay attention to these things. Even the preferences of noble princess consort Rong were unknown to the emperor at first. It was only after noble princess frequently expressed her likes in front of the emperor that he remembered. Even if Liang Jie often expressed her likes to the emperor, it's unlikely he would remember, given his personality. Moreover, Liang Jie was peculiar. To say she sought favor, she never proactively did anything to please the emperor. Unlike other consorts, such as noble princess consort Rong and the empress, who would often make snacks and soups to personally deliver to Chengguang Hall, they would also often make clothes and footwear for the emperor. Noble princess consort Rong, to please the emperor, even learned to dance specially. Although the empress did not learn to dance for the emperor, she learned new melodies especially for him. Other consorts, let alone, tried every day to win the emperor's favor. But Liang Jie had done nothing in particular for the emperor. That's not entirely true. Whenever the emperor came to Kund Hall, it was Liang Jie who would personally cook. Liang Jie had also made clothes and footwear for the emperor, but she never flaunted it. Only when the emperor stayed overnight at Kund Hall would Liang Jie give the clothes and footwear she made to him. If it weren't for his service in helping the emperor change clothes, he wouldn't have known that the emperor's undergarments were made by Liang Jie. Sun Kui suddenly remembered that the clothes and footwear Liang Jie gave to the emperor, he often wore. The clothes made by noble princess consort Rong and the empress for the emperor, he wore once or twice and then never again. But the clothes Liang Jie made, the emperor wore often. He previously asked the emperor if Liang Jie's clothes were better, and the emperor said Liang Jie's clothes were comfortable to wear. He had carefully compared them, and found that Liang Jie's clothes were no better than those made by the imperial mansion commander. Furthermore, the materials used by Liang Jie weren't as good as those of noble princess consort Rong and the empress. Actually, Liang Jie's skills weren't better than those of noble princess consort Rong and the empress either. Noble princess consort Rong grew up with the emperor and reportedly often made clothes for him before she came of age. The empress, before entering the palace, learned needlework from the best embroideress in the capital, and her skills were excellent. The clothing made by noble princess consort Rong and the empress wasn't inferior to Liang Jie's work, but the emperor favored wearing Liang Jie's creations. Along this journey, Sun Kui recalled many things he hadn't noticed before. He suddenly realized that Liang Jie held some place in the emperor's heart. Speaking of Liang Jie in the harem, her appearance wasn't outstanding. She was too quiet in temperament, had no notable talents, and her family had no power or influence. Compared to other consorts in the harem, Liang Jie was too ordinary. Yet Liang Jie gave off a very comfortable feeling. Noble princess consort Rong and the empress were respectful to him because he was the eunuch attending to the emperor. However, he could sense that in the eyes of the empress, he was just a eunuch. In the eyes of noble princess consort Rong, he was merely a servant. In their eyes, he wasn't even human. But in Liang Jie's eyes, he was human. Liang Jie was always gentle with the eunuchs and palace maids, never treating them as less than human. He always thought Liang Jie was too gentle and kind, worried that in the perilous palace, her gentleness and kindness were excessive, even fatal, and would make it impossible for her to survive there. He used to think Liang Jie would quickly lose favor and soon after disappear from the palace. But to his surprise, Liang Jie soon became pregnant with a royal child and later gave birth to the 10th prince. With a child, Liang Jie's rank was elevated. From then on, Liang Jie lived well in the palace. The celebration banquet in Qianglin Garden has already ended. Liang Jie and Yu Marin were on their way back to Kund Hall. When the empress left, her face was as dark as water. It was really frightening. Pan Karen recalled the events at the banquet with horror in her eyes. I was too scared to breathe. Me too, Yu Marin was still quite shaken. The empress's gaze was like she wanted to tear the noble princess consort Rong to pieces. The fifth princess had been so terrified by what happened at the banquet that she still hadn't recovered. In the past, though the empress and noble princess consort Rong spoke with barbs, it wasn't like just now. Pan Karen carefully chose her words. Have they really torn their faces? Yu Marin said, probably. She showed a peculiar expression on her face, though noble princess consort Rong never respected the empress and was always arrogant in front of her. She had never been so aggressive. Pan Karen added to Yu Marin's words. Noble princess consort Rong's expression seemed to. She didn't dare to finish, but Yu Marin and Liang Jie understood her meaning. Yu Marin first looked around, seeing no one else but them. then lowered her voice. The words noble princess consort wrong spoke to the empress seemed to imply that the empress soon would no longer be the emperor. Before she could finish her sentence, Liang Jie covered her mouth. Liang Jie warned her, be careful, the walls have ears. Yu Marin quickly nodded, and only then did Liang Jie let go. Save your words for when we get back. Pan Cairn and Yu Marin nodded repeatedly, not daring to discuss the events of the banquet further. Gui Xing, go check on the celebration banquet at Kaiying Palace. Liang Jie felt uneasy about Zhao Yao. Call Tongzai out and ask. Yes, I'll go right now. Gui Xing curtsied and then headed toward Kaiying Palace. I wonder how things are at Kaiying Palace. Yu Marin was also worried about Zhao Yao. I wonder if Yao Yao was frightened. Pan Cairn said, with so many ministers and royal relatives, Yao Yao must have been scared. The most important thing was that both the Crown Prince and Prince Dai were present. I'm not worried about him being frightened, she said, knowing her son had great courage. I'm worried he'll overeat. There were quite a few dishes at the banquet tonight that he loved, especially beef. He's been thinking about eating beef, and she was afraid he would finish all the beef at the banquet tonight. Yao Yao keeps talking about eating beef. Maybe he really will eat until he's stuffed, Yu Marin laughed. I have some digestive medicine. Liang Jie noticed the fifth princess hadn't spoken and gave Yu Marin a look, to which Yu Marin nodded knowingly. Before they returned to Kund Hall, Gui Xing came back. Madam, the emperor had long since left, and the celebration banquet at Chengguang Hall has also ended. His Highness should have returned by now. Yu Marin was surprised. The celebration banquet at Chengguang Hall also ended. How could it be so quick? Pan Cairn was equally puzzled. Wasn't tonight's banquet specially held for Prince Dai? The emperor favors Prince Dai so much. Why did he leave so early? Liang Jie speculated. Perhaps the emperor had something to attend to. Thinking that her son had already returned to Kund Hall, she urged, let's hurry back. All right, they quickened their pace. Soon they reached Kund Hall and discovered Zhao Yao had not returned. Whereas Yao Yao? Wasn't it said that Yao Yao had returned? Gui Xing said, the eunuchs at Kaiying Palace told me he left long ago. He probably went to Xing Palace. Liang Jie guessed he should be back shortly. She turned to Yu Marin and the fifth princess, you two should go rest. Sister, then we'll head back. Liang Jie added, remember to drink a bowl of calming soup before you sleep. Suddenly thinking of something, she said to Yu Marin, little Five was really frightened tonight. Put a pair of scissors under her pillow so she won't have nightmares. All right, I understand. Gui Xing watched Yu Marin lead the fifth princess away, an expression of concern crossing her face. Madam, the fifth princess hasn't said a word on the way back. She seems really scared. The fifth princess usually was quiet in front of others, but was lively and talkative with Liang Jie and her companions. However, from Qianglin Garden to now, she hadn't spoken a word. It's not just her, even we adults were scared, Liang Jie said with a slight sigh as she sat on the couch. There are no longer peaceful days in this palace. Madam, does noble princess consort wrong think that now Prince Dai is back, she can replace the empress? It is probably because the emperor has betrothed the younger daughter of Kong Taiching to Prince Dai. Everyone in the harem knew noble princess consort wrong coveted the empress's position. Moreover, she never hid her ambition. Nevertheless, she had never been so overbearing as she was tonight. She believes that Prince Dai will soon replace the crown prince as the heir. Everything noble princess consort wrong did tonight suggested she believed she would soon become empress. Madam, does the emperor really intend for Prince Dai to become the crown prince? It's not something we should concern ourselves with. I think the crown prince is very good. Gui Xing preferred the crown prince over Prince Dai. The crown prince has a gentle temperament and is kind to people. But Prince Dai, she trailed off and didn't continue. Liang Jie shook her head, be it the crown prince or Prince Dai, it has nothing to do with us. Gui Xing understood Liang Jie's meaning and quickly nodded, Madam, you're right, I was being nosy. Go to Xing Palace and see. Liang Jie was still worried about Zhao Yao. Check if Yao Yao has overeaten and become uncomfortable. I'll go right away. Gui Xing went to Xing Palace, only to find out Zhao Yao hadn't gone there with the eighth prince. She quickly asked where Zhao Yao was, but the eunuch guarding the entrance said he didn't know. Not daring to delay, she hurried back to report to Liang Jie that Zhao Yao was not at Xing Palace. Madam, could something have happened to His Highness? No, he must have gone somewhere to play. Madam, should I go out to look for him? No need, he should be back soon. Liang Jie wasn't worried about her son's safety. I'm tired. Assist me with bathing. Yes, madam. The Zhao Yao, who had been worrying Gui Xing, was at that moment by a well in a remote corner of the palace. A eunuch lay kneeling on the ground, sobbing. Tongzai squatted in front of the eunuch, patting his back to comfort him. If you have grievances, speak up. His Highness will stand up for you. Zhao Yao said, if I can help you, I surely will. The eunuch shook his head while crying. What's the matter that even His Highness cannot assist you with? Tongzai was anxious about the eunuch's silence. What did the third brother do to force you into wanting to die? The eunuch was the artistically talented one from beside the third prince they had met before. Upon hearing Zhao Yao's words, the eunuch's body went stiff. He knelt in shock, even forgetting to cry. So it's true, third brother did something to you. Did the third prince abuse you? Do you know the third brother's secret? The eunuch bit his lips and remained silent. Seeing his expression, Zhao Yao knew he had guessed correctly. If I don't end my own life, the third prince will not spare me either. After saying that, the eunuch stood up abruptly and jumped into the well. Everything happened too quickly for Zhao Yao and Tong Zai to react. By the time Tong Zai realized, the eunuch had already leaped into the well. Tong Zai summoned all his strength to rescue the eunuch from the well. Perhaps because he had just felt the terror of death in the well, the eunuch looked ghastly pale after being rescued, his eyes filled with horror and his whole body trembling. Tong Zai was so angry he almost wanted to beat the eunuch. If it weren't for his martial skills, this eunuch would surely have drowned in the well. The prince and I went to great lengths to save you, and yet you seek death again. Your life belongs to the prince. Without the prince's permission, how dare you die? The eunuch suddenly burst into tears, startling Zhao Yao and Tong Zai. Tong Zai hurriedly covered the eunuch's mouth. The eunuch grabbed his arm forcefully, sobbing silently. Zhao Yao stood quietly to the side without speaking. After a moment, the eunuch finally calmed down, no longer crying out loud, but his eyes were still red from crying. His tear-streaked face looked like a pitiful little rabbit abandoned by others. Seeing the eunuch calm down, Tong Zai finally let go. Speak. The eunuch lifted his head, looking misty-eyed at Zhao Yao. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but hesitated. Seeing the eunuch's conflicted expression, Zhao Yao did not press him. If you don't want to say, then don't. Upon hearing this, the eunuch's eyes suddenly widened. I have no desire to know my third brother's secrets. Zhao Yao rescued the eunuch not to learn about the secrets regarding the third prince from his mouth. Your Highness, I've saved you twice. If you still wish to die, I won't save you again. Zhao Yao did not intend to save someone who was determined to die repeatedly. Tong Zai, let's go. Tong Zai looked at the eunuch kneeling on the ground, soaking wet. Your Highness, are you really going to leave him? He doesn't want to live, and no amount of saving will help. Zhao Yao glanced at Tong Zai, who was also soaking wet. If you don't go change your clothes soon, you'll catch a cold. Your Highness, I'm not cold. Before Tong Zai could finish speaking, a gust of wind blew, making him shiver uncontrollably. Let's go back. Zhao Yao still had beef in his arms, intending to take it back to Liang Jie and the others to eat. Tong Zai glanced at the eunuch again, seeing him biting his lip without speaking, and decided not to bother with him anymore. Yes, Your Highness. Just as Zhao Yao and the others turned to leave, the eunuch suddenly called out, Your Highness. Zhao Yao turned to look at the eunuch without speaking. The eunuch kowtowed heavily to Zhao Yao 3 times and then said, Your Highness, this servant does not want to die. After jumping into the well and being submerged, he deeply felt the choking pain and terror. Your Highness, this servant wants to live. Hearing this, Tong Zai was delighted. That's more like it. Zhao Yao said, Our efforts to save you weren't in vain. He added, Since you want to live, then live well. Your Highness, this servant's name is Hua Qing. He used to serve the 5th prince, but was later taken by the 3rd prince because he saw this servant is good at painting. In the end, this servant discovered it wasn't like that. Third brother took you not because you paint well, Zhao Yao said, but for another reason. Hua Qing, struggling to suppress his fear, said, The 3rd prince enjoys whipping us for fun. Thinking of the pain of being whipped over those days, Hua Qing began to tremble violently. Tong Zai understood and his face showed anger. The 3rd prince actually enjoys abusing you for pleasure. Zhao Yao showed an expression of disbelief upon hearing this. When the 3rd prince whips us, if we don't scream, he whips harder. To Hua Qing, the days serving the 3rd prince were like living in hell. If we scream, the 3rd prince becomes very happy and whips even more fiercely. Zhao Yao, did you escape from the 3rd prince? Tong Zai asked. This servant escaped while no one was watching, Hua Qing said, kowtowing heavily to Zhao Yao 3 more times. Your Highness, I beg you to save this servant. If I return to the 3rd prince, I will surely be beat to death. Zhao Yao finally recovered from the shock. He asked incredulously, Does 3rd brother really enjoy torturing people for fun? This servant dares not deceive you. I never expected. 3rd brother always appeared as a modest gentleman. How unexpected it was to be a sadist. Your Highness, please save this servant, Hua Qing begged bitterly. This servant will work like a slave for you. He never wanted to return to the 3rd prince. Your Highness, please be merciful and save him. Tong Zai, having heard Hua Qing's ordeal, felt increasingly sympathetic towards him. Zhao Yao held his chin, frowning slightly as he pondered. Rescuing you from 3rd brother won't be easy, especially since you know his unspeakable secret, Your Highness. Your situation is quite tricky, Zhao Yao analyzed. If I ask 3rd brother for you, he'll definitely refuse. 3rd brother always disliked him, and anything he asked for would be denied. If it were 5th or 6th brother asking, he'd agree to give. Hua Qing misunderstood Zhao Yao's words as reluctance and hurriedly said, Your Highness, this servant will be wholeheartedly loyal to you, begging you to save this servant. Having nearly died once, Hua Qing didn't want to die again. Zhao Yao folded his arms, the index finger of his left hand tapping lightly on his left arm. You can't return now. Back with 3rd brother, you'll be beat to death sooner or later. Hua Qing pleaded again, Your Highness, please take this servant and I can do anything. There's a place where 3rd brother won't find you. Tong Zai immediately realized what Zhao Yao was suggesting and blurted out, Cold Palace. Exactly, no one goes to the Cold Palace, and 3rd brother won't think to look for you there. Zhao Yao said, hide in the cold palace. This servant is willing to go to the cold palace. As long as he could survive, he would go anywhere. Tongzai, take him to the cold palace now and let Tongla take care of him. Zhao Yao finished speaking and gave Tongzai a meaningful glance. Tongzai understood Zhao Yao's intention. I'll take him to the cold palace now. Seeing he was saved, Hua Qing kowtowed several more times to Zhao Yao, bloodying his forehead. Who gave you the name Hua Qing, fifth brother or third brother? The third prince did. I don't like that name. You'll be called Tongan from now on. Zhao Yao said nothing more to Tongan, turning instead to Tongzai, take him to the cold palace. Yes, your highness. On the way to the cold palace, Tongzai spoke extensively to Tongan. This included warnings that if Tongan betrayed Zhao Yao, he would make life worse than death for him. My prince, you're finally back. After attending to Liang Jiayi's bath, Guizing had been waiting for Zhao Yao at the door. She had waited a long time and finally saw Zhao Yao return. If Zhao Yao hadn't come back, she was about to go out to find him. Seeing Zhao Yao alone without Tongzai, she quickly asked, Your Highness, why are you alone? Where is Tongzai? I sent him to handle something, he'll be back soon. Zhao Yao said, grinning at Guizing, Guizing, I have something good for you. Something good. Guizing asked curiously, what good thing? You'll know right away, Zhao Yao replied, we're a mother and second mother. The beauty and the princess have returned to their rooms to rest, and the lady is reading. Guizing asked, Your Highness, where did you go? I went to Kaang Palace and Xing Palace but couldn't find you. Did anything happen to you? Something did happen, otherwise I'd have been back earlier. What happened? Guizing asked urgently, did ninth prince bully you again? Zhao Yao waved his hand, no, I'll tell you later. Now let's go find mother. As he walked inside, he shouted loudly, Mother, I'm back. Liang Jiayi heard her son's voice and smiled with a mix of helplessness and affection before putting down her book. Soon after, Zhao Yao ran in. Mother, I brought you something good. Seeing her son's proud look, Liang Jiayi asked amusingly, what good thing, Tada? Zhao Yao took out a package from his arms and presented it like a treasure to Liang Jiayi. Mother, look what this is. Liang Jiayi smelled the aroma and exclaimed with surprise, beef. Yes, it's beef. Zhao Yao opened the oil-wrapped paper to reveal the beef inside. I hid it secretly. Mother, it's still warm, have a piece quickly. Hidden it secretly. Liang Jiayi asked in astonishment, how did you hide it? I took 2 pieces of beef at once, ate one, and hid one, Zhao Yao said proudly. Fourth brother and eighth brother also helped me hide. Mother, am I clever? He had hidden a big package of beef. Liang Jiayi and Guizing were dumbfounded after hearing this. Mother, I hid it on purpose so we can have a few more meals, Zhao Yao said, feeding a piece of beef into Liang Jiayi's mouth. Mother, this beef is delicious, eat a piece quickly. Then he gave a piece of beef to Guizing and boasted, Guizing, this is what I said was good, have a taste. As a servant, Guizing never got to eat beef normally, not on ordinary days, nor on special ones. She had never had beef from childhood until now this was her first taste. Isn't the beef delicious? Guizing nodded quickly, her eyes slightly red, delicious. She didn't expect the prince to secretly hide beef and specially bring it back for them to eat. See, I told you beef is the best. Zhao Yao took another piece of beef for Guizing. Since it's good, have another piece. Your Highness, 1 piece is enough for me. 1 piece is not enough, you need more to appreciate the good taste of beef. Zhao Yao picked up a few more pieces of beef for Guizing. Eat more to truly enjoy it. Your Highness. Zhao Yao ignored Guizing, turning to eagerly look at Liang Jiayi. Mother, is it good? Liang Jiayi gently touched her son's cheek and smiled warmly. Delicious, it's the best beef I've ever had. I knew the beef in Kaang Palace tastes better than in Qianglin Garden. Zhao Yao took a piece of beef and started eating himself. Mother, you probably haven't eaten much, right? Not much, Liang Jiayi replied, sitting with Zhao Yao on the couch. What made you think of hiding beef? Just thought of it suddenly. Zhao Yao grinned. As soon as I thought there wouldn't be another meal after this beef, I thought of hiding some so I can eat it tomorrow. Am I not smart? Seeing her son's expression of seeking praise, Liang Jiayi laughed and complimented him. Very smart. Your Highness, you're not just smart, but also good at managing things. Guizing joined in the praise. I also think I'm incredibly smart, Zhao Yao said, beaming with pride. Guizing, take some beef and let others taste it. Your Highness, you should keep the beef for yourself. I'll keep a few pieces for tomorrow, the rest you can share. Your Highness, go ahead and share it, Zhao Yao said, not allowing any refusal. Liang Jiayi asked, why did you come back so late? What happened? On the way back, I rescued an eunuch. Zhao Yao recounted the incident with Tong and to Liang Jiayi. Mother, I really didn't expect third brother to enjoy whipping people for fun. Liang Jiayi was also shocked, the third prince. If father knew that third brother enjoyed torturing people, would he kill him? Not kill, but he would be disappointed with the third prince. If I hadn't encountered Tongan, I wouldn't have known third brother was a cruel person, Zhao Yao said. Third brother disguises himself well. There's no wall that doesn't leak. You and I know now, others will know in the future too, Liang Jiayi said. Zhao Yao rubbed his chin, suddenly smiling cunningly. If third brother tries to harm me in the future, I'll tell father about this. Liang Jiayi furrowed her brow, her expression turning serious. With Tongan suddenly missing, the third prince will definitely look for him. The third prince will not let him go. That's why I sent him to the Cold Palace. Zhao Yao mistakenly thought Liang Jie was worried about the Cold Palace's secret passage. Mother, don't worry, Tongan won't find out about it. Also, Tonga will keep a close watch on him. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried that your rescue of Tongan will be discovered by the third. Liang Jie didn't blame Zhao Yao for saving Tongan. Did you leave any traces when you saved Tongan? No. Tongan was also very cautious. He chose an obscure well to jump into, where people rarely go. Zhao Yao wouldn't recklessly save Tongan and put himself in danger. He knew very well his and Liang Jie's situation and would never do anything to put them at risk. If it weren't for Lai Yi and the others leading the way, I couldn't have found Tongan. After leaving Kaiying Palace, Zhao Yao didn't go with 8th Prince and the others to Xing Palace but returned to Kund Hall. On the way back to Kund Hall, Lai Yi and the others flew to find him and told him Tongan was attempting to commit suicide by jumping into a well. The last time he met Tongan, Zhao Yao had told Tongzai not to meddle, but he still had Lai Yi and the others keep an eye on Tongan. Lai Yi and Lai Kaiyan are both sparrows. They often fly into the palace to find Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao didn't want to meddle too much, but once involved, he couldn't just watch him die. Tongzai took Tongan to the Cold Palace through a small path they won't be discovered. Hearing Zhao Yao say this, Liang Jie felt reassured. What do you plan to do with Tongan? I'll observe him for a while. If he has no issues, I plan to employ him. Zhao Yao tapped gently on the couch table with his index finger. He's good at painting, which is a valuable skill for future use. He can no longer stay in the palace, Liang Jie said seriously. We cannot let the third prince know he's still alive. Zhao Yao nodded. I know. Once he passes my assessment, I'll send him out of the palace to find my second uncle. Bring him to see me once he passes your assessment. All right, what happened in Kaiying Palace? Mentioning the events in Kaiying Palace, Zhao Yao suddenly became spirited, speaking with some excitement. Mother, what happened in Kaiying Palace was amazing. Liang Jie asked curiously, what happened? Mother, let me tell you, Duke Zhen's methods are impressive. Zhao Yao vividly recounted the events of the celebration banquet in Kaiying Palace to Liang Jie. Liang Jie listened in astonishment, and by the end her face was full of incredulity. Mother, you didn't see it, but the minister's eyes were full of suspicion when they looked at second brother, and his face turned black. Zhao Yao couldn't help but laugh when he remembered the scene. By tomorrow morning, the whole capital will surely be buzzing with rumors that second brother is impotent. Liang Jie marveled. Duke Zhen's move is truly ruthless. It's insidious. It not only ruined second brother's reputation, but also spoiled his triumphant return. Zhao Yao chuckled. Tonight's celebration banquet was meant to be second brother's moment of glory, but Duke Zhen hit him hard. Starting tomorrow, second brother will become the laughingstock of the entire capital. Duke Zhen's move was indeed killing 3 birds with 1 stone, Liang Jie said, thinking she wouldn't have come up with such a counterattack against Prince Dai and Marquis Xuanping. Actually, the biggest aim of the move wasn't just to ruin second brother's reputation. After all, soon there will be good news from his residence. Given Prince Dai's character, he would likely be trying for children as of tonight, and within a month there would be happy news, quelling the rumors of his impotence.